Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4BH. 24. Danzo attacks Konoha, Orochimaru's side, 8K, next to the Valley of the End, next to the Sinkhole of Hell. Kakuzu, Danzo, Aburame and Yamanaka, all dressed in black robes and red clouds, looked at the new waterfall valley that had been built and were a little silent for a while. For a long time, it was Danzo who said, Kakuzu, it took a lot of time to put bounties on your missions along the way. How about you take the lead this time and go to Konoha to see what's going on? That's all for the purpose of accumulating startup funds for the organization. The leader agreed. Kakuzu said coldly. Why, after returning to your hometown, you don't dare to enter the village? Oh, the method of provoking generals is of no use to me. So you are really scared. Do you really think that I have no temper? Danzo stared at Kakuzu coldly. Kakuzu, however, has no intention of backing down. Instead, he sneered and said, I have only heard about how powerful distinguished heavenly gods are, but I have never experienced them personally. He is a man with 5 hearts. The secret technique of earthly resentment you gave him 5 hearts, and also allowed Danzo to use, distinguished heavenly gods, with 5 goals, the foundation of the illusion is to disrupt the chakra after all. So, Danzo chooses the chakra of which heart, which is to modify the consciousness of that heart. But the problem is, these 5 hearts are just puppets. Even Kakuzu's consciousness outside now is just an extension of his consciousness. The main body does not know which heart it is at all. 1/5 probability. Would Danzo dare to bet that he can find it? Not to mention, Danzo has never cast Mangekyo distinguished heavenly gods, since he became a member of the Akatsuki organization, so it is not difficult to infer that the cost of casting it is extremely high, or the recovery time is extremely long. Is Danzo really willing to waste time on Kakuzu? Obviously, Danzo is reluctant to part with him. Even when he was being chased by Konoha's large army, he didn't use up the distinguished heavenly god CD he had had for more than 10 years. Now you can just waste it here just for a quarrel. Can't. Looking at the hell sinkhole at his feet, Danzo hesitated. By soldiers passing nearby, Danzo and the others have obtained relevant information and know that this hell sinkhole is the daimyo's masterpiece, just one punch. Such a powerful person, can he and Kakuzu really fight each other? Danzo glanced at Aburame, who was following him, and felt a little reassured. Aburame is rooted in the Aburame clan, and is also a very special existence. He harbors highly toxic nanoscale poisonous insects, which are invisible to the naked eye. If someone else is infected with this toxin, they will die due to cell damage. Nanoscale poisonous insects. No matter how powerful this daimyo is, he can't completely seal all the pores in his body, and his cells are not as powerful as they appear on the outside, right? This was the reason why he dared to assassinate Lanye. In that case, let me sneak into Konoha to take a look first, and you can collect intelligence in Konoha City on the outskirts. Danzo compromised. He can't fall out with Kakuzu yet. Otherwise, with his current situation where everyone is calling for beatings, there may be no place for him in the world. Is this right? If you tell me earlier, there will be no misunderstanding. Kakuzu laughed and said, actually, I am still very optimistic about your money. I still remember the meeting gift when I first joined the organization. Woolen cloth. Haha, then this time I go to Konoha, maybe I can get more windfalls. I hid a lot of treasures back then. Oh, you didn't tell me earlier. Kakuzu said with gleaming eyes. Then let me accompany you to Konoha. I can leave the task of gathering intelligence in the outer city to your subordinates. That's it, Yamanaka Fung. You go to the outside to collect intelligence. Yes, Lord Danzo. Arranged tasks. 4 people can set off and use Earth style to sneak into Konoha City. Only, when they were about to cross the Konoha City wall, they unexpectedly encountered a barrier. Although it is only the lowest level warning barrier, it cannot block their way. But as long as you pass through, the security department will be alerted, letting them know that there are uninvited guests who have illegally sneaked into Konoha City from outside the city gate. Damn it, that daimyo actually spent so much money to put up a warning barrier on the entire capital city. Kakuzu said in pain. How much money is this? Danzo frowned. Then he said, we must change our strategy. Enter through the city gate and intercept a few civilians in disguise. It can only be this way. Danzo and the others knocked out a caravan and hijacked their wealth and merchandise. Came to the east city gate again. But what surprised them was that the gatekeepers were not the previous 10,000 years combination, Gangzitai and Kamazuki Izumo, but Uchiha and Hyuga. 1 red eye and 1 white eye. This eliminates the possibility of ninjas sneaking in disguise. Powerful ninja. Their chakra volume and transformation technique are almost impossible to hide from Sharingan at the same time. This is the power of Konoha's 2 major Ijutsu families. Anyway, Kakuzu and Danzo. Although Kakuzu's transformation technique is very good, it may be possible to hide the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but the 5 types of chakra with 5 hearts certainly cannot be hidden. And Danzo, as a former cage-level strongman, transformation technique is no problem, but he is not sure whether the 2 people in front of him recognize his chakra aura. Have no choice. The 3 of them took advantage of the Hyuga clan's focus on the city gate and took the lead in evacuating without being discovered. They changed the other 3 gates. All are the combination of 3 Tomo Sharingan plus Jonin level Byakugan. This is a bit toothache. Why is Konoha Castle's defense so difficult to penetrate? Kakuzu even complained. This is the city where I am most helpless right now. Is the daimyo afraid of death? So strict. I didn't expect that the arrogant Uchiha clan and the old-fashioned Hyuga clan would be willing to guard the city gate. When I proposed it, they almost started a factory with me. Danzo was a little surprised. What method did the daimyo use to do it? As everyone knows, Lanye only issued a permanent mission to the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Guarding the city gate for 7 days was considered a B-level mission reward. Compared with other B-level escort missions, one trip back would take several months. What happened to guarding the city gate? It gives mission points, although the Hyuga clan does not need to exchange any ninjutsu. But the Phoenix 6 styles that Lanye used before. However, it was confirmed by the members of the same clan in the Phoenix Force. For the Hyuga clan, which was originally a pure taijutsu clan, it was even more powerful than a tiger. Especially, shaving. This kind of body flicker technique that can be performed without the use of chakra is a perfect match for the Hyuga clan. It must be mastered to see through it in advance. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan's advantage in seeing the opportunity before them will be wiped out in front of the Phoenix Force. Have no choice. They can only adopt the stupidest method, which is to analyze the warning barrier bit by bit. As long as their own chakra is synchronized with the warning barrier, they can sneak in quietly. Just 1 day later, Danzo was just a little dumbfounded. This warning barrier actually changes every half an hour. 24 hours a day, 48 changes. And wait until the next day. Another completely different 48 warning barriers. This daimyo is too rich, isn't he? Kakuzu gnashed his teeth and said, after I kill him, I must rob him of his treasure before I can leave. Damn it. Keep on. I don't believe it. He can keep changing without having to repeat it. Danzo said with red eyes. Although the transplanted Sharingan cannot be closed, his Sharingan is now particularly bright red. Most likely, he was angered by this tight defense. As everyone knows, although this warning enchantment will be repeated, it only changes once every half a month. This is 60 sets of warning enchantments. And there are no fixed times every day. There will be elite jonin from the Hyuga clan, searching around the city wall to catch rats like Danzo and the others. This made their progress even slower. What they don't even know is that, behind them, Black Zetsu was quietly watching them break the warning barrier. Black Zetsu has come to Konoha City a long time ago. Of course, he doesn't need to break the warning barrier. The transformation technique, which no one can see through, can easily enter the wood industry city. B. On the outskirts of Konoha Village, there is a dam level of verification. Konoha Village requires the original residents of Konoha Village to enter the village. Merchant, post a task. Feel sorry. There are special areas in the outer city, go there to deal with it. Within Konoha Village, it is an area specially provided for government use. Many departments founded by Lanye are located in it. As for those original residents of Konoha Village, they almost never go out to Konoha City, not only because of the troublesome entry and exit procedures, but also to avoid letting people with intentions sneak in and cause trouble for their beloved daimyo. If you really have work or other reasons, you need to travel frequently. They might as well move out of Konoha Village directly, and they would be subsidized by the Fire Nation to live in a house in Konoha City. And, all of this was proposed by Nara Shikaku, implemented by ninjas of all races, and all villagers cooperated voluntarily. All are derived from respect. Joke. Such a wise daimyo, even if he has super cage level combat power, must be carefully protected. How can I disturb those of you who are interested? What's even more egregious is, the ground was actually paved with earth walls by Kazuma and a group of Grandmaster Wood-style jonin. The entire Konoha Village, all paved. What a huge project that would be. Can you believe that Hima still managed it? Although it only hinders normal escape techniques and prevents it from directly sneaking into Konoha Village, it can be easily sneaked in as long as it is broken. But the problem lies in this breaking. These earth flow walls, each block is engraved. There is warning, caution, curse, seal. The function is very simple. That is, when the warning seal is broken, it will remind the caster that the related items will be broken together, serving as a warning and notification. Black Zetsu doesn't want to alert others. After all, that daimyo's ability was so weird that he made such a big hole with one punch. Black Zetsu was worried that he would be able to detect his presence. And, there are also Jirai who knows Senjutsu, and Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi who have awakened Mangekyo. Breaking in rashly, based on the frenzied vigilance methods of these people, Black Zetsu must have other backup plans. Black Zetsu has been planned for thousands of years. It's him who I lean on. Once there is any disturbance, they will hide carefully. For the sake of my mother, absolutely. Absolutely. Never risk your life. It is precisely because of this that Black Zetsu kept waiting, and finally waited for Danzo and Kakuzu, who arrived belatedly. He quietly watched their actions, waiting for them to find out some information, especially prompting them to fight with the big one. Black Zetsu will be able to take the information and go back to resurrect Pain, allowing him to eliminate this stumbling block that may hinder his plan to save his mother. It can be said that it is extremely sinister. 3 days later, when Lanye woke up from the reincarnation Black Zetsu realm, his face was filled with the soft scent of milk. Open your eyes. The sight of soaring mountains is overwhelming, and one can't help but want to climb the peaks to see all the mountains at a glance on Mount Everest. Tsunade was woken up by Lanye, held down Lanye, turned over and continued to sleep. Don't make trouble, I'm too tired, please take a rest. This is an affirmation for Lanye. To know, with the horse talisman and the sheep talisman, there is no such thing as tiredness, it can only be sage time. Allowing girls to have sage time. Fully explained, Lanye's fighting power is so fierce. As for the despair of reincarnation, that lasted all night outside, this thing actually consumes physical strength, and there is no possibility of the Arima talisman being exhausted. It just stayed on. Don't let the other girls listen to the corner. Cancel the desperate situation of reincarnation. Lanye and Tsunade immediately returned to the real space. This was the room reserved for Tsunade. Last night, he has traveled to 3 places, Terumi Mei, Yuhi Hong, and Tsunade. Otherwise, do you really think Poseidon is such an easy job? Sooner or later I'll let you all come together. Lanye carefully left Tsunade's arms, took a few moments to grasp the uncontrollable size with one hand, and went to prepare for breakfast refreshed. Only, what he didn't notice was, shortly after he left, a figure slipped into the room again. Looking at Tsunade, who was also energetic but sleeping, he nodded with understanding. She still stood and compared with Tsunade, and finally left very confidently. That's it, I don't know you well either. Lanye, I finally know what you want, let me make you fall in love with me. Finally, by coincidence, Danzo captured a familiar warning barrier and was able to sneak into the west of Konoha City quietly with his men. But he was stopped outside Konoha Village again. Fortunately, this time Danzo is no longer without foreign aid. After he found out about Orochimaru's research base, which was his former base, he went to find Orochimaru. Danzo didn't want his roots to be influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so the base was set up outside Konoha Village. Based on Danzo's understanding of Orochimaru, as long as he can get a reward that he is interested in, there is nothing that cannot be traded. Rinnegan's information, come to think of it, Orochimaru couldn't refuse it no matter what. However, Kakuzu must not be present to betray the organization's information. Danzo found a reason. Let Aburame take root and take Kakuzu to dig out a small treasury he once had. It was to meet Orochimaru alone. Route terrain Danzo certainly knows his way around. Quickly, even after finding the research room where the best large-scale instruments were placed, Yin Shezi was also there as expected. He was looking at a super seed with a microscope. He wanted to know why the same seed could produce more super seeds. Do humans also have such differences? And what should they do? How to tell the difference? If you can study it thoroughly. The talent detector, proposed by Lanye before, has become possible. Because of being too focused, Orochimaru didn't even notice Danzo's arrival. Puff puff, Danzo smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect you, Orochimaru, to be ordered to research a seed. Are you willing? This is because Orochimaru was forced to study super seeds. Orochimaru stood up and looked at the words, but was careful not to look at Danzo. You dared to come back. This surprises me. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked half of his face. You come to me this time, I hope it is a valuable transaction. Danzo thought that his sowing discord was successful. In no mood, Orochimaru's hand behind his back, using his own shield, was strangely extended to touch the bottom of the table and press the warning light that Lanye had installed. At the same time, the Konoha Security Department, as well as Lanye in the Hokage office, all received Orochimaru's signal. He immediately put down everything and rushed to the research room with his people. In the past few months, although the research laboratory has produced a finished product of super seeds, the harvest is obvious to all. There will never be hunger again in the Fire Nation. Who dares to underestimate the research laboratory anymore? They are all treasured, especially Lanye. Although I know that Orochimaru is almost impossible to kill, Orochimaru may raise an alarm. I am afraid that the enemy is also very difficult. Could it be that Nagato's 6 paths are coming to kill them? His eyes returned to Orochimaru. Danzo had no idea that he was being sold by Orochimaru even before his conditions were met. He said very confidently, you will definitely be interested in my information, which is about the legendary sage of 6 paths. Oh, Orochimaru retracted his hand and asked with interest, what do you want me to do? He is trying to shorten the negotiation time as much as possible. Otherwise, when the people who receive the alert come and kill them, there will be no chance to extract information. That's right. Orochimaru is going to pursue Danzo for nothing. Danzo had no doubts. In the past, his transactions with Orochimaru were straightforward. It seemed that people who loved research were in a hurry. I need all the information on the great names of the Fire Country. Danzo said. If possible, it is best to have his weaknesses. Oh, you want to assassinate the Daimyo? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Why, do you still want to defend him? Protect a superior who lets you do experiments you don't like. Danzo sneered. Orochimaru's eyes turned completely cold. Originally, he wanted to pursue Danzo's information for free. Even if he wanted to exchange something, he could just give it to him first. There is absolutely no way Danzo could escape Konoha Village anyway. The current combat power of Konoha Village. Even when Orochimaru Gen comes face to face, he doesn't even have the slightest degree of confidence that he can escape. Why does he Danzo? B. If you want Lanye's information, there is no room for negotiation, even if you only give one copy first. What if this guy really escapes? Orochimaru is very satisfied with the current cooperation model. with Lanye, and has 100% determination to kill anyone who wants to break this model. Yes, while Danzo was still thinking about the next steps, Orochimaru suddenly rose up, and with one move of latent shadow snake hand, he bit Danzo overwhelmingly. Danzo, he never expected, why would Orochimaru suddenly attack him? Is it for the reward? But how much does that cost? Danzo can definitely give more. After using the body replacement technique to dodge the latent shadow snake hand, Danzo hurriedly shouted, "Stop. I can give you an extra 100 million taels." But Orochimaru had no intention of stopping. He opened his mouth wide and spit out a small snake, and then pushed out a sword from his mouth, Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword, swish, extended downwards and stabbed Danzo, forcing the latter to retreat again to avoid it. This Kusanagi sword was an artifact that would hurt even the golden cudgel. In his haste, he couldn't confront it head-on. "Orochimaru, what do you want?" Danzo shouted. "You can't give me what I need." Orochimaru licked his face, eyes filled with murderous intent. "If only I could take Danzo's head. Lanye will definitely be very happy, and may even promise him certain permissions for free human body experiments." Danzo can't do anything when he sees things. He also didn't dare to fight Orochimaru again, otherwise he would be unable to escape if people from Konoha gathered around him. He dodged and came to a certain wall, pressed the previously designed switch to open the secret passage, got into the secret passage and escaped. Orochimaru did not pursue the secret passage. Could he not know this secret passage? Orochimaru came to a microphone, which was a broadcasting device for the entire research room, so that Orochimaru could summon someone to assist in the research. He flipped the switch. He said hoarsely, "Someone just broke into my research room, and the intruder was Shimura Danzo. Those of you who have a grudge against him in your family should go back and report as soon as possible." A moment. The whole research room is boiling. Half a year ago, Lanye offended the entire Konoha Village family at the meeting hall Danzo crime open meeting. Those present now, which family member or friend is looking for Danzo all over the world? He simply dropped the research at hand, Earth Style, and Shunshen, and went to report the situation. Only, the moment I rushed out of the laboratory, a group of red eyes and white eyes stared at them. It was really scary at night. The leader is none other than Fugaku. Previously, for security reasons, the security department was the closest to the research institute. And Orochimaru's alarm, only the Hokage office and security department will receive it. Before Fugaku opens his mouth, someone shouted, "Minister Fugaku." Minister Orochimaru said, "There is an intruder, it's Shimura Danzo." "It's Shimura Danzo." Fugaku's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the Magatama windmill transformed into Mangekyo. "Okay, Shimura Danzo, you are a thief, how dare you come to Konoha?" "Very good." The security department listens to the order and surrounds the research institute. Yes, all the security officers spread out, their Byakugan evenly distributed to cover every inch of the ground. Shimura Danzo Earth Style must not be allowed to leave. Fugaku was about to enter the research institute to find out. Suddenly, a police officer from the Hyuga clan shouted, "We have found something. There is someone underground. It is the chakra of the old thief Danzo. I will not admit it. It is definitely his chakra." Brush. Orange energy overflowed from Fugaku's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he condensed into the first form of the skeleton Susanoo, and then he threw Susanoo towards the ground pointed by the Hyuga clan. Orange swords on hand. The orange spear directly penetrated the land on the upper level of the secret passage and cut off Danzo's path. The collapsed soil was blown into the sky by the strong wind, revealing Danzo, who was dressed in black with red clouds. Especially the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, you can't go wrong. Danzo. He silently ran away in the opposite direction of Fugaku. Susanoo looked evil, and there were so many hot Konoha shinobi people, and she glanced at them almost. There is no one lower than Shunin. He hits with a hammer. Brush. A white half-length Susan stood up, blocking the direction Danzo was trying to escape. Brush. Another red half-length Susan appeared, this time Itachi came. Danzo looked at the 3 half-length Susanas in shock. There are so many Mangekyo from the Uchiha clan. No, he must find a way to break the formation. Otherwise, just these 3 half-bearded figures. In Danzo thoughts, the 3 half-length Susanas suddenly grew up. When the Karaso Tengu armor was put on, the lower body also grew in full. At the same time, the size of the Susanas also increased significantly, turning into 10 figures. The giant of meters overlooked him. The 4th form. This is the result of having Lanye as your backing and being able to master the power of Mangekyo without restraint. At the same time, from the height of the 3 Susanos in the 4th form, you can see their respective potentials. Futai Susanoo is 14 meters tall. Fugaku Susanoo is 17 meters tall. Itachi's Susanoo is 20 meters tall. But even the smallest Futai could easily crush Danzo to death now. Not to mention, there are other Konoha shinobi people watching with eager eyes. Ah, Danzo actually saw that abominable Daimyo. How dare he come here? Perhaps, could this be an opportunity to kill him? Thinking of this, Danzo, while using the Seal of the Tongue's disaster, sent a brief message to Aburame to take the 2 men to assassinate the Daimyo. He himself did not retreat but advanced towards prosperity. Although this Susanoo is the shortest, the armor he condenses is a thick tower shield. Even the Karasu Tengu armor is much thicker, with a short and fat hill in succession. As long as I can control him, then you can temporarily delay the other 2 Susanos. Danzo's idea is correct. Susanoo's big shield was so strong that even Itachi couldn't do anything with the Ten-Fist Sword in a short time. But the problem is, I saw Futai put down the tower shield and tried to hit Danzo, who jumped towards his head, but Susanoo's control seemed to be very awkward, and it was impossible to hit Danzo with his slow movements. Itachi and Fugaku also seemed to be repellent, and did not launch an attack. Standing by and watching Danzo was able to fly smoothly to Futai, who was on Susanoo's head, and then looked at Gon smoothly. Although Danzo is a little confused, why is it so easy? Suddenly, Fugaku raised his Susanoo spear again, and Itachi also drew his Ten-Fist Sword and prepared to attack. Mangekyo seems to be trying to stop Danzo. Danzo didn't have time to dwell on it. The 3 Magatama in his left eye had long been fused into Mangekyo, and blood and tears flowed out to activate the Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods he had cherished for a long time, in an attempt to control Fu's state. Logically speaking, Danzo's battle plan is flawless and very reasonable. Just 25. Danzo makes a copy. Can Distinguished Heavenly Gods be empty? 9k. Danzo holds a Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which is an invincible trump card. If you pick anyone who is also a Mangekyo, you can control it smoothly. But some people just have a talent for playing good cards to a pulp. It's not good for Danzo to choose anyone, but he has to choose his attitude. Mangekyo with his rich left eye is the only Mangekyo illusion immune in the entire ninja world that can restrain Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Yes, the Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods that Danzo has collected and only used until now is very sad. Failed, referred to as Kongda. Although Danzo released Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods for the first time, he clearly knew that the release of Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods failed. This moment, his heart is broken. What the hell? How could it fail? These are the Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods he relies on. How could it possibly fail? He's useless against Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is useless against the former Daimyo. It's no use facing the Konoha army chasing him. It's useless for him to face Kakuzu's provocation. Result: now you're telling me that the Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods release failed. Even now, in a deep and dangerous place, Danzo still shouted uncontrollably, how is it possible? Why did it fail? This is absolutely impossible. Puff. Ha ha ha. You also have today. Quack quack. The rich, Mangekyo illusion immune, is not a secret among the top management, but is actually a very interesting joke. Yes, everyone had expected Danzo's madness. Otherwise, how could Danzo climb up Susanoo so smoothly? Itachi and Fugaku are just watching with arms folded. Are you so rich that you are still stupid enough to look at him? Just to let Futai deceive him into this Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Now, Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods is gone, it's time for reckoning. Security Department obeys the order. Fugaku yelled. Target Danzo, ninjutsu saturation bombing. Fugaku was the first to throw the Susanoo spear, and Itachi also raised his Ten-Fist Sword simultaneously, and the long sword in the form of flames spurted towards Danzo. The security department belonging to the Uchiha clan below also released their special skills without hesitation. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style Flame Ball Technique. Fire Style How Long Fire Technique. Fire Style Extinguishing the Fire. Fire Style Long Yan Sing's Technique. Good guy. The members of the security department of other families looked at the decisive Uchiha clan in shock. Do you hate Danzo that much? You didn't even care about your great elder and buried him with him. What they don't know is, rich Susanoo's hardness has long been known to the Uchiha clan. It can be pressed and chopped by Itachi and Izumi for half an hour, and it is still strong. Maybe being rich can't break Itachi and Izumi's Susanoo, but neither can they. Rich, even Wanwa Zanshu is a defensive person, and the facts prove that, as the subject, who was bombarded indiscriminately, Futai not only did not cancel Susanoo, but reduced the attack area. Instead of retreating, he took Danzo and hit Itachi's Ten-Fist Sword. As long as you are hit by the Ten-Fist Sword, even Nagato, who came from Impure World Reincarnation, is already going to be sealed away from the commercial zone. Although Danzo didn't know how powerful the Ten-Fist Sword was, he knew that he would definitely not be able to resist it. Yes, he ran and tried to get behind the rich Susanoo, but the rich figure just turned around easily, leaving Danzo to continue facing the Juken Sword, and a large number of other Fire Susanoo spears. Danzo wanted to use defensive ninjutsu again, but it was already too late. Boom, boom, bang 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 bang, rumble and pull. It's as lively as fireworks during the new year. A massive amount of fire style exploded on the rich Susanoo's head, engulfing her upper body with fire, leaving no space left. Even the surrounding air was burned away by it, and the people nearby felt hot and a little lack of oxygen. This is the fire-style bombardment of hundreds of Jonin and Chunin. Its power, it is already a fire-style forbidden technique comparable to S-class. But, this ferocious sea of fire bombardment did not break the wealthy Susanoo, and did not even make him take half a step back on the hilltop, but his body shook a little. As for Danzo 013, Brush, Orochimaru teleported to Lanye's side, arousing the vigilance of Tsunade, Terumi-Mei and other women. After seeing him, he turned around and continued to look at the war zone. Let him die like this, Orochimaru said hoarsely. He can't die, Lanye said firmly. If nothing else, if he really faced death, he would definitely take Futai with him, but he didn't, so Izanagi should be used. Izanagi, Orochimaru thought. This should be the bloodline secret technique of the Uchiha clan, right? What is the effect? The ultimate illusion comparable to the distinguished heavenly gods can distort reality and illusion. Lanye explained. Or you can understand it as transforming one's own mortal injuries into illusion, but the price is to lose a Sharingan. Oh, it's interesting. Orochimaru opened his mouth with interest, glanced at Lanye who didn't pay attention to him, and quickly licked his mouth, then showed a secretly happy expression. It's so cool to be able to do this in front of a big name. But the fact is, the actions that were clearly in the blind spot of Lanye's sight were clearly seen by Lanye's observation haki. Looking at Orochimaru's secretly happy look, Lanye is also holding back a smile. Orochimaru's current pursuit, a bit strange to say, his eyes returned to the war zone. Fugaku obviously did not expect that the secret technique of their Uchiha clan would be stolen by Danzo. After half a minute of ninjutsu bombing, he just asked the security department to stop the genin bombing, confident that his great revenge had been avenged. But when the flames dissipate, except for the slightly pale rich Susanoo, Danzo's original location also flashed as a phantom, which was weirdly distorted like a distorted picture for a few seconds and then condensed into Danzo's appearance. He is still wearing the black robe and Hongyun's Akatsuki cloak, and even the jumpsuit Kakuzu is not damaged. Only the 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye was as dark as smeared with ink, and then slowly closed. Izanagi, the rich man who was nearest, said in surprise, "Old thief Danzo. You even stole my clan's secret technique. You deserve to die." Say the cruelest words. Futai jumped up on the spot, then flipped over and hit the ground like a mountain. It looks like he and Danzo will die together. Pity. A cloud of white mist from the summoning technique dissipated, and Danzo's contracted ninja beast, Dream Taper, appeared, carrying Danzo and opening his mouth to Lanye's position on the ground. A large number of strong winds emerged out of thin air and enveloped Lanye, trying to sweep him back to the Dream Taper. The mouth of the earth swallowed him up. At the same time, Danzo's face remained unchanged as he clasped his left eye with his bare hands, threw away the 3-tomo Sharingan that had fallen into darkness, and took out a new 3-tomo Sharingan from somewhere and installed it. Tisk tisk. Lanye was amazed to see that he was such a ruthless person. As for his own safety, he was not worried at all, probably because Mangekyo Kamui, Mangekyo Amaterasu, Mangekyo Soul Taking. The position of the Dream Taper was suddenly distorted, and then black flames ignited and attached to the Dream Taper's head. A faint blue beam of light shot from the ground and hit it, and then deprived it of its mobility. Dare you touch our name? I can't kill you. Just for a moment, the Dream Taper was directly seriously injured, not to mention that the action of devouring Lanye was interrupted. If he didn't escape, he might be twisted into a knot by the power of space. Dream Taper cancelled the summoning technique and escaped, escaping the 3-shot Mangekyo's pincer attack. But most of Amaterasu's black flames are missing, and I don't know if the Dream Taper can get rid of it. Anyway, for a long time, it will not appear again. Danzo, who lost his Dream Taper, was also pressed by the wealthy Susanoo and smashed to the ground. What about Danzo? Izanagi, rumble. The rich Susanoo fell to the ground, causing a small earthquake. At this time, shua, 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 swish. 4 red light pillars shot into the sky in the 4 directions of east, west, south and north, and then opened into a rectangular barrier of red flames. 4 Red Yang Formation. This is a barrier ninjutsu that requires 4 ninjas with a cage-level chakra to perform. The red flames on the barrier neither allow outsiders to enter the barrier nor allow people inside the barrier to enter. The enemy escapes the enchantment. Its hardness, even 10 tails tailed beast bomb can be resisted. And the one who releases the enchantment. It's Jiraiya, Hyuga Hiyashi, Kaiden Hidden, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. In order, it is to prevent Danzo from passing the reverse summoning technique, and cut off his last chance to escape Konoha. Lanye nodded with satisfaction. Really, it is still necessary to order all Jonin to practice the 4 Purple Flame Formation, and all Cage levels to practice the 4 Red Yang Formation. I thought it would be the 4 Purple Flame Formation, but I didn't expect it to be the 4 Red Yang Formation. It seems that too many people really want Danzo to die, Lanye said with emotion. People around me, including outsiders, like Terumi Mei, they all nodded in agreement. Are you really going to kill a chicken with a knife? Brush, brush. Kakashi and Might Guy appear in an instant, and the latter has already opened the 6th scene gate, and can open the 7th scene gate at any time for Danzo to make a big impact. Danzo didn't even dare to show up. Relying on the 3-minute invincibility of Izanagi, he looked at the surrounding dragnet in the void and thought about possible escape routes. As for assassinating the daimyo, stop it. When the 4 Red Yang Formation comes out, Aburame and Kakuzu can't enter the barrier at all, so what the heck are they assassinating? Escape is the way to go. Futai took the opportunity to get up and took a few steps away from Danzo's position. He, Fugaku, Itachi, and Izumi, who later came to open the blue Susanoo, guarded the 4 positions of Danzo. And behind the 4 Susanoos, that is, Kakashi, Yakushi Kabuto, the Uchiha clan, and even the talented Namikaze Minato and other Konoha shinobi who arrived using Flying Thunder God stared at the illusory Danzo with eager eyes. Then he can get out of this strange state. He would immediately launch a thunderous strike, which would definitely kill him on the spot. Not to mention, next to him there is Lanye who is super cage level, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the cage-level strongman, as well as Terumi Mei, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha clan and other elite jonin. Good guy. Danzo's scalp felt numb and his brain was like a mess. How could he think of a way to escape? Even if Pen is here, he can't escape, right? And just when Danzo was facing a desperate situation, Lanye, who was watching the show with his hands folded, suddenly received an interesting choice. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Continue to watch and watch everyone in Konoha take revenge. Reward. Melon-eating medal, ×1. Option 2. Order to stop. Save Danzo from death and be rehabilitated. Reward. DD Good Guy card, ×1. Option 3. Take it personally and use soul binding to collect Danzo's soul. Reward. Challenge Dungeon Stone, ×1. Don't consider option 2, just rule it out. Choice 1 and choice 3 are not big problems, but Lanye looks at the reward of choice 3 as if it is more interesting. So, I choose option 3, successfully selected. The reward, Challenge Dungeon Stone, has been distributed. Challenge Dungeon Stone, you can invest the soul of a strong person. After consuming energy, you can choose to activate the designated soul for a virtual duel. The injuries of this duel will not be synchronized with the real one. Reality. This, isn't it just a dungeon in the game? Suddenly, Lanye thought of an interesting operation. After all, Danzo only has one life. If he is killed, he is really dead. Although he can relieve his anger, he will not relieve his hatred. If Danzo's soul was put into this challenge stone, so will everyone be able to play Danzo. Oh ha ha, oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho, there's something going on. Immediately, Lanye raised his voice. Everyone, stop. The people of Konoha, who were immersed in the illusion of revenge, suddenly heard the words telling them to stop, and subconsciously stared over, wanting to see who was the one who didn't have long eyes. Don't you know that public anger should not be offended? Then I saw it was the Daimyo. That's okay. The Uchiha clan, who had been harmed to the point of almost rebelling, all put away the Sharingan and expressed with actions a generation. Male, talent, call, do, licking, dog, licking a dog, licking a dog, of course you have to lick it without any reason. The four Suzanos also dissipated and did not step forward to ask Lanye why he called for stop. They just respectfully stayed where they were and waited for the next command. Just highlight the sensible aspect. Seeing this, the other Konoha shinobi also put away their weapons. Can't be compared to the Uchiha clan, we have to lick it too. Then, what was originally a tense situation turned into a leader's inspection scene, with a single word from Lanye. Even if Tsunade knew Lanye's prestige in Konoha, you can see this scene. He couldn't help but look at Lanye in horror, and then he felt proud. Did you see her, man? And Lanye had no intention of explaining. He strolled up to Danzo and directly used his latest, 1v1 only, skill, reincarnation desperate situation, at him who was still a phantom. I just wanted to give it a try. The two people really disappeared on the spot, leaving only two blurry shadows. Many wooden ninjas were panicked. Why was the Daimyo missing? Only Tsunade, Yuhikuranai and Terumi Mei, who had experienced this move, looked on calmly. In a different space, Lanye just looked at Danzo like this, thinking that he could break free from the lock of this reincarnation desperate situation. Result, until the 3-minute duration of Izanagi was completely consumed, he did not leave the different space. Obviously, reincarnation's desperate situation is not judged as an injury, and Izanagi cannot act on external objects other than itself. Of course, there is no way to break free. The moment Danzo wants to button his eyes again, no spells. Lanye came to Danzo like a thunderbolt, pressed his shoulder to activate the sheep spell, and was about to shoot out his soul. Izanagi, all hands are empty. At the last moment, Danzo turned out to be Shisui's Mangekyo who cruelly used his right eye and activated Izanagi. It's a bit of a pity. But that's fine. Lanye also took the opportunity to test whether his horse spell had the ability to heal Sharingan that fell into darkness using Izanagi. Don't be in a hurry. He folded his hands and looked at Danzo as he continued to delay. During the Izanagi period, Danzo is unable to communicate with reality and can only stand still, without the ability to even ask for mercy or have more BBs. 3 minutes passed, no spells, sheep talisman BJEA curse. This time, both eyes were blind. Danzo, the blue soul, had no accident. He was picked out by Lanye in the flash of lightning. Enemy death, the alien space of despair of reincarnation, then dissipated, and then some of the energy came from Danzo's body and was absorbed by Lanye. Lanye estimated it slightly and found that it was about 1% increase in Rear Admiral's physique. Better than nothing. 3 Magatama appeared in his left eye, and the large windmill merged into Izumi's Mangekyo. He cast Mangekyo Soul Binding to shoot out a faint blue light and absorbed it into Mangekyo. Go through the process and complete option 3. I also didn't shy away from the Konoha shinobi people around me. Lanye directly extracted the Challenge Dungeon Stone. I originally thought it would be a palm-sized stone. Result, boom, a boulder as tall as another person fell in front of him. Lanye was so frightened that he refused to say anything. Might Guy, who reacted the fastest, rushed over using brush and shave, and kicked the Challenge Dungeon Stone. Lanye, I'm going. He quickly gathered armament haki and grabbed Might Guy's Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Don't be impulsive, this is a fun thing. Huh, Might Guy was a little confused. I thought the daimyo was attacked. Knowing that Might Guy was also protective, Lanye didn't argue with him. Tsunade and the other girls were relatively close, and they also came close to each other at this time. Lanye, what is this? Is Danzo dead? Tsunade looked at Danzo's body with complicated eyes and asked. This is a good toy that can relieve your hatred. Lanye smiled and said, Itachi, you go and get Shisui's eyes back first. I'll see if they can be restored and matched with a new pair later. Is teacher. Lanye ignored the rest and thought about how to operate this challenge dungeon stone. Quickly, the instructions for use that come with the system are thoroughly researched, roughly and simple, and are divided into operation modes and usage modes. Lanye doesn't intend to give the operating model to others. He once again used Mangekyo Soul Retention to spit out Danzo's soul. Because it was not summoned by Mangekyo Shikigami, no one except Izumi could see it. Then, follow the steps of Operation Mode, stuff Danzo's soul into the Challenge Dungeon Stone, turn off Operation Mode, and turn on Use Mode. That's it. Now, just step forward and enter chakra to enter the dungeon space to challenge Danzo. I just don't know what the effect is. Lanye looked at Fugaku and said, Chief Fugaku, please add some chakra to this stone. It's the name. Without any hesitation, Fugaku pressed the challenge dungeon with his right hand and entered chakra. After taking the amount of elite Shunin's chakra, Fugaku suddenly disappeared on the spot. He entered the dungeon space, and opposite there was a row of positions with serial numbers. Standing at the top was Danzo's true soul, but his eyes were. But there are two groups of darkness. Just when Fugaku was in doubt. As the controller, Lanye also reminded, you choose Danzo and give it a try. Daimyo, yes. Fugaku thought about Lanye's magic and said, I choose Shimura Danzo. Follow. A beam of light suddenly lit up where Danzo was, and Danzo, who had been standing quietly, looked around with a blank expression. Where are you, old man? Daimyo of the Fire Country, why don't you kill me? Want to copy the information in my head? Stop thinking about it. Li Sixiong sealing techniques. Danzo exploded into a ball of black mist, sputtering out and covering the space with a radius of 300 meters, forming a black sealed sphere, and then violently shrank back into his body, falling upside down. The ground cannot rise. Appeared. Danzo's ultimate sealing technique of sealing a bridge. But I have to say, this, Li 4 elephant sealing techniques, is also very strong. In his haste, Fugaku had no time to react and was sealed away. Then the copy space was broken, and Danzo returned to the original position 1. Fugaku appeared in front of the challenge dungeon stone, in surprise, with Mangekyo's eyes already open. However, he has already been first killed. Daimyo, what was that just now? Fugaku's words were a bit awkward. Illusion, but the experience of being sealed is so real. It's like it's really sealed. And with Fugaku as a guinea pig for testing, Lanye also understood how to use this challenge dungeon stone. He immediately cleared his throat and said to the concerned Konoha shinobi, I asked you to stop just now, not to save Danzo's life, but to give everyone a chance to take revenge. Now I have sealed Danzo's soul in this challenge dungeon stone through secret techniques. All Jonin level ninjas can enter the chakra amount of the elite Shunin level, which is the chakra amount of 3B level ninjutsu, and enter the sealed space to compete with Danzo. Battle. Quote. Danzo is currently blind and without the summoning technique, but since his soul is not limited by his old body, his combat power is probably at the elite Jonin level. If you don't have confidence, don't send it away. Quote. Oh, by the way, the Fugaku clan leader was sealed by Danzo's Li Sixiong sealing techniques just now, but he will not be injured by this. The injuries in the sealed space are just like illusion, it will not be brought to reality. Quote. Okay, everyone, line up. Only one ninja can challenge at a time. Lanye finished speaking. The scene was silent for 10 seconds, and no one reacted. Danzo, sealed, can you still be challenged in turn? Finally, Fugaku, who was blushing, raised his hand again and pressed on the challenge dungeon right. It was unexpectedly sealed by Danzo in a sneak attack. He couldn't bear this humiliation. This time, after choosing Danzo, Fugaku directly activated Susanoo, who was able to hit him with a Susanoo spear. Danzo, who was still confused that he was not committing suicide by using sealing techniques, was hammered so hard that he couldn't find anything to do, and he finally gave up after being hammered to death. Fugaku felt refreshed and released the challenge dungeon stone. He met the expectant eyes of Kakashi and others. As for the great name Lanye, he had already left. He has no need to abuse Danzo. How's it going, Chief Fugaku? Can you really fight Danzo? Namikaze Minato asked first. Ah, yes, I just killed someone. Awesome. The daimyo is awesome, Kakashi shouted, his hand secretly pressing on the challenge dungeon stone. Brush. Kakashi entered the copy space and quickly figured out how to start Danzo, and followed Mangekyo Kamui. After all, Danzo is now an elite Jonin. Although he is blind, his cage level experience is real. He had already experienced Mangekyo Kamui at close range before. Although he is still confused about why he was hammered to death, and is alive again, it does not prevent him from escaping for his life, first. Substitute. Damn it. Danzo played GG because there is no item nearby that can be used to replace the body replacement technique. Kakashi's one move is still unfinished. When appearing outside the challenge dungeon stone, he immediately entered chakra with his backhand and entered the copy space again first. After excitedly choosing Danzo, Kakashi's face suddenly stiffened. How careless. Mangekyo Kamui was sent twice, and the consumption of challenge dungeon stone was activated twice, which already drained him dry. It cannot be said that there is not a drop left, but it is still a thin one. Then, Danzo finally had a chance to think carefully. Shihuan Lanye, you are going too far. If you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, why are you torturing me like this? Japan, you, a banban of Sage of Six Paths. Kakashi's eyes flashed sharply. Insult someone's name, come die. Kakashi launched a charge. Kakashi hit GG. Danzo's physical skills in his soul state are cage level. How can a Kakashi without blue be defeated? This time there is a copy space. Before Kakashi, who had been drained to the last drop, could react, a black shadow flashed in front of his eyes and he was sent flying by a hammer. He, who was not injured, immediately spat out blood in midair. Tsunade, the initiator, stood at the front of the team and laid his hands on the challenge dungeon stone. 10 minutes later, Tsunade appeared refreshed. Although he wanted to defeat Danzo again like Kakashi, he looked at the long queue and the leader, Namikaze Minato, looked at Tsunade gently. It means, Tsunade-sama, please continue, I'm not in a hurry. If Tsunade is still alone as before, he will be occupied. She is now a daimyo's woman, and she cannot give his subordinates a look of powerful bullying. Seeing Tsunade's hesitation, Namikaze Minato sighed, stood up and walked to the back of the team. My chance will be given to you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade's eyes lit up. You're a good boy. Gave a compliment. Enter the copy space again and continue to beat Danzo. Compared to Kakashi who lacks blue. As the chakra of the Senju clan, Tsunade has enough, tens of calories, and a reserve of chakra of 100 healings mark. As for Danzo's combat power, without the aid of vision, Danzo, an elite Jonin, is just a dish to Tsunade. This time it was only about 10 minutes. Tsunade returned to reality again and glanced at Itachi who was ranked first. Ferret, Itachi. Please, please. Itachi silently turned around and walked towards the end of the line. This is the master's wife, you can't afford to offend her. Nara Shikaku ranked third, although there is a high probability that you will have to queue at the back, but you still have to make your presence felt in front of Tsunade, right? FFLX. He turned to look at Jiraiya and said, Master Jiraiya, how about you choose? I don't. Tsunade is definitely not enough. But you reminded me. Jiraiya looked behind him. Hey, Elder Futai, can you change it? Do you think I'm stupid? Futai said disdainfully. He turned around and looked. Behind them were 3 members of the Uchiha clan, who moved 3 positions back. Isn't it respectable to be the chief elder of a clan? Do you know that you are abusing your private rights? Jiraiya looked at Fugaku aside and complained. You don't care about this old guy. He is abusing his private power. Yes. Fugaku looked at the back of the team and shouted. If any of the 50 people in front want to change seats with the Uchiha clan and move back, you can directly ask. Because only the security department in the Hokage office can receive Orochimaru's alarm. And 50% of the security department are Uchiha, and the people who hate Danzo the most in Konoha are definitely the Uchiha clan. Yes, fully 1/3 of the team are members of the Uchiha clan. Now, Fugaku took this opportunity to sell his personal favor to the Konoha colleagues present. After all, the challenge dungeon stone is right there, why not do it if you can wait a little longer? As for the emotions of the clan members, for the family, all personal interests can be sacrificed. 26. Yi Kang enters the harem. Nagato is finally here. 16K. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. For Danzo being sealed in the wheel, Black Zetsu is far from the beginning to the end. But in fact, it's not that he wants to see the last one, it's just that he can't break the 4 red yang formation either. Although he is the 3rd son, created by Otsutsuki Kagaya using Yin Escape, his Otsutsuki Black Zetsu is completely incomparable with the eldest son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and the second child, Otsutsuki Hamura. Not to mention these 6 paths level immortals. Even Super Cage level, and even Elite Jonin are tough enough to beat. If he hadn't had the best stealth escape technique in the hand ninja world, he would have been discovered and killed by Sage of 6 Paths long ago. Yes, Black Zetsu could only hide deep in the ground, 4 red yang formation, while chanting, Mother bless you, and watched the whole process. The first time the 4 red yang formation was cancelled, he just used the Yin Escape technique to run away, and he didn't even care whether the 3 Kakuzu were dead or alive. After transforming into a villager and leaving Konoha City, he felt that it was not enough and ran away again. Until they came to the Valley of the End, a cave thousands of meters deep underground. Black Zetsu was relieved and then sorted out his thoughts. After a long time, he emerged from the ground, took out the Zon ring and used the phantom body technique, and soon the brainwave equipment was received by Pain and appeared as a phantom. It took so long to get the information. Pain said dissatisfied. Facts have proved that my caution was right. Shimura Danzo is dead. No, it cannot be said that he is dead, but he was sealed. Black Zetsu explained what he saw to Pain one by one. Finally, he commented, "It took only half a year for Konoha to be integrated into such a powerful force by this daimyo. If we give him more time, the fourth ninja war must not be far away." Pain was silent for several minutes. Kai nodded and said, "I understand, just wait where you are, I will leave for Konoha immediately." "Where are the others in Kakuzu?" "I didn't have time to pay attention to him. The name of the fire country put a lot of pressure on me." Black Zetsu said honestly, "But it is this caution. Let Pain's evaluation of Lanye be improved again, which also increases his efforts to get rid of this impediment to the peace plan, as soon as possible. I will arrive within 3 days. You can collect as much information as possible during this time." Pain said, "Yes." Slide body technique disbanded. Nagato turned his attention back to himself and told Conan, who was accompanying him, about his decision to go to Konoha. "Is this really going to be the case?" Conan asked worriedly. According to what Black Zetsu said, Konoha is now very powerful. "Are you confident?" "We can't give him any more time to develop his power, otherwise it will be difficult to implement the tailed beast weapon plan. Konoha also has 2 tailed beasts, and the fire country is the richest of the 5 major countries. This if we win the war, maybe we can directly launch the tailed beast weapon project, so that the world can realize the hard-won peace earlier. In that case, should we summon other members?" "Forget it, I will most likely use those abilities, and they will be in the way even if they come." "Okay, I'll watch over you." "Well, I'm sorry to trouble you. When Yahiko was here, you were never so polite. It is precisely because Yahiko is gone that I need to take care of you on his behalf." Kakuzu and Aburame take route in Yamanaka Wind and meet at the edge of the Hell Sinkhole. The 3 of them were looking in the direction of Konoha City with lingering fear, and they still haven't been able to calm down until now. Too scary, right? Konoha's combat power is now so strong that even Kakuzu feels that even if the Akatsuki organization mobilizes with all their strength, they may not be able to defeat. $71. Chief Pain said before that if it doesn't work, just give up, right? Now that you have the information, let's go yo-yo. Kakuzu uses the slide body technique to report relevant information, which is basically the same as Black Zetsu. Even because it is separated from the 4 red yang formation, many details are missing. Pain said casually, "I know about this. You don't need to stay any longer and continue collecting startup funds." Good. Kakuzu agreed immediately. It was exactly what he wanted. Now, he just wants to stay away from Konoha and the Land of Fire, as far away as possible. But, Kakuzu looked at Yamanaka Fung and Aburame Kagan, not knowing what to do with them for a while. The main dilemma is whether to kill to exchange for the reward, or to stay by your side as a thug. Immediately, he thought that the bounty for Konoha S-class traitorous ninja could only be exchanged by going to Konoha, so he gave up the idea. Going to Konoha, this is no longer possible in this life. You two, please follow me from now on. Kakuzu said. Yamanaka-fang and Aburame, who were secretly on guard, looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Danzo is dead. The seal of Tung's evil that was planted on them was also lifted, and they regained their freedom and no longer had to guard Danzo. Being wanted by Konoha, who has such a profound background, there are not many places where the entire ninja world can go. This is also the reason why the two came to join Kakuzu. Konoha, Hokage office. Lanye threw the recovered Mangekyo to Itachi and wiped his hands on Itachi's Anbu vest in disgust. These are eyeballs, still secondhand, even for distinguished heavenly gods, which is known as the most powerful illusion. Its 2 owners either had their eyes gouged out or were beaten as copies. Lanye seriously doubts that there is a curse on it. But the restoration ability of the horse talisman can actually cure Sharingan who fell into darkness due to the use of Izanagi. This is excellent news for Konoha and the Uchiha clan. From now on, the Uchiha clan once again has an extra trump card, and it is also a trump card that can fight back in desperate situations. Ask your father to give Kakashi a copy of the secret techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. As a price, let Kakashi use it in exchange for birds and Reikiri. Lanye said. Sasuke, if I read it correctly, chakra should be thunder fire dual attributes. Its teacher, Itachi said respectfully. Then this Shisui brothers Mangekyo already has 2, and they can also activate Susanoo. This is a problem. The distinguished heavenly gods, 10-year starting CD cooldown, and Lanye's horse charm can also be reset. Another match can open Susanoo. It can be said, now all he needs to do is find an elite Jonin from Uchiha, dig out his own eyeballs, and install the pair of Mangekyo, and he will have cage-level combat power. Uchiha Shisui, the only fierce man with one-eyed Susanoo. It's just too simple, otherwise he might be a strong man on the level of Uchiha Madara. Not right either. Uchiha Shisui has no direct relatives, and he cannot advance to Eternal Mangekyo. Eternal Mangekyo, can he fuse it now? Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, the blood relationship between father and son, is much stronger from a scientific point of view than that between Itachi and Sasuke. The question now is Eternal Mangekyo a transplant of both Mangekyos, or is it a fusion? Based on, there is a new question, how to fuse 4 eyeballs into 2. Although Sasuke once said to Itachi, these are your eyes, there is nothing wrong with this sentence whether it is transplantation or fusion. Scratched his head, Lanye decided to leave professional matters to professionals to study. Itachi, call your father and Orochimaru. Is teacher. Itachi left instantly and flew directly in the direction of the challenge dungeon stone. Fugaku is most likely here, and it is impossible for Konoha Shinobi to let go of his hatred for Danzo in one day. The previous war zone was right next to Orochimaru's research institute, so Orochimaru was also there. Quickly, Itachi brought the two of them to the Hokage office. Except for Itachi who bowed his head and half kneeled, Orochimaru and Fugaku just bowed and saluted, with Fugaku's 90-degree bow being the most respectful. Lanye asked Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai and Mabui to go out temporarily. This is a secret of the Uchiha clan, and it is not easy for many outsiders to know. I called you here mainly because I have a problem for you to discuss. Lanye said straight to the point. Mangekyo is not the ceiling of Sharingan's evolution. There is eternal Mangekyo above it, which is also the level of Uchiha Madara. This can only be opened by transplanting or fusing other people's Mangekyo. The closer the blood relationship between the two, the higher the success rate. My question now is, I'm not sure whether it's a transplant or a Mangekyo that is a fusion of blood relatives, so I want to ask your opinion. The one I am most interested in is Orochimaru, who loves research. Being able to participate in the Uchiha Madara level power of eternal Mangekyo makes his cold blood boil. On the other hand, Itachi and Fugaku looked at each other, both showing concern. Tell me, what's the problem? You know, I don't like people who procrastinate. Lanye asked. Teacher, I think, but let's try the transplant first. If it fails, then fuse it with father. It would also be good if I transplant brother Shisui's Mangekyo. Itachi suggested. No, the eternal Mangekyo is of course the best for Itachi. Fugaku retorted. Daimyo, you never asked, and I never had the nerve to say. My subordinate's Mangekyo pupil technique is no better than the rich one. They are the augmentation illusion technique of the left eye and the control fire style of the right eye. They are not strong in increasing the combat power. It is a waste for me to give the eternal Mangekyo. Oh, Lanye was shocked. Why does this Fugaku's Mangekyo seem like? Is it just for Itachi? Fugaku left eye Mangekyo, amplified Genjutsu. Itachi left eye Mangekyo, top Genjutsu Tsukuyomi. Fugaku right eye Mangekyo, control fire style. Itachi right eye Mangekyo, the strongest fire style Amaterasu. Look, isn't this just a pairing? Not to mention Lanye, even Orochimaru nodded in understanding. No more running, there is a high probability that 4 Mangekyo will merge into 2. But, science is not about guessing, it still requires trial and error. Orochimaru said hoarsely, Daimyo, I will transplant the two of you directly. You can use your medical ninjutsu to skip the recovery period. If it can be successful, it will be the best. If not, I have a copy of the cell fusion technology, fused with Mangekyo it shouldn't be a big problem. Oh, pretty good. Lanye looked at Fugaku and his son. What do you say? But it's up to the daimyo to make the decision. Fugaku said respectfully. Disciple, listen to you, teacher. Itachi echoed. That's a done deal. Orochimaru excitedly took out a scalpel. Don't ask him why he carries this thing with him. Does a scientist carry a scalpel? Is it normal? Finally got a chance to meet Mangekyo. And it's fair and above board. It was plucked from the eyes of the 2 strongest men of the Uchiha clan. Hiss hiss. Is this the kind of treatment Danzo can give? I bought Danzo without hesitation. It was indeed the right choice. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Ahem. Orochimaru's expression froze. Then he shut up in frustration. Fugaku raised his scalpel with a sinister look. Fugaku, if my name doesn't let you lick your tongue, what's the point of operating on me? Have to. I'd better do it by myself. PFF'd. Fugaku is also a tough guy, and he can even gouge out eyeballs with his bare hands without saying a word. Like father, like son. Can Itachi not keep up? PFF'd. My eyeballs were dug out. Relying on their cage-level physical skills, the father and son exchanged eyeballs accurately and installed them each. Lanye seamlessly used the horse charm to complete the healing. Worked together. Even the traces of the 2 men's violent construction were repaired. Orochimaru. Hey. This year's first eye-popping job. Are there people rushing to do it? Fortunately, the Fugaku father and son opened their eyes, and there was no change. They were just Mangekyo with each other's eye skills. Even turning on and off the Sharingan was a bit awkward because it was not their own. Unfavorable. After observing for more than 2 hours. In the end, there is no intention of evolving into the eternal Mangekyo. It is basically certain that it is impossible to transplant Mangekyo to each other and earn 2 pairs of Mangekyo. But, based on scientific caution, Orochimaru still suggested, Daimyo, let Chief Fugaku and Itachi go to my laboratory for further observation. If there is really no way, I will send Uchiha. Shisui's Mangekyo was transplanted to the Fugaku clan leader, and Itachi will stay in my laboratory for a while. Well, you are a professional in this matter, so I'll leave it to you. Just call me when you need me. Lanye said assuredly. Yes, Daimyo, please rest assured. Hiss. Orochimaru laughed so hard, gouging out your own eyeballs. If not, it will still fall into my hands. Fugaku and Itachi both trembled. They didn't want to go to Orochimaru's snake cave, but they couldn't resist Lanye's will. What can be done? Anyway, Orochimaru can't dismember them, so what are you afraid of? Walk. After the 3 people left, Nara Shikaku and the 2 girls also returned to the Hokage office and continued to deal with their own affairs, to be precise, Nara Shikaku was handling things, and Lanye was thinking about the future development of Konoha. And, of course, the brain is thinking, and the rest is not doing anything. When Nara Shikaku's streamlined report was presented, Lanye let Yuhi and Kurenai go and took a look at the recent situation in the Land of Fire. Since Lanye has set up various relevant departments, special departments have been responsible for managing special matters. This almost reduced Nara Shikaku's workload by over 70%. However, power has also been delegated. This is undoubtedly very bad news for future successors. Did Lanye say he would step down? Please give me flowers. He Lanye, the immortal. Whether it is Lanye's prestige or his super cage level combat power, it is enough to make the people below him obey, and there is no possibility of any dissent. Dare to have it, Lanye doesn't even need to know, the others have already been dealt with. In this way, the fire country is also taking off rapidly as if it is on a highway. Super seeds have already fallen into the soil everywhere in the Kingdom of Fire. In some of the most fertile lands, crops such as sweet potatoes and potatoes are already ripe, which is 8 times more than before. The output dissipates everyone's doubts. Some only praise the famous names. What civilians always want is so simple, as long as they can have enough to eat. And in terms of wealth, because of Lanye's early encouragement of business and politics, more than 30% of the missions in the mission department were escorts to foreign countries to make money from the enemy. Once you go out and enter, there will be a lot of tariffs. Certainly, those businessmen also made a lot of money. In addition, the special tax of commercial tax has also enriched the Fire Nation's treasury to an unprecedented level. At the level of a major country, the country of fire has now left the other 4 major countries behind, and in time it will definitely become the dominant one. In terms of ninjas, Lanye also didn't fall behind. 6 years of compulsory education was implemented early. All 6-year-old children must go to ninja schools. There are no tuition fees and subsidies. After all, he is poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Without subsidies, even if tuition is free, some families will not be able to survive without a small labor force. Notice, this range is the entire Fire Nation. To this end, Lanye sent out nearly 200 Chunin and asked them to take teaching materials to Bangcheng across the Land of Fire to establish ninja schools. It is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education, and the minister is personally served by Lanye. Taxes collected, most of them are used to fill this gold-swallowing hole. In addition, Lanye also allows all graduated ninjas, even those who have completed missions, to choose 3 C-level ninjutsu for free in the Konoha Mission Department: 1 attack, 1 defense, and 1 assist. If you are the first in this class, you can also choose an additional B-level ninjutsu. Also, for the first time, the profession of ninja has been officially certified as a profession. As long as you pass Konoha's exam, you can work with a certificate. Lanye is popularizing ninja bit by bit. At the same time, the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are also promoted in the Land of Fire, especially the most risky ninjas, and they will be recommended as much as possible. With Konoha's current admiration and respect for Lanye, can he refuse to pay for his recommendation? Nearly 90% of ninjas are the first-generation payers of the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The remaining 10%, most of them are because they are civilian genin, and their family is too poor to squeeze out the money, so they can only grit their teeth and wait. This also motivates them on the side, in order to be able to pay 5 insurances and 1 fund and work hard to become stronger. Then there are the personnel of the Phoenix Force. This time has passed. The Phoenix team has already reached 12,414 people, surpassing Fang people. This is also the result of the concentrated explosion of those people from the Land of Fire who are talented in physical arts or do physical work. There will be no such efficiency in the future, and it will be greatly reduced. Getting started is the most difficult, and it blocks more than 70% of people. And later, Phoenix second team has 874 people, which is close to 1,000 people. It is already a small combat force. The third Phoenix team has real geniuses, but they only have 85 players who can't reach 100. They can open the third door in just a few months, rather than relying on hard work. They will definitely be the middle force of the Phoenix Force in the future. At least there are 6 teams. And Phoenix Team 4, there are only 3 people. No need to ask, all 3 of them are talented in making the 7th goal. This can already be treated as a cage-level powerhouse. After all, as long as the 7th door of shock is opened, the 8th door of death can be forcibly opened at any time, depending on the increase that can be obtained. The most amazing thing is, in just a few short months, someone from Phoenix Team 5 was promoted. His name is Uzumaki Liquor, and he is a remaining member of the Uzumaki clan. He was originally brought back by the Jonin team that escorted the caravan to the Land of Water. I never expected that he would have such a talent! Lanye also never expected, just out of compassion, he casually ordered that any encounters with the Uzumaki clan can be brought back to the sea-level permanent mission, but he was able to harvest a physical genius like Uzumaki Shu. Might Guy has already accepted him as a disciple and is training with Rock Lee, who is in Jonin school. This is already the 7th door of surprise, and the 8th door of death can touch the ceiling even if you try hard enough. As for whether he can rival the Emperor Guy in his most glorious moment, that's unknown. Phoenix 6 has no one, Phoenix 7 has Might Guy. As for Phoenix Team 8, This is the position Lanye reserved for those heroes who opened the 8th door of death and sacrificed their lives for the Fire Nation. At this point, nothing seems to be wrong. Lanye saw that it was getting late and got up to go home. After Nara saw Lanye leave, he also got up to go home early. With the help from various departments, he felt much more relaxed and could finally go home and continue having children with his wife. Elite Jonin gave birth to a child, but he was paid for an A- level mission. The Hokage Mansion, this place has been renamed the Daimyo Mansion, dedicated to Tianming's residence. Lanye has not returned yet. Tsunade and the other girls were about to come back, waiting for Lanye to come back and have dinner together. In the master bedroom, Yi Kang looked at Tsunade and Terumi and said confidently, "Then according to the bet, you can't show up at night for the next half-month. I will take Hong away later, and the name for this half-month will belong to me." Quote. Tsunade and Terumi looked at each other. Instead of showing any anger, he looked like he was watching a show. Half a month. As for Lanye's fighting power, you should listen to it first and then talk about it tonight. If you don't come to them to beg for mercy tomorrow, I'll count you as Yi Kanganai. That night, Lanye looked at the empty master bedroom, still confused. Suddenly, seeing Yi Kang push the door open and enter the house, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yi Kang said very boldly, "Tsunade and the others are gone. Now, except for Anbu, I am the only one in the Daimyo Mansion." Then, Yi Kang used her body, which was practiced in physical arts, to create a graceful dance. That beautiful back, that abundant capital, that beautiful profile. Hiss. This Yi Kang finally got the idea. Rabbit Charm, Armament Hockey, Horse Talisman Healing, Tiger Talisman to Yi Kang. 8 Inner Gates Formation. 2nd Gate Open. Daimyo, are you in love with me now? Of course, I'm already in love. That's good, are you coming again? Of course, they all talk about love. So what you said was 27. Yi Kang can't stand it. Battle Pain 6 Paths. 12K. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. Yi Kang regretted it very much. Lanye is so awesome. After breakfast the next day, after Lanye left humming a tune, Yi Kang quickly begged for mercy. 3 sisters, I was wrong. Yi Kang said aggrievedly with red eyes, should the bed be voided? Wrong, what's wrong? Tsunade said with a half smile. Let's go to the hot spring bath tonight, Terumi suggested with a smile. I'll bring another deck of cards so I can play all night. Tsunade nodded. Huh, Terumi was really interested this time. I really want to play cards with you, Sister Tsunade. Hey, what do you mean? Tsunade said angrily. How do you know that I will lose before we even play cards? This time I will definitely win back my money with profit. Yes, I will prepare enough principal, don't you think so, Hong? I just happened to have fallen in love with a set recently. Huh, what did you say, Hong? Tsunade's eyes were sharp. I just happened to have recently fallen in love with a bathrobe that suits you very well, Tsunade-sama. I will bring it to you tonight. Yuhi Hong quickly changed her words. Well, that's pretty much it. Watching the 3 girls finalize the evening's affairs. Yi Kang is in trouble and can't express it. But she who has already asked for mercy must continue to bow her head at this moment. She kind of couldn't do it. So, night, master bedroom, the desperate situation of reincarnation. Rabbit Charm, Armament Hockey, Horse Talisman Healing, Tiger Talisman to Yi Kang. 8 Inner Gates Formation. 2nd Gate Open. The next day, Hagura, Tsunade who looked unhappy, Terumi who was proud, and Kurenai Yuhi who was a little embarrassed, begged for mercy again. I really can't do it anymore. The daimyo is too. I was wrong. I will definitely comply with what the 3 sisters say in the future. Please be sure to stay in the Daiming's mansion tonight. Yi Zhong bowed his head completely. What arrogance. What's up? What comparison? What exclusivity? It turns out, although she has the capital, she doesn't have the ability. Lanye, it's so strong. Seeing that Yi Kang was completely convinced, Tsunade, who looked gloomy, was still a little unhappy. He lost too much last night. It's not that Terumi and Yuhi Kurenai have been pulling Tsunade to win money. The 2 girls felt guilty for winning early and said many times, let's just stop here for today. But Tsunade is not happy. Why? You want to run away after winning? I will definitely read the book and come again. If you don't take off my panties today, none of you will be able to leave. Then, Tsunade lost the bathrobe that Yuhi Hong just gave to Terumi. Now, Tsunade was very angry and thought about letting Yi Kang stand up for another night. Although Yi Kang is a bit straight when it comes to relationships, she is still very good at gathering intelligence. After all, she is a ninja who performs missions all year round. Yes, I also know that Tsunade will lose every bet, and combined with the situation last night, it's basically a guess. Seeing Tsunade with a bad look on her face, Yi Kang immediately took out the scroll he had prepared in advance and said, Sister Tsunade, this is my savings from carrying out missions over the years. I give it to you as a filial sister. Please do it tonight. Do come back and stay. Seeing that Yi Kang's attitude was so sincere, Tsunade found it hard to get angry. And, years of savings, there should be a lot, right? Tsunade was a little excited, but then she thought about how she, as the eldest sister in the harem, could collect the savings of Yi, the little 4. But I really want to take it. Tsunade had a change of thought and suggested, how can I ask for my sister's money? How about taking a gamble and guessing the size of the dice? She took out a dice cup from somewhere, shook it and smashed it on the table. Yi Kang is also on the road, he said directly. I guess it's a leopard. Okay, Tsunade shouted. Then I'll go small, said. She also looked at Terumi-mei and Kurenai Yuhi, and motioned for the two girls to follow suit. She not only wanted to get her money back, she also wanted to double it. Yuhi Hong is still a little embarrassed. Terumi-mei said bluntly. That's okay, my god. How much to bet? I won last night. Okay, Tsunade slapped the table. Purchase, let's go. 602766, leopard, kill them all. Yi Kang not only doubled his savings, but also won all of Terumi-mei's gains last night. Seeing Terumi-mei's face darken, Yi Kang couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Shouldn't it be? Pa, Terumi-mei smacked her hand. I forgot that Tsunade will lose every bet, but it's not just me and her. I made a mistake. Hong, you have thought of it a long time ago, right? You didn't remind me, quote. I didn't expect it either. Hong was a little innocent. Tsunade's face was all dark. How to fix this? It was Yi Kang who suggested. How about, coming again? Just me and Sister Tsunade. Okay, Tsunade responded immediately. How much pressure will you give this time? It's just me and the one who just won, even the leopard. Yi Kangjan said. She still doesn't believe it. No matter how much she wins, she presses as much as she wants, and she is the leopard in every hand. How can she keep winning? Facts have proved, it's always winning. 17. A total of 17 leopards. Yi Kang's savings were also turned over 17 times. It's a huge sum of money. Tsunade's hands trembled as he opened it, and with his last punch, he smashed the wonghuli that was used as a temporary gambling table. That made him furious. At last, Tsunade didn't dare to continue driving. Like a salted fish who had lost his dream, he wanted to leave the Daimyo mansion. Can Yi Kang agree? He hurriedly pulled Tsunade and said anxiously, Sister Tsunade, how about I give you everything I just won? How many days will you take my place? I really can't stand it anymore. I see, accompanying Lanye is indeed a physical job, so it's okay to get some money, right? Tsunade seemed to be making excuses for himself. Yeah, it's tiring. No problem. Yi Kang nodded vigorously. What do you say? Tsunade looked at Terumi-mei and Yuhi Hong. We stayed up all night last night, so we should have a beauty sleep today. Tsunade, you have to deal with Lanye by yourself. Terumi-mei said with a smile. Nagato came to the edge of the sky of hell under the leadership of Conan's paper release. Conan then used paper release to disguise himself as a giant tree, and then released Nagato's remote-controlled, reincarnation 6 paths. The 6 paths of heaven, Asura, human, animal, Keto, and hell are the 6 paths of reincarnation, also known as the 6 paths of pain. With the information provided by Black Zetsu and the others, they knew that it was impossible to sneak into Konoha Castle silently. There is no cover for the 6 paths of reincarnation. When approaching the tall walls of Konoha Castle, the puppet robot Shirato picked up the beast-dew and threw it towards Konoha City. Pain of Tendo then used Shinra Tensai to apply external force to fly it away. The animal path is like a cannonball. He was ejected into the sky above Konoha Castle. Before landing, he used the summoning technique to summon the other 5 people from Pain's 6 paths, and finally landed safely in Konoha Castle. At the same time, for such a blatant intrusion, there was no need to raise a warning barrier. Members of the patrolling Hyuga clan had discovered them early. I don't know if it's a coincidence. The location where Pain's 6 paths fell happened to be near the Challenge Dungeon Stone, and a group of Jonin were guarding here. The ticket alone required Elite Shunen's chakra. In addition to Elite Jonin, other ninjas entered copy space that is looking for abuse. Yes, Futu, who is queuing up, is of course a member of the Uchiha clan in the security department. He immediately stepped forward and asked, who is here? How dare you break into Konoha City like this? You must be captured immediately, otherwise you will not be shot. The leader, Pain, glanced at Fu Tai, raised his right hand and grabbed the air. Universal pull. Fu Dao was involuntarily pulled towards Pain by gravity. He was so frightened that he forgot to fight back for a moment. He was grabbed by the neck by Dao Huehu, and then pressed his forehead with his backhand. Heart dive, a technique that allows you to read other people's memories by pressing your hand on your head. The memory can be shared between the main body and other Pain. Pain searches for Lanye's location. Logically speaking, people controlled by this move may not even be able to struggle, and their consciousness will temporarily fall into chaos. But who is Futai, the only person in the ninja world who can passively defend himself with ice skills? Mangekyo illusion immunity gives him strong mental resistance. Even if he is controlled by heart submersible, he still has the power to act. White energy spurted out from his eyes, and the picture shows the first stage of Shizuo's skeleton pushing away the human path. Just about to continue the attack. However, Pain has already launched a new technique again. Shinra Tianjang. As if being hit hard, the rich white Susanoo was pushed back 10 meters by invisible repulsion, and Susanoo's feet plowed 2 furrows on the ground. He is a cage-level strongman. He has the limit of blood inheritance. Futai shouted. Security department, launch a color alarm. Behind, an Uchiha member took out a flare from his ninja bag and shot a red flare into the sky, hanging as brightly as a small sun in the sky. Ooh, woo. The enemy attack warning sound, which sounded like an air defense siren, resounded in the sky above Konoha City, waking up countless Konoha citizens in their dreams. But fortunately, Lanye casually mentioned the hazard drill, and Kazuma also completed it meticulously. All waking civilians. At most, he just picked up the valuable items nearby, put on his coat and ran to the shelter. The road was orderly, without crowds or stampedes, and Genin appeared to maintain order. As for ninjas above Chunin, they followed the guidance of the flare in the air and surrounded them in the direction of the war zone. As the only cage level in the frontal combat zone, Fudai is also doing his part. Holding the tower shield in a defensive position. What? Go and FK him. With his defensive abilities, he can easily bully Jonin, but forget about cage level. Still delaying time, let's wait until the other cage levels are killed. It is impossible for Pain to waste time with Fudai. They do not intend to make enemies of the entire Konoha City ninja. With the current combat power of Konoha, there is a possibility that more ants will bite Shinigami. After all, in the final analysis, these are just 6 remote-controlled puppets. Pain turned and grabbed another Chunin from a distance, trying to suck it in with universal pull. Call out. The giant blue arrow streaked across the dawning sky, flying straight towards Pain. It's the arrow shot from Izumi Susanoo's bow. But, Pain still had no intention of stopping, and the Chunin was still flying towards his hand. On the contrary, the animal path has taken action. Summoning technique. Stone Panda. A giant stone statue in the shape of a panda appeared, withstood an arrow that was enough to penetrate a small mountain peak, and then disappeared together with the arrow. Seeing that Chunin was about to be intercepted by the human world again, he read the information. Fu Dao, who has had personal experience, of course cannot sit idly by. Boom. He actually threw Susanoo's tower shield, inserted it into the path that Chunin must pass through, and blocked Pain's universal pull. Pain glanced at the hill like White Susan, with a murderous look in his eyes. This thing is so annoying. The animal path takes action again. Summoning technique Hell Crab, summoning technique Chameleon, summoning technique Split Dog, summoning technique Yatakarasu. The size of each summoning beast is actually about the same size as the rich Susanoo. The rich state could only stop the Hell Crab, and they were hammering each other, but no one could end the fight. The rich Susanoo thief could resist the Hell Crab's claws, but it did not cause any damage. Do not open the shell of the Hell Crab. There's a deadlock here. Izumi, who was just coming, was also stopped by the Split Dog. Izumi took advantage of the distance and drew her bow to shoot an arrow, hitting the Split Dog who couldn't dodge. The Split Dog split into 2 heads and one smaller one. The 3-headed splitting dogs continued to rush towards Izumi. After being damaged, the Split Dog will split into more Split Dogs. It is almost impossible to kill them. Only by destroying the summoning will they disappear or be sealed. And obviously, Izumi's combat power all depends on Mangekyo, and there are not necessarily many ninjutsu above B level that can be used smoothly, let alone complex sealing techniques. Sealing technique cannot be copied using Sharingan, you must have the corresponding foundation. As for the elimination of summoning, that is, the way of animals. It split into 6 split dogs, which bit Susanoo's left and right hands respectively, leaving 2 heads free to bite her head where the main body was. I was trapped for a short time. No way, this is the end of the lack of fighting experience. If you want to replace it with an experienced Fugaku or Weasel, you won't be entangled with this split dog. The 2 Susanoos were easily entangled by the 2 summoning beasts. The remaining 2 chameleons and Yatagata require all the ninjas of Konoha to fight against them. Nara Shikaku, who wanted to ravage Danzo before going to work, used the shadow imitation technique to control the chameleon that was about to rush into the crowd, but then the color of the chameleon's body changed. The transformation is almost the same as the surrounding environment, and the shadow is also camouflaged. The shadow imitation technique lost its target on the spot. What a pity, Nara Shikaku said helplessly. Although its shadow is there, it just can't be caught. Dingzo, give it to me, Akamaiki Tingzo shouted violently and used super expansion jutsu, transforming into a giant that was taller than Fudai. Following the guidance of Nara Shikaku, he took the seemingly empty air, hugged the bear in his arms and pounded it hard with his physical fist, for no other reason than to give the chameleon a camouflage state. With a goal, Yamanaka Hai, who had already been trapped for a long time, relied on years of tacit understanding and immediately used the heart turn technique to occupy the chameleon's body, and then clumsily drove it to eject its tongue. Wrapped around the legs of the Yata bird in the sky, and pulled it down to the ground with the help of Akamaiki Dingza. This behemoth must not be allowed to leave the war zone. This is Konoha City, and there are countless civilians living there. If we let it cause trouble, the consequences are unimaginable. At this time, Pain's 6 paths also dispersed and rushed into the crowd, mainly to make room for Pain, otherwise he would not be able to use his heavenly power at full power. The beast path continues, summoning other summoning beasts. But in terms of size, they are not as big as the 4 just now. Although they are close to 10 meters in height, several Jonin can still fight together. Shiradao's predecessor was a puppet master, and his body was also transformed into something similar to a scorpion. Only, most of his weapons are modern, fire weapons. Weird wrist rocket. Concentrate the chakra on the incision and use a small-scale explosion to get the propulsion force to launch the wrist. The destructive force generated can easily smash the earth flow wall, and use chakra. The protected wrist is also intact, and the incision chakra is like a magnet to attract the wrist and can be put back on again. If the attack Jonin had not used the body replacement technique, in time, he would have died on the spot. 5-finger missile. Separate your wrist from your arm, pull out a string of rockets from the cut in your arm, aim at the sky and launch them towards the crowd. People are everywhere and you can't dodge them. You can only use defensive ninjutsu. Chakra is consumed. After 2 rounds of bombing, Shirodao uses Rinnegan's ability to summon various weapons and install them on his body. He rushes into the crowd and uses physical skills beyond the limits of human beings. A careful confrontation. Mechanism armor. Compared with the random killings of Shirodao, the human path follows the Shira path, and the Hell path captures a seriously injured ninja, allowing the human path to read the information he needs. Hungry Kido shouted for the way of the world, withstood the bombardment of ninjutsu, and absorbed and neutralized its chakra. At the same time, all of Pain's 6 paths and Nagato also received the latest intelligence about Lanye, as well as most of his abilities. Phoenix 6 styles, 8 inner gates, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, the famous mansion. The piercing siren woke Lanye up a long time ago. The situation is urgent and he still doesn't know the details. He asked Tsunade and the other girls to stay at the Daimyo mansion. Last night's battle had consumed most of their energy. It might not be a good thing to join the war at this moment. I am preparing to use the free spell to rush to the war zone. The system issued the choice first. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Ignore it, go back and continue sleeping with women, and let the Konoha shinobi solve the crisis. Reward. Water attribute chakra nature transformation 1. Option 2. Battlefield training, let the ninjas of Konoha grow in the 6 paths with pain. Reward. Wind attribute chakra nature transformation, ×1. Option 3. Take the lead, follow the example of Uzumaki Naruto and Pain's 6 paths duel, and show off your own strength. Reward. Fire attribute chakra nature transformation, ×1. Option 4. Go straight to Wonglong, find out where Nagato is hiding, and confront his body directly. Reward. Thunder attribute chakra nature transformation, ×1. Option 5. Surrender without mercy, go to where Nagato is hiding, and choose to surrender with Nagato's body. Reward. Earth attribute chakra nature transformation, ×1. Well, it turned out to be Nagato attacking. Lanye thought about it for a moment. This option 5 is definitely eliminated. Choice 1 and choice 2 are in conflict. Choice 2 and choice 3 are also in conflict. But options 2 and 4 are not in conflict. 2. Although he can't shadow clone, he has the Tiger Talisman. The Tiger Talisman was originally used to reconcile yin and yang, so that the magic power of all the talismans blends and balances each other. But the holder can also be divided into 2 personalities with different personalities. They exist as independent individuals. At the same time, the spell will split into 2 halves on 2 people and can emit energy remotely. Lanye also tried it. The 2 Lanye separated by the Tiger Talisman have the same abilities and thoughts, but their physique, haki, energy, chakra, etc. are divided into 2 halves. But, he planned to assign the evil body to Konoha City, and there was a high probability that he would not need to participate in the battle. Then Shan Shen can bring most of the charms and go talk to Pain. You don't have to fight when you're in front, but can't you just talk? After deciding, Lanye immediately said, System, I choose 2 and 4. The selection is successful, and the rewards, Wind-style Chakra Nature Transformation, and Lightning-style Chakra Nature Transformation, have been distributed. Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation, chakra changes in 2 ways, form change and nature transformation. Now you can make chakra as sharp as a blade, able to cut through anything. Pieces. When used on the chakra blade, the cutting power will be maximized, and it will have the most offensive power at medium and close ranges. Used to perform wind-style ninjutsu will increase the cutting damage of wind-style. Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation, chakra changes in 2 ways, form change and nature transformation. Now you can make chakra lightning fast and numb. Adding it to metal weapons will increase the lethality and electric shock effect. Lightning-style ninjutsu used to perform medium and long-distance diffusion will greatly increase the radiation range and damage. All the knowledge about wind and thunder attribute chakra nature transformation was quickly digested by Lanye. Just make some adjustments. He will be able to use the S-rank wind-style forbidden technique of wind-style spiral shuriken, in conjunction with the previously awarded Rasengan. If Rasengan is added to the thunder attribute chakra nature transformation, there should be interesting changes. But now is not the time for testing. Lanye used the rabbit charm to cross half of Konoha City in an instant and arrived at the outskirts of the war zone. Then used the Tiger Talisman to divide it into 2 Lanye. The Lanye on the left has fierce eyes, while the Lanye on the right has peaceful eyes. The good body Lanye on the right nodded kindly to the evil body Lanye on the left, and then cast the magic-free spell and disappeared. Brush, brush, brush. A series of sounds broke through the air, and Might Guy, Kakashi and other elite jonin who came over all teleported to the side of the evil body Lanye. See the name, everyone said in unison. Stupid. Evil body Lanye frowned and scolded. The enemy is most likely coming for my name. Are you shouting so loudly because you are worried that they won't hear? This subordinate is guilty. Everyone hurriedly confessed, still shouting, "It's so stupid." The evil body Lanye popped up the word, hash, on his forehead and directly ordered, "This pain 6 paths is Rinnegan's ability, and that one is covered in weapons." Named Shiradao, he transformed himself into a puppet. "Kakashi, you have enough insight to stop him with 3 elite Jonin. Remember, including summoning's eyes, their field of vision is shared." Quote, "It's the name." Kakashi and 3 elite Jonin stood up and performed teleportation. Shu left. Now, everyone noticed that the Daimyo seemed a little different today. "Might Guy, did you see that one that can absorb ninjutsu? That's Hungry Kido, it will absorb the enemy's chakra. Ninjutsu and illusion are ineffective against it. You stop him with Uzumaki wine, little. Their vision is shared." Quote, "It's the name. Hyuga Hiyashi, the man next to Kido is from the Hell Realm and doesn't have many abilities. You take Hyuga Hazashi to lure him away, leave the war zone here, and let the sealing squad seal him. It's the name. Aburame Shuei and Inazuka Kane, the person pressing the person's head is a human being. His ability is to forcefully read the target's brain information and extract the enemy's soul to make him die on the spot. Let's use Summoning Beast to engage in combat, and avoid physical melee combat." Quote, "It's the name. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that woman who knows the summoning technique is a beast, and her ability is to summon all kinds of summoning beasts. With 10 elite Jonin, kill her as quickly as possible. It's the name. All other Konoha shinobi obey the command, the male Tendo in the target field, ninjutsu saturation bombing. All Earth style, Water style Grandmaster, prepared to defend ninjutsu. It's a daimyo." In a few words, the evil body Lanye, who is familiar with the abilities of Pain's 6 paths, arranges all of Pain's 6 paths clearly. The biggest scene is Tiandao Pain, the ninjutsu bombardment performed by a group of Jonin and elite Shunin, all of which started out as B level, and the fire-style Great Fireball technique, spouts of C level were all embarrassing. The daimyo personally commanded, but you put in this little effort. Lightning-style Ground Walk, Wind-style Vacuum Dayama, Fire-style Howlong Fire technique. The massive bombardment of ninjutsu from the 3 elements of thunder, wind, and fire forced Tiandao Pain to use the Shinra Tensai to deflect all close ninjutsu. But, evil body Lanye prepared water and earth-style defensive ninjutsu in advance just for this moment. Earth-style water-style water flow connects to the wall. Earth-style earth shore return. Water-style turbulent waves. The massive amount of defensive ninjutsu not only blocked the rebounded ninjutsu, but also the Shinra Tensai, used by the hard-hitting Kurura Bureau caused the ground to clear a small depression that was almost a kilometer away. District. Large-scale abilities such as Super Shinra Tianjang need to be accumulated in advance. And during the CD time of Tiandao Pain's Shinra Tensai. Without the evil body, the Konoha shinobi who were ordered to stop by Lanye were already forming seals and releasing ninjutsu as fast as they could, and the massive amounts of thunder, fire, and wind ninjutsu swallowed up Tendo Pain. Of course, the other 5 members of Pen's 5 Ways also want to come to rescue you, but they are being watched closely by the people arranged by the evil body Lanye. How can they let you go? Even when the animal path wanted to form a seal to summon Tendo Pain, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the risk of serious injury and handed her back to Shinosuke to use the extended strike of the golden hoop to interrupt her summoning technique. Yes, Pain Tendo, who erased Konoha Village with 1 blow, in the original work, was scrapped in the saturation bombing. The other 5 paths of Pain also have too much time to take care of themselves. Asura Dao is under Kakashi's Mangekyo, and any tendentious fire bombardment will be foreseen and dodged by him in advance. Through the battle fighting layout, he and the other 3 elite Jonin used their position and terrain to limit Shirato's dodge space. Mangekyo Kamui, just 1 blow, the Shiradao was twisted into a twist, and most of the body disappeared, leaving only the upper body, which Kakashi deliberately left behind. The name of the mosquito-repellent insensei is Rinnegan, which should be the very precious pupil technique blood inheritance limit. Hungry Kido follows the path of his companions. Might Guy opened the 7th gate, and Uzumaki opened the 5th gate. Although their movement speed did not exceed Rinnegan's dynamic vision, Kido could not keep up with the attack speed of the 2. If you guard against Might Guy, you will lose Uzumaki Wine, and vice versa. The 2 of them don't have chakra for Kido to absorb. They both use chakra-enhanced physical skills, and what they do is pure fists, which deal proper, physical damage. Want to capture someone and drain them of chakra? Let's not talk about whether we can catch it or not. Just by catching one person, can the other person just sit back and watch? Then, Hungry Kido was smashed into scrap metal by a barrage of fists, and his head was screwed off. Human World has the ability to extract the enemy's soul at close range, but his opponents are Aburame Shuei, who uses insects, and Inazuka Kane, who uses ninja dogs. The body strictly follows the evil body blue. Yi's instructions stopped a long way away. What can humanity do? His abilities are mainly soul and spiritual, and he is positioned to collect intelligence. What can he do? The body was filled with parasites from Aburame Shuei, and then the ninja dog of Jin Inazuka pulled out the black stick controlled by Nagato remotely, and his body lay on the ground. The Hell Path is used to resurrect other damaged 5 paths of pain, and its combat power is inferior to that of the human path. It was very difficult to face Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi, and they were knocked down in a few blows. Then the sealing team swarmed up and sealed them. All that's left is a beast. What can she do? Facing the encirclement and suppression by a group of Konoha shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best not to give her a chance to form a seal, and was eventually torn into pieces all over the ground. Easily, Ko. The other end, Lanye drove the sea-hearing color Haki, used the snake charm to become invisible and drove the chicken charm to fly in the sky, and then used the rabbit charm to quickly circle around the outside of Konoha City. I just found the big tree disguised with paper escape. Hey, this may be the reason why ordinary players hate cheating players. Shanshin Lanye said with emotion. Although he doesn't know the current battle situation with the evil body Lanye, but based on his understanding of Pain's 6 paths abilities, there must be no problem with so many Konoha shinobi being driven by him. Remove invisibility. Shanshin Lanye stood in front of the paper tree, and said warmly, Nagato, let's talk. Shanshin Lanye is not worried about Nagato using planetary devastation at all. The distance here is so close, he can't seal himself away, right? After a few seconds, the tree of paper finally dispersed. Nagato, who was sitting upright on the instrument with black stick stuck in his back, was as skinny as a stick. In his sunken eyes was Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, who was also beating at the moment. Standing on the stage with good body and blue spit. Beside Nagato, it was Conan who looked alertly. Although he was obscured by the red clouds in his black robe, Haki, who was good at Lanye's sight and hearing, was able to scan interesting data. It turned out to be right. Ahem. Good body Lanye is now a good-hearted personality, so he is a little embarrassed about this kind of prying. He blushed slightly and said, Hey, hello Nagato, my name is Shihuen Lanye, I am the current Daimyo of the Fire Country and the Hokage of Konoha. Why do you know me? Nagato frowned and his voice was hoarse. It seems that he has not spoken for many years, and Rinnegan has placed a heavy burden on him, so his vocal cords have deteriorated somewhat. You don't seem to be in good health. Shanshin Lanye said worriedly, would you like me to treat you? It should also help you regain your ability to walk. Is it treatment, or taking the opportunity to attack? Nagato sneered. You'd better just stand there, otherwise. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing you can do. Lanye said helplessly. Actually, we are not enemies. Your ideal is world peace. In a way, peace. The goal of my body is the same. Quote, original body. Nagato Rinnegan shrank. What do you mean? You mean you are a clone now? He doesn't believe it. How could there be a clone technique that Rinnegan couldn't see through? It doesn't look normal. After all, my current ability does not belong to this world. Lanye explained. Nagato, I have a lot of information to share with you. Including the real cause of Yahiko's death and the secret behind the so-called Eye of the Moon. Shanshin Lanye suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes locked on the black shadow in the woods in the distance, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. He had obviously used Yin Escape to eliminate all his aura, so how could he be discovered? As everyone knows, seeing and hearing colors Haki doesn't care what kind of aura you are, he just identifies the target based on its outer outline. Telephone. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Kill Black Zetsu. Reward. 10% mastery of the power of Yang Escape, times 1. Option 2. Capture Black Zetsu alive. Reward. 15% mastery of the power of Yin Escape, times 1. Choice 3. Convince Black Zetsu. Reward. Sage Mode 99% mastery, times 1. Is this still a choice? Whether it's Lanye's, kindness, or the maximization of interests. You have to choose 2 or 3. If the selection is successful, the rewards, 15% mastery of Yin Escape power, and 99% mastery of Sage Mode, have been distributed. 15% mastery of the power of Yin Escape. The ultimate and 6 paths level energy existence of the power of Yin Escape can evolve the unique pupil technique of the Otsutsuki clan to qualitatively change its form and ability of transformation. Even just 15% mastery is enough to unlock Rinnegan Tenseigen. Sage Mode 99% mastery. By absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to create Senjutsu Chakra, you can gain the power of your own ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusions. A huge improvement. After using Sage Mode, the body will undergo certain changes. Only Sage Mode with eyeshadow is complete. With 99% mastery, you can already unlock almost flawless Sage Mode. Because the current good body Lanye is not the original body, the rewards are not distributed directly as usual, but can be withdrawn later. Seeing Black Zetsu going underground again, Lanye, the good body, had already used the rabbit charm to dodge in front of him, and then opened his hand to release an ability, the desperate situation of reincarnation. Buzz. The ripples of space spread out, isolating Black Zetsu from the space on the ground, leaving only Shanshin Lanye and him appearing in a different space. The ability of space. Black Zetsu was completely shocked. Is it the ability to capture Danzo? I thought it was similar to the Nara clan's escape. I don't know if you are looking for me, Daimyo. Do you have any orders? Black Zetsu can't do anything after seeing things, so he has to give in first. After all, his combat power is really negligible, let alone breaking this alien space. Even the good body Lanye in front of him is far from his opponent. Pity. Although Shanshin Lanye is full of good intentions, he also knows what Black Zetsu is. He regretted. Black Zetsu, you have been planning for thousands of years just to save your mother. You can be called the most filial son in the ninja world. Who are you? Black Zetsu screamed. Are you from that BD Hagoromo? Or are you a descendant of Hamura on the moon? How dare you 3.8 betray your mother? Damn it, obviously. For someone to reveal a secret he had hidden for thousands of years, Black Zetsu determined that Shanshan Lanye must have been instructed by his eldest brother or second brother. I'm not from the Otsutsuki clan. Lanye smiled and said, but you. Then who are you? What do you want to do? Black Zetsu said coldly, although he is very weak, it is basically impossible to defeat Lanye. But he still has the pride of being a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Even if you die in the end. At any rate, it would be a more dignified death. Shanshan Lanye was interrupted one after another and did not get angry. He still smiled and said, we are also not enemies. Regarding Otsutsuki Kagaya, my body will also release her in the future. Really? Black Zetsu was surprised at first, then questioned, why do you want me to believe you? Well, I'm sorry, although it's a bit rude to say this, but I seem to be able to do it now. Lanye used armament haki and touched it. The fist makes a sonorous sound of gold and iron. What can Black Zetsu do? Of course, let's find out first. What do you need me to do? Answer me a few questions, and then persuade Nagato with me. After the main body unifies the ninja world, the main body will release Otsutsuki Kagaya. Your so-called true body has unified the ninja world, and you will resurrect my mother. I don't believe it. Black Zetsu concluded. Do you think that the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya will affect my ability to rule the ninja world, so you won't resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya? If not, but, do you know how vast the world outside the ninja world is? Shanshan Lanye explained with a smile. Your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is actually Otsutsuki from another planet. She just comes to this planet to plant sacred trees, also known as 10 tails, to devour the energy of this planet, and then she will go to the next planet, and the cycle begins again and again. Otsutsuki Kagaya just doesn't want to. In this way, that's why I ate the fruit of the sacred tree, possessed chakra, Rinnegan, and Tensegan, and transformed people from the previous ninja world into white Zetsu, in order to reserve an army to wait for the future. Come, the Otsutsuki clan found out that she had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, so they would not just wait to die. Then the stories you know happened. Quote, Black Zetsu was a little confused. After he was created by Otsutsuki Kagaya using yin escape, he only carried the will to make a seal with his mother, and the escape technique of the best concealment in the ninja world. These previous histories, even Otsutsuki Hagoromo might not be able to know, right? Yeah, how do I know what you said is true? How do you know this history? Black Zetsu questioned again. If Lanye were here, where would he have the time to talk nonsense with you? Give it a good beating first. But this is Lanye, a kind-hearted person. So Shanshan Lanye still explained patiently. Beyond the planet, there is also a vast universe, just like the sea outside the ninja world. It is truly vast and has no boundaries. Otsutsuki Kagaya comes from the Otsutsuki clan, and you can get the fruits of the sacred tree by planting the sacred tree. The ethnic group I belong to can predict a certain future, and a very small number of people can participate in it, such as me. I even know your future plan. Let Nagato start the war, collect the 9-tailed beasts, then use impure world reincarnation to summon Uchiha Madara, and then use Rinne Tensai technique to revive him. Uchiha Obito is Uchiha Madara's backup. Uchiha Madara will become 10 tails Jinchuriki, advance to the 6 paths level, and open infinite Tsukuyomi. But in fact, your plan of Black Zetsu will really unfold at this time. You are going to sacrifice Uchiha Madara, open the space of the first sphere, and release your mother who was sealed in the moon. Oh, by the way, you still claim to be the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will. I have to say that Uchiha Madara is too conceited to believe such outrageous things. Shanshan Lanye's meal spoilers. Anyone who undergoes Black Zetsu surgery is confused. I won the prize. This guy actually knows his full plan. It would be fine if he knew about the Eye of the Moon plan from Uchiha Madara or someone else. But even the follow-up plan that only Black Zetsu himself knew was revealed. There is no other explanation other than predicting the future, as Shanshan Lanye said. At this time, Shanshan Lanye urged, we have been talking for a long time. I am worried that Nagato and the others will leave. You still have the last half-minute to think about it. Should you choose to believe me or be sealed by me? What can Black Zetsu do? Of course he chose. 28. Everyone surrenders. Jiraiya defected. 8K. Shanshan Lanye urged, do you choose to believe me, or are you sealed by me? What can Black Zetsu do? Whether he believes it or not. Anyway, choose to believe first and gain a certain degree of freedom, and then you will still have room to operate no matter what. If it is sealed, then it's completely out of control. Yes. Black Zetsu immediately changed his face and said in a good voice, I didn't expect it to be a starry sky existence on the same level as my mother, so I rely on you to rescue my mother. Although you say so, we still need to have the necessary defensive measures. Shanshan Lanye said, I need to give you some measures, and I will eliminate them after you encounter the main body. Yes, this is what it should be. Black Zetsu nodded hurriedly. The face is as dark as a shadow gang, with no negative emotions visible. Lanye, the good body, didn't do that. He fired the beam of the monkey charm and transformed Black Zetsu into a teacup dog with a black face. Only by holding it in the palm of his hand did he cancel the reincarnation desperate situation. Facing me was another pile of paper. Lanye, the good body, easily used the rabbit charm to get out of the way. He looked at Konan, who was concentrating on where he left, and smiled kindly. There's no rush to fight, let's have a chat first. Get you, Nagato wants to know anything. Konan put on a poker face and had murderous eyes. That's it, but you can't catch me. Observation Haki saw Nagato about to make a sneak attack. Good body Lanye had no choice but to activate the rabbit talisman, and disappeared in the same place again, passing by Nagato's universal pull. Only this time, Shanshan Lanye did not dodge anymore, but appeared next to Nagato. Nagato is obviously aware of it, but his body is restricted and cannot dodge, and the ability of Tiandao has only been used just now, and he cannot use Shinra Tensai to deflect Shanshan Lanye. Seeing the good body, Lanye's hand was already about to rest on Nagato's shoulder. Nagato immediately used the ability of Hungry Kido to devour all the chakra of Lanye. In Nagato's mind, the opponent without chakra would not be too strong. However, the Nagato chakra has indeed absorbed a lot, but it is far from the point of sucking up Shanshan Lanye dry, even if it is only 50% of the main body. With the infinite recovery of the horse talisman and sheep talisman, Shanshan Lanye's chakra can be nearly infinitely manufactured. And just when Nagato's heart clicked, he was about to change to the ability of Human World. But it was a shocking discovery. His body, which was originally weak, suddenly gained energy. Even his legs, which had not been felt for many years, also had a sore and swollen reaction. Shanshan Lanye actually cured him. Nagato was not only shocked by Shanshan Lanye's medical ninjutsu, but he was also shocked that Shanshan Lanye really had no hostility. Thinking, Nagato's Human World soul extraction ability has been activated, and Lanye's hand on his shoulder is about to extract his soul. Nagato originally wanted to cancel. As Shanshan Lanye reports on his healing, you can listen to what he has to say. B. Invalid. The soul extracting ability of Human Dao was unable to shake the good body Lanye in the slightest. It was like a cow sinking into a sea of mud without causing any waves. And Shanshan Lanye also relaxed his hands, and his evaluation of the sheep talisman was even higher. Just now, it was the sheep talisman that automatically protected the Lord, eliminating the soul extraction of the Human World. Shanshan Lanye stood silent. Nagato's Tiandao also finished cooling down, but also did not launch an attack. This made Konan, who was rushing to help Nagato, stop in confusion. What's going on with these two people? We can talk now, Shanshan Lanye said gently. You should also know that I really have no hostility. 19 inches. What do you want to say? Nagato's voice was no longer hoarse, but even a little mellow. This is the heaven-defying of horse talisman, no matter how serious your injury is or how difficult your old illness is to cure. With just a touch of a small hand, all illnesses can be cured. Then let's talk about the real reason for Yahiko's death first. You should be very interested in it, Lanye said. As expected, Nagato and Konan both looked at Lanye, waiting for his next words. After Jiraiya taught the three of you ninja, you founded the Akatsuki organization with Yahiko as the leader, determined to create world peace without resorting to extreme force. Although this idea seemed stupid to me, it was still there at the time. Many people agree with your ideas, and your organization is gradually growing and becoming famous, including Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Shinobi Village. The trend is to be on equal footing. Quote, at this time, someone noticed you, and that was Shimura Danzo. Mention this name. Both Nagato and Konan's expressions changed slightly, obviously thinking about their recruitment of Danzo. But the two of them were calm and did not speak rashly. Shanshan Lanye continued to tell. At that time, the Kingdom of Rain was a war zone between the three villages of Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi. Danzo would not allow peace in the Kingdom of Rain, so he secretly instigated Hanzo of the Salamander to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo of the Salamander is also afraid that the expansion of your power will threaten his own dominance, so he deceived you and said that he wanted to use your power to propose a peaceful negotiation proposal to the three major ninja villages. You also know what happened next. It was a trap, and you died there. After Lanye finished speaking, Nagato and Konan remained silent for a long time, as silent as stone sculptures. After a few minutes, Konan said, why should we believe you? Why? Shanshan Lanye said helplessly. With my current ability and current distance, if I want to do something, you can't stop me, but I can't. Of course, Danzo's soul is in Konoha City. Later, Nagato, you can use your human power to take a look. But don't kill his soul completely. Danzo has offended many people in Konoha, so he should be used as a punching bag for them. Konan did not continue to question. This is not only an affirmation of Lanye's rude words before, but also because if the second half of the sentence is a lie, it will be exposed immediately and has no meaning. Nagato and Konan fell silent again. They actually recruited the culprit who once killed Yahiko into the Akatsuki organization to provide him with shelter from Konoha's pursuit. This, Shanshan Lanye accompanied him very understandingly and looked at Konan leisurely, purely out of admiration. For a long time, Nagato asked solemnly, as for Yahiko's idea of creating world peace without resorting to extreme force, it is indeed stupid. Then what do you think is the best way? Is the group the most feasible? Anyway, it's not about making the world feel pain or anything. Shanshan Lanye spread his hands. Replacing violence with violence will only intensify hatred. Just like if Danzo was standing in front of you now, you wouldn't think about killing Danzo. Then Danzo's friends would. I'm sad, but I will try my best to kill him. Nagato thought for a few seconds and began to question his thoughts. Is it really reasonable to cause the world to feel pain? In the past, it was Nagato who fell into paranoia, but there was no one who could persuade him to listen, and Obito's mental illness was provoking it. Nagato is the one with such paranoid thoughts. Now there is Lanye who can easily eliminate pain's 6 paths and find his true identity quietly. In just a few words, Nagato suddenly becomes enlightened. But Nagato is not someone who is easily persuaded. He continued to ask, then what are your thoughts? To influence the world with love. Although I really want to give it a try, my main body will definitely not execute it. Shanshin Lanye shook his head regretfully. According to my main body's intention, only great unification can bring peace to the world. Unification, Nagato murmured. Yes, great unification, Shanshan Lanye said with a smile. As long as the entire ninja world can be under the rule of my body, then even if there are small conflicts, like jealousy among ninja villages, they will not turn into ninjas. War-level conflicts. Nagato, look at Konoha that I govern, and then look at Rain Shinobi village that you manage. Will they be divided into several factions and destroy all lives? What a concise and clear metaphor. How? An incredible method. Even Nagato had never thought about unification. After all, although he owns the Rinnegan, in the final analysis he is still weak, and even starting the Tailed Beast weapon project requires a little bit of planning. Unify the ninja world. He is not nearly enough. But Lanye is different. He is the most powerful daimyo of the Fire Nation among the 5 major nations. He is the Hokage who can manage Konoha Village, which is on the verge of collapse, into the strongest ninja village. At the same time, he can easily deal with Nagato and is as strong as or even surpasses the former god of ninja. He has the confidence to talk about great unification. And this also opened up a new world for Nagato. Can peace be fought through war first? Compared with the grand unification, it was handed over to Lanye to manage. There's something wrong with Nagato's so-called, let the world feel pain. Nagato, who had been a little paranoid before, now that I have suddenly sobered up, think about this, Tailed Beast weapon plan, which violently suppresses countries and allows them to experience the pain of war, and then know the beauty of peace. It's a bit taken for granted. If you really want to do that, perhaps in a short period of time, because of his unparalleled fighting power, everyone will do what he wants. But what happens after he dies? Think about how wonderful the ninja world was when Senju Hashirama was alive, but when he died, the ninja war started. This moment, Nagato, who was led astray by Obito, has a tendency to be persuaded by Lanye. After changing my mind, Nagato also successively figured out many loopholes in the past. The mystery of Yahiko's death, the suspiciousness of the Uchiha clan who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Even Black Zetsu, who seems inconspicuous but always instills in him the idea of, let the world feel my pain. All kinds of things. It was as if there was an invisible pusher who had arranged everything for him early on. Have you thought of it? Shanshan Lanye smiled and said, your fate was already arranged when you were targeted by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, is he really Uchiha Madara? Nagato questioned, are you talking about Madara who plays tricks in front of you? Shanshan Lanye said with a smile. That's Runtu. Oh, that's Uchiha Obito, one of the backup people arranged by Uchiha Madara, specifically, Black Zetsu. Tell me about it. At this time, it was Nagato and Konan who noticed the black-faced teacup dog that Lanye had on hand. Why did the dog's face look so much like Black Zetsu? And when the black-faced teacup dog spoke, it turned out to be Black Zetsu's accent. Can make others transform. Ninjutsu. Even Nagato's Rinnegan couldn't figure out how to do it. Nagato couldn't help but take a deep look at Shanshin Lanye again. Who is he? Or, still human, but with Black Zetsu accepting his fate, and starting from the story of Otsutsuki Kagaya and 2 unfilial sons, Nagato no longer cared to think about the problem of Shanshin Lanye. This moment, his understanding of the ninja world was once again refreshed. Sage of 6 Paths turns out to be unfilial son. Black Zetsu is actually the younger brother of Sage of 6 Paths. Hiding for thousands of years just to wait for an opportunity to expose his mother. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are powerful just because they are the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. It turns out that the Rinnegan he relied on was awakened by Uchiha Madara, and it was Uchiha Madara who was behind the killing of his parents by the Konoha shinobi. Uchiha Obito is the black glove, chosen by Uchiha Madara. Too much information. Nagato and Konan were a little confused for a while and didn't know how to deal with it. Konan even questioned, Black Zetsu, are you telling the truth? Or, are you still Black Zetsu? Although Danzo's distinguished heavenly god's Mangekyo has fallen into darkness, there is another distinguished heavenly god's Mangekyo. Nagato also looked at Shanshin Lanye to see how he would explain. Shanshan Lanye shrugged and said, the Danzo one was actually restored by my body, and together with the other one, they are now at Orochimaru's place. If Fugaku's Mangekyo is fused to Itachi, then Fugaku will the pair of Mangekyo. By the way, Black Zetsu, is Eternal Mangekyo a transplant or a fusion? It's fusion, but it's not the fusion of eyeballs, but the fusion of pupil power. Black Zetsu said honestly, oh, then can you, okay, tell Orochimaru your method later. Quote. Nagato quickly made a decision this time. I still don't believe it, except. His black and white Rinnegan stared at Black Zetsu, obviously having some thoughts. Shanshan Lanye is also straightforward. He handed over the teacup dog Black Zetsu directly, indicating that Nagato could do whatever he wanted. Nagato holds down Black Zetsu and uses the ability of Human World to read his memory. Black Zetsu, what can he do? I have no fighting ability, so my dog's head is rubbed casually. But for my mother, he can. Then, the Project Tasuki no Mi, that Black Zetsu didn't mention just now, and the plan to use Nagato's Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara and then resurrect his mother, were also read by Nagato. There was a moment, Nagato really wanted to use Shinra Tensai to crush Black Zetsu, but seeing Lanye's kind smile, Nagato suppressed the urge. If all this is true, so, Shanshan Lanye's original body is the only hope for peace in the ninja world. After a long time, Nagato pulled back his hand and nodded to Konan. Then he said, I don't know what you plan to do with us, but if possible, I am willing to contribute to your unification, but I have several conditions. Okay, I agreed. Shanshan Lanye clapped his hands. Don't you want to listen first? If you can take action for the sake of peace in the ninja world, how can you have any evil intentions? Shanshan Lanye said matter-of-factly. He did think so. It is so easy for a kind personality to trust people. But precisely because of this, Nagato was somewhat touched by this unconditional trust. He pursed his lips and said, my conditions are, 1. I hope that the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization can be accepted by Konoha as much as possible. 2. This Black Zetsu will be handed over to my care. I am worried that he will cause trouble again after he escapes. What happened? 3. I need to spend half a day to challenge the Dungeon Stone. 4. If Uchiha Madara is summoned in the future, I will fight first. 17. Very good, very reasonable, no problem, I agree. Lanye, a good person, came with 4 waves. Nagato nodded with satisfaction, then used Black Zetsu's dog paw to take off his Zon ring and handed it to Lanye. After the good body Lanye puts it on, it was then that the Phantom Lantern technique was used, and the figures of Scorpion, Kakuzu, and Inagaki Kisame lit up one after another. Kakuzu just appeared. When I saw Lanye's magic lantern body, my eyeballs popped out. What's going on, Deputy Chief? Did you recruit this one as well? Kakuzu looked at Konan and said in disbelief. This is the fierce man who blasted out the Hell's Sinkhole. He actually became his accomplice. As for Nagato, feel sorry, not familiar with it, don't know it. Ahem, Nagato said seriously. I am your real leader, Uzumaki Nagato. Pain before was just my puppet. Kakuzu and the other 3 looked at Konan in surprise. Seeing that she did not refute, she also remained silent. Nagato continued. As for the tailed beast weapon plan, I mentioned before, I found that there are big loopholes in this plan. Next, I will lead the Akatsuki organization into Konoha. Are any of you willing to follow me? Can you continue to let me make money? Angle asked first. Nagato looked at Lanye, a good person, with a questioning look. Good body Lanye thought for a moment. Although Kakuzu loves money, he is not a stingy person. In the end, although Konan's billion detonation talisman was made by her using paper escape, it was mostly purchased with funds from the Akatsuki organization. That is, the funds that Kakuzu has worked so hard to save. This is a man who loves money but is not greedy. He just happens to have an important task that can be entrusted to him. Kakuzu, I wonder if you are interested in taking charge of the treasury of my country of fire _. Yes. Kakuzu changed his face at the speed of light. I am willing to follow the leader's footsteps and become a member of Konoha. I am also willing to become the manager of the Fire Nation's treasury. I am willing. Exclamation mark. I do. Joke. The treasury of the Kingdom of Fire. The treasury of the Fire Nation, the 5 richest countries. Can Kakuzu endure this? Nagato's face is a bit dark. Is he so straightforward? Kakuzu, who is not interested in financial management. Nagato looked at Mikigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, however, stared at Shanshan Lanye and asked, I am Kurigakure's rebellious ninja, do you dare to accept me? It's okay, Shanshan Lanye said gently. The first woman in my body is Terumi Mei of Kurigakure, and I have promised her to help her regain the position of Kurigakure Mizukage. After that, the political sea in the blood mist will also be banned. At that time, it doesn't matter whether you want to stay in Konoha or Mist Shinobi. Ho, then I'll go with the leader first. Inakasaki Kisame said, I will introduce you to one of my disciples later. You will definitely get along well. Shanshan Lanye said with a smile. I'll look forward to it. Then, there is only one Scorpion left. Shie is still a handsome young man now. He is indifferent to the attention of everyone and stares at Shanshan Lanye calmly. I assassinated the 3rd Kazekage, do you dare to take it away? Shie said flatly. Are you interested in becoming the 5th Kazekage? Shanshan Lanye asked. Since you are not outsiders, I can tell you clearly that my body is ready to unify the ninja world, whether it is Sunagakure or Kurigakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, even the 4 major countries and other small countries, we, the Fire Nation, are not afraid. Oh, Scorpion became interested. In this case, the 5th Kazekage will be forgotten, but if you attack Sunagakure, you can count me in it. In this way, all members of the Akatsuki organization have surrendered. Nagato is about to cancel the slideshow technique. The Angle suddenly said, Hokage, Danzo's 2 subordinates, Aburame and Yamanaka, are following me. How should I deal with them? You decide for yourself. Shanshan Lanye was a little confused. I am not the original body now, and my personality is more kind and lawful. Don't let me make such a cruel decision, but my true body basically won't use Danzo's people. Nagato, are you interested? Leave it to me, Nagato said calmly. Just so, I have some information that I need to confirm. Okay, I'll rush back to Konoha right away. Kakuzu rubbed his hands. Obviously, he can't wait to take up the post of treasury management of the country of fire. The slideshow technique was shattered one after another. The consciousnesses of Lanye, Nagato and Konan returned to their original bodies. Are you going to go back to Konoha with me now, or are you? Lanye asked. I'll go with you first. Yahiko still needs to repair the Hell Realm, so he must have just been sealed, right? Nagato said. Well, I'll keep it for you. There are also most of the other shells of Pain's 5 paths, which are enough for you to resurrect them. It seems that you are very confident that you can convince me. If you can't escape with your mouth, then you can only use force. While the three of them were talking, they also used their respective flying abilities together to fly towards Konoha City. Jonin saw the good person Lanye on the wall. After confirming that he was not kidnapped, he immediately closed the warning barrier in this airspace, allowing the three people to enter Konoha Castle unimpeded and helpless, and watched him disappear into the horizon. Quickly, the good body Lanye and the evil body Lanye merged. When they shook hands, the two half-tiger talismans also merged into one, and the good body and the evil body merged into the original body. Nagato and Rinnegan, who were wary of many Konoha shinobi fans, watched the whole process in amazement. Turns out to be the incarnation of an entity. So strong. After the two merged into one, Lanye's aura alone made him solemn. If they fought again at this time, I'm afraid he would be even worse than before. Lanye didn't pay attention to Nagato's gaze. He said to the surroundings, just now is a test of everyone's vigilance ability. These are my newly recruited members of the Uzumaki clan, named Uzumaki Nagato, and Konan. They are all composed of 34. Where is Laya's disciple, Jiraiya? He's not here yet. Nara Shikaku immediately Kaido. Jiraiya-sama went out to collect news yesterday. He said he was going to Tianji town to see. Didn't I not allow him to leave Konoha? Lanye frowned, showing his composure. Not at all the kind and easygoing Nagato I saw just now. Is this his true appearance? Nara Shikaku smiled bitterly. He had just received the news. You think that since Namikaze Minato is here, you can ignore my orders? Lanye's eyes were slightly cold. The people under his command made the decision without authorization, or they killed him first and then reported it later. No matter how capable you are, but it still makes the strong leader a little intolerable to this laxity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Rich State, Uchiha Spring Beauty. My subordinate is here. Go and kidnap Jiraiya back. If you don't obey, you will be convicted of treason. Lanye said coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Lanye to be so decisive, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. But after all, he was still his disciple, and Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment. Tomita and Izumi don't have so many ideas. Disciple, obey. Subordinates take orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized this and hurriedly said, I accept the order. The three of them, together with a man who was almost 150 years old, did not bother to pack their bags. They happened to be fully armed now and rushed out of the village to Tianji town. The three of them are all cage-level experts, so they don't have to worry about consumption issues along the way. It was also the first time that Nagato saw Lanye's dominance. A cage-level strongman would take it if he asked for it. And he would also send 3 cage levels to lose, although Jiraiya is his teacher. But Nagato still couldn't help but admire Lanye's decisive and domineering attitude. If it were him, look at the other Konoha shinobi people around. They just waited respectfully, and thousands of people made no sound, waiting for Lanye's evaluation of their test. Well, you performed very well. Except for a few minor injuries, most of you responded in time. Lanye chuckled and said, very good. All Chunin will be rewarded with C-level mission points, Jonin will be rewarded with B-level mission points, and Elite Jonin will be rewarded with A-level mission points, Cage-level rewards S-level mission points. After being confirmed, the Konoha shinobi who are as quiet as stone sculptures are the ones who have movement. Very good. There is actually a C-level mission point. That's great. Thank you Daimyo for the reward. Please also ask the famous people to conduct similar tests, the more the better. The tyranny of the Daimyo just now. I fell in love again. Why are you so crazy? Your name is Tsunade-sama. Tisk, it's not like Tsunade-sama taught you medical ninjutsu. Do you care about me? Stop the quarrel, the name is awesome. The name is awesome, the name is awesome. Waiting for everyone Konoha shinobi to make a fuss for a while. Lanye pressed his hand, and all the sounds immediately quieted down, returning to a scene where you could hear a needle drop. The challenge dungeon stone will be temporarily closed today. The party will be held again after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lanye informed, although some Konoha shinobi fans do look regretful, but there was nothing against Lanye's decision. Okay, let's disband. Do whatever you need to do. It's the name. Quickly, all the Konoha shinobi dispersed, and soon Nagato, Konan, and Namikaze Minato were left standing. Oh, just right, Lanye introduced. Namikaze Minato, the disciple Jiraiya took after you, can be regarded as your junior brother. Nagato and Konan remained silent. On the contrary, It was the little son Namikaze Minato who smiled gently and said, "Hello, senior brother and senior sister, welcome back." See Namikaze Minato so enthusiastic. Nagato and Konan couldn't help but keep their cold faces and nodded symbolically. Obviously, the two of them still couldn't let go of Jiraiya leaving them in Yahiko's death. Namikaze Minato didn't know the contradiction and didn't say anything more. He begged Lanye. "Daimyo, Mr. Jiraiya, he is used to being casual, please." "Stop," Lanye interrupted. "I don't care what happened in the past. Since you are a ninja of Konoha and a citizen of the Land of Fire, you must obey my instructions. If my instructions are wrong, you can mention them, but if you dare to disobey after receiving it, if there is no reasonable reason, then there should be clear rewards and punishments, right?" "Yes, well, go back and stay with Naruto, don't worry too much about outside things." "It's the name," Namikaze Minato responded respectfully, nodded to Nagato and the two again, cast Flying Thunder God and left. Lanye pointed to the Challenge Dungeon Stone, and said, "Enter Chakra to activate it, but only one person can enter it at the same time. Give me Black Zetsu first. I'll go find Orochimaru to deal with the Eternal Mangekyo matter first." "Good, delivered." Teacup Dog Black Zetsu, to Lanye. Nagato and Konan walked towards the Challenge Dungeon Stone, gearing up. "Is it you who secretly killed Yahiko?" Dry. .29. Lanye loves Kwanmei. Mass production of Mangekyo. 15K. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. In copy space, Nagato threw away Danzo's soul and looked neither sad nor happy. ... Everything is actually true, from the perspective of Black Zetsu and Danzo. Could the foreshadowing of Yahiko's death have been laid thousands of years ago? And the source of everything? It was he, Nagato, who was chosen by Uchiha Madara to carry this Rinnegan, instead of him during his death and to be used as a backup to resurrect him in the future. People like Danzo are just accomplices who happened to be there. And Danzo obviously knew who was in front of him, and looked at Nagato through the empty hole. "Were you persuaded by that Shihu and Lanye?" Danzo said disdainfully. "In the end, you just become someone else's dog. Do you want to anger me, or do you want to instigate me to fight against him?" Nagato said calmly. "Although I promise that he cannot kill you, Rinnegan has many abilities, one of which is to torture the soul. I hope you can bear it. What are you going to do? Don't come over." It's better to match the picture in the upper right corner. When Nagato and Danzo interact, Lanye also brought the teacup dog Black Zetsu to the main research room of the nearby institute. Orochimaru was doing indescribable things to the sleeping Itachi and Fugaku. I heard the door open. Orochimaru looked at him displeased. When he saw it was Lanye, he calmly stuffed the scalpel into his mouth and swallowed it with a gulu sound. "Scalpel, swallow it, Lanye." After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, Lanye was speechless and said, "Won't you choke?" "Hiss, you can't swallow it upright." Orochimaru's sneer was a little erratic. I don't know whether it was because of what was done to Fugaku and his son, or because Fugaku and his son were drugged and unable to leave the station. "Aren't you afraid that your internal organs will be cut?" Lanye couldn't laugh or cry. "It is made of chakra metal. You need to input the chakra of wind attribute nature transformation to achieve the ideal cutting effect." Seeing how Orochimaru explained so patiently, he probably had something wrong with him. Lanye glanced at the Fugaku father and son lying dead. He said helplessly, "Can't you die? It is guaranteed not to affect combat effectiveness." Orochimaru said confidently, "Okay, take it easy, don't wait for someone to fight for your life." Lanye warned. "Hiss, Mr. Lanye came to see me, what's the matter?" "I'm a little busy." Orochimaru then issued an order to expel the guest, and the title was changed. Lanye didn't care. Of course, corresponding preferential treatment should be given to talented people. "This is Black Zetsu, a person who has lived for thousands of years." Lanye threw away the teacup dog Black Zetsu. He knows how to fuse the eternal Mangekyo. In addition, you can also ask about how he lives for thousands of years. But before that, use the sealing technique to imprison him. Thousands of years, people. Orochimaru looked at the teacup dog Black Zetsu with a bright light in his eyes. As for why it was the teacup dog or even the eternal Mangekyo's fusion method, Orochimaru automatically blocked it. Is it important that those have eternal life? No. Black Zetsu was a little creeped out by Orochimaru's gaze. Why did he think he was going to dissect himself? He hurriedly shouted, "Daimyo! Daimyo, I promised you that I would follow you and you would release my mother. If you don't play like this, I won't stay with this guy." "Don't worry, you won't die, right?" Lanye looked at Orochimaru. "Don't worry, I can't bear to die for such a precious material." Orochimaru laughed with his mouth wide open, comparable to the little ugly smile of the DC universe. It looked like Lanye was a little confused, so he just said, "Take care of Itachi's eyes first," and then turned around and ran away. And then the moment Lanye turned around, Orochimaru suppressed the impulse for a long time, and finally he could stick out his tongue and lick half of his face happily. Only the snake eyes were staring at Black Zetsu. Then he saw Orochimaru open his mouth, put his right hand halfway in, and took out the chakra metal scalpel he had just swallowed. Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Orochimaru, listen to me. If you want to know anything, just ask me. It's not like this. It's really not the case. Black Zetsu, don't come over. Left the institute, Lanye used the rabbit charm and went straight back to the Daimyo mansion. After having a nice breakfast, he went to the Hokage office to sit down. Through Nagato's interruption, today's workload is much larger, mainly to let Nara know the real inside story and what response needs to be made after receiving other members of the Akatsuki organization and related properties. Especially Rain Shinobi Village, which Nagato actually rules. Nagato barely appears, but others don't know it, but Konan is the paper angel of Rain Shinobi Village, equivalent to the prestige held by Lanye in Konoha. Make better use of it. Basically, it can be relatively peaceful, secretly accepting most of the territory and members of Rain Shinobi Village. And the country of Rain where Kurigakure is located. It is also the core area bordering the Kingdom of Earth, Kingdom of Wind, and Kingdom of Fire. It can be used as the most convenient springboard for the Kingdom of Fire to launch troops against the other two countries in the future. In this case, Rain Shinobi Village needs to send our people to take over the top management, and then use good treatment to soften some civilians and ninjas. With the foundation laid by Nagato and the others, it should not be difficult. Nara Shikaku suggested. Then tell me, who are the right people to send? As the top combat force of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato must be allowed to stay in Konoha. It has nothing to do with trust issues, it is just that this is the safest thing to do. Well, continue. Konan is very prestigious in Rain Shinobi Village, so she must go with the team, but her paper escape is very unpredictable. Just in case, it's best to send elite Jonin who can restrain her. Or even a cage-level expert, and someone who is good at strategy, this is the right choice. Seeing Nara's hesitant look, Lanye roughly guessed who he was going to mention. Sarutobi Hiruzen. With cage-level combat power, the thief knows how to play political Z, and is extremely dirty with no limit. Stop. Nara Shikaku is worried that Lanye will have concerns. He is worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen is self-respecting in Rain Shinobi Village. If things get out of hand in the end, Nara Shikaku will be dead. Nara Shikaku changed his subject. My subordinates are willing to take Master Jiraiya, along with a group of Jonin and Chunin, and we will be able to fully accept Kurigakure within half a year. No. Lanye shook his head and refused. Just when Nara thought that his hesitation had angered Lanye. But Lanye said, if you leave, who will correct the documents for me? Hong and Yi are both busy and have no time to do your work. Are Yuhi Kurenai and Mabuyi busy? Are you busy feeding me dog food? Nara twitched the corners of his eyes and said, look at that daimyo. What's going on at the ninja schools around the world these days? Lanye's mind wandered. It's very good. The compulsory education you issued has been recognized by many families. Nara Shikaku was already looking forward to Lanye's leap and said emphatically, in this period of time, many geniuses with great ninja talents have come, including those from the finance department. Ignore the finances, someone who can make money will come soon. Lanye waved his hand. Then let Sarutobi Hiruzen go and bring all the mid to high-end ninjas from the Sarutobi clan with him, and add some civilian ninjas to him, and also let him see more about the operation of ninja schools in various places. Huh, no way, Daimyo, Nara Shikaku said anxiously, most of them are members of the Sarutobi clan. If they are from the Sarutobi clan, they have different intentions. That's the best. Lanye smiled and said, Shikaku, how many families in Konoha do you think are dissatisfied with me now? Daimyo, you are both benevolent and virtuous. How can any family dare to be dissatisfied? We, the Nara clan, are the first to refuse. Nara Shikaku flattered you slightly. But it attracted Lanye's disgusted look. Next time you flatter me, don't look so stiff. People who don't know better may think I forced you. Lanye complained. Ah, yes, the Sarutobi clan is the only hidden danger now. Rain Shinobi Village is my final test for them. If they succeed, forget about it. If they fail, then. Lanye didn't tell the whole story. But Nara Shikaku refers to Jiraiya who was ordered to be arrested in the morning, and wonders what the consequences will be tomorrow. Genocide. Although Lanye's arrangement was a bit harsh, Nara didn't think there was anything wrong. Compassion does not control soldiers, and righteousness does not control wealth. Not to mention, the daimyo would never leave his loyal subordinates alone. Corresponding, those who are unfaithful, Nara Shikaku went to arrange this matter first. It is quite cumbersome for the current leader of the Sarutobi clan, Shinosuke, to prepare such a large number of members. Wait 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Futu, and Izumi escorted Jiraiya back to the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen kicked Jiraiya in the popliteal fossa behind the knee. The force was really strong, and Jiraiya fell to his knees with a bang sound. Lanye couldn't help but take a closer look, mainly because he was worried about damaging the floor. Fortunately, the materials used are very solid. Daimyo, the villain has been brought here, please surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen was half kneeling in the side road. Jiraiya looked stinky. Obviously he was very unhappy about being kidnapped like this. Lanye, who had not planned to pursue it further, chuckled a few times when he saw this. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this laughter, he knew something was wrong. But he can't do anything else. After all, he himself may not be safe now. He already knew about going to Rain Shinobi Village. This time, it's really hard to say whether I can come back. Jiraiya is undisciplined and disobedient, and is still unruly. It seems that Konoha is not very suitable for you now. Lanye tapped the table and said, in that case, I will let you go free and hand over Konoha's forehead protector. Ninja certificate and Konoha city ID card, you can go anywhere in the world except Konoha from now on. Do you want to be free? Okay, I give you, but you, do you dare to ask for it? When Jiraiya heard Lanye's decision to expel, his eyes widened on the spot. What the hell? Want him to hand over Konoha Forehead Protector? Although Jiraiya rarely wears the Konoha Forehead Protector, it is proof that he is a Konoha shinobi. How could he hand it over? There are also ninja certificates and Konoha City ID cards. Good guy. According to Lanye's census, this means that Jiraiya has been deprived of even the right to stay in Konoha Village. From now on, he will at most be able to appear in the outer Konoha City. Are you really just a prodigal son? This is for someone who was born and raised in Konoha Village. Jiraiya, how can you accept it? No, you, shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled and asked Jiraiya to stop the momentum, and then said respectfully, Daimyo, Jiraiya's laxity is due to his incompetent teaching as a teacher's subordinates, but he is not good at teaching wood. Yi's love is definitely there. Although he has been wandering around for many years, he has also collected a lot of information and sent it back. Because he also fought for Konoha, he asked the Daimyo to let his subordinates take this evil information with them. Disciple, go to Rain Shinobi Village and make contributions to Konoha, so that he can correct his laxity. Have to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has resigned from the position of Hokage, is no longer as stupid as before. This method is still very ideal. After giving Lanye a chance, Jiraiya was sent to Rain Shinobi Village. As it was a confidential mission, other people in the village would only think that the disappeared Jiraiya was severely punished by the Daimyo. Lanye's face and reputation are fully taken care of. As for Jiraiya's face, your home is gone, so why bother? Without looking, Jiraiya knelt obediently without saying a word. His lowered eyebrows were completely different from when he first arrived. Jiraiya already understands. No matter how awesome his Toad Sage is, he still doesn't have the reputation of being famous. Yeah, okay. Lanye nodded and said, Shinosuke has already set off with Conan this morning, so he should be able to catch up now. Yes, thank you Daimyo for your gift. After Sarutobi Hiruzen thanked Lanye, he took Jiraiya and left in an instant to chase the Sarutobi clan's large team. Lanye looked at Fudai and Izumi and thought for a while. Said, Fudao, you did a good job this time. In addition to the rewards for blocking Danzo and delaying Pain's 6 paths as soon as possible, I will give you armament hockey after adding them up. Maybe also, can increase your defense ability. Quote, thank you Daimyo for the gift. Fugaku's eyes lit up, he was very satisfied with this reward. As for Izumi, Izumi doesn't want rewards for doing things for the teacher. Izumi said hurriedly, Mr. Tsunade has taught me a lot, and I really can't learn it anymore. That's it, come here. After hearing this, Izumi walked up to Lanye, wondering what her teacher was going to do. And Lanye used the ability of 15% mastery of Yin escape power. This is not a one-time thing of Yang power and Yin power, given by Sage of 6 Paths, but a real one. He has truly mastered the power of escape. It's just that the mastery level is only 15%. There are not many things that can mobilize the power of Yin. Lanye only concentrated for a while, but then he hit the bottleneck and the Yin power could no longer be accumulated. It was integrated into Kwanmei's eyes. Brush. Izumi's Mangekyo opened involuntarily, the windmill rotated, and Izumi also exclaimed. Teacher, the pupil power of our flower tube has increased by more than 8 times. Kwanmei shouted in disbelief. Teacher, how did you do it? Teacher, you are so awesome. Faced with Izumi's compliment, Lanye just smiled and turned to Shuang to gather the power of Yin again, but there was a feeling of weakness in his soul. Consumption is a little behind. But the light of the sheep talisman flashed, and all the consumption was immediately refilled. Lanye once again gathered the maximum amount of Yin power, wanting to merge into Izumi's eyes again. But it failed. This is the 15% limit, and there is a limit to how much a single unit can increase. Lanye waved Futai over, and following the same method, his pupil power greatly increased, and it increased to a full 17 times. The amount of Yin power is fixed, so the actual increase in pupil power is also fixed. So the multiples of Futai are so high simply because there were too few before. Lanye once again gathered the power of Tuanyin, and Fu State was also unable to absorb it. He casually slapped Yuri Kurenai, which caused a huge increase in his spiritual energy, but no other changes occurred. The group is reunited again. Yuhi Kurenai was also unable to absorb it, so Lanye slapped Azabu on the waist, achieving the same effect as Yuhi Kurenai. In this way, Lanye roughly understands what this Yin escape power does. This is similar to soul power, which can consume your own soul power to increase the soul limit of others, but it only works for the first time. The eye power of Sharingan and the spiritual energy of ninjas are closely related to the power of the soul. Only then can the eye power and mental energy increase greatly. Lanye once again gathered the power of Tuanyin and photographed Nara Shikaku. As expected, Nara Shikaku said in shock, I have a higher degree of control over the Yin escape chakra. The power and efficiency of my secret techniques are much faster. My spiritual energy has also increased. I seem to have broken through to cage level. Okay, as the resourceful general, the Nara clan has never had a cage level person born in many years. After all, no matter how much ordinary people practice Yin escape, how can they achieve the artificial attainments of the Otsutsuki clan? Did not expect. The middle-aged Nara Shikaku broke this curse today. Lanye nodded in understanding. This Yin escape power can directly increase Lanye's control of the Yin escape chakra, if he now learns related ninjutsu, illusions, and secret techniques. Definitely get twice the result with half the effort. 18.2.8. Lanye has no interest in this. Why do you study so many miscellaneous things? The younger brother who was unhappy with the encounter went first. If the younger brother couldn't do it anymore, he punched him down. How simple is that? Yes. Lanye nodded calmly and said, you have worked hard too, go back and rest. Ah, it's the name. Fu Tai retreated. Then teacher, shall I go find teacher Tsunade too? Izumi said. After the two of them left, Lanye smiled and looked at Kwanmei's figure running towards the research institute, his eyes twinkling. The yin power he gathered. Sharingan should also be effective if it is stuck in 3 Magatama, right? Those who have just evolved are not counted. Those Sharingan who have been stuck in the 3 Magatama level for many years should be able to open Mangekyo with a slap from him. Although Mangekyo is forced to open in this way, he may not have any useful eye skills. But as long as you can drive Susanoo, that's enough. Lanye can replenish the consumed pupil power, so they can safely and boldly train Susanoo's ability and develop it to the limit of their own Mangekyo. When we have showdowns with other countries in the future, what? There was an army of colorful Susanoo standing behind, so I asked who else was there. Thinking of this, Lanye couldn't help but smile heartily. However, this smile that was one step closer to unifying the human world had a different taste in the eyes of Yuhi Hong and Mabuyi. The two women looked at each other, Jonan's sharp eyes conveying a lot of information. Is Lanye interested in Izumi? It can't be done, Haramiwa. Little Hinata is only 6 years old, Lanye looks right at him. How to say, at the age of 12, you can still be considered open, but it's not fully developed yet. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about whether we should inform the other sisters and see if they can accept me. Can we stop Lanye if we don't agree? So we should help Lanye chase Izumi. How to help? Isn't Tsunade Ne-chan Izumi's teacher? The enemy. Lanye had no idea how his eyes had been misinterpreted. I am still imagining the scene in the future where the Susanoo Corps on the left hand and the Phoenix Force on the right hand will crush the ninja world with invincibility. It will definitely be fun. Yuhi Hong and Mabuyi also nodded, confirming the plan they had just made. Lanye just didn't trigger the voiceover. Otherwise, he will definitely say, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This is wrong. But he didn't trigger it. But after Tsunade heard the explanations from Yuhi Hong and the two girls, he was just surprised and accepted this possibility. Tsunade-sama, aren't you surprised? Yuhi Hong was a little confused. With Hinata's precedent, Izumi is already 12 years old, so she's not young anymore. Tsunade said cheerfully, this matter is easy to handle. I'll go find her and ask her tomorrow. Ask directly. If not, wouldn't it be bad? This matter still depends on what Izumi wants. Otherwise, based on my understanding of Lanye, I bet that he will not force Izumi. Tsunade said firmly, a sentence that was originally very convincing. Why did it become so poisonous after Tsunade added the words, I bet? That night, the desperate situation of reincarnation. Rabbit charm, armament hockey, horse talisman healing, tiger charm to Tsunade, not to Lanye, 8 inner gates formation, second gate creation. 30. Shizune's hope, time-stopping pupil technique, plan for a kingdom of water. 10k, thanks to the angry scientist, for reminding me that the interaction between Izumi and Itachi has been modified. Izumi only regards Itachi as her older brother. Please be informed. Early the next morning, Tsunade had breakfast with some sleepiness, and when she arrived at her research room at the institute, Harame had already been waiting for a long time. Mr. Tsunade, you are here. Izumi greeted respectfully. Well, come here, I have something to tell you. Izumi immediately trotted up to Tsunade, looking up at her teacher who was waiting obediently. This was very helpful to Tsunade, who smiled and rubbed Izumi's head. Then he said directly, Izumi, what do you think of Lanye? Teacher. Izumi's eyes sparkled as she said, I was appointed as the daimyo of the Fire Nation when I was in danger, but managed the Fire Nation far better than the previous daimyo. I also developed the village that could even step on Cloud Shinobi Village into the current cage level. They are all in the Konoha Castle with dozens of people. The teacher himself is a strong man in the cage level. The power of a punch is even more terrifying than the Valley of the End where the first generation and the old patriarch fought. And he is taller. He is handsome, gentle, and has a domineering temperament but does not speak a single word. He seems to leave many things to others, but in fact he delegates power to his subordinates. He is unparalleled in the world in recognizing people and appointing talents. And there are more. Izumi chirped a lot, all praising Lanye but not the same words at all. Visible. How much does she admire Lanye? Tsunade also knows a lot. After Izumi spoke for a few minutes, she stopped. Tsunade smiled and said, well, Izumi, do you want to be Lanye's woman? Izumi screamed. This. Mr. Tsunade, what are you talking about? The daimyo is my teacher. What happened to the teacher? Tsunade joked. How many couples are former masters and apprentices? Uchiha Madara, the old patriarch of the Uchiha clan, his father is his mother's teacher. Is there any problem with this? Really? Is it really possible? Quan Mei asked hopefully. It's possible, but your current conditions are still very difficult. Tsunade suddenly sighed. Quan Mei also wrinkled her face, feeling a little disappointed. But Tsunade's words changed. But I was very young before. Later, When I developed medical ninjutsu, I accidentally discovered a huge secret technique. Today, the teacher will teach you this. Really? That's great, Tsunade-sensei. Stop talking nonsense and study hard. This secret technique must be used continuously for 24 hours to be effective. Otherwise, the teacher can just do it for you. Yeah, I will definitely study hard. While teaching at Tsunade and Izumi, I didn't notice at all that there was a figure standing at the door of the research room. It was Tsunade's top disciple Jingji. Now, she murmured thoughtfully. If it's okay for master and apprentice, then, is it okay for master, too? Water Country, Kurigakure, Mizukage office. Inukasaki Kisame, who was supposed to rush to Konoha City in the Land of Fire, stood in front of King Now with a respectful attitude. Brother Madara, as I said, Nagato and the others have been instigated by the Fire Nation Daimyo to rebel, and our plan may be in vain. Kisame Mikigaki said regretfully. If you look closely, there was still a vague Mangekyo moving in the small eyes of Kisame Kazaki. This is Obito's illusion. Let Hoshigaki Kisame look like Uchiha Madara in his eyes. Otherwise, how could Hoshigaki Kisame be so loyal to him? Is that the Fire Country Daimyo again? Obito let out a long breath. It seems that it is necessary to get rid of him. You said he wants to unify the ninja world, right? Yes, Brother Madara. Very good, I'll let him make this plan in advance. I just don't know, can you handle it? Brother Madara, what should we do? Now you go to the daimyo of the Land of Water to report that the 4th Mizukage was controlled by the Uchiha clan of Konoha with illusions, so they launched a blood mist to weaken Kurigakure's combat power. Do you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Okay, Brother Madara, I'll set off right away. Well, go ahead. After Kisame Mikigaki left, Obito smiled conspiratorially, controlled Yagura to come over, and implanted part of the illusion in his consciousness while looking at him, so that he only knew that he was being controlled by Mangekyo. Among the information currently circulating in the ninja world, except for Uchiha Madara, who died with first Hokage, Mangekyo has only recently appeared in Konoha. You want to stop me and Lin from meeting? We are all going to die. Everyone is going to die. Ha 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 ha. Hokage office. Nagato stood in front of Lanye's desk. Compared to the haggard appearance at first, he was now just a little frail and pale. This was Rinnegan's oppression of his body, and Lanye could only restore him regularly. What are you planning to do with me today? Lanye asked. I don't know what I will arrange for you to do at the moment. What do you want to do? Let's not talk about this for now. Nagato shook his head and said, I suddenly remembered that Kisame Inagaki was invited to join the organization by Uchiha Obito disguised as Uchiha Madara. And he was also on a mission in the Land of Water at the time. I'm afraid something might happen. If there is any accident, it's just to inform Runtu. Lanye said nonchalantly. Runtu's Mangekyo is called Kamui, which means he can hide his body in a different space. The Mangekyo in Kakashi's left eye is his. The unmatched Mangekyo can't even be used by Susanoo, and he doesn't have any other blood inheritance limits or advanced forbidden technique. To put it bluntly, 610 is just taking advantage of the unfamiliarity with his Mangekyo. That's right, Nagato nodded. If it's true as you said, then this is indeed not an opponent worthy of much attention. But when you mentioned it like that, I also remembered something. Lanye turned to look out the window. Enko, summon Heima and Fugaku over. Yes, Hongdu answered outside the window and left instantly. Lanye looked at Nagato again and said, wait a minute, Runtu's mental illness will definitely not give up. There is a high probability that he will throw the blame for his control of 4th Mizukage to Konoha, and the Kingdom of Water will soon come to hold him accountable. When the time comes, I will send troops in the name of Ming, and the great unification will begin from the Kingdom of Water. What do you need me to do? Nagato asked. In your current state, how big can the range of Super Shinra Tenjang be? Can it cover the entire Konoha city? You actually know that move. Nagato was surprised for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid Super Shinra Tenjang won't work, but planetary devastation should work. What are you asking for? Of course I didn't ask you to use it in Konoha City. The capital of the Kingdom of Water. Chatting with smart people is easy. How about it? Can you do it? The Kingdom of Water. Although they did not participate in the Battle of the Kingdom of Rain, when my mother was still alive, she told my father many times that when the Kingdom of Whirlpool was surrounded and suppressed, it was the name of the Kingdom of Water. Proposed by the daimyos of the Land of Thunder. What a coincidence, the current daimyo of the Land of Water has been in office for more than 50 years and is already the same one who gave the order. Lanye said with a smile. Then, should I go directly now? No rush, wait for the others and we'll talk together later. Good. Nagato suppressed the murderous intention that had just risen and sat aside. The Hokage office is also always equipped with chairs, but very few people dare to sit down. Nara Shikaku glanced at Lanye carefully. Seeing that Lanye was just thinking about something and didn't care about Nagato's somewhat disrespectful behavior. Let's compare what happened to Jiraiya. It seems that the daimyo has a high tolerance for capable people, as long as he cannot disobey his will. Nara Shikaku said to himself. Quickly, Kazuma and Fugaku arrived one after another, but they did not dare to sit down like Nagato, they all stood respectfully. This is the privilege Lanye gives them. If there is no important matter, they will not kneel down when they see him. Oh, here we come. Lanye came back to his senses and said, I called you here today because there are a few things to do. Fugaku, how is Shisui's Mangekyo adapting? The pupil technique of distinguished heavenly gods has been adapted, but there are some differences in taste. The pupil technique of the left eye is modified by will, while the right eye is controlled by will. Oh, tell me in detail. The left eye's will modification is to be able to write the target's will at will. Even if he knows that it has been modified, he will still accept it happily according to the said idea. The right eye's will control is to make the target obey the instructions of the designated target, even if it makes him die on the spot. Interesting. What is the interval between each cast? Based on the amount of chakra I have, it will take 9 years before I can use it again. No wonder Tongshu has changed so much. Come here. Lanye gathered the power of yin and merged into Fugaku's eyes. How long will it take now? About 3 years. Fugaku Mangekyo kept spinning. This Mangekyo's eye power has actually increased 3 times. Only 3 times. Tisk, it's a pity Shisui. Lanye shook his head and said, then when you go to the Kingdom of Water this time, you can use your will control to control the eldest son of the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Water. I leave the will modification to you. The 4th Mizukage is Yagura, and Runtu will probably give up on Kurigakure, just in time for Ming to go back and take over as the 5th Mizukage. I don't know, what is the will set for Yagura? Fugaku asked. He was saved by me when I was young. When he was sent to Kurigakure to lurk, he was controlled by Uchiha Obito using Mangekyo. You were the one I sent to rescue him. Lanye arranged the script. I obey my orders. Nagato, you and Fugaku go to the Kingdom of Water to control the eldest son of the Daimyo first. You leave the summoning beast that is hungry for Kido. After I receive the condemnation from the Kingdom of Water, you can avenge the Kingdom of Whirlpool. Okay, Nagato agreed, and then said, just now you gave Fugaku increased eye power. It is the power of Yin Escape, which is a kind of power of 6 paths. It is at the same level as your Rinnegan. Lanye explained. I won't increase it for you because although you are a descendant of Uzumaki, you are still too big to carry the Rinnegan. It's too hard. If you increase your pupil power, you will be even more overwhelmed. I see. Then let's set off first. Well, that's right. Nagato directly left Shiradao behind, and the body of his predecessor as a puppet master allowed Nagato to control it remotely. Then he and Fugaku left the Hokage office. Lanye then looked at Kazuma and asked, according to the scale of the last expedition against the Kingdom of Thunder, let's recruit a nationwide army. Ships are recruited across the country. This time we have to cross the sea to find trouble in the Kingdom of Water. Again let the eldest son of the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder write a letter and let the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder carefully consider his side. Yes, Kazuma went to do errands with feverish eyes. Look, the new Daimyo has only been in office for a short time, and he is already asking the second 5 major countries. Send troops. Let's take a look at the previous BJAJ name again. Just don't say it. Arrange the issues of the Kingdom of Water. Lanye is also thinking about the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind. The current situation is almost the same as last time. There is a high probability that the 2 major countries will still wait and see. Once the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water are at odds, they will also come to take advantage. Yes, this time, Lanye had to do the same as last time, cutting through the mess quickly to conquer the Kingdom of Water, without the reaction time of the Wind and Earth countries. As for the Kingdom of Thunder, it's best if they don't move. Otherwise, Lanye directly transferred his troops and killed them all at once. Now, we already have Nagato, the Phoenix Force, the 5 1/2 Mangekyo, and the Susa Force, ready to be promoted to 3 Tomo Sharingan. As long as one of the 4 major countries is destroyed first. Even if the remaining 3 are in a group, Lanye is confident that they can do 1 Volt 3. This is the basis. I didn't watch Nara Shikaku, who was worried last time. When he heard that Lanye was going to send troops to the Kingdom of Water, his first reaction was not to admonish, but to think about how to maximize benefits and what was needed. Which ones to take to the war and which ones to stay in Konoha Castle. Nara Shikaku, Lanye shouted. Yes, go to the mission department to temporarily stop accepting new missions. You can wait for existing missions, but if you can't, you will be refunded double the mission reward. Yes, this kind of order to stop a certain department still requires Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai, and Azabu to follow Lanye's right-hand men. Otherwise, even if Tsunade left, the head of the mission department would still have to come to the Hokage building again to ask for instructions. Lanye looked at Yuhi Hong again and said, go to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans and ask them to gather all the elite jonin in the number 1 training ground to wait for me. Yes, Yuhi Hong also left instantly. Lanye looked at Mabuyi again. Mabuyi thought she had other tasks for her and immediately stood up straighter. Well, Lanye buried his head in, washed his face, stood up refreshed, and came to the nearby training ground number 1. He clasped his hands and closed his eyes to think about something. Mabuyi followed behind, seeming to realize something. The daimyo seems to be cultivating some new ability recently, and he often displays this strange ninja seal. Suddenly, Lanye closed his eyes for less than a second, and his eye sockets were painted with blue oil eyeshadow, and his aura increased dramatically. Then, Lanye opened his right hand, and the blue chakra condensed into a ball that rotated at high speed. It turned into a spiral pill and continued to expand, transforming into a shape similar to the size of Fuma Shuriken. The harsh sound of cutting the air made Mabuyi feel vigilant. This trick, forbidden technique, definitely an S-class forbidden technique level, but, with such a dense chakra, I'm afraid it's impossible to get rid of it, right? Doesn't Lanye want to attack this #1 training ground? Just when Mabuyi was worried. But Lanye waved the Sage Art Wind style spiral shuriken, and threw it into the sky to split the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Then it was thrown thousands of meters high. It exploded high in the sky and turned into a ball of light hundreds of meters in diameter, with countless wind blades interlacing inside. Shoo 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 shoo, _. Even though it was thousands of meters away in the sky, Mabuyi was still shaken by the harsh noise and couldn't help but cover her ears. The sound was so loud that the entire Konoha village and less than half of Konoha city were stunned. It can be heard clearly. Brush, brush, brush. Countless figures appeared in an instant. Except for Anbu and Anbu, Lanye, Anbu, and most of the others were not with them, so there was no one to intercept them. But from a distance, I saw Lanye at the training ground #1, with only Mabuya next to me. These figures only looked up at the heroic figure of the Daimyo from a distance, then turned around and left. If there is nothing important, just stay and intercept those who come to check later, and let them return the same way. It wasn't until Hyuga Hiyashi and Futai arrived with the elite Jonin from their respective families that someone approached the #1 training ground where Lanye was. Lanye is still maintaining Sage mode at this time and is trying to integrate Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation into Rasengan. Pity, without the reference of Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, the development progress of this new ninjutsu is a bit slow. Seeing everyone gathered, Lanye casually dispersed the jumping thunder and lightning in his hand, but the Sage mode was maintained. This mode requires the celestial magic chakra to be consumed before it can be retired. Coincidentally, Lanye just discovered today that skilled chakra can be synthesized by mixing the horse talisman and the sheep talisman in a specific ratio with your own chakra. What's even more coincidental is that the cellular energy and spiritual energy required by chakra can also be provided by horse charms and sheep charms. Absorb natural energy, his spell can produce. Yes, Lanye can now not only activate Sage mode in seconds, but also maintain it as long as he wants to. Although Hyuga Hiyashi and Futai have not practiced Sage mode, they still have a general idea. After all, Jia Lai has mastered Sage mode. They were all amazed that the Daimyo could master the secret, immortal power, of these 3 great immortal lands. Futai even flattered him. Congratulations, Daimyo, for developing another S-class forbidden technique. On the way here just now, the wind-style forbidden technique in the sky was so frightening that my subordinates almost fell off the roof. That powerful, even among the S-class forbidden technique, its power is among the best, even my subordinate Susanoo can't stop it. The rich Susanoo is famous for being able to resist and break Susanoo's defense, which probably requires super S-level power. This is a very high level of praise. Okay, I called you here today for something important, not for you to lick. Lanye said with a smile. Where's the licking? This subordinate just told the truth. Does anyone dare to say something wrong? Futai rolled up his sleeves, as if he was going to fight with the opponents. Lanye also knows that being rich is flattering him, and there is a bit of joy in being funny. Did you see it? The great elder of Uchiha, the cage-level powerhouse who opened Mangekyo, my licking dog. Next to him, Hyuga Hiyashi watched the lively performance in silence, with a stern look on his face that showed a bit of shame. He also tried to lick Lanye, but the result? He couldn't figure it out. How come the Uchiha clan, who used to be so unruly, are so good at licking? And they are so good at licking. Is this also some kind of talent? Futai also knows when enough is enough, and when he is done, he just steps back and waits for Lanye to speak. I come to you today because I have recently mastered a new ability, which can increase the soul power to a certain extent for those who experience it for the first time. This translates into an increase in the upper limit of pupil power for the 2 of you. Add, quote, the increase in eye power of the Hyuga clan will probably only increase the detection range. But if the Uchiha clan is stuck on the threshold of Mangekyo, there is still hope that they can advance. However, since it is only effective for the first time, it is up to you whether you want to accept it now. If you have grasped it and feel that there is still room for improvement, you can wait for the time being. Quote, after hearing what Lanye said, the reactions of Futai and Hyuga Hiyashi are completely different. Of course, being rich is full of joy. Hyuga Hiyashi is a little embarrassed. Same treatment. Karen Uchiha is capable of qualitative change, and their Hyuga clan. At this time, Futai suddenly asked for instructions. Daimyo, do you dare to ask, is something big going to happen next? The Fugaku clan leader just left a hastily message, that is. Good. Ever since Mangekyo was turned on, this rich state seemed to have been opened up to the 2 channels of Ren and Du. My thinking is much more active than I thought. Lanye has no intention of hiding it, everyone present is absolutely loyal to Konoha. So he said directly, soon, we will send troops to the Kingdom of Water. Then there may be room for you to show off your skills. Dare to die for the Fire Country. Hyuga Hiyashi was the first to express his opinion. Dare to die for the Fire Country. Elite Jonin of the Hyuga clan shouted in unison. Let's look at Futai again. He frowned and thought for a moment, and then said decisively, please give me, the Uchiha clan, all the opportunities to open the 3 Magatama, as long as there is one person who can open the Mangekyo, he can. Save the lives of dozens or hundreds of compatriots on the future battlefield. Lanye raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Good guy. This means sacrificing some of the things that may still have upside potential, and using the power of yin to increase them all. Although some individuals who may have been promoted to Mangekyo may be missed. But even if Mangekyo cannot be turned on, with the increase in eye power alone, in the future, those Uchiha Elite Jonin who activate the 3 Magatama will be able to perform more dazzlingly on the battlefield, and at the same time, the improvement in combat power will also ensure that their peers can. The survival rate of Konoha Shinobi. For those individuals who are members of Uchiha, it may be the loss of the greatest possible opportunity to advance to Mangekyo. But whether it is for Lanye or the Uchiha clan, this is a good guarantee for this expedition to the Kingdom of Water. The rich state can be so transparent in just a few thoughts. But it is much more effective than Hyuga Hiyashi shouting a slogan first. Lanye nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad." I didn't say anything more, but it was the best compliment. Hyuga Hiyashi's little pride in expressing his opinion first turned into embarrassment. No one in the blood inheritance realm has potential, how can he return it? Lanye did not look down upon the Hyuga clan. First, he used the power of yin to increase the power of everyone one by one, including Hyuga Hiyashi. Although there is no other increase other than increasing pupil power and being able to see farther. But Lanye still has some expectations. Yes, the Hyuga clan does not have the same level of power as Mangekyo. But they have a Tenseigan of the same level as the Rinnegan. In other words, Tenseigan suffers from the disadvantage of not having a Mangekyo over level, and must skip the Mangekyo level, and advance directly to the Rinnegan level in one fell swoop. That's why it's so difficult. But now it's only 15% of the power of yin. Waiting for 100% of the power of yin in the future, it will be able to awaken Tenseigan after all, right? Yes, Lanye patted Hyuga Hiyashi on the shoulder, indicating to the future father-in-law not to be discouraged, and asked him to go back first with dozens of elite Jonin. Then, he looked at the 94 Uchiha members that Fudai had summoned later. Each of them had opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and the lowest per capita was the official Jonin level. This is the heritage of the Uchiha clan. This was also the reason why Uchiha dared to turn the table. Lanye first gave Fu State a boost in pupil power, and then let the others. The Uchiha members came forward one by one and integrated the power of yin into them. Condensate the power of yin, integrate the power of yin, restore energy and spirit, condense the power of yin. Repeat, repeat, repeat. The more than 30 people in front of them all failed to succeed, even if they had the tendency to start Mangekyo. Lanye couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't this yin power be the main factor in awakening Mangekyo? Until the last 94 Uchiha members were integrated into the power of yin, but still no one had awakened Mangekyo. Lanye couldn't help but frown, something was wrong. Was his approach wrong, or are there any other conditions missing? The ordinary awakening of Mangekyo is caused by the loss of close relatives and friends and the unbearable pain of life, and thus the awakening of Mangekyo. Is it because there is less excitement? This is very simple, just test it and you will know. Lanye asked everyone to look at his left eye, and then. Tsukuyomi Era of Terror. All Uchiha members were thrown into a world of horror, many of which were recently added by Lanye. In addition to the 18 levels of hell, there are also other added top 10 tortures in the Dragon Kingdom, the world's most vicious punishment, same SX as true love. Lanye didn't even notice it anyway. This time, Lanye also supported it as much as possible. The Tsukuyomi space lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before it dissipated. At the moment when I returned to reality, Lanye noticed that there were dozens of 3 Magatama spinning in the windmill. But it may be that the stamina is insufficient. Only 2 people successfully merged into Mangekyo's lines, while the others seemed to be slowing down and about to fail. Can Lanye just sit back and watch this? Not powerful enough, right? Then come to something more powerful. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong person appraisal technique. The golden light shrouded all 94 Uchiha members without distinction, including the confident Fudai, and then their stomachs swelled, and finally they fell to the ground one after another and gritted their teeth. The pain of childbirth is really not something that can be tolerated. This is a double blow to the face-conscious Uchiha clan, both physically and mentally. This is not. The dozen or so people who had just failed to advance were spinning like windmills again. After a few minutes, there really is someone who successfully condensed into Mangekyo. Lanye nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that the Eye of the Saint could have such an effect. Not bad. Suddenly, Lanye saw the 2 people who had awakened Mangekyo first, and they were also groaning with big bellies. Forehead. Accidental injury. Accidental injury. Lanye glanced at Fudai again and saw that he was still enduring the pain of childbirth despite his age, so he tried very hard to suppress a smile. He ignored that there were still people who had never experienced this scene. Puff. The laughter of Mabuyi and Yuhi Hong came, with inexplicable magic power, and Lanye couldn't hold it back any longer. Ha 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 ha. As we all know, laughter is contagious. This time, it really got out of hand, and Yuhi Kurenai and Mabuyi couldn't bear it anymore. Even the pregnant Uchiha members laughed along with them for some unknown reason. 3. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Good guy. This was the first time Lanye encountered this scene where he wanted to laugh but couldn't stop. Every time I want to stop, I am always infected again by other people's laughter. It lasted for half an hour, until everyone's childbirth experience expired, accompanied by puffs of breathing out. There were also puff puff puffs, of diarrhea. Pull, rare, sound, there are all Jonin present, so who can have poor hearing? Immediately, they all turned to look at the Uchiha member, who also blushed and looked hopeless. At this moment, however, the three Magatama eyes in his eyes were rotating at a very fast speed, leaving blood and tears and merging into a bent Mangekyo. This time, the look of disgust or disdain has turned into envy. Mangekyo can be awakened by having a loose stool. I'm licking my nose. Anyway, I don't know what others think, but Lanye thinks it's worth it. He's not the one with diarrhea anyway, but Mangekyo is a real fighting force. Interestingly, the figure of the Uchiha member who had diarrhea actually disappeared, little by little, until finally he no longer existed at all. But Lanye's observation Haki was able to capture him, and he was still where he was. So, is one of the pupil techniques invisibility. This ability is considered rare in the ninja world, making him a good candidate for assassination. Glancing again, no other Uchiha member has ever awakened Mangekyo. It's a pity, Lanye has no other means, otherwise he will definitely strike while the iron is hot and give them all. Tisk, I finally awakened 4 pairs of Mangekyo, don't be greedy. 4 pairs of Mangekyo, these are the 4 Suzanos. Lanye smiled and said, except those who have awakened Mangekyo, everyone else should step aside. It's the name, except for Futu and the 3 Mangekyo awakeners who remained, most of the other Uchiha members limped away. What, instantaneous body, feel sorry, I just got pregnant, and now my hands are a little awkward, so I'd better run away quickly. Ahem, that's what, Lanye scratched his head and said, disband for 3 minutes and then meet at Hokage's office. This disbandment is of course for the sake of a certain person who cannot be seen. Although the diarrhea was not intentional, as an elite Jonin, he shouldn't care about it. But it also depends on the location. This was in front of the daimyo he admired most, and in front of the most elite peers in the clan. How can I endure this? 3 minutes later, Lanye had Yuhi Kurenai and Mabuyi standing on his left and right, and Narashikaku's seat was vacant. There was a lot of preliminary work to start a war. In front of him stood Fugaku and 4 other Uchiha members. Introduce yourselves and your Mangekyo. Lanye said. The first 2 people to awaken at the end of Tsukuyomi space stood up and said that they were the least burdensome and therefore very comfortable. See Daimyo, my name is Uchiha. The Mangekyo pupil technique is expansion, causing the target's blood to riot and expand until the blood vessel bursts and dies and aging, letting. The target loses a lot of vitality in a short period of time, and the body ages to the point of losing its combat effectiveness, said a flat-chested woman. Uchiha, good shot. How dare you, a flat-chested person, call you a good player? She looks to be in her 30s, and she doesn't pay much attention to skin care. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have an Adam's apple, Lanye would have thought she should be him. Besides, expansion, senescence. Lanye looked at Uchiha's flat chest and thought that these 2 abilities of yours should be called Feng Shang and growing up. This is probably her obsession, so Sharingan awakened these 2 eye skills. Unable to complain, Lanye waved his hand to indicate the next one. See Daimyo, my name is Uchiha Monday, and the pupil technique is negative. Make the target's will passive, unable to be interested in everything, even if it is killed. Fight back, and depressed. Depress the target's will, have a negative view of everything, and have no fighting spirit in anything, said the thin Uchiha on Monday. On Monday. Mondays can indeed be negative and depressing, making people just want to be a salty fish and silently look forward to Friday night. This ability goes well with his name. Uchiha's parents are also very prescient on Monday. Watch Uchiha Monday again, a thin middle-aged man with sunken eye sockets and dark circles. Even if he tries hard to stop his waist, he still has a hunched back. It fits the image of a worker very well. Lanye motioned for the next one. The young man who had awakened Mangekyo in the strong person appraisal technique before walked out. See Daimyo, my name is Uchiha Sao, and the eye technique is left eye pain elimination. The target loses its response to pain, and will not be aware of it even if it is fatally injured. Right eye injury transfer. Transfer the injuries received by yourself to the target targeted by pain elimination. Lanye nodded with interest. This Uchiha FK was interesting. Eliminate the opponent's pain perception and then transfer the injury to the enemy. The enemy may kill himself without knowing it. Not bad, and the name matches this ability very well, suggesting that the enemy should FK him. Lanye looked at the last person with interest, the Uchiha member who had diarrhea. Now, this one has tidied up his clothes and eliminated the smell. So he said calmly, hello, Daimyo. See you Daimyo, I am your fan. My name is Uchiha, awakened eye technique. Wait a minute, Lanye shouted to stop. What did you say your name was? Uchiha Ali too. What's the problem? No, you continue. Quote, Uchiha looked at Futai with some doubts, and was glared at by the latter. You can do whatever the daimyo tells you to do. What do you want me to do? Uchiha Ali hurriedly said. My left eye pupil technique is invisibility, which allows me to eliminate my own existence and cannot be seen by the naked eye. Even Mangekyo cannot see through it. I don't know for the moment that the pupil technique of the right eye is time stop, which can stop the flow of time in a designated area. Open. Lanye stood up suddenly and looked at Uchiha in surprise. Time to stop. Time paused. It turned out to be a time-related pupil technique. It must be that the situation was awkward at the time, and he had a dark attitude like, pause time. Did not expect. After a short period of time, such a talented person emerged. Fu Dao and the other 3 people also looked at Ollie with envy. If they could be given time to use the pupil technique, they would be willing to have diarrhea in public. Lanye immediately said, come on, release your time-stopping technique and let me see what happens. 31. Mangekyo time stop. Kakashi's exchange. 15k add more updates, please subscribe automatically. Lanye said, you release your time-stopping pupil technique and I'll take a look. Uchiha Ollie looked a little excited when he heard this. The Uchiha Izumi, whom the Daimyo asked to perform the pupil technique last time, became the disciple of the Daimyo and Tsunade. And the Daimyo seemed to have some different views on his name. This is his chance to change himself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Ori held his breath and concentrated. All the chakra poured into his right eye, forming a kunai-shaped Mangekyo that was inserted diagonally towards the bridge of his nose. The blood and tears then dyed this rare irregular Mangekyo with blood. Mangekyo time stop. That moment, a circle of invisible ripples spread from Uchiha Ori's right eye, covering a space close to 3 meters around him, which happened to be Uchiha and Uchiha next to him, and Narashikaku, who was a little further away. Within this range, everything was as if the pause button had been pressed, and everyone was as motionless as sculptures. But Uchiha Ollie is able to move, but it's just like moving in slow motion, moving sideways step by step. Lanye looked in front of him. The dust illuminated by the sun was moving slowly, but suddenly, stagnated, at a certain boundary, which was the boundary of the Shichuan field of Nakia Oliji. The range is a bit small. It's probably about a radius of 2.8 meters. Don't even think about ninjutsu bombing or anything like that, you can only make a surprise attack when you are close. At this time, the system suddenly came to join in the fun. Ding! It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Kill the threat and eliminate Uchiha Ori who might kill him. Reward. Heart of a villain, ×1. Option 2. Let it grow. For the genius Uchiha Ori, let it grow independently. Reward. Inaction mind technique, ×1. Option 3. Take it for your own use and take Uchiha Ori, who has great potential, as a disciple. Reward. Time transmission, ×1. Oh, it turned out that a new choice was activated. It seems that this Uchiha Ollie is also a genius comparable to Izumi. Choice 1 is definitely eliminated. This is in line with his personality, and is definitely not because the rewards are too outrageous. Choice 2 and choice 3 are in conflict. It doesn't matter which one you choose. The main reason is that I don't know what the reward, inaction mind technique, is, so it is more reliable to choose, time pause. System, I choose. The selection is successful and the reward, time pause, has been issued. Mangekyo time stop. The Mangekyo pupil technique given by Uchiha Ori can expand the space-time field that is proportional to the power of the soul. All time flow rates in the space-time field except one zone will be suspended until the space-time field is cancelled. In the space-time realm, other items will not be usable except your own abilities. Really, it's the ability to pause time. Lanye nodded with satisfaction, and then directly activated the ability of Mangekyo time stop. A kunai Mangekyo, similar to that given to Uchiha Ori, also appeared in the right eye, and it spread with invisible ripples and directly enveloped the entire Hokage office. Next moment, he also entered the perspective of, the world is still, everything around him stopped moving, and because of the cessation of time, sound waves could not spread, and it was as quiet as if he had been deafened. Lanye tried to get up, but felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, which was extremely difficult. Interestingly, Uchiha Oriji is also acting, maybe because they are all in the space-time realm of Mangekyo time stop. But it can be seen that Lanye's movements are quite smooth, which is completely different from Uchiha's movements. And, Kacha, in some inaudible breaking sound, Uchiha Ori was completely frozen in place and unable to move. Not surprisingly, if his eye power or chakra is exhausted, Mangekyo time stop will also become ineffective. Lanye walks around in the realm of time and space, testing his abilities. Your own abilities, such as Frozen Fruit, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, can all be easily mobilized. But items such as the 12 talismans cannot be used. This also resulted in the soul power he consumed cannot be replenished by the sheep talisman. About half a minute later, Lanye's soul power was exhausted, Mangekyo time stopped, and the space-time field was shattered with Kacha. Follow. The sheep talisman is to replenish all of the soul power he has consumed, and the horse talisman is to replenish the pupil power he has consumed. You can start. Mangekyo time stop, again. It's like a card bug. Plop. Uchiha Ori fell to his knees, covering his right eye with blood and tears pooling in a small pool on the floor. His body was shaking and he was panting like a bellows. In order to gain Lanye's appreciation. Just now, Uchiha Ori tried his best. When he started Mangekyo for the first time, he did it until he was exhausted. But even so, according to his estimate, it probably stopped for less than 3 seconds, and the expanded space-time area was still so small. The Daimyo probably won't want him, right? Boom. Why can't I hold on longer? My performance is so bad now, the Daimyo probably won't accept me as his disciple, right? I'm afraid it's hard to look at it differently. Damn it, why is my chakra not enough? It turns out that chakra is not enough. It seems, it should be that I don't exercise my body too much, which leads to insufficient cell energy, so less chakra is synthesized. Just right, to act in the space-time realm, in addition to consuming eye power and chakra, the strength of the physical body is also crucial. Then let Uchiha Ori take the taijutsu flow. Thinking like this, Lanye stepped forward to help Uchiha up, and used the horse charm and the sheep charm to restore his consumed eye power, energy, and heal his injuries. Do you want to be my disciple? Lanye said straight to the point. Uchiha trembled when he heard this and said in disbelief, "See, is it okay?" "Oh, I was kidding you." Lanye turned to leave. Plop, equals, A. Uchiha Ali knelt down on the spot and knelt down with 3, bang bang bang, sounds. "Teacher, please take good care of me in the future." Uchiha changed his mind immediately. That set of procedures doesn't even take a second. You can see the rich people next to you are dumbfounded. Are you prepared? You have practiced a lot at home, right? Lanye looked a little amused and said casually, "Forget it about me, don't kneel like this to others in the future." "It's teacher. I won't kneel down even if I'm the clan leader from now on," Uchiha said firmly. Lanye was a little surprised by this shameless style. Judging from the wildly twitching look on his rich brows, you can tell that Uchiha Ali is an anomaly among the Uchiha clan. Lanye looked at Futai and said, "You take these 3 people and adapt to your own Mangekyo first, then mainly train Susanoo, and then let me recover when I reach the limit." "It's the Daimyo. That subordinate resigned." "Subordinates resign." X3. Futu left with 3 Uchiha members. Lanye asked Uchiha, "What are you good at?" "Ninjutsu, Genjutsu." "Teacher, disciple." Uchiha Ali suddenly shed tears and said in a tearful voice, "The disciple's parents were killed in the Third World War, and he had no special guidance since he was a child. Later, due to the family and the village, because I didn't have a teacher to lead the team, I just cultivated to a special Jonin on my own. If I hadn't opened a Magatama Sharingan in your Tsukuyomi space last time, teacher, I might still be practicing silently in some corner now." This guy is crying miserably. But, he turned out to be the one who opened the Sharingan when Lanye went to the Uchiha clan last time. That is definitely not brought about by being rich. But in which corner? It happened to be looking at Lanye's left eye, so it was absorbed into Tsukuyomi's space. It was only a few months ago. It turned out that he advanced from 1 Magatama to 3 Magatama, and this time he advanced to Mangekyo. This kid, interesting. Okay, don't cry miserably. Lanye said with a smile. Your space-time domain is too small, and it is of no great use in ninjutsu and illusion. You should focus on physical arts in the future. It's teacher, Uchiha Ali said immediately. It's just that I don't have the foundation for advanced physical training. Teacher, you see, Lanye shook his head with a smile and cursed with a smile. I won't miss you, so why are you so anxious? You must have practiced the introduction to 8 inner gates, right? For civilians without resources, or unpopular ninjas from their families. Basically, they will try to practice the 8 inner gates introduction. If they can open the first gate, they can be directly promoted to the Phoenix Force and become the Daimyo directly affiliated force. It's no exaggeration to say that you can reach the sky in 1 step. Of course Uchiha also practiced it, but what about the results? Looking at Uchiha Ali's embarrassed smile, Lanye knew that he must have failed. Why, is it because I don't have the talent for this, or because I can't persevere? Yi asked again. My disciple is very persistent. Uchiha Ali vowed. I almost thought I was going to see my parents several times during practice. But after all, I couldn't open the first door. This is probably my talent. Restrictions. What are the attributes of chakra? Thunder, fire, and wind have 3 attributes. The disciple's mother is of the wind attribute, and the disciple's father is of the thunder and fire attributes. How about chakra manipulation? Which ones does nature transformation practice? Chakra control should be very good. After all, the amount of chakra for disciples is relatively small, so they need to be more careful. Nature transformation only trained the fire attribute, and the family can only ask for this. The wind attribute is almost undeveloped, and the thunder attribute is only developed a little bit. Uchiha Ali gave a little bit comparison, but he felt guilty no matter how he looked at it. Lanye understands. Apart from Mangekyo being outstanding, his new disciple is basically, if you exercise. He currently has 3 types: 8 inner gates, lightning style chakra mode, and Hokage system. The Hokage system is very deceptive. So far, there are about 10 people who have redeemed Konoha Shinobi, but none of them are even beginners. They never thought that this was the ability of Otherworld. They just thought that the ability developed by the Daimyo was too high-end and their understanding could not be learned. 8 inner gates Uchiha Ali has no talent. Then you can only try to practice lightning style chakra mode, and exercise with thunder attribute chakra cells, thereby achieving the goal of physical exercise. Fortunately, Uchiha Ori has the attribute of thunder. Lanye drew a scroll and wrote down all the key points of the thunder attribute chakra nature transformation, granted to him by the system, and threw it to Uchiha. When you finish practicing this thunder chakra nature transformation, I will let you practice the lightning style chakra mode. Otherwise, you should just go and exercise with Guy. Uchiha Ori's eyes lit up when he heard that. Is it actually his Raikage's secret bodybuilding technique? He is not good at training in taijutsu, but he is still confident in learning ninjutsu and nature transformation. He immediately held the scroll with both hands and said respectfully, "Teacher, don't worry, the students will definitely learn it as soon as possible. Don't be too shy. If you really can't learn it, just practice secret techniques like Flying Thunder God and Heavenly Sending Technique. There will eventually be something suitable for you." Lanye comforted. Uchiha Ali felt very relieved and knelt down again, and then left in a flash to think about the Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. At this time, Yuri Hong said, "Lanye, you seem to be very optimistic about this person." "A little bit," Lanye said. "His Mangekyo has great potential, but his previous education was not good. He is a forgotten genius. I hope it's not too late now. With you teaching him, he will definitely be able to do it in time." Mabui said with a smile. "Haha, Mabui, when did you learn to be rich?" "No way, I'm obviously telling the truth. Look at Itachi and Izumi, they are both on their own now." Azabu said reluctantly, "If you say that, I really won't refute it." Although Itachi and Izumi, Lanye did not teach them any ninjutsu. But it's also because Lanye's abilities are basically unteachable. In other respects, Lanye will try his best to give them training. Itachi is now very familiar with Hokage affairs and even Daimyo affairs. Given time, it may not be possible to become the next generation of Hokage. Oh, right, Nara Shikaku knows better than Itachi. After a busy morning, Lanye also got up and prepared to go back to the Daimyo mansion for lunch. In no mood, when I opened the door, I saw Kakashi who was about to knock on the door. "Hey, Kakashi," Lanye smiled and said, "I'm just about to get off work. Let's eat something together." See the name. Kakashi took a step back and bowed 90 degrees. He is also one of the few people who is not allowed to kneel down and pray, but this respectful 90-degree also illustrates his attitude. "Well, I have flat ears. Daimyo, I am here to redeem the lightning-style chakra mode. Please give me your approval," Kakashi said respectfully. "Oh, over there at the interrogation department. I have already reported it to Master Nara, and the review will be completed in the morning." "That's it, that's good." Lanye turned around and walked to the wall on one side, took off the book of seals hanging on it, and threw it to Nara. Shikaku signaled him to unseal the corresponding forbidden technique and give it to Kakashi. "It is definitely impossible to copy this forbidden technique level cultivation method for you. Can only be viewed at this Hokage office. And, in the past, there was only a single opportunity to check it. Whether you can understand it or not depends on your own understanding." But every time Lanye would generously say, "Don't worry, just read it here. You can come during my working hours for the next half month, but remember not to leave any written materials, okay?" Lanye asked. "It's the Daimyo," Kakashi said gratefully. Lightning-style chakra mode is a secret technique passed down by Raikages of all generations, and its reputation is recognized in the ninja world as being Super S-level training difficulty. If you only have single viewing permission. Although there is Sharingan that can be copied, time is too short, and some feelings of cultivation need to be understood carefully. The Daimyo actually agreed to him for half a month. If you don't have a clue, it basically means that you are not suitable for practicing this forbidden technique at all. "Look, I'm off work." Lanye turned and left. "Daimyo, please walk slowly." After seeing off Lanye, Kurenai Yuhi, and Mabuyi, Kakashi straightened up, walked to the seat where Nagato had been sitting before, lifted Konoha's forehead to reveal his 3-tomo Sharingan, and read it carefully. Nara Shikaku, who originally planned to run away, could only sit back at his desk with a wry smile. "Okay, I finished today's work in advance, and I can get off work early in the evening and go back to be with my wife." He had a premonition. You can earn the Daimyo's fertility reward right away. 32. Susanna Punch to the Moon. Kakuzu and Scorpion surrender. 13K. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. When Lanye returned to the Hokage office, Kakashi was still meditating on the lightning-style chakra mode, seriously. At the same time, there is also an extra person in Hokage's office, Kakuzu. He stood in a position where the sealed book could not be seen, with two spherical objects at his feet, and his green eyes stared directly at Lanye. "Oh, Kakuzu is here." Lanye smiled and said, "Welcome, these two are Yamanaka-Fang's heads, right?" "Ho ho ho, yes, this is my meeting gift," Kakuzu said in a low voice. "Oh, Nara Shikaku, you can send it to the interrogation department." Lanye looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you can go to the quiet room next to you to practice." The Hokage office originally did not have a quiet room. In order to give the ninjas who were watching the forbidden technique scroll a quiet space, Lanye opened up the next door, leaving nothing but a futon. There is also a special seal, which normally prevents communication with the outside world. It's the name. Kakashi was awakened at this moment, turned around, opened the door of the quiet room on the side and walked into the quiet room. Nara Shikaku also took Kakuzu's greeting gift and left instantly. Lanye sat down and looked at each other with Kakuzu. The difference is, Kakuzu uses the naked eye, while Aoi uses observation haki. The secret technique of earthly resentment in you. It seems that there is no human physiological structure. I don't know, if his, Eye of the Saint, is used on Kakuzu, what interesting changes will happen. No response. Still, Kakuzu felt a chill inexplicably, and looked around cautiously, and finally landed on Nara Shikaku's head. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that he has never hunted anyone from the Nara clan. At this time, Lanye opened the topic. I promised you before that I would let you manage the treasury of the Kingdom of Fire, but after all, you were also a rebel before, so you need some protection. Oh, how do you guarantee it? Kakuzu stopped paying attention to Nara and stared at Lanye with bright eyes. As long as he can control the treasury of the Kingdom of Fire, he can really pay a lot. But equally, there are some bottom-line things that will not be opened up, such as the secret technique of Earth resentment, such as searching his memory, such as leaving a mark, etc. This depends on Lanye's sense of proportion and whether he can do it right. In no mood, Lanye didn't propose, seal, or mark, but, have you been to the canyon next to the Valley of the End? Lanye said with a smile. Well, very powerful, I can't do it, so if you betray me in the future, as the price for my mistakes, I will use the power of the Fire Country to search for your whereabouts and then hunt you down personally. Lanye's tone was very flat, but under the rendering of Conqueror's Haki, Kakuzu realized what it means, the aura of domination. To be targeted by a god of the ninja world, who could rival or even surpass Senju Hashirama. And you can also use all the resources of the Fire Country. Hiss, this is like death and no life. B, as long as I can take charge of the wealth of the Fire Country, why should I defect? Kakuzu grinned. I even have a chance to take charge of the wealth of the entire ninja world, right? I will send troops to the Kingdom of Water soon. At least I can get the same bonus as the Kingdom of Thunder last time. Last time we made 30 billion taels. This moment, Kakuzu's mung bean eyes are emitting a faint green light. 30 billion taels. He may have accumulated wealth for more than 10 years, but he only received compensation for a battle. Kakuzu expressed that the blood in his 5 hearts was boiling. Done. Kakuzu shouted. What should I do now? Can you take me to the treasury I manage first? I can't wait. Before that, I have to tell you, don't kill people at will in the future. If you want to replace your heart, apply to me and I will give you some spies, hearts. That's right, as long as there are some replacements. Kakuzu nodded in agreement. Then, Hong, you take Kakuzu to Kazuma to hand over. I have already told you how to do it. Yes, Yuhiko and I left with Kakuzu with glowing mung bean eyes. The Hokage office has welcomed a new person, Scorpion. Scorpion is hiding in his red amber, covering his true body with a hoarse voice, looking like Frankenstein. Lanye also had plans for him. But, can you let go of the hatred between your parents and Hatake Tsukumo? Lanye said seriously. Hatake Tsukumo is dead, but his son Kakashi is still there. He is meditating on the lightning-style chakra in the quiet room next door. Mode, if you can't live in peace with him, I can give you a chance to leave Konoha City now. Scorpion fell into silence for a long time. Originally, he had given up his physical body and completely given up on the emotions in the world. But now it seems that he has not completely given up. Lanye saw Scorpion's hesitation. He said again. About the issue of immortality, Orochimaru and I have also discussed it. For 897, in your current form with the heart as the core and the puppet as the body, the key heart cells cannot live forever and will still age. One day. If others had belittled his art like this, Scorpio would have gone on a rampage and killed someone. But if this person is Lanye, Xie has been to that hell pit, and he knows that the gap between himself and Lanye cannot be bridged by any skills. And the words of the strong are the truth. Then what do you think can be regarded as eternal life? It depends on the art of my puppet. Xie calmly said. It's very simple, the will is digitized. Lanye snapped his fingers. Simple computers have appeared now. I don't know if you have understood them. They are tools for transmitting information through electronic signals. Can electronic signals be stored? Consciousness. Can the soul be combined with the puppet? If it is possible, how to do it? If it is not possible, is it because this technology is just the beginning? If it develops to the final form, will it be enough? Quote, from a modern perspective, Lanye opens up a whole new world for Scorpion, a genius embodied by the times. Is consciousness stored in a computer? The combination of soul and puppet. Although it seems whimsical, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is not completely impossible. Certainly, the most important thing is that this sentence was said by Lanye, said by 10 strong men who were on par with or even surpassed the gods of the ninja world. That's why Scorpio will consider whether it is feasible. Actually, the dead may not be unable to be resurrected. Lanye smiled and said, for example, the impure world reincarnation, developed by Senju Tobarama can summon the deceased souls by using living people as sacrifices. Like your grandma Chio, she is also developing a program that allows a person to be resurrected. The forbidden technique, which exchanges one life for another, resurrects the dead with everything it has. Like Nagato's Rinnegan, there is the Rinne Tensai technique. It can resurrect the dead on a large scale, so it may not be developed in the future, and it can summon. Isn't it a technique that allows the spirits of the dead to remain in the human world forever? Have to say, Lanye draws the pie from the fields of immortality and resurrection, and he is very reasonable. It has been successful in getting Scorpio very interested. No matter which realization is studied, huge financial support is required. Not to mention, as a person with a broad vision, Lanye is also a famous name in the Land of Fire. Yes, Scorpio made a decision quickly. He opened Fei Liuhu and walked out, using the puppet of the young Scorpion to face Lanye. At the same time, this is also his strongest puppet at present. Mabuyi subconsciously protected Lanye, but then Lanye grabbed her hand and pulled her back. I will protect my woman, so what does it mean for you to protect me? Yi glared at Mabuyi. Mabuyi was stunned for a moment. The daimyo just admitted that she was his woman. This is the first time. Lanye didn't pay attention to Mabuyi, but looked at Xie who was standing there. What do you need me to do? Xie said calmly. On the premise of completing my scientific research tasks, you are free to conduct your research. The funds and resources will be borne by me, but the results and data must also be shared with the people I designate. Lanye made conditions. Who will you appoint? It is tentatively decided to be Orochimaru and Tsunade. They are also studying the subject of immortality, but Tsunade focuses on cells, while Orochimaru focuses on souls and blood inheritance limits. Can I see their research information too? If you can show scientific research capabilities that they can recognize, I think they will be very happy. Does it depend on ability? That's fair. Xie nodded and said, then, what should I do next? Go to the interrogation department. Speaking of this, Lanye hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and said, although you attacked your third cage, I still chose to believe it again. After all, I can give you what you want. So, your first project is to develop. A steam engine can operate without chakra. Orochimaru will have some theories that I mentioned before, but he has never had time to implement them, so I leave it to you. You can move without chakra. What is a steam engine? Xie Murin's face turned. This was an unprecedented challenge for him, and he was very interested. Then, Mabuyi took Scorpion to the institute to find Orochimaru. Although it is just a theory, it was proposed by Lanye after all, and not everyone can see it. And Scorpio is indeed a genius puppet master. After knowing the physical setting of hot steam will rise to generate power, I quickly built a steam engine with my bare hands. Hand construction is my specialty as a puppet master. Moreover, Scorpion has also made some changes. He combined fire style and water style, so that this steam engine can input chakra to activate water style to produce water, and then use fire style to evaporate into water vapor, or artificially add water and then burn coal. Thanks to the ability of the Scorpion puppet master, it was only the first steam engine produced, and the power it produced was considerable. This allowed Lanye to realize some of his ideas. Under Lanye's narration, Scorpion easily manufactured the carriages, tracks, braking devices, couplers and buffer devices, and then mobilized thousands of members of the Phoenix team to assist. Just half a day, a circular train track with a circumference of 10 kilometers was built. When Scorpion sat on the locomotive, he used a remanufactured enlarged version of the magic steam engine to start the train, slowly speeding it up until it finally flew around the track again and again, reaching a final speed of 30 kilometers per hour. To know, nowadays, the most traditional carriage transportation in the ninja world is only 20 kilometers per hour, and it also has to carry a large amount of horse feed, rest, etc. But this train has no such problems and can operate nearly 24 hours a day. The volume is also far greater than that of a small carriage. The most important thing is, trains can be mass-produced in a short time, but carriage horses require more than 2 years of breeding. Make a judgment. Lanye immediately finalized. Xiao, you set up a steam engine assembly line, and the core area is sealed with sealing to prevent technology leakage. After that, you can start researching your technology first. Eternal life. Okay, Xie nodded simply. Just one day, it was under Lanye's guidance that he developed a train that could change the travel mode of the entire ninja world. This proves that he was right to be here. Even, in order to show his determination, Sha also said, Orochimaru's assistant Yakushi Kabuto was captured by me and used a sealing technique to seal his memory of being loyal to me. Hiss, Orochimaru came over and sneered, I've already eliminated that little gadget for Kabuto. Oh, gadget. Xie looked at Orochimaru blankly, obviously not satisfied with being slighted. Before the seeds of conflict between the two could be planted, Lanye took the lead and said, you will be colleagues from now on. I don't care about differences in ideas, but don't let it escalate to a fight or conflict. Coupled with Conqueror's Hoki's momentum suppression, Lanye's already super cage level combat power, this turn of phrase is very effective. This is the deterrence of the strong. In the ninja world, being weak is the original sin. Not to mention, Lanye is also the source of inspiration, financier father, daimyo of the land of fire, and Hokage of Konoha, to both of them. This face should still be given. Orochimaru looked at it with interest, and saw that it had been replaced by a train running on coal. He praised. Lanye, you told me about this idea before, but I didn't think of it as a valuable idea. Now it seems that this steam engine can save me a lot of trouble, and some research equipment can be converted to semi-automatic. Quote, Orochimaru licked Lanye deliberately, and praised the Scorpion by the way. Unexpectedly, Scorpio is unappreciative. Humph, it's just a little trick. Xie said disdainfully. This technique is not difficult, the difficult part is the idea, using the power generated by the rising steam to break. It's very simple, it makes sense, but I have never thought about it. Quote, this is because he refuses to take credit for himself. Okay, it's a good thing if you can produce results. Lanye waved his hand and said, Scorpion, you give a unified rule of the railway track, and then connect with the horse, the assembled troops will lay the railway as the goal. Let's take the lead in dispatching to the Kingdom of Water. Quote, hiss, are you finally going to the land of water? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. I didn't bring back some people last time. Lanye, what do you think? Has the experiment reached a bottleneck? Lanye looked at Orochimaru. I have a little bit of a clue. Caged Bird gave me some ideas, but I need to go to Xuanwu's village and collect some data. How is Itachi doing? The fusion of pupil power has been completed. He is adapting to the new eyes. It is estimated that he will be able to regain his fighting strength in a day or two. Then go. Nagato and Fugaku are in the capital of the Kingdom of Water. You go and join them first. By the time you arrive, they will have completed their mission. Hiss, then I will leave the matters here to Kabuto for the time being. If there is anything, you can ask him to inform me. Oh, you've already started teaching him your ninjutsu. Thank you also. Kabuto is a very useful assistant. The conversation ends here. Orochimaru's bang sound dissipated, but it was just a shadow clone. Lanye doesn't care. Looking at scorpions is a bit weird. He also explained, if you are busy with research in the future, you can also use the shadow clone to find me. Oh, by the way, you don't know this ninjutsu, right? I will ask someone to give it to you later. You send me a list of all the ninjutsu in Konoha that are below S level. Whatever you want to learn, just submit an application to Shikaku later. As for the forbidden technique in the Book of Sealing, wait until you are somewhat mature. I'll show you the results. If you really need something, you can apply to Orochimaru first. He is the dean of the institute. If he thinks it is okay, I will authorize it to you. As for funds and resources, if it's less than 100 million taels, go to Kakuzu to apply, and if it's more than 100 million taels, come to me for approval. Generally, it's okay as long as it's not a waste. Regarding human experiment projects, you need to report to me in advance. As long as it is reasonable, I can agree to most of them. I will give priority to using spies from other countries. If there are special conditions, teams will also be sent to other countries to arrest them. Quote, there are also issues about equipment and personnel. I don't know much about these. Ask Orochimaru where to buy equipment. Don't go to the black market in the past. If it's more expensive, be more expensive. The quality must be guaranteed. I will announce your image of Hirauko. You should not go out for the next 2 days. After I give you a Konoha ID card, you can walk outside normally. Scorpion now understands why Orochimaru changed his attitude just after Lanye said something. Such a great resource, he feels now, he can actually be very cooperative. The arrangement between Scorpion and Kakuzu is just like that. Of course, Nara Shikaku will arrange the necessary monitoring of Anbu in the early stage. But Kaku is expected to control the wealth of the ninja world, and Scorpion has the best scientific research environment in the ninja world. How could the two of them be willing to rebel? I'm going to work here until I grow old. Oh no, you can do it for eternity. The next day, Itachi also completed his adaptation to the Eternal Mangekyo and found Lanye again to return to his life. Has the pupil technique changed? Lanye asked. Back to the teacher, Mangekyo's pupil technique has not changed. It is still Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, but the power and duration have increased by about 10 times. Itachi said respectfully, oh, 10 times. Then your Tsukuyomi space is 30 days old. Yes teacher. How much has the pupil increased? Probably about 3 times. This increase multiple is a bit strange. Come here, I will increase it for you. Lanye condensed the power of yin, nearly doubling Itachi's pupil power. Even the lines belonging to the fusion of two Mangekyo had a faint tendency to disintegrate and recondensate. B. Possibility of promotion to Rinnegan. However, the power of yin is too little, so that it is unable to continue, and this trend just passes by in a flash. But it's not a big problem. Sooner or later, Lanye will be able to master 100% of the power of escape. It's just a pity that I can't drive Susanoo. Seemingly aware of Lanye's regret, the system is very considerate in giving choices. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Fight against Uchiha Itachi and defeat him with 100% of his combat power. Reward. Mangekyo Amaterasu, times 1. Option 2. Fight against Uchiha Izumi and defeat her with 100% of her combat power. Reward. Mangekyo Shikigami, times 1. Option 3. Fight against Uchiha Ori and defeat him with 100% of his combat power. Reward. Mangekyo Invisibility, times 1. 3 choices. No matter which one you choose, Lanye can complete the paired Mangekyo, which of course can open Susanoo. Then the question comes, which one should Lanye choose? Is it a safe option 2 or 3, or is it option 1 whose combat power is unknown now? Of course you have to choose. Master, I want them all. System, I choose 1, 2, and 3. The selection is successful, and the rewards, Mangekyo Amaterasu, Mangekyo Shikigami, and Mangekyo Stealth, have been distributed. Mangekyo Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo pupil technique, the most advanced fire-style ninjutsu, is a black flame that will never go out unless it incinerates the target. Mangekyo Shikigami, Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo pupil technique summons the imprisoned soul to fight for himself as his own Shikigami. He has all the abilities he had in life, but what is consumed is its own chakra. Mangekyo Invisibility, the Mangekyo pupil technique given by Uchiha Ori can make one's breath, body, and chakra disappear. 3 Mangekyo eye techniques. It also comes with 3 pairs of Mangekyo. I wonder what form the Susanoo he opened will take. Looking forward to it, Lanye stood up immediately and said, Itachi, as a teacher, I haven't taught you for a long time. Today I will teach you what the true top combat power in the ninja world is. Teacher. Let's go. I just awakened Eternal Mangekyo, I'm sure I'm not convinced in my heart. After all, Itachi is still a 12-year-old boy, and it is impossible not to be arrogant. Although he knows that Lanye is Super Cage level strong. But now that he has the Eternal Mangekyo, his pupil technique has been amplified, and he can also activate the full form of Susanoo. You don't have the strength to fight, right? Lanye didn't say much. Bringing out the ability of the chicken charm, he took Yuhi Kurenai, Mabuyi and Itachi to fly into the sky and came to the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha City to meet and smell Haki. He found it easily. Uchiha Origi who was practicing. Take him with you. Go to the research institute and pick up Izumi next to Tsunade. But, I heard that Lanye was going to teach his apprentices. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even Scorpion, as well as Kakuzu, who was worried about Scorpion's bulk purchase, were all very interested and wanted to go and have a look. Lanye also brought Shizune and Yakushi Kabuto with him. On the way, he also unexpectedly discovered Kakashi and Might Guy who were fighting, and he also brought them together. Anyway, there are enough people, and there are no less than these two. Just right, let everyone see how powerful Lanye's combat power is now, and he can avoid some troubles that would not have happened. War Zone. Lanye still chose the edge of the Valley of the End. It's quite iconic here. Lanye, Itachi, Izumi, and Uchiha stood 20 meters apart, forming the seal of opposition to each other. At the moment when the seal of opposition is put down, the three Itachis looked at each other, but none of them had any intention of taking the lead. Seem a little timid. Think about it too, although Lanye is their teacher, he is also a daimyo of the Hokage in Fire Nation. Even in the name of competition, the three of them are a bit timid. If it gets damaged, what to do? Lanye was also amused by the three people's worries. If you don't dare, then let me start. Lanye's eyes flashed with lightning, and the blue lightning struck at Itachi in a flash, but the latter used the body replacement technique to dodge it very quickly. Pig Charm Electric Eye, click. The wooden pile was struck by lightning, and was directly electrocuted into coke. It was smashed into pieces when it hit the ground. I saw Izumi and Uchiha looking at each other. The teacher is really cruel. If they had been hit just now, hiss, if you don't use your full strength, you might die. The two finally realized that they were in crisis, and activated Mangekyo one after another to attack Lanye from both sides. Lanye nodded, that's right. Then he opened his mouth and sprayed out two orange beams of light. Dragon Talisman Dragon Explosion, boom, boom. Izumi narrowly avoided the dragon explosion, and the orange beam of light fell on the ground and exploded, creating a large crater several meters in diameter. It was so powerful that it made people feel scalp numb. The most important thing is, Lanye doesn't have any seals at all. The Itachi in the dark saw this. I finally understand what Lanye meant when he said, I can't form seals even at Super Cage level. What do you really want? Now, Izumi and Uchiha also used relatively fast seals, and both sprayed out a fire-style Great Fireball technique to fly towards Lanye, while the two of them continued to rush forward with kunai in hand in the cover of the Great Fireball. But this is completely useless. With the teacher's skills, in no mood, Lanye had no intention of dodging. He raised his foot and kicked out a Tempest Kick, Air Blade. The span was so big that it sliced two great fireballs horizontally, and it still flew towards the direction with undiminished momentum. Uchiha Ali to two people. Bang. 2. Body replacement technique. Wooden stakes were split open, and the three of them hit aside. Off-site, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Izumi responded well these few times, and the timing of the body replacement technique was also well grasped. After all, she is only a 12-year-old girl, which is already very good. This is just basic skills, not the Mangekyo they rely on. Only Shie said bluntly, that's it. If I can't force Lanye to show his true feelings, I can go and warm up. Scorpion, don't worry, Orochimaru prayed. I have witnessed Itachi's eternal Mangekyo power. Even you will not be my opponent. The perfect Susanoo. B. The ultimate power comparable to a tailed beast. Hearing this, Shie just waited silently, obviously a little disbelieving. The battle continues. Lanye stood in the field seemingly defenseless, but Haki had already locked onto Itachi and the others. But he didn't rush to attack, and was ready to see what tricks the three disciples could come up with. 10 seconds later, Izumi took the lead in attacking, emerging from the treetops a little further away, and used the fire-style Phoenix Fire technique to throw dozens of flaming shurikens, trying to force Lanye to move and dodge. But Lanye just looked at it. The monkey talisman's beam shot out, directly transforming these dozens of function fire into piglets. However, because they were dead objects, they fell to the ground motionless. Sighed, Itachi suddenly burst out, swung and threw dozens of kunai, and the goddess scattered them at Lanye in various arcs, and then collided with each other and changed their directions, making it impossible for anyone to dodge. But will Lanye dodge? White mist spread from his feet, condensing an ice wall over 10 meters long in front of him. Lanye thought that with such a large range, Itachi's Uchiha-style ninja tool would not be able to touch him. But he was wrong. The kunai that seemed to be shooting at him actually collided and spread out in all directions, and then when they were bypassing the ice wall, Itachi pulled the chakra string on his hand and controlled several of the kunai to collide. Change the direction of the other kunai again and fly towards Lanye. He really got over the ice wall. Have to say, Itachi's fancy ninja throwing tool is still very pleasing to the eye. It's just lethality. Lanye originally wanted to condense the ice wall again, but found that Uchiha Ali had disappeared. Follow. Uchiha Ori poked out from under his feet, trying to grab his feet and use the Earth-style hard beheading technique to drag him down to the ground. At the same time, Mangekyo time stop. Finally, there is someone who can use Mangekyo. Pity. Lanye can do this trick too. Before the realm of time and space was about to envelope Lanye, Lanye also activated Mangekyo time stop. Not only did he gain the ability to act in the realm of time and space, but he also paused the kunai thrown by Itachi. Then, he was still not ready to move, so he bent down and picked up the back of Uchiha's neck before Uchiha could react. In the realm of time and space, action consumes a lot of pupil power, chakra and silk. Obviously, the physique given to that weakling by Uchiha Ali is simply impossible to compare with Lanye. He was carried by Lanye as a shield and thrown to the kunai on the left, while the ice wall spread on the right. Gotcha. The space-time realm was shattered, and the kunai was stuck on the ice wall and fell to the ground helplessly. And Uchiha Ori was about to hit kunai, and there was nowhere to borrow power in the air. As a last resort, he could only use Susanoo first. Sky blue energy flowed out from his eyes, and the arms and ribs that formed the initial form acted as shields, blocking the damage of kunai. Izumi followed up the Susanoo cover given by Uchiha Ori and fired a faint blue beam of light from her left eye to attack Lanye. Mangekyo soul taking. Originally it was just to force Lanye to move, but unexpectedly Lanye still refused to dodge. Just by extending the ice wall again, it was easy to intercept the blue light beam. Is it that simple? Izumi was stunned, but then he continued to form the seals silently. Taking advantage of the ice wall blocking his sight, the seals this time were a bit complicated. It's time to make a big move. Itachi was on the other side without sight, and there was also a tacit understanding of the seal. TOS. Fire style the fire is extinguished. Fire style the fire is extinguished. Although Izumi Hao's fire extinguishing was not as spectacular as Madara's sea of fire, it was enough to completely cover Lanye's ice wall. Itachi's powerful fire is more concentrated in power, directly breaking through the ice wall he condensed and trying to devour it. Aren't you avoiding this? Lanye really doesn't shy away. Ice Age. Amidst a soft roar, the ice wall was already compressed to the point of disappearing. Instead of retreating, it advanced and actually froze all the flames of the great fire is extinguished, and the great fire is extinguished, and also swept it around in reverse direction. Uchiha, the closest one, only had time to activate the first form of the Susanoo skull, and then the entire Susanoo skeleton was frozen. Izumi and Itachi still had time to react, and they quickly jumped back. I quickly exited for a full 3 kilometers. Even Orochimaru and the others who were watching were forced to retreat several hundred meters before the spreading freezing power stopped. Tsunade people standing on the big tree, looking at the vast white world in front of us, especially the towering ice sculpture of Susanoo's skull, everyone is amazed. It turns out that Lanye's ice escape is already so powerful. The area of ice is 3,000 meters. Orochimaru sighed. Even among the Minazuki clan, there are very few daimyo who can achieve such a level of being able to replicate the blood succession boundaries of others. It is really better than the blue. Replicating other people's blood inheritance limits, and the result is that they are stronger than others. It's unreasonable. Hongdu even said. Half a year ago, Lanye could only freeze a few tens of meters of river. I didn't see how he practiced, so why did he become so strong? Perhaps this is talent, Kakashi said helplessly. He was once called a genius, but now he feels a little inferior to be honest. Look at people's names, this is called a genius. Just when everyone praised, only Might Guy said weakly. I'm just worried, Uchiha Ali won't freeze to death, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the frozen Susanoo skeleton suddenly broke through the ice, skipping the second form and coming directly to the third form. The sky blue Karasu Tengu armor was slightly different from the others, and his waist was filled with rows of kunai. What's particularly strange is that his hands are empty. This is something other Susanoo doesn't have. That filled kunai is the Susanoo weapon given to Uchiha Ori. At the same time, Izumi and Itachi, who just flew back, both activated Susanoo. The fourth forms of dark blue and blood red are 19 meters and 22 meters tall. The Susanoo weapons of bow and arrow and Juken sword also completely destroyed Uchiha Oku. The kunai you want is given to you. Obviously, Izumi and Itachi also thought clearly. If they no longer use Mangekyo's ability, they will not even be qualified to shake land to move and dodge. Teacher, be careful, Itachi reminded. He waved the 10-fist sword in his hand, and as the flames surged, Susanoo's body size increased by half again. Wings sprouted from her back and flapped as she flew into the sky, swooping towards the center where Lanye was. Complete body Susanoo. This is a power that only the eternal Mangekyo can use. In addition to Indra and Uchiha Madara, Itachi is the third person to use this power in thousands of years. People present, everyone is shocked by this level of power. Is this really a power that mortals can master? Only Orochimaru looked at him with feverish eyes, but he didn't have the possessiveness in the anime. Strength. He will still die 100 years later. Only eternal life can last. Seeing that Itachi's 10-fist sword was about to be chopped off, everyone was looking forward to how Lanye would respond. Was he going to open the 8 inner gates? But no, a scene that surprised everyone happened. The golden light was flashing, and then it jumped over the initial form, first form, second form, third form, and fourth form at the speed of light and came directly to the complete body. It actually condensed into a giant golden Susanoo that was as big as a ferret. Looking at the golden Susanoo's eyebrows, Lanye is standing there, but there are no lines of Mangekyo in his eyes, but a golden light. Everyone was stunned by it. What's this? With the power of Mangekyo that transcends eternity, why are his eyes glowing with gold? Especially after seeing the golden Susanoo's weapon, everyone was even more confused. Probably because the left hand of golden needs is the golden gourd Juken sword, the right hand is the golden round shield Yata mirror, the waist is full of golden kunai, and the golden giant bow is required to be straddled diagonally. Did you really copy everything Itachi, Izumi, and Uchiha gave you? And the original version from someone else's is even bigger. It's more dazzling. This is not. Seeing Itachi's 10-fist sword strike down, Lanye also urged the golden Susanoo to wave the golden gourd's golden 10-fist sword to parry. The moment the two collided, boom boom boom, the unrivaled shock wave swept away in all directions, and all the giant trees along the way were uprooted, and all the boulders were swept into the shock wave. Orochimaru, who was watching the battle, was forced to use the summoning technique, triple Rashomon, to set up a defense and avoid being blown away. This is really not a question of strength, but a question of body shape. Although Izumi and Uchiha were several laps smaller in comparison, they at least stood firm. After a brief stalemate, the smaller Itachi was finally at a disadvantage and was thrown away by the golden Susanoo. Whoosh! Izumi also reacted at this time, drew her bow and shot an arrow to attract Lanye's attention, and used the golden Yata mirror to block. Give Itachi, who was knocked out, a chance to stabilize his body. Uchiha also took off the kunai from his waist. He didn't care when he first threw it, but Lanye carefully avoided it and was hit by Itachi, who attacked again. Although Itachi also raised the 8-foot mirror to block it, his figure suddenly stopped in place, motionless. His time is suspended. This kunai actually has the ability to stop time. No wonder. Lanye also had this kunai on his waist. He obviously knew about this ability, so he specially showed it to Itachi. Lanye took the opportunity to use shield attack and knocked Itachi away again. Boom, dong, boom, 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 boom. 3 Susanoo statues besieged Lanye and a golden Susanoo statue. The scene was like a landslide. Inadvertently staggered arrows, kunai, and even the blade of the Juken sword all caused permanent transformations to the surrounding terrain. 4 Susanoo played for several minutes. This originally dense forest was turned into a basin. It turned into a basin. This moment, Tsunade and others seemed to have returned to the time when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought. Is the aftermath of their battle also so earth-shattering? Turn out to be. Is this how the Valley of the End came to be? Scorpion, who had bad breath just now, was silently hiding behind Rashomon, looking up at the golden Susanoo, who was surrounded by 3 statues. There was no sadness or joy on his wooden face. But there is a strange light flashing. So the so-called Rinnegan can have such combat power, right? Probably not. After all, Nagato now listens to Lanye's orders. So, the future Big Pie promised by such a strong man should also be true, right? Our machine's immortal. Looks like he'll be busy again for a long time. And in the field, Lanye dealt with the siege of the 3 disciples with ease, after confirming his current Susanoo strength. I am also ready to complete the task. ... Armament Haki. The black paint covered the golden light, but it did not completely cover it. The black luster revealed gold, which was as strange as the blackened Buddha coming into the world. Lanye was a little surprised at 0.4. To know, this is the 40-meter tall Susanoo. Armament Haki can actually cover everything. #B%. Sage mode. A large amount of chakra was poured into the golden Susanoo, coating its black paint with an orange-yellow pattern. The same was true for his Susanoo weapon. Although his body size did not expand again, the danger level skyrocketed again. That's not the end yet. The right arm of the sealed person, the demon god, the solution. A demon god, Exodia, comparable to a small mountain, was condensed from the back of the golden Susan. It was far larger than the golden Susan and must have been hundreds of meters tall. Itachi, Izumi, and Uchiha were all about to cry when they faced him. No, the teacher is really not that good. It's just a competition. Are you going to smash the entire Fire Nation to pieces? Admit defeat. Teacher, Uchiha yelled hurriedly. Admit defeat. Stop fighting. Teacher, stop, we lost. Izumi agreed. Only Itachi remained silent, holding the gourd on his waist, and condensed 3 rotating Magatama in his right hand. Magatama of Yasaka. All Susanoo can use long-range attacks, but only Itachi among the 3 has mastered them. And Lanye also said, feel this blow well, if you don't use your full strength, you may really die. Lanye's words were very soft, but it makes everyone including Itachi feel terrified. It's just to teach the disciples, what about you? Anyway, even Orochimaru, who is a top-notch lifesaver, silently casts the body flicker technique in the distance. Even though he is 5 or 6 kilometers away, he still doesn't feel at all safe. Others also followed Orochimaru, and this battlefield was simply not a place they could stay. A group of elite Jonin and Cage level people are not even qualified to watch the battle. That's outrageous. Then the frontal battle zone. Hearing that Lanye really didn't intend to show mercy, Izumi and Uchiha could only grit their teeth in support. Although it is impossible to defeat the teacher, but they will at least try to stay alive. Yes, stay alive. Facing Lanye's prepared attack, they had no other thoughts except staying alive. Especially when 8 Inner Gate's death door opens. Itachi, Izumi, Uchiha Ali gave, "Teacher, if you want us to die, just say so, no need to go to such trouble." Just when they were shocked, Lanye actually punched them. Izanagi. Even the calm Itachi couldn't help shouting, "Use Izanagi. Quick." The next second, Lanye's punch actually distorted the space, and the wind of the fist swallowed up the 3 people who activated Izanagi. Even Susanoo, the complete body of Itachi who was blocking the front, could only hold on for less than a second before it shattered. The Susanoo given to me by Izumi and Uchiha is like a porcelain doll that breaks at the touch of a touch. Then, the fist wind that distorted the space rushed into the sky unabated. Following Exodia's attack, it brushed past the 3 of them again, catching up with the fist wind pillar and rendering it a layer of golden light that even the setting sun was eclipsed by. Soared straight into the sky, clearing the clouds covering dozens of kilometers in radius, and finally exploded on the distant moon, creating a crater visible to the naked eye. On the ground, blow a hole out of the moon. The 3 Itachis, who had recovered from Izanagi's phantom, looked at the surface of the moon hanging high in the sky, their scalps numb but also filled with joy of surviving the disaster. TJ, their teacher is simply inhuman. Te, the god of ninja world. Undoubtedly the god of the ninja world. At the same time, Lanye just left them enough time to use Izanagi. Otherwise, based on Itachi's understanding of the teacher, almost all of his abilities are instantaneous. How could it be possible to accumulate power for such a long time? Because of the use of Izanagi and the loss of one Mangekyo, Susanoo of course cannot open it. The 3 of them fell down. But something was wrong. It had fallen hundreds of meters, why hadn't it landed yet? Hiss. Lanye's punch just now actually blasted out a Grand Canal, several kilometers wide, 10 kilometers deep, and hundreds of kilometers long. This. None of the 3 have the ability to fly, and they are not specialized in physical arts, nor have they practiced moonwalk. Yes, facing this bottomless abyss, they can only choose to open it again. Fortunately, before they activated Izanagi, Lanye had already controlled the Golden Susanoo to fly in, holding the 3 of them and flying away from here. On site, only the bottomless Grand Canal was left to prove what happened just now. 33. The left wrist of the sealed person. Nagato besieges the land of water. 8K. Golden Susanoo flew over the Grand Canal and flew directly towards Konoha City with fluttering wings. Uchiha Ori was given to the 3 of them, and was also transferred to the center of Golden Susanoo's eyebrows, into the 6-diamond space, and Lanye used the horse charm to restore their blind Mangekyo. But what surprised Lanye was that both of Itachi's eyes were pitch black, and he actually used Izanagi twice. And Uchiha Ali was blinded by Izumi. After curing 3 people, Lanye asked strangely, "Itachi, why are both of your eyes falling into darkness?" Itachi hasn't spoken yet, Uchiha Ali said diligently. "Teacher, brother Itachi used the transfer seal to cast Izanagi on me, but I didn't react at the time, so I still used Izanagi myself." Lanye nodded in understanding. Transfer seal. You can seal specific pupil power into your own or other people's Sharingan, and it will activate automatically under the conditions set by the caster. Just like the default mechanism. In the battle in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara used this technique to seal Izanagi into his right eye, which brought him back to life after the war. Itachi also did a similar operation. Because Izanagi is the secret technique of the Uchiha clan, its status is comparable to the lightning-style chakra mode practiced by Raikage in the past, and it will not be taught to Uchiha members who are affiliated or have no talent. Itachi was probably worried that Uchiha Ori had recently been taken seriously and had not yet practiced Izanagi, so he used the transfer seal to set him up to save his life. As a senior brother, he takes good care of his junior brother. Good job. Lanye patted Itachi on the shoulder. I still know that you can restore the power of the eyes, teacher, otherwise, the disciple may not be willing to sacrifice an eternal Mangekyo as insurance. Itachi said very honestly. Lanye just smiled and didn't care. Who is not selfish? Uchiha is the oldest of the 3, even a few years older than Lanye. Yes, he also understood this and didn't say much. There was no need for Itachi to save him in the first place. At the critical moment, he could think of him as someone who didn't know how to Izanagi, so he was already taking good care of him. While talking, Golden Susanoo had already caught up with Orochimaru and others who had previously evacuated the war zone. Lanye used the light of the chicken charm to pick him up with Golden Susanoo, and flew straight to Konoha City with him. The members of the Hyuga clan guarding the city could see it from afar. Although I don't know who this Golden Susanoo belongs to, the Daimyo and a group of big guys are in it, so there is no mistake in letting him go. Now except Konoha, where else can anyone summon Susanoo? Wait until we get to the place. Lanye put everyone down and took Tsunade's children back to the Daiming's mansion. It's already sunset, and it's time to get off work. He didn't notice. Izumi watched Lanye and the girls leave with envious eyes, obviously wanting to follow them. And all this was seen by Itachi. Itachi didn't know what his feelings for Izumi were, but after being reminded by Fugaku, he easily made a choice between his family, his teacher, and Izumi. After all, how steadfast can a 12-year-old child be in love? Hey, Kakashi-senpai, wait a minute. Uchiha Oli stopped Kakashi and said with a smile. Kakashi-senpai, the teacher asked me to practice the nature transformation of the Thunder Attribute Chakra. There are some things I don't understand. Please guide me. Well, the teacher must be very busy now, I'm afraid of disturbing him. Well, okay, Kakashi said helplessly. If in the past, even if Uchiha Ori 19 asks for advice respectfully, Kakashi will most likely ignore it. If you are not a relative or an acquaintance, who is wasting your time to guide you? But now, Uchiha Ali is a disciple of the Daimyo, so Kakashi has no way to refuse his reasonable request. It's just that he didn't expect. The teacher also said that after I finish practicing this nature transformation, he will teach me the lightning-style chakra mode. I will also ask Kakashi-senpai for his guidance when the time comes. Being able to say such outrageous things so freely, this Uchiha Ali must have a bright future in the future. How shameless. The scene where Lanye punched the moon in the evening was watched by Xiaopong Shinozuo. When he learned that it was the power of the Fire Nation. In addition to the people of the Fire Country who were proud of it, the other 4 major countries and many small countries are worried. This great name of the Fire Country already has the fighting power of the god of the ninja world, right? Judging from Lanye's past behavior, this is not the idiot that Senju Hashirama takes for granted. I am afraid that there will be some turmoil in the ninja world next. Especially the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water, he is only filled with infinite fear now. Recall the envoys. Hurry, go and recall the envoys. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water roared. No matter what the cost, recall the envoys who went to the Kingdom of Fire to hold accountable the envoys. Otherwise, I will have all of you buried with me. The Daiming mansion immediately went into a state of chaos. But compared to the situation on the moon today, it pales into insignificance. The moon in the Hokage world does not exist naturally, but the 10 tails that lost its chakra when Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, and both the Gedo statue and the 6 paths planetary devastation sealed the moon, which absorbed a large amount of material and condensed it. To guard the Gedo statue, Otsutsuki Hamura led some of the Otsutsuki clan to move to the moon. After the death of Otsutsuki Hamura, he also left behind his ancestral precepts, asking his descendants to guard the Gedo statue for generations to prevent the ninja world from falling into war again. However, his descendants have different understandings and interpretations of this ancestral precept, and are therefore divided into 2 factions, the clan house and the branch house. The Zong family believes that they just need to stick to the moon, not interfere with the world created by Sage of 6 Paths, and just be quiet bystanders. But Branch House thinks the world created by Sage of 6 Paths has been at war for thousands of years. It is a failure and should be eliminated. The Deadline Clan House and the Branch House are still just having a verbal dispute. But since Gedo statue was taken away by Nagato summoning, the Branch House's tolerance has reached its limit. And just today, Lanye's punch hit the moon, making the Branch Houses feel threatened. If they don't take action to purify the ninja world, then the world may be out of control. Then, the members of Otsutsuki Branch House are concerned about something. #BT. He used his entire clan's strength to contribute his own Byakugan, blending and purifying countless Byakugan to form an eye comparable to the remarkable Otsutsuki Hamura, Tenseigan. As long as we have Tenseigan, we can eliminate those clan members who stand in the way of peace. Then no one will stop us from following the will of our ancestors and purifying this wrong world. There is also a Tenseigan who can drive the moon to purify this wrong world. For the sake of our ancestors, right? Next moment, a group of descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura dug out their own white eyes with their own hands. The scene is bloody. Maybe it was influenced by the White Eyes clan on the moon. The Hyuga clan in the ninja world finally cracked the solution to Curse Mark, Caged Bird, after nearly half a year of research. According to Orochimaru's method, that is to use a more powerful curse seal to cover Curse Mark, Caged Bird. Although there will be other sequelae, at least it will free the restriction on the Byakugan, and there will be some unexpected gains. The human curse seal is a curse seal I developed specifically for the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru said hoarsely. It can overwrite the Curse Mark, Caged Bird's restraint on the Byakugan, and it also uses part of the effects of the 100 Healings mark. It can store a certain amount of chakra, but as a side effect, it will forcibly absorb part of the chakra of the body and store it in the human curse seal. Once the human curse seal is liberated, this part of the stored chakra must also be it cannot be closed until it is consumed. Speaking of which, Orochimaru shook his head with regret. This human curse seal was just a failure for him. Being forced to absorb the original chakra will inevitably lead to the reduction of normal combat power. Although you can choose to release the man's curse seal to gain a large increase in a short period of time, the increase is only a single time, and your combat power will decrease for a long time. But, compared with the talent suppression of Hyuga Branch House in Curse Mark, Caged Bird, this side effect is still acceptable. After all, with less chakra, there is still hope of becoming cage level. But if the talent is suppressed, the debuff bug will be enough to destroy any genius. Yes, after discussing with Hyuga Hazashi, Hyuga Hiyashi decided that under the supervision of Lanye, all the people in the Hyuga Branch House who were marked with Curse Mark, Caged Bird, would be overridden with Curse Mark of Man. As for why Lanye is required to supervise, without this suppression, the elders of the Zong family might go berserk. But with Lanye in charge, the elders of the clan neither dared to get angry nor speak out. They could only stare at Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi angrily, but there was nothing they could do. And when carving the human curse seal on Hyuga Branch House, Lanye also roughly understood the function of this human curse seal. through observation, which would suppress about 14% of the chakra amount. T. The backhand was placed on the exchange list of the mission department, with the price listed as level B 300,000 mission points. Although this human curse seal is a failure that Orochimaru dislikes. But for civilian ninjas, it is a big killer. Although the normal state will lack 14% chakra, in a life or death situation, you can have Chunin, Jonin, and even the amount of chakra accumulated over many years to reach Kage level. This is for civilian ninjas who have no secret skills, no bloodline boundaries, and no family inheritance, even ninjas from some small families. That's equivalent to pseudo-blood inheritance limit. Of course, it is impossible for Lanye to equip all genin with this human curse seal. First of all, Orochimaru is too busy, and secondly, genin's combat power is already low. Can he still complete the mission if the chakra is weakened by 14%? 300,000 mission points are probably required by elite Chunin, so that's about it. After assigning the human curse seal to the Hyuga branch house, Lanye intentionally gave Orochimaru and everyone in the Phoenix Force a human curse seal. They usually don't have to go on missions, they just work hard to exercise. It would be a waste to leave chakra alone. But this will have to wait until Orochimaru returns from the Kingdom of Water. He has to rush to join Fugaku and Nagato first. Actually, you can wait until I perfect the human curse seal before popularizing it. Orochimaru suggested. Don't think I don't know, this man's curse seal. It also contains your soul fragments, right? Lanye rolled his eyes. Orochimaru. Now it only has a trace of soul fragments. Popularizing it in large quantities will not damage the roots, but it can also give you some relief. Open seeds. The number of soul fragments that will inevitably be needed after the night in the future will be even greater. In addition to your own disciples or the village's high-level combat power, is it enough to spread your soul on a large scale? Hiss, it turns out Lanye, you understand me. Orochimaru smiled conspiratorially. That's right, although this human curse seal is only the prototype of the immortal curse seal, it also bears his mark of Orochimaru. Just wait until his soul reincarnation secret technique is developed in the future. So even if he is killed midway, it is also possible to resurrect through the soul fragments of these human curse seals and use the ability of soul reincarnation. And this time I applied to go to the Kingdom of Water. In fact, the perfection of Orochimaru's soul reincarnation requires a large number of experimental subjects, and this number cannot be satisfied by Lanye, or Orochimaru can't wait any longer. Yes, Orochimaru wanted to invite Ying in the Kingdom of Water because of the ideas of people from other countries. Lanye vaguely guessed a few things, but didn't reveal anything. The Kingdom of Water is not his people now. What Orochimaru wants to do is his business. Any development of civilization always requires some sacrifices. As long as he doesn't sacrifice his people, Lanye doesn't care. But you'd better be careful, Lanye warned. If it is discovered that it has spread to the Fire Country, it will be a bit troublesome to suppress it. Understood, I won't make it difficult for you. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Go ahead, don't tell me the specific details. Hiss, bang, Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated, and his body had already set off for the Kingdom of Water. That afternoon, the envoy of the Water Kingdom, whom the Daimyo wanted to intercept, was ultimately unable to intercept him for some reason and was taken to Lanye's Hokage office. What Lanye thought was, among the envoys who came here, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, was also there. Ah this, did the Daimyo of the Land of Water have his head shattered? Otherwise, how could they think of such a stupid operation to send their strongest combat force in the Kingdom of Water to the enemy camp? I just don't know, is this Goji Yagura controlled by Fugaku using distinguished heavenly gods? Just thinking about it, but Yagura winked at Lanye with his left eye, with his baby face, which was a bit cute. But it obviously doesn't fit his identity. Lanye understood instantly. Well done, Fugaku. Next moment, the envoy from the Kingdom of Water asked. Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire, Konoha of your country has openly sent Uchiha members to use illusions to control Kurigakure 4th Mizukage, the Kingdom of Water, to launch. The policy of blood mist has caused people to kill from above and weakened the national power of our country of water. Why is this? Is it to provoke a war between the two countries? Logically speaking, if this Yagura is really controlled by Uchiha members sent by Konoha, this envoy from the Kingdom of Water is indeed on the moral high ground, and there is nothing wrong with questioning him with some atmosphere. It's just, regardless of whether the person was sent by Lanye or not, this is just an excuse to start a war. He really wants it. I am thinking about how to start the war appropriately. The system thoughtfully delivers choices. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices, King. Choice 1. As a coward, admit your mistake to the envoy of the Kingdom of Water and compensate him to ask him not to start a war. Reward. Sealed Exodia Demon God, ×1. Choice 2. The domineering teacher directly slaps the table and admits that he did it and orders a war on the spot. Reward. The left foot of the sealed one, Demon God, ×1. Choice 3. The civil servant, the gentle envoy from the Kingdom of Tongshui, negotiated until the talks collapsed and had to go to war. Reward. The right foot of the sealed one, Demon God, ×1. Choice 4. The King's Master, anger the Kingdom of Water and let it take action, then counterattack and occupy the commanding heights to start a war. Reward, left arm of the sealed person, demon god, times 1. 0. 4 choices, 4 attitudes, 4 rewards. Pity, the 4 choices are all conflicting, and multiple choices cannot be made. Otherwise, even if we start a war with the other 4 major countries at the same time, as long as we can obtain the rewards of the remaining 4 XX of the sealed ones, demon god, we can unlock the complete form of Exodia. What else will he be thinking about when the time comes? Just sweep across the ninja world. Although his current combat power can also sweep across the ninja world, he still does not have an overwhelming advantage and cannot make the 4 major countries give up resistance in despair. The war will then begin. Wouldn't it be his future people who died in the battle? This is the foundation for his future conquest of the starry sky Otsutsuki. B. System, I choose 4. Successfully selected, the reward, left arm of the sealed person, demon god, has been distributed. The left arm of the sealed one, demon god, the sealed left arm of the demon god, Exodia, can release the seal once every 24 hours, releasing the power that it can withstand the limit. When the demon god, Exodia, is collected, you will also transform into the demon god. Oh haha. In this way, from now on, Lanye will no longer be a 1-second man. He can first unblock his right wrist and punch him. If it is not enough, he can unblock his left wrist and punch again. Perfect. After making your choice, Lanye released a wisp of Conqueror's Haki, which shocked the envoy from the Kingdom of Water and became a little timid. Then he said dissatisfiedly, if you want to inflict a crime, why bother? Your Kingdom of Water is looking for the riches of our Kingdom of Fire. Are you looking for an excuse to start a war? If you want to fight, then fight. The envoy from the Kingdom of Water, who was already suppressed by Conqueror's Haki, was even more confused after hearing this. No, you did something wrong and we found out. Are you still so confident? Do you really have no regard for the life and death of your people and just start a war? However, at the next moment, Lanye turned on Mangekyo time stop, covering the entire Hokage office, and then used the sheep charm to leave the body, penetrated into Yagura's consciousness and left a message. And then returned to the physical body to release Mangekyo time stop. Click. No one was aware of the fragmentation of the space-time realm. Only the wolfberry Yagura was in a trance. Following his immature baby face, he suddenly became furious and shouted angrily, "You Konoha are so shameless. You use Mangekyo to control me and you still don't admit it. That's good, I'm going to take a look at you today. Do you admit it or not?" After saying that, Yagura held up his tin staff decorated with green flowers. In the horrified eyes of the envoy from the Kingdom of Water, a tin staff hit. Nara Shikaku, Nara Shikaku. Nara ducked away, letting Yagura's tin stick fall on his desk, smashing most of the documents he had just corrected, causing pieces of paper to fly in the sky. Nara Shikaku, that's his workload in a day. And just before Nara Shikaku's attack, and before the envoy from the Kingdom of Water explained, Yagura directly activated the complete body and tailed beast transformation. Three Tails' huge body was about to burst through the Hokage office. Lanye quickly released the reincarnation desperate situation. Disappeared into real space together with the Three Tails tailed beasts, narrowly avoiding the consequences of redecoration. Nara, Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai, and Mabuyi, together with Itachi and Anko who appeared in a flash, captured the envoy from the Kingdom of Water with a look of horror on his face. What? The envoy from the Kingdom of Water called Yagura Goji on his own initiative. Knowing that Lanye had long wanted to start a war, they pretended not to hear it. The envoy from the Kingdom of Water, who was on horseback, and the envoy team were thrown out of Konoha City. As the city gate suddenly closed and entered the war state, a large number of soldiers who had been ready to go from in front of this envoy group, they marched towards the Kingdom of Water. There are vanguard troops there who secretly build ships and other preliminary preparations in the name of building railways, and can set off just waiting for their troops to arrive. See this. How could the envoy group not know that the great names of the fire country were already prepared? What can they do? Yagura, the only Tangerine who can communicate with the Kingdom of Water using the summoning technique, is still in the Hokage office. Yes, the only long-distance connection between this envoy group and the Kingdom of Water is Go Futian. This is also the reason why the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Water cannot contact the envoys to let him return. In this era before the birth of the telephone, the Daimyo of the Land of Water could only stare blankly. And in the Hokage office at this time, Lanye sat steadily on the Hokage seat, with Yagura half kneeling and bowing her head below her. Please Daimyo atone for my sins. Previously, my subordinate has been controlled by Uchiha Obito using Mangekyo. I am unable to send a message back to you because I am incompetent. Goji Shan confessed. Obviously, this was Fugaku using Distinguished Heavenly Gods will modification, to implant the memory that he is a spy sent by Lanye to Kurigakure. Have to say, this Distinguished Heavenly Gods is still very powerful, and it can actually make cage level, perfect Jinchuriki Goju Yagura, so convinced that he is Lanye's undercover. It's a pity that it was used by Danzo. It's hard to describe in one word. Get up, Lanye said. When you return to Kurigakure, you will put all the blame on Runtu, then resign and hand over the position of Mizukage to Terumi Mei. Do you understand? It's a daimyo, Yagura said respectfully. Well, Shikaku, please send a message to Nagato. It's the name. Nara Shikaku 660 took out a scroll, cut his hand and pressed it on it, releasing the sealed, Asura path. As soon as Shiradao appeared, the dumb Rinnegan looked at Lanye and said blankly, "Is it time?" "Well, I'll leave the capital of the Kingdom of Water to you." Lanye nodded. Shira paused. Said Kai, "The civilians in the capital of the Kingdom of Water are innocent. Can we just wipe out the Daiming's mansion? Slaughter the city or something?" Nagato has already escaped from the paranoid state, but now he is a little unable to do it. Lanye frowned slightly, then calmed down. "That's okay." He nodded and said, "But in the future, those high-level officials and generals living in the capital will ask you to assassinate them one by one, and your whereabouts cannot be exposed, otherwise. Then before the unification, you will not be able to appear in the public eye." Quote, "No problem, I will do it well." "Well, let's do it. Thanks." Quote, bang. The Shiradao turned into a white mist and disappeared. This was because it was summoned by the Beast Dao, and in the distant capital of the Kingdom of Water. Nagato stood up, causing Fugaku next to him to cast a questioning look. "You take the son of the daimyo of the Land of Water away first. Then it will be impossible to enter or exit here," Nagato said. Fugaku was not. "What nonsense." He grabbed a middle-aged man with dull eyes next to him, used the body flicker technique and left. The Animal Path, Shira Path, Hell Path, Hungry Kido, Human World Path, and Heavenly Path also followed suit, using transformation technique disguises and wearing heavy black robes, and appeared at the four gates of the capital of the Kingdom of Water. After confirming Fugaku's departure, 6 paths, red beams of light rose up, shrouding the entire capital of the Kingdom of Water in a red barrier. 6 red sun formation. This technique is of the same level as the 4 red yang formation jointly deployed by the 4 Hokage, but its scope is much larger than the 4 red yang formation. It trapped the entire capital of the Kingdom of Water. Fugaku's eyelids were twitching as he looked at the huge 6 red yang formation. Such a large-scale barrier. As expected of a Rinnegan being, he is so strong. The next second, suddenly, a huge boulder with a diameter of several kilometers rose into the air, suspended above the capital of the Kingdom of Water, and was still absorbing a large number of house debris and road stones to strengthen itself. Many of them were involved, and then, learn about the meat grinder. Konoha. Lanye sat firmly on the Daiyutai, and just asked Nara Shikaku, Terumi-mei and Guju Yagura to pick out half of the Konoha shinobi who had been waiting for a long time, as well as all the Phoenix troops, to follow the army forward. To the Land of Water. He himself had no intention of leaving. "Lanye, aren't you going together?" Mabuyi asked strangely. "The last time we conquered the Kingdom of Thunder, you were obviously the one who did it personally. Why don't you look very interested in the Kingdom of Water?" Yuri Hong was also curious. She originally thought that Lanye would be the one to fight in person this time. "This time is different from last time," Lanye explained casually. "Nagato will get rid of the decision-makers of the Kingdom of Water. According to the plan, he will blockade the capital of the Kingdom of Water, and the Kingdom of Water will determine the name. Death will take at least a few days, which is enough time for our army to cross the ocean and land in the Kingdom of Water. Then it will be controlled by Fugaku, and the eldest son of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water will inherit the position of the daimyo. The army of the Kingdom of Water, which was already assembled late, will only be retreating. Most of the money I earned during this period was used to build equipment for soldiers. And Kuritaker's combat power has been eroded for many years, and several major families have been recruited by us again. This time the Ghost Lantern family leads them to kill them back, and there will definitely be a large number of recruits coming back. Their strongest tailed beasts are still our people. In such a situation where the flying dragon is riding on the face, why do you need me to fight personally? If we still lose, Shikakugan and Ma will probably be killed by a head-on collision." Yuhi Hong and Azabu looked at each other. Turn out to be, unconsciously, Lanye has made so many arrangements for the Kingdom of Water, so he has no power to fight back. Nowadays, the Kingdom of Water will definitely be defeated. Although Lanye will not directly incorporate it into the territory of the Kingdom of Fire in name, the daimyo is controlled by Fugaku, and Kuritaker Mizukage is Lanye's woman. Who has the final say in this Kingdom of Water? Rather than caring about this, there was something in Lanye's words. "Now that I'm going to Kuritaker as Mizukage, I'll have one less person tonight. Red, can you handle it?" "Ah, that's right." Yuhi blushed and glanced at Mabuyi. "Without Sister Terumi, Master Tsunade and Sister Yegakura and I may not be able to do anything." Mabuyi, do you have any ideas?" Lanye raised an eyebrow. That night, the desperate situation of reincarnation. Rabbit charm, armament hockey, horse talisman healing, tiger talisman to Mabuyi, 8 inner gates formation, second gate open. 5BH, 34, Hinata prank, scientist positioning, 13K. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. Mabuyi did not show up for breakfast today, but fell asleep in the master bedroom. Before going to bed, she also regretted thinking that Lanye was fast. Who knew Lanye would actually create the space to do this? With tears in her eyes and raised lips, Mabuyi fell into sleep. In the restaurant, Lanye ate breakfast happily, humming a little song and feeling very happy. Of course he took special care of Mabuyi. "Did you tell me that I was fast? Is it too fast now?" Teacher, little Hinata asked curiously. "What are you singing? It sounds good. Want to learn? I'll teach you." Okay. Today is a good day, everything you want can come true." Although Lanye has not practiced it specifically, The song, Good Days, itself does not require much skill, and it can still be sung very festively even if it is thrown away. The Tsunade girls also watched Lanye teach little Hinata to sing, and the cute voice had a different flavor when singing. Can't help but, I also hummed along with him. Wait until the meal is finished. Lanye also taught the whole song to little Hinata, but the original very festive style of music was a bit distorted. Today is a good day, duck. Everything you think about can come true. Today is a good day. Open the door, duck. Let's welcome the spring breeze. Listening to this strange stanza and the soft and cute voice of little Hinata, you will know how strange the whole song tastes. But it's quite cute. Lanye and the others laughed. After they leave, when Hyuga Hiyashi, an old-fashioned man, came over to teach his daughter Gentle Fist, he frowned when he heard little Hinata humming such a strange song. Who did you learn this unorthodox tune from at the daimyo's mansion? Hyuga Hiyashi said seriously. He was worried that his daughter would learn bad habits and anger the daimyo. What's wrong, father? Little Hinata showed no fear in the past, and asked with respect for her elders. It was the teacher who taught me, duck. Are you saying that the teacher's songs are neither good nor bad? Quote. Hyuga Hiyashi gave a stiff thumbs up. You heard wrong, I was praising this nursery rhyme for being nice. Nursery rhyme. Little Hinata tilted her head. But, this is not a nursery rhyme. Let's finish today's practice first. Quote. Good duck. At the beginning of Hyuga Hiyashi's farewell, little Hinata smiled as if she had succeeded in playing a prank, and her eyes, which were originally full of weakness, contained a hint of bad intentions that were hard to detect. Turn out to be, serious father, there are some people who are afraid. Lanye didn't know that Hyuga Hiyashi was pranked by little Hinata, because of the reason for sending troops to the Kingdom of Water. Although the country of fire has now entered into a wartime state, proper business activities have not been suspended. It's just a country of water, nothing more. However, Narashikaku set out with the army, so there was no one to deal with the accumulated documents. Lanye decisively sent Itachi and asked him to learn how to become a qualified Hokage with Yuhi Kurenai. Anyway, Itachi was very happy to be able to share the burden for the teacher. Does anything else matter? And Lanye, taking Anko, who had not been with him for a long time, he used the transformation technique to change his clothes, put on a mask, and played on the streets of Konoha City. Transformation technique was an ability obtained through a certain ordinary choice. Hongdu was still embarrassed and said, Lanye, you are still at war with the Kingdom of Water. As a daimyo, you are shopping here. Isn't it a good idea to be discovered? Then tell me, what can I do when I go back? Lanye asked funny ly. Hongdu thought for a while. Correct documents. Most of the documents have been digested by various departments, and very few can be submitted. With Yuhi Kurenai watching over them, if there are cases where Itachi can't make a decision, I will definitely come and ask Lanye immediately. Lanye has been using the power at hand, and now even if he is not working for a short time, the Fire Nation can still operate normally. Thinking about the future development of the Fire Nation. Nowadays, the development of the Fire Country has been very rapid. Hongdu has no idea what else needs to be strengthened. She has long been unable to understand Lanye's operations. And usually, in addition to handling some important things and meeting important people in the Hokage office, Lanye spends part of his time teasing Yuhi Kurenai and Mabuyi. But unfortunately, he just can suddenly come up with a strange idea. For example, in various major departments now, it was born out of the fight with Yuhi Kurenai and the others. Obviously, Lanye is actually thinking all the time, and this does not require a specific location. War in the Kingdom of Water. As Lanye analyzed previously, Hongdu outside the window also heard it. This battle can easily defeat the Kingdom of Water. Everything else is just trivial matters. Yuhi Kurenai and Itachi can handle it in the Hokage office, and there is no need for Lanye to wait there. If you think about it, it seems that Lanye is not required to sit in the Hokage office. Anko couldn't react for a while. This is wrong. Why was it so hard for Hokage in the past, but it was so easy for Lanye? Seeing Hongdu's confusion, Lanye smiled and scratched her nose and explained, as the brain of the country, I don't need to do everything myself. The trivial tasks that should be left to others can be left to professionals. I just need to identify who to do. Being good at something is enough. Is that so? What else could it be? Lanye shrugged. But, aren't you worried that they are lazy? Or greedy? Hongdu felt that she had found a loophole. 18. Otherwise, what do you think I did by sending Anbu away? Lanye glanced at Hongdu's head. Do you think I just wanted to leave you alone with me? Isn't it? Anko curled her lips and said, Orochimaru-sensei asked me to, but you and Tsunade-san and the others ignored me all the time. Forehead. What does the Anbu who escaped do? Hongdu asked curiously. Monitor whether other departments are abusing their power and committing theft. I have also set up a suggestion box among the people. I will let Shikaku or Itachi personally see any submitted documents. If any department dares to commit fraud, the eyes of the people will be sharp. Oh, I said that Sister Hong would occasionally come back with a bunch of letters, so that's what she did. Hongdo suddenly realized. Lanye smiled and shook his head, looking up at the research institute not far away. This is his first destination. Enter the institute. Lanye did not go to Tsunade's laboratory, but turned to the newly opened laboratory Scorpion's laboratory. At this time, Scorpion was arguing with Kakuzu about something. Is there any difference in function between a 90% new instrument and a brand new instrument? But the price difference is 1/3. Kakuzu roared. Do you know how much your laboratory spent? It's already 600 million taels. Ah, do you have a total of 600 million taels in your current possessions? Ah, faced with Kakuzu's wrath, Xie just said calmly. Lanye said, my instruments must be the best, not black market ones. Then tell me, is there any difference in function between a 90% new instrument and a brand new instrument? There will be a 1.4% error. It's just a 1.4% error, and it takes 140 million taels to make up for it. Kakuzu raised his voice half a tone again. Every 0.1% error of the agency may lead to deviation of the final result. Then can't there be a deviation point on this instrument? This is too expensive, cannot you? Seeing that Kakuzu was about to take action in anger, Lanye also stopped watching the excitement and hurriedly expressed his presence. Ahem. Xie and Kakuzu immediately looked at him warily, and when they saw it was Lanye, they had different reactions. Scorpio just nodded calmly, but Kakuzu rushed to Lanye as if he saw a savior. Daimyo, you have to make the decision for me, Kakuzu said angrily. Just because of the 1.4% error, this scorpion wants me to spend an extra 140 million taels to buy a brand new instrument. Can't it be 90% new? Well, you tell me the situation first. As Kakuzu told, Lanye looked a little strange. Scorpio wants to buy a batch of brand new electronic equipment, which are the most advanced nowadays and are extremely expensive. I don't know where Kakuzu found it. He intercepted a batch of equipment from a bankrupt laboratory, and there were nearly 90% new electronic equipment inside. The price is more than a third cheaper than buying a brand new one. How could this make Kakuzu not moved? But Scorpio was unmoved and wanted to buy a batch of brand new electronic equipment without any room for negotiation. Well, have to say, letting Kakuzu take charge of this treasury is definitely the wisest choice. With his character who loves money as much as his life, if you want to take money from him, the reason must be sufficient. And he is also familiar with the lowest price of each item, and can always reduce the price of some purchase orders by about 1/10, but still buy better resources. This is the humanoid, Taobao. But today, he met Scorpion, who was specially approved by Lanye. This batch of electronic equipment was applied for multiple times, and the single price did not exceed 100 million taels. It was difficult for Kakuzu to go to Lanye to inquire. Otherwise, wouldn't Kakuzu be in trouble? Hence the quarrel just now. Listen to the complete process. Lanye looked at Xie. Do you have anything to add? Scorpion shook his head calmly. He really wants to see it now. How would this Daimyo, who had promised him that he could meet all of his scientific research conditions, make a decision? Lanye did not disappoint. He said straightforwardly, Kakuzu, in the future, when purchasing equipment for the research institute, just buy the highest grade equipment, even if you pay more for it, it doesn't matter. But, Kakuzu became anxious, but Lanye stopped him with a wave of his hand. Kakuzu, take a long-term view. Lanye comforted. If you do the math, Kakuzu has developed the train. Once it is laid, it will greatly increase the flow between cities. More people can go to towns and even the capital. In the future, if more labor and more value are created, will the overall tax revenue also rise? The most important thing is the circulation of goods, which represents higher trading opportunities and more frequent transactions of goods. How huge will the tax be? After being told this, Kakuzu thought about it again. Suddenly he came to Shia's side and said attentively, Xiao, I suddenly remembered that the batch of equipment I bought for you before seems to have been accidentally mixed with some defective products eliminated from the black market. Although the performance is guaranteed to be absolutely fine. But it's not brand new after all, I'll replace it with a brand new one for you. I figured it out, Xie just said calmly. I know it was bought on the black market, but it's just an ordinary device, it's enough if it can be used. No, it must be the best. Kakuzu insisted. You study hard and leave the equipment to me. I guarantee that everything will be in place within 3 days. And the fastest and the best. After saying that, Kakuzu also patted his chest, which made a loud noise. It can be seen that this guy is now worshipping Scorpio as the god of wealth. How much does it cost to buy Qian Zhao's equipment? In the future, with the tax revenue from commercial development, hundreds of such research laboratories can be built a year. Seeing Kakuzu being so insistent, Lanye just folded his hands and watched the excitement. No one is in a hurry to pay, so why is he refusing? He nodded in agreement. After Kakuzu reassured him, he quickly ran to buy equipment. Xie looked at Lanye and said, is something wrong? Let's take a look at the ideas I told you yesterday. Which one do you plan to do first? Lanye asked. The radio modification has been completed and 2 simple radio stations have been built. But they can only send and receive radio signals, but cannot transmit text or images, so they need to be used with different code bases. Oh, Lanye said in surprise. You can actually make a radio station so quickly. Not bad. A code book, right. I understand that. I will give you the entire Morse code later, which will definitely cover most of the sentences. That's okay too. Are there any other research results? It's just 1 day, the rest has not been studied yet. That's right, take it little by little, don't be in a hurry. Lanye said with a smile. This scorpion is simply a quick treasure. Orochimaru is a ninjutsu scientist, who can play with things related to chakra. Then this scorpion is the industrial scientist, who specializes in improving Lanye's industrial development progress. Speaking of which, the skill points of this ninja world are also ridiculously crooked. There are all telephone poles, and household appliances such as refrigerators and televisions have become popular on a small scale. There are even headsets for close conversation. But there are no big killers, such as radio stations, telephones, and trains. Lanye accidentally looked behind Xie and became interested in a long tube-shaped thing. That thing seems to be a tiger. 35. Enko finally enters the palace. Sarutobi is going to rebel. 8K, look what I saw. Lanye crossed the scorpion and picked up a long cylindrical object, which was very surprising. Is this a rocket? Where did the scorpion come from? Seeing Lanye's interest in this new gadget, Shaw explained, this is what Orochimaru gave me. It is said to be an item decomposed from pain, Nagato's Shirapath. It is powerful enough to compete with the damage of B-class fire style. I am interested, just have to study it. Oh, Lanye asked expectantly. Did you find anything in your research? After dismantling more than a dozen, I can only learn that it is driven and detonated by a special object. It is similar in nature to the detonating charm, but chakra is not used. I suspect it is related to the filling inside. It seems to be related to gunpowder, but it's more advanced. I haven't analyzed its specific ingredients yet, and I need more samples. Yes, but with the knowledge limited by the times, it is already very powerful to be able to analyze these. Lanye praised. General rockets are powered by hybrid types, including NTN, cyclotrimethylene trinitrate amine, octogen, and even hexanitrohexazisowertsatane, octonitrocubane, etc., which you cannot obtain at all now, are the sources of power and damage for high-power missiles. While Lanye was speaking, Scorpion also silently used the chakra thread to control the pen on the table and write down the key words. Wait for Lanye to stop talking. Xie asked again. Then do you know the specific formulas of these NTN, cyclotrimethylnitrinitramine, octogen, hexanitrohexazisowertsatane, and octonitrocubane? As for why Lanye knew all this knowledge that he didn't know, Xie didn't care at all. Essentially, in fields such as industry and machinery, scorpions are people similar to Orochimaru, they only pursue the commanding heights of art. Lanye is very satisfied with Scorpion's attitude. Save him the lame excuse of, he once had an experimental group. He directly told everything he knew one by one. This NTN is a white or yellow needle crystal, odorless and hygroscopic. It is a relatively safe explosive. It can withstand impact and friction, but any amount of sudden heating can cause an explosion. It and the toxicity. Cyclotrimethylnitrinitramine is a highly explosive with extremely powerful explosive power, 1.5 times more powerful than NTN. The chemical formula is C3H6N606. Octocan, hexanitrohexazisowertsatane, octonitrocubane. Wait until Lanye finishes speaking. Xie also took several pages full of notes, writing down everything he just said word for word. After confirming that Lanye was hollowed out, Xie Kai asked, what does C3H6N606 mean? It's the chemical formula of rosinate. Lanye slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot, the ninja world doesn't have a unified periodic table of elements yet. I happen to be able to memorize it, so take note of it. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine and neon. Lanye recited the periodic table of elements and described the characteristics of each element as much as possible. But there are definitely a lot missing. After all, although he is only 18 years old this year and just finished the college entrance examination last year, after all, more than half a year has passed, and many knowledge points have been returned to the teacher. Tisk, wouldn't it be better to say that high school is the pinnacle of knowledge for many people? Lanye sighed. After Lanye finished talking about the periodic table of elements, Scorpio had other questions. As Lanye mentioned the carbon journey, for example, why does the high compression of carbon form diamonds? With Lanye's high school level, he actually impressed Gene Scorpion, the strongest puppet master in the ninja world, with the humility and studio-useness of a primary school student. It really made Lanye addicted to being a teacher, although he had 4 apprentices. But what he can really teach them is more about the way of life and the rich resources. To give advice. In other words, the Thunder Attribute Chakra nature transformation given by Uchiha Ali was made by him. He only wrote down his experience, without any words or deeds. And when the two were discussing science, Hongdu listened with a confused face, and finally stared at Lanye's side face infatuatedly. Lanye looks so awesome. A puppet master like Lien Xie looks like a primary school student in front of him. He doesn't look much better than her at 190, so why don't he know anything? 15. Boom. Ah, Lanye is so strong in every aspect. I heard from Sister Tsunade that he is also very strong in that aspect. But teacher Orochimaru obviously said that as long as there is no one around Lanye, he will FK him in the middle of the night. But why is Lanye either there or disappearing in the middle of the night? It seems that I used the ability of that different space to bring Sister Tsunade and the others. I really want to be together. Lanye. He stopped popularizing science. About Xie, ignored Xie's eagerness for knowledge, and looked at Hongdu with bright eyes. It turns out you are such a red bean. Although Hongdu was now wearing a mesh dress, like other women in Lanye, he was stingy and made her wear a coat that could hide her beauty. But even so, still can't cover up Hongdu's beautiful figure. Let people see. Ah, what's wrong? Hongdu said with a normal expression, are you hungry? It's indeed noon. Should you eat here or go back to the Daimyo mansion? Hungry. Yes, it's time to eat. Lanye pointedly said. Hongdu didn't know why and thought he was going to eat. Lanye left Xie behind and walked back with Hongdu. But, he couldn't wait to walk back a little bit, so he cast the rabbit charm and took Enko with a gust of wind back to the Daimyo mansion, stopping in the master bedroom. Before Hongdu could react, she asked strangely, why did I come to your room? Why did I come to your room to eat? What to eat? Of course I will eat you. 10,086 words are omitted below. The desperate situation of reincarnation. Spell free. Armament hockey. Horse talisman healing. Tiger talisman 2 red beans. 8 inner gates formation second gate open. After half a year, Enko finally fulfilled Orochimaru's instructions to her and became Lanye's person. And this meal, Lanye also ate from noon to evening, and then changed the bowl, and continued eating. The next day, it was rare for him not to get up early. He lay on Tsunade's pillow and yawned, showing no intention of getting up. Can't you afford it? You have nothing to do today, Tsunade said angrily. Oh, with Hong and Weasel, I don't need to take part in ordinary things. Lanye rubbed his tongue. Don't make trouble. You have nothing to do and I have something to do. Move away, you won't be able to keep up with today's progress. Despite Tsunade's words, he did not push Lanye away. Finally, she could only create a shadow clone to go to the research institute to provide guidance while she slept with Lanye. The other rooms are also quiet. Until the sun rises 3 poles. There was movement outside the door. It was Uchiha Ali who came to the door and was talking to little Hinata. Who are you? Why are you at my house? Hello, second senior sister, I am the teacher's new disciple, I will just become your junior fellow apprentice. Junior brother, but, isn't the youngest sister Kwanmei? Back to second senior sister, I'm a little later than senior sister Kwanmei. Oh, then are you here to see the teacher? Yes, second senior sister, I have mastered the thunder attribute chakra nature transformation that the teacher asked me to practice. I couldn't wait for the teacher to come to the Hokage office in the morning, so I came to the teacher's residence to see if there is anything I can do for the teacher. Then I'll call the teacher for you. You won't disturb the teacher, will you? I don't know, why don't you wait a little longer? Okay, second senior sister. Then you practice with me. Isn't this bad? It doesn't matter. You put on the armor, and father asked me to successfully tap the acupuncture points through the armor. That's considered an introduction. In that case, then listen to second senior sister. Brief conversation. It fully demonstrates the licking skills given by Uchiha Ali. Even 6-year-old Hinata can use honorifics naturally. Lanye glanced at the sleeping Tsunade, carefully lifted his head off the pillow, used the chicken charm to fly out, and at the same time, put on the daimyo's god robe. Dress up. This was not given by the system, but a small E-level ninjutsu he had learned by himself. Open the door and come outside. Uchiha Ali was giving moves to Gentle Fist little Hinata, who was practicing Gentle Fist. He was basically in a state of being beaten, and he also had the sense to only let little Hinata fall on his sleeve without actual contact. It's all thanks to his hard work. Japan have not even learned how to deal with the law. Saw Lanye appear. Uchiha Ali's eyes lit up. He took a few steps back to avoid little Hinata, and then bowed to Lanye. Teacher, you are here. Hinata, who was beating someone up, heard this and turned to look at Lanye, her expression changing as if she was cute. Teacher, you're having trouble. Haha, you naughty little kid, now I know why Kurama wants to live in a celebrity's house. Lanye smiled fondly. Of course Lanye also knows about little Hinata's recent love of pranking others. But isn't that nice? Compared to the weak Hinata in the original work, Lanye prefers the eldest sister Hinata in Infinite Tsukuyomi. Teacher, you know, duck. Little Hinata made a mistake and lowered her head. I just saw that Kurama's hair felt so good, so I just wanted to grab some and knit a scarf for you, teacher. Who knew it wouldn't work? Talking. Little Hinata waved her hands a little angrily. Even after hearing this reason from Yuhi Hong, Lanye still couldn't help but smile. Is the woolen scarf from Nine Tails okay? Although her hair is easy to brush, in the final analysis it is not made of chakra. If you pull it off and lose Kurama's control, it will of course dissipate. As a result, little Hinata did not believe in evil. She thought it was Kurama who refused to let her use it, so she just wiped out all of Kurama's chakra. When Lanye used the Pokeball to take Kurama out of the sealed space again, it stopped coming to the Daimyo mansion and went to live at Naruto's house. At the same time, it is also very curious about Namikaze Minato and just observes it. This is funny in Lan. But Uchiha Ali is all stupid. What did he hear? The second senior sister made Kurama bald. Kurama is Nine Tails, right? It's the Nine Tails tailed beast that makes the fourth Hokage's extreme 1-for-1, right? It's this world. Has the world changed, or is his second senior sister too cruel? Think about it again. He actually thought just now that little Hinata was just a harmless second senior sister. Hiss. Lanye looked at Uchiha, a little puzzled. Why is this child gasping for air all of a sudden? Uchiha Ali said hurriedly. Teacher, please see that I have completed the nature transformation of the thunder chakra. Please take a look. Electric sparks jumped up from his right hand, which was the chakra being converted into the thunder attribute. If the lightning style is implemented at this time, the power will also increase to a certain extent, and in penetration, and there will also be a bonus on paralysis. Among the 5 elements, the thunder attribute chakra is the most difficult to control, full of violence and untameness. but in the hands of Uchiha Ali, it was firmly controlled within a certain range, and it also avoided splashing towards Lanye and little Hinata. There is already a small achievement in control ability, it doesn't look like it has just been completed. Lanye used seeing hearing color hockey to perceive it, and the intensity was also pretty good. Not bad, it's very fast. Lanye praised. This talented disciple can teach you to save your worries. I would also like to thank Kakashi-senpai for his guidance. Uchiha Ali said modestly. Many people can accomplish nothing even if they have this resource. The fact that you can complete it in a few days already shows your talent. Thank you for the compliment, teacher, I will continue to do so. Uchiha was beaming with joy. He has passed this first test, and his position will be stable thereafter. I give you the authority to go to the Hokage office to check out the lightning-style chakra mode. If you don't understand anything, ask Kakashi. He should have started, right? Lanye said. Yes, teacher, Senior Kakashi's talent is really amazing. Uchiha Ali sighed. Even in the lightning-style chakra mode, which is the most difficult to practice, he actually. Although I can get started in 2 days, I am already training my hand cells in a small area. I believe I will be able to complete the first stage of practice soon. Quote, well, then you can practice with him. Lanye said. Very good. Another, trouble, is thrown out. Itachi has the heritage of the Uchiha clan, and both Fugaku and Fudai can fatten him up. Little Hinata is similar to Itachi, and has Hyuga Hiyashi to teach her. Izumi was left to Tsunade, and now she has learned a lot. Now even Uchiha Ali is taught by Kakashi. What teacher Lanye does is really not too easy. But Uchiha Oriji was overjoyed. He was once just a fringe shunin of the Uchiha clan, how could he have thought that he could practice Raikage's inherited secret technique? Some studies are already very good. Furthermore, as a daimyo of the Fire Nation, his teacher was responsible for the prosperity of the entire Fire Nation, so how could he waste time teaching him? The teacher is very busy. Although the teacher slept all morning today, he must have been awake all night because he was worried about the war in the Kingdom of Water last night. Right, that must be the case. Then, Uchiha Ali bowed respectfully with admiring eyes. Don't disturb the teacher's rest. Lanye doesn't know what Uchiha Ali thinks and doesn't care too much. He rubbed little Hinata's head and prepared to go back to the house to take a nap. It was rare for Tsunade to give himself a day off today, so he had to cherish it. Only, before he could do anything else, Itachi appeared outside the door. Teacher, Kurigaka rebelled against Momochi Zabu BJCC and brought a blood successor limiter from the Minazuki HU clan to surrender. The disciple doesn't know how to deal with it, please. Express, Itachi said respectfully. Original, there is no need to alarm Lanye when someone comes to surrender. Just go to the interrogation department and arrange it in Konoha Castle if there is no problem. But this time is different. Because the bloodline limiter of the Suzuki clan is a male. This represents the seed of a clan, which can be sown and bloomed like Kimimaro did. Not out of third generation. The Minazuki clan will rise again in Konoha. Only, it was supposed to be a matter of mutual benefit, but something unexpected happened because Zabuza insisted on seeing Lanye. Although coercive measures can be taken, the situation has not reached that point yet. Yuhi Hong could only ask Itachi to come and ask Lanye's opinion. After listening to Itachi's narration, Lanye is thinking. Then the descendant of the Xuanwu clan should be Bai, right? Bai turned out to be a boy. No wonder it's so rare to brew fermented wine. Just right. Lanye was also very interested in these two people, so he and Itachi came to the Hokage office. Zabuza Lanye didn't look at it much. He was not interested in a male partner who didn't have the limit of precious blood inheritance. But this is white, don't say, because he is still a child, he looks very androgynous. At first glance, Lanye almost thought that this was a patient girl. Lanye looked at Itachi and asked, are you sure it's a man? Itachi immediately understood the question in Lanye's eyes and nodded calmly. Lanye sighed sadly. To know, in his previous life, he also felt very sorry for this character in his dialogue and even forehead. Anyway, it's useless to say anything now, this is a man. Then use it to carry on the family line. Itachi calmly said nothing, but Zabuza, who had been observing Lanye, was a little unhappy. He Tangtang Yi Jonin came to surrender and you stared at his work set for a long time. Doesn't this ignore his existence? Daimyo of the Land of Fire, is this how you treat guests? Zabuza said with a hoarse voice. I brought Kurigaku's vital information to help you defeat the Kingdom of Water. Exclamation mark quote. Ah, I almost forgot. Lanye came back to his senses and looked at Zabuza. Sorry, what did you just say? Zabuza, he could only repeat it again. He added. As long as you agree to my condition, I will give you all the information. But unfortunately, Lanye has no interest in Zabuza's information. Joke. No matter how precious your information is, can it still be better than what I know? What he doesn't know can only be small information. And, now there is absolutely no possibility for the Kingdom of Water to defeat the army sent by Lanye. It is just a question of how long it can hold on. Why would he give Zabuza a chance to negotiate terms? If you surrender, just surrender properly. What kind of case is it? Lanye said directly. I don't need your information. You can leave or stay, but I must stay. Zabuza was a little confused. Why don't you listen to my information? Seeing that Lanye doesn't seem to be fake, Zabuza hurriedly said. My information is really important. It involves the stronger combat power behind Kurigakure, that is Mangekyo's power. I know that is not your Konoha people. Aren't you curious who he is? And what I need is to help me become the 5th Mizukage. In return, I can sign an alliance with Konoha right now, what do you think? After talking for a long time, did it just turn out that I got the run-to information from nowhere? Lanye shook his head and said, I already have the information you mentioned, and I have promised Mizukage to others. Instead of thinking about those unrealistic things, you might as well think about it now. Go or stay, promise to others, Zabuza said loudly. Why do you promise to others? You, brush, laugh, snapped. Itachi instantly attacked Zabuza, although he obviously released water to give Zabuza time to react. But I didn't expect it. The young Shiro was able to react and released a small handful of ice Senbon to shoot at Itachi. But his attack was intercepted by Zabuza, who slapped Haku away with his backhand. Who asked you to take action? Zabuza said angrily. Is this a place where you can take action? Bai stood up silently, walked back to the position where he was slapped, and stood submissively. Zabuza ignored Bai and looked at Lan Zheng again. It was my subordinate who was rude just now. Only subordinates, Lanye said lazily. Also, from now on, Shiro is my Konoha person and is no longer your tool. If you do it again, I will. It would be regarded as a provocation to Konoha Itachi, and there would be no need to hold back at that time. His teacher, Itachi directly opened the eternal Mangekyo. As the Anbu chief, he was the only one who did not need to wear the Anbu mask. When Zabuza faced the eternal Mangekyo, the body also followed. Trembling, it's Mangekyo. In recent years, Zabuza has been wandering alone. Although he is accompanied by Shiro, he has always been concerned about Kurigakure and wants to overthrow the incorrect, blood mist. A lot of information about the world is also collected at all times. Yes, Zabuza knew that there was Uchiha who had awakened Mangekyo in Konoha. But, he didn't expect that he would be such a young boy, or even a child. His future, is it comparable to Uchiha Madara, who once fought against the god of ninja world? And, the Fire Nation Daimyo in front of me can also defeat the 4th Raikage who has activated the Thunder God armor with one punch. He is the top strongman in Cage level, even Super Cage level. In contrast, what qualifications does Zabuza have to negotiate terms? Even the precious information has been known for a long time. Fortunately, Zabuza just came to give it a try, and did not decide that he must exchange for the position of Mizukage. Recognize the reality clearly, Zabuza could only compromise. I am willing to keep Shiro and give me my information. I also ask the Fire Country Daimyo to tell me the origin of 5th Mizukage and let me return to Mist Shinobi. The village continues to live. Quote, intelligence is not necessary. Runtu, who controls your 4th Mizukage, is just a bigger ant. Lanye said nonchalantly, but this Bai is pretty good. Remember to tell him well. When living in Konoha, don't use tools at all times. Do you know that everyone is equal under the name of the Daimyo? Yes, Zabuza looked at Shiro. Shiro, from today on, you are no longer my tool. You must stay in Konoha and obey all the instructions of the Fire Country Daimyo. Do you understand? The commanding tone is stiff, but the dialogue is particularly effective. After all, a 6-year-old child can have a strong will. Shiro subconsciously followed Zabuza's will and shouted, yes. Zabuza-sama, don't call me sir, you and I are not from the same ninja village now. Zabuza corrected. Shiro's expression was a little confused this time, and he looked at Zabuza cautiously, not wanting to say anything he wanted to say. But Lanye noticed it, said, it doesn't hurt to tell you, Kurikakure's 5th generation. Mizukage's name is Terumi Mei. She is the leader of your Kurigakure anti-Mizukage organization. She is also my woman, and now my army of the Fire Country should also arrive at your water country soon. Although the Kingdom of Water is still nominally one of the 5 independent countries on the country's territory, do you really think that I am going to war just to start a war? Compensation, Zabuza. So, Kurigakure will actually be under the control of the Fire Nation from now on. As for the Water Kingdom being attacked, Zabuza didn't care. If it weren't for the fact that the daimyos of the Land of Water didn't care about and even hated the bloodline boundary family, how could the blood mist have happened? But then, Zabuza just shrugged his shoulders in despair. What could he do? Turn the tide of the war on your own? Or to expose the Zhenjiang Miaohong, Terumi Mei? Or is he going to suddenly kill the seemingly defenseless Fire Nation daimyo in front of him? At most, he only has the combat power of an official Jonin, which is 4 levels behind Lanye, Elite Jonin, Ordinary Cage level, Elite Cage level, and even Super Cage level. What to kill? Not to mention that there is a disciple who has activated Mangekyo next to him, watching with eager eyes. Unprecedented. Zabuza felt extremely powerless. Is this the sorrow of the weak? Zabuza smiled bitterly and said, that Mangekyo only has one Mangekyo. He wears a black robe with red clouds on a black background. His ability seems to be able to transfer himself to other spaces. He can, ignoring most physical damage. I also obtained this information when he slaughtered the Minazuki clan. Quote, after talking for a long time, this information is of no use to Lanye. Lanye looked at Zabuza, thinking he would have something to say. It didn't. Zabuza looked at Lanye's calm look and knew that his information was probably out of date long ago. Sighed. Zabuza bowed slightly and saluted, then turned around and left Hokage's office without looking back. Shiro subconsciously wanted to follow, but Zabuza froze in place with a stern glare. Lanye was not in the mood to comfort the child. He said directly, "Put him and Kimimaro together and give him to Yakushi Kabuto to raise." Yes. Itachi left with Shiro. Lanye stood up and looked at Konoha outside the floor-to-ceiling window, thinking in his mind. Over there in the Kingdom of Water. Is it time to start a war? Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. When the Kingdom of Fire marched openly to attack the Kingdom of Water, this time Sunagaku of the Kingdom of Wind no longer sat idly by. Because when the Sarutobi clan came to take over Rain Shinobi Village, a businessman from the Kingdom of Wind recognized the undisguised Sarutobi Asuma, and then sold this information to Sarutobi. Hidden Village's intelligence base in the black market. 4th Kazekage Rasa is also courageous. When it was further analyzed that the Sarutobi clan might be abandoned, they actually dared to rush to Rain Shinobi Village alone and sit down face to face with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as Luo Sha opened his mouth, he was like a king. Come to Sunagaku, I can give you a status you don't have in Konoha. 36. The beginning of war. Obito has lost his mind. 7K. Rasa. Come to Sunagaku, I can give you a status you don't have in Konoha. To put it straight to the point, Sarutobi Hiruzen just smoked his pipe in silence, neither objecting nor agreeing. Instead, he glanced at Shinosuke. Shinosuke seemed to have understood something, and looked at Rasa and said, 4th Kazekage, what can Sunagaku give us? Konoha is the most powerful ninja village now. Even if we are squeezed out, we will not leave casually. Can you, Sunagaku, afford the price of rebelling against the village? The implication is, if they want the Sarutobi clan to defect and go to Sunagaku, Sunagaku must give them tangible benefits and promise to block future defections and pursuits in Konoha. What attractive benefits can the impoverished Sunagaku offer? And even 3rd Kazekage could be attacked to death by his own family, so how could Sunagaku be able to block Konoha's pursuit at the height of the sun? Luo Sha was silent for a moment. He avoided answering. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your Sarutobi clan is now being squeezed out by Konoha, and your living conditions in Konoha are not good, right? Now it's almost as if the entire clan is forced to move out, although I don't know where you are here. Rain what to do in Shinobi Village must be out of necessity, right? The ninjas here are probably most of the elite of your Sarutobi clan. If they are all wiped out, the first word is provoking, but the last word is the threat of Kai Guogo. You won't come with me. Then don't blame me for being bad to you. There is no capital to buy it, so are you ready to do the hard work? 18,208. Are you sure Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid? Shinosuke said no more and stepped back half a step to let go of Sarutobi Hiruzen who had been smoking. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring, and his turbid eyes suddenly stared sharply at Luo Sha. I thought you would have some trump cards or promises, but in the end you still got nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said unceremoniously. Konoha, are performing a secret mission here. If you dare to interfere, then Cloud Shinobi Village is the fate of your Sunagaku. No wealth. There is always a sealed book, right? Your puppetry skills are still good. It is also an option to use it to teach interested children. Listen to these strong words. But it turns out that the silence just now was just to see if Luo Sha's trump card for coming on this trip could be deceived. The result is a product that wants nothing to show for nothing. Luo Sha suddenly realized Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, and her face twitched involuntarily. I have the intention to say something harsh. Judging from Sarutobi Hiruzen's tough frontal attitude and Shinosuke's eagerness to try, I'm afraid he is hoping that he will provoke a dispute and then start the war naturally, right? Although there is an ambush by his Sunagaku Anbu not far away. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is also the 3rd Hokage after all. This trip has brought high-end combat power to the Sarutobi clan and I don't know the exact number. If there really is a war, Sunagaku, which is already at the bottom in terms of combat power, will probably be weakened a lot again. Think again and again. Luo Sha could only suppress his anger and continue to work hard. Said, do you really have no resentment at all because you were removed from the position of Hokage by the Daimyo of the Country of Fire? Come to me, Sunagaku, and I can express my gratitude to our Daimyo of the Country of Wind. Apply. Can I be the Kazekage? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. You don't know what is good and what is evil. Luo Sha said angrily. If that's the case, then. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his pipe and stared at Luo Sha with sharp eyes, waiting for him to say something like, start a war. Honestly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already prepared to die. Even though Lanye has said that he will no longer pursue the Sarutobi clan, as long as he is alive, his past mistakes cannot be erased. But if he can fight and die for the village, the Sarutobi clan will return to the main stage. After a generation or two, it is not a bad idea to compete for the position of Hokage again. As for defecting, Konoha is not missed shinobi. Its strong combat power is not only an external deterrent, but also an internal one. Not to mention the 5 pairs of Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan, the few people who were awakened by Lanye with the power of Yin, except for the information given to others by Uchiha Ali was covered up. Today, Uchiha Jonin alone has 3 Magatama per capita, and even Chunin has a very small number of 3 Magatama. This combat power is already beyond that of any family in Konoha when Sarutobi Hiruzen led it. Not to mention there is a crazy team like the Phoenix Force. Everyone practices 8 inner gates and is ready to trade with others to their limit at any time. T.O.B. Lanye, he's super cage level. Are the Hell Sinkhole and the Daimyo Canal, created by you and a few disciples behind you a joke? Others may not know, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the so-called Uzumaki Nagato was not here for testing, but actually came to attack Konoha. Just because I don't know why, Nagato was persuaded by Lanye and volunteered to take the entire Akatsuki organization to become a member of Konoha. Rinnegan. But the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. It is no exaggeration to say that Konoha today is the strongest in history, including the era when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were tied. Lanye is enough to rival Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, but the remaining one has 4 Mangekyo and 1 Rinnegan, so he can't beat him. Yes, from the beginning, Rasa said that he wanted the Sarutobi clan to follow him, which was just a joke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was also preparing to lay some groundwork and find a good excuse for Lanye to attack Sunagaku later. Sarutobi Hiruzen, died fighting to defend Konoha's glory. It's just a pity. Luo Sha obviously didn't want to take action. He just put on airs about Sarutobi Hiruzen's toughness, and then drove Jinsha to turn around and leave without any nostalgia. Originally, I heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen might be here, so I came here to check out the information and see if I could sow discord. Now it seems, after all, Ginger is still old and hot. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't fall into the trap at all and wants to trick him backhand. Watching Luo Sha leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some regret, "It's a pity, I thought it was an opportunity." "Father, do you really want to do this?" Shinosuke asked in confusion. "The daimyo has already said that bygones are bygones, and you are still the principal of the ninja school, doesn't it also mean that the daimyo has?" "Shinosuke, you can't fully believe what the superiors say," Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. "If the daimyo really feels at ease with me and the Sarutobi clan, how can it be possible that I am the only one from the Sarutobi clan who comes to reign Shinobi Village this time? And, even if the daimyo forgives me for my past mistakes, what about the other people? Doesn't Kakashi blame me for indirectly killing his father? Tsunade still refuses to call me teacher, isn't he blaming me for my past mistakes? Will you refuse to save the Senju clan?" Shinosuke was silent. For a long time, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who urged, "We need to speed up the progress. Rasa can actually find our traces." This time his plan did not succeed, and the information will definitely be spread. "We must complete the control of Rain Shinobi Village before then. The mission, to find out who may have leaked the information. If there is someone in the family who has different intentions, don't show mercy." "Yes, father." In the dark, Jiraiya witnessed the entire conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Rasa and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So far so good, his teacher didn't make any stupid decisions. Otherwise, I can't say enough about it today. It's a false alarm. I have to go get some materials to suppress the panic, he. Compared to the small bustle of Rain Shinobi Village, the water country is much more lively now. When the army of the Kingdom of Fire sailed across the ocean and landed on the land of the Kingdom of Water in ships, the Kingdom of Water was unable to prevent effective resistance because its capital was trapped by the Six Red Sun formation. Although the proportion selected to join the Phoenix Force is very small, the physical gains gained by practicing 8 inner gates in the entire army are real. Kazuma and Nara Shikaku led the army and captured 3 cities in a row. On the water country side, the eldest son of the daimyo of the water country, Matsushita Takako, announced that he would temporarily succeed the daimyo of the water country and immediately ordered all the ministries of the water country to assemble. Now the country of water has found its backbone and is preparing to organize a counterattack. They would never have imagined that their new name, Matsushita Trousers, is the biggest spy in the Kingdom of Water. Under Fugaku's secret guidance, Nara Shikaku is always able to predict the enemy like a god. He knows the formation of the Kingdom of Water, the distribution of troops, and even the warehouses and transportation routes of grain and grass supplies, etc., which he knows very well. Under the premise that the internal information was repeatedly studied with a magnifying glass, the army of the Kingdom of Water was of course retreating steadily. Matsushita's trouser belt was helpless, and Shushu asked for help from the daimyo of the neighboring Kingdom of Thunder. But the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder, Hikawa Tsunaban, received a letter from his eldest son, Hikawa Taiwaken, not long ago, and he had already received threats from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The troops that went to attack the Kingdom of Water this time were not the entire strength of the Kingdom of Fire, and Konoha's combat power was particularly spared. Cage-level Scorpion, Kakuzu, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kakashi, Might Guy, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya in Rain Shinobi Village. Also, due to the chakra upper limit issue, Itachi who is stuck beyond the cage-level threshold. And a super cage-level Lanye that can hold down 3 Suzanos and beat them violently. The high-end combat power can be said to be extremely abundant. There is also no shortage of mid-range combat power. The elite Chunin made by Lanye of the Uchiha clan alone has over 100 people, not to mention the over 1,000 wandering ninjas absorbed from the ninja world, etc. It can be said, Lanye even wished that Suna Hinakawa would be so stupid as to send troops to support the Kingdom of Water. This way Lanye will have a reason to fight 2 against 1. Even if the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind are taking advantage of the fire to rob them, they will take the opportunity to plunder the land of the Kingdom of Fire. But as long as Lanye solves the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water, he can directly turn the gun and take down these 2 big countries with a little reorganization. By then, what kind of waves can the remaining small countries make? But, although this plan is clean and tidy, because there is no overwhelming advantage to crush it, the Fire Nation, which is fighting on multiple fronts, may suffer heavy losses. This is why Lanye did not declare a full-scale war rashly, and did not even intend to, nominally occupy, the Kingdom of Water. Instead, he secretly controlled the top management of the Kingdom of Water and Kurigakure. Sooner or later, this ninja world will be his, so he is trying his best to protect his future property. It turns out, although Suna Hinakawa seems to be a fierce man, he still doesn't dare to rush forward. His own raikage can't beat Lanye. If he rushes forward recklessly, isn't he looking for death? Although their country of thunder is strong, they are also strong with strategy. Who would go to death? Yes, Hinakawa Suna's version is just like the original daimyo of the Land of Water. He simply did not reply to Panasonic's, asking for help, and even seemed to be watching the fire from the other side. Fight, fight. It would be best if the Water Country and the Fire Country beat their brains out and consume the Fire Country's troops to the maximum extent. If they can kill all this army in the Water Country, the Thunder Country will immediately unite with the other two major countries, avenge the previous blackmail. The ideas of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind are different from those of the Kingdom of Thunder. The country of Earth, the mansion of the famous people, the daimyo, Masao Kido, held a letter asking for help from the Kingdom of Water and frowned. In the middle of the night, such bad news suddenly came. I really didn't want to let anyone sleep. What do you think? Kido Masao looked at the general who came to deliver the message. The general said without hesitation, we must send troops. If we don't put pressure on the Kingdom of Fire, according to the current trend of the Kingdom of Water's retreat, it is not impossible that it will be annexed by the Kingdom of Fire. Should we start a war directly? We don't have a suitable reason. Kido Masao frowned and said, have there been any major conflicts between the Fire Country and our Earth Country recently? Not yet. Oh okay, my subordinates can send an army, disguised as the Fire Nation army, to rob the border town. Then they will have an excuse to send troops, force the Fire Nation to retreat, and then retreat. It looks like this. You calculate the possible consumption, double it and send it to the Kingdom of Water. If they agree to pay the price, our Kingdom of Earth can also send troops to contain the Kingdom of Water. Yes, in the Kingdom of Wind, at the Daiming's mansion, the Daiming, unmarried son, and his staff are also discussing. Daimyo, why don't we triple the number and let the Kingdom of Water bear the losses of sending troops? This will not only delay the opportunity for the Kingdom of Fire to grow, but also make a profit. The staff suggested, but having a child before getting married is extremely hesitant. Due to the fact that there are many deserts in the country of Wind, although the country of Wind is the second largest among the 5 major countries, it is the most economically disadvantaged. Although you can take the opportunity to make a deal, but rather than quenching his thirst for resources, he hopes more for fertile land for long-term development. Pity, the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind are to the east and west, separated by the Kingdom of Fire, so they cannot claim land. BT, no, we won't send troops. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind shook his head and said, we will remain silent. The old guy from the Kingdom of Earth will definitely send troops. Once the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire starts a war with the Kingdom of Earth, Hikawa from the Kingdom of Thunder will definitely not give up on their defeat last time, and will definitely unite with us. When they charge forward, we will be able to pass through the Kingdom of Sichuan. Take the fertile Fire Nation land. You can't have a big name. You must know that the Kingdom of Fire has already defeated the Kingdom of Thunder and we are indifferent. If we can do it again this time, I have made up my mind, no need to say more. The unmarried son snorted coldly. Your task now is to go back and have a good sleep. If you decide, you may not have time to sleep. Okay, I'm resigning. The unmarried son had a son and watched his staff retreat, already confident. This wave, he is in the atmosphere. Compared with the intrigues of the 3 major countries, Kurigakure is very lively today. Nagato and Fugaku were facing off against Uchiha Obito who was wearing a mask, and Hoshigaki Kisame who was raising his Samahata. Today, it was they who led a small elite team to escort Terumi-Mei back to Kurigakure to ascend the throne of 5th Mizukage, including Yagura, the current 4th Mizukage, and the once ostracized family patriarchs such as Kido Raiden. I just didn't expect that. Obito actually didn't leave Kurigakure, but stayed here waiting. Now, Obito is still trying to seduce Nagato. Do you really think that if the ninja world is unified by the daimyo of the Fire Country, the ninja world will be peaceful? Look at Kurigakure, how many people have died at the hands of the dictatorial Gojo Yagura? Yoya rode. The baby-faced Yagura yelled angrily. Isn't it that you, a hidden thing, controlled me with illusions? Otherwise, how could I activate the blood mist? You damn bug, I will kill you today. You, Yagura, Fugaku said displeased. There will be a chance for you to take revenge. Control your emotions and don't ruin the daimyo's plan. As the person who changed Yagura's will, Fugaku's words were only lower than those of Lanye. After hearing this, Yagura could only retreat bitterly, but his hateful eyes were fixed on Obito. Obito didn't care at all. What's there to care about when you can control someone with just one glance? His eyes always stayed on Nagato, waiting for Nagato to give the final answer. It's ridiculous to say, Uchiha Madara entrusted Rinnegan to Nagato. As a result, Nagato now stands on the opposite side of Obito and leads the Akatsuki organization into the trapped leaf. Black Zetsu also left forever and fell into Lanye's clutches. Nowadays, hiding in Nagato's sleeve, he didn't even dare to meet Obito inside. No way, Compared to Orochimaru's laboratory full of black memories, Nagato's sleeves are safer. Furthermore, most of his abilities have also been sealed, and the Rinnegan is always absorbing chakra, so he no longer has the ability to stir up wind and rain. It can be said that Nagato takes good care of this third brother of Sage of Six Paths. It was then that Obito suddenly realized, apart from Hoshigaki Kisame, who uses illusions to fool him, there is no other useful younger brother beside him. But there is no way. To activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, a Rinnegan is required, so Obito can only stay and try to persuade Nagato. It's just, oh, he's right, he's just a rat hiding his head and showing his tail. Nagato said disdainfully, I found out that you were deliberate when you called yourself Uchiha Madara. It turned out to be just a fake. Without that strange Mangekyo Eye technique, your combat power will be reduced. Can there be an elite Jonin? 0. This attitude speaks volumes, but Obito still didn't give up, he was too eager for the world with Lin. Are you really willing to do that? Obito said again. Yahiko died for you, do you really not intend to resurrect him? Don't other people have their own regrets? Fugaku, you don't want to be Hokage. Yahiko, you don't want to be looking for revenge from me. And all of this can be realized in Infinite Tsukuyomi. The people you love will become your lover, and the people you hate will be erased. Isn't this the most ideal world? Don't say, the utopian world, described by Obito is still a bit exciting. But the problem is, all this is illusion. The original owner who created Infinite Tsukuyomi is still in Nagato's sleeve. The so-called utopian world is just a scam, just to transform their bodies into white Zetsu and form an army. After knowing the truth, listening to Obito's hard-working speech again, everything is wrong. Even Terumi Mei, who was about to have the most ideal life, couldn't help but laugh out loud. PFF'd. Sorry. Terumi Mei covered her flaming red lips and chuckled. Ah, I suddenly remembered that I am going to become 5th Mizukage, I am just very happy. Obito. Others ignored Terumi Mei's lame excuse. Only the dog-licking Fugaku complimented. Congratulations, Terumi-sama, for your dream is about to come true. I believe Kuritaker will prosper under your management. Hey, actually, I don't really want to come now, but Lanye wants me to come, and I can't refuse. Terumi Mei's self-taught circuit of Versailles. That's right, Terumi-sama will definitely be the right-hand man of the Daimyo in the future. When the ninja world is unified, you will be one of the biggest contributors. Hee, no wonder Lanye prefers the Uchiha clan so much. Everywhere, it's just mediocrity for the sake of great names. The two of them were singing along, and there was no sign of cage-level combat power. Others have long been accustomed to Fugaku's, licking at the top and being strict at the bottom, appearance. But Obito is a little angry. It's not because my former clan leader was embarrassed or anything. Although there are some, but the main reason is because, Infinite Tsukuyomi plan is really going to be shelved like this. What will his Lin do? Thinking of this, Obito's eyes were full of blood, and he immediately started to attack. Fire-style explosive wind dance. He used Kamui to distort the surrounding space and create a storm, and then spit out a huge fire snake to sweep all targets into it. Don't say, it's really a bit bluffing. Only, everyone present is cage level, and the weakest Terumi Mei is still hiding at the back. Who is afraid of this thing? Nagato even waved his hand. Tiandao Shenra Tianjiang, Obito's fancy fire style that consumed his pupil energy was bounced back. Although Obito himself was able to hide in the Kamui space, his younger brother Inokaki Kisame suffered a disaster. Water-style water barrier. Hoshigaki Kisame sprayed out a thick wall of water. The amount of water was as fierce as a waterfall, and it safely blocked the bounced sparks. However, Shinra Tensai penetrated his defense and hit him like a ball. Shoot fly. At the same time, Fugaku, who was complimenting Terumi Mei just now, was already on top of Kisame Kazaki. The latter accidentally looked at Fugaku, and it was already too late to escape. Mangekyo. Although both of Mangekyo's distinguished heavenly gods' pupil techniques have been used, there is still no problem just using Mangekyo-level pupil power. As Mangekyo who specializes in illusions, even though Fugaku is just a transplant, he is of the same bloodline as the Uchiha clan, and he is still the last to beat Obito in illusions. It was very easy to get rid of the illusion that Obito cast on Hoshigaki Kisame. Then, Fugaku was out of the attack range of Hoshigaki Kisame, and instead stared at Obito hiding in Kamui space with confidence. This guy Mangekyo has been thoroughly studied by them a long time ago, so there really is no need to worry at all. And what about Obito? No matter how angry he was, facing the siege of Rinnegan, Nagato, Mangekyo, Fugaku, and Three Tails Mizukage, Yagura, he could only stay in the Kamui space bitterly, but he never dared to return. Take action. How to fight this? This moment. It was only then that Obito suddenly realized that by staying in Kuritaker, he was not just waiting around, but was throwing himself into a trap. Flowers increased directly by 15,000. Then the author can't be vague and turn on the explosive update mode. 15,000 updates today. If everyone continues to vote, the author will remain strong. 1.37. Obito on a dog leash. Daily life in Konoha. 15k. Add more updates. Please subscribe automatically. Fire Nation, Hokage office. Lanye sat in Hokage's seat and turned his head in disgust. Hong, do you think I should build a new daimyo mansion and move the office there? The famous mansions of the 5 major countries integrate office, residence, gathering and other functions. So it is also very luxurious. But it's much more fun than this Hokage office. Lanye, if you think so, it's best to wait until the war is over. Yu Hong said rationally. Now is the war, and it is not suitable for large-scale construction. Well, okay, just wait. This is the information sent from the front line. Please take a look. Mabuyi handed over 3 scrolls. Lanye took the 3 scrolls and looked at them one by one. The first one was sent by Matsushita, the daimyo of the Land of Water. It contains the replies from the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind, as well as the silent attitude of the Kingdom of Thunder. Now only the daimyo of the Earth Kingdom are preparing to send troops, and they will stage a self-directed and self-acted drama. Isn't the famous name of this country of Earth funny? He gave birth to a child before he was married. At first glance, he looks like someone from the Hulundir Prairie with his head on his head. Lanye shook his head. Weasel. Brush. Itachi instantly came to Lanye's side. This was a privilege that could only be obtained by being a top disciple and the leader of Anbu. Teacher, please give me your instructions. You call up Izumi and Uchiha Ori, and ask Futu to take the other 3 people who have activated Mangekyo, and hold my Tiger Charm to the border city with the Earth Kingdom, and mobilize the 80,000 troops stationed there to wait for the Earth Kingdom. When the army of the country appears, just activate Susanna and run over them. Remember, try to kill their officials and the grassroots soldiers can be defeated. There is no need to kill them all. This time, the main focus is to train Izumi and the others, you know. Quote, is teacher. Itachi took the order and left instantly with the amulet. As you can imagine, when the 6 statues don't have to worry about pupil power consumption, and there is a complete Susanoo among them, it will be so devastating. The daimyo of the Land of Earth still wants to win over the Land of Water. Let's get into the water together. This country of wind wants other countries to take the lead and secretly looks for opportunities to develop. Unexpectedly, it gives me the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Lanye sighed. Now, with my thunder blow, does the Kingdom of Thunder dare to take the lead? Otherwise, the Kingdom of Wind will most likely remain a coward. But, judging from the current situation, the Kingdom of Thunder should not have the courage to send troops. After all, the Konoha shinobi made by Lanye and Yin Cheng, and the Fire Nation army have not yet been dispatched. Don't say anything else. Just because Lanye, who is Super Cage level, has no one to lead away, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder will still stand still. You just let others take care of it and develop it yourself. Can you grow better than me? Lanye shook his head with a smile. Then unfold the next scroll. This was sent by Kazuma, and it was a very simple piece of good news. Victory, 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 still a victory. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water was controlled by Fugaku, and Kuritakure was originally at odds with the Kingdom of Water. Under the dual orders of Yagura and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, he had completely withdrawn from the war zone. This made the Fire Nation's army, which was already well aware of the Water Kingdom's defenses, even more unstoppable. 920. No way, your name is our undercover agent. This is the terrifying thing about Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which is worthy of being called the strongest illusion. Lanye basically doesn't have to worry about the Water Kingdom war zone. The third scroll is a bit interesting. It's the mission briefing sent back by Nagato. He roughly explained how he used the methods to clean up the senior officials of the Kingdom of Water. Lanye did not expect that the 6 Red Sun formation would directly block the capital. Then I have to ask him to hand over this barrier, so that 6 cage level people can seal off the entire capital. It's a strategic level. Continue to read the information. Nagato then rushed to Kuritakure to help Terumi Mei safely ascend to the position of Mizukage. Unexpectedly, they also captured Obito, who was waiting for death. Yagura, Fugaku, and Nagato were surrounded by 3 people, and there was no surprise at all when dealing with Obito, who had thoroughly studied Mangekyo Kamui. After being trapped in Kamui space and unable to break out, Obito once tried to sacrifice the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his left eye in order to gain an opening to open Mangekyo Kamui and completely escape into the Kamui space. But the 3 of Goju and Yagura are eyeing each other, how can they possibly succeed? At Fugaku's reminder, Nagato directly fired Planetary Devastation, and after 3 minutes of Izanagi was consumed by Obito, he had to activate Hollow again to temporarily dodge into Kamui space. Hollow only temporarily moves part of the body into the Kamui space to avoid damage. But it can only last 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, forced to have no choice but to break through the blockade of the 3, Obito chose Yagura, a wolfberry who had been controlled by him. B. Transcription seal hyphenation point Eternal Mangekyo Illusion Rebound. Lanye set this up for Obito. To this end, he persuaded Fugaku to donate his left eye, which had had its pupil power drained, and transplanted it to Yagura. Although it has no pupil power, it still has a halo eye and can be used for many purposes. The carrier of the transfer seal. This is not. That's it for Obito. Obito missed the best opportunity to escape, and then, driven by Fugaku, Nagato grabbed his neck. Hungry Keto Chakra Absorption. Obito, after all, couldn't bear to use his right eye to cast Izanagi, or in other words, with all his combat power in this eye, how could he still use Izanagi? Finally fell into the seal of Nagato and others. Now, Obito and Kisame Inokaki, who had woken up from the genjutsu, were on their way back to the village being escorted by Fugaku. Also accompanying the team is Yagura. The meaning is obvious. I want to beg Lanye to give Obito to him, and then. As for the original people, of Kurigakure such as Nagato and Onoden Raiden. After helping Terumi Mei stabilize Mizukage's position, they once again went to the frontal battlefield to join forces with Li Liang and Shikaku and others. As you can imagine, with such powerful help arriving, the Kingdom of Water could only be defeated. Close the scroll, Lanye said with great interest. The Kingdom of Water is basically stable. The next step, let's target the Kingdom of Earth. I can do it. Leg Shadow. What leg shadow? Which ninja village is this shadow? Mabui asked strangely. I don't even know. Is it some mysterious organization? Ah, I have nothing to do today. I'm going out for a walk. Lanye laughed, got up and ran away. Mabui and Kurenai Yuhi were left to correct the documents together. After all, Itachi went to work in the land of Earth. Hongdu did not follow today, but recuperated at home. Lanye is rarely alone. After thinking about it, today happened to be Saturday, and the ninja school was on holiday. He decided to go to Naruto's house to see how he and Namikaze Minato were living. Because the battle situation is not serious, Namikaze Minato, who has cage-level combat power, is still at home and has not been mobilized. And little Kurama, I wonder how he gets along with Naruto. Invisible and arrived at Naruto's house. I heard Naruto's loud voice before I arrived. Damn it, Kurama, shut up. You obviously don't need to eat, so why are you trying to steal the sushi made by my dad? That's our lunch for today's outing. Listening to the noise inside, Naruto was probably chasing little Kurama around. It's probably the same feeling as chasing your own, naughty dog. Namikaze Minato, on the other hand, wore his friendly little sun smile and quietly watched Naruto and little Kurama making trouble, enjoying the hilarity of the moment. The same goes for Lanye. Seeing that Naruto was as lively as a child in an ordinary family, he couldn't help but smile like an ant. The best thing I have done since coming to Hokage, apart from catching all girls like Tsunade, giving Naruto a wonderful childhood was what made Lanye the happiest. Why can't my eldest prince have a wonderful childhood? In contrast, Sasuke, the second pillar, now has an ideal childhood. His father is the patriarch of the first family, his mother is gentle and virtuous, and his brother is the only one who dotes on him. The only thing I'm unhappy about is, probably because of Naruto's status as the son of a hero, and the nutritional supplements provided by Namikaze Minato, he has grown taller, and he has changed out of his old-fashioned clothes to look more youthful. In terms of spirit, he is on par with Sasuke. In addition, the people of Konoha Village once felt guilty about him and asked their children to get along well with Naruto. Good guy. Most of the girls who were obsessed with him were taken away by Naruto. Thinking of this, Lanye just thought of Haruno Sakura, this nymphomaniac. Now it turns out that he is not obsessed with Sasuke, nor is he obsessed with the hero's son, Naruto, but is picking blue. He actually formed a Daimyo support club at the ninja school. Before the holidays, he went to block outside the Hokage building. When he saw Lanye, he yelled, "It's very annoying." As for accepting Haruno Sakura, feel sorry, Sakura's early character design is really annoying. A brainless nymphomaniac to Sasuke, ridiculing Naruto as an orphan without parents, a weakling who is a noob and loves to cry. In addition to joining forces with Chio, he also shined when fighting against Scorpion. After, it was just as unremarkable as her airport, and it wasn't until the end when she was fighting Kagaya that she got a headshot scene. Forehead. That's right, Lanye just dislikes Haruno Sakura for being mediocre and lacking in ideas. Is there anyone who wants to collect this? After all, Uzumaki has the attribute of being a glasses girl. Talk. Uzumaki will also be in his Daimyo support club, and seems to be the vice president together with Ino. Although they are similar in age, but due to her tragic childhood, Uzumaki was more precocious than other girls. She also practiced chakra very early. With the physical bonus of the Uzumaki family, she was also a top-notch genius in the ninja school. It's just this nymphomaniac attribute. And the little girl Ino is also one of Lanye's loyal little fans. Tisk. Lanye scratched his head. Why are all these little kids obsessed with me? Tisk tisk. They are still too young and have no interest. Thinking room. Little Kurama also struggled to swallow a piece of sushi that was 1/3 of its size. It was so stretched that his body was slightly deformed and he was unable to run. It simply sat down, watching Naruto chasing after him calmly, with an unflinching look on his face. Naruto hugged him, pictured, super cute. Hey, what are you doing? Little Kurama roared angrily. Open my ears. Can you grab those? You actually rub my face. Not even my stomach. BD. You can't even do that there. Hey, although little Kurama is very resistance. Naruto's ravage, but unfortunately, it just didn't mean to resist at all, except for its mouth twitching, but its body honestly squinted its eyes. Although he didn't feel as good as being jerked off by that little girl Hinata, Naruto's techniques were gradually improved and he would soon be able to catch up. Naruto saw this. He also complained. What, Kurama, you look very comfortable. You are so exhausted, please don't move and let me lie down for a while. Then, Naruto rested his head on little Kurama's belly, nuzzled him comfortably, and yawned loudly. It's better to eat with the picture in the upper right corner. I'm not a pillow. Hey, get out of my way. Little Kurama said in disgust, but he remained motionless. He even used his tail as a quilt to cover Naruto to prevent him from catching a cold. Naruto obviously liked the furry tail very much. If he couldn't hold it enough, he would hold it between his legs. And Naruto's tail, which was restrained by Naruto, also stopped moving. This Kurama is a typical example of a person who is too polite to talk too much. Although Namikaze Minato often sees this scene these days, he still has a look of amazement on his face. Who would have thought? Nine Tails, the one who forced him to activate the Ghoul Seal, to the limit of 1-for-1, was actually so easy to get along with and became his son's playmate. It is also controlled by Obito, and the Knight of Nine Tails is not its original intention. Shin Kuna, in the end, the source of everything was that I arrived too late. The battle at Canopy Bridge was a step too late and failed to save Obito. The time Lin faced death calmly to protect the village was also a step too late, allowing Obito to become dark. The same goes for Guy's father. If he could have arrived earlier, there would be no need. It was the same with you that time, Shinjuna. If I had arrived earlier. Obviously I control the Flying Thunder God and am the fastest person in the ninja world, but why am I always late at critical moments? Namikaze Minato thought about it, the corners of her eyes filled with bitterness. As if there is a magic spell. At critical moments, he would often be delayed by various emergencies, and then he would always arrive late, resulting in tragedy. But all this, who can you blame? Fortunately, under the management of the Daimyo, Konoha is unprecedentedly powerful today. I heard that Orochimaru-sama is already studying the art of resurrecting the dead. Wait a moment, Shinjunai, we will meet again soon. In the sky, you seeing hearing color Haki heard Namikaze Minato's murmur. Lanye looked a little strange. Although this is a bit excessive, but in the final analysis, Namikaze Minato is just a doll, formed by the memory of Namikaze Minato simulated by the rat charm. He is here looking forward to meeting the principal's wife. Is there something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with him? Lanye scratched his head and estimated that the rat charm could not be recovered before the rightful owner returned to the ninja world. But it's not a big problem. Nowadays, Konoha's combat power does not require the rat charm to resurrect a Senju Hashirama or something. I'm sure the eldest prince Naruto is doing well. Lanye cast transformation technique, turned around and walked around Konoha City. The prosperity on the streets has obviously improved several levels compared to when Lanye first came. It probably looks like upgrading from a modern town to a second or third tier city. There are a large number of shops selling special products from all the ninja world. As long as you can't think of it, there is nothing you can't find in Konoha City. Especially the shops marked Daimyo Gourmet are crowded with people. Originally, I only posted snacks such as stinky tofu, Shangxi cereals, iron plate tofu, and wolf tooth potatoes, just for my own taste, and by the way, it also made civilians. The family runs a small stall to supplement the family income. Unexpectedly, it turns out that everyone is so popular. There is not only the unique deliciousness of these snacks themselves, but also Lanye's famous prestige bonus. Nowadays, anyone who dares to say in front of others, the current daimyo of the fire country is a hot chicken, will be beaten into a pig's head in minutes, and the security department will not only not punish the person who beats him, but also will charge this man with the felony of insulting the country of fire, and take him away. I basically haven't gotten rid of my bad breath problem, so don't even think about it. Don't think that there aren't such idiots. There are always some people who will do such outrageous things for the sake of fame and fortune. While walking, Lanye suddenly saw an interesting combination. Yukushi Kabuto, Kimimaro, Uzumaki and Bai, purchasing supplies for the orphanage. Yukushi Kabuto has no pretense about being a spy at all. He wears a smile that is almost the same as Namikaze Minato's and takes the trouble to bargain at the same store. This is for the children in the orphanage, and the quantity is so large, please give me a better discount. The funding for the orphanage comes directly from the daimyo's treasury. If you make too much, you are making money from the daimyo. The children are still waiting for us to go back. Boss, please be more cheerful and give us a better discount. Our orphanage will place orders with you from now on, okay? Yukushi Kabuto has no sense of superiority as a ninja. He often spends more than 10 minutes with shopkeepers for a discount of 1 or 2. And it's those 3 things: for children, money for famous people, and long-term large orders. Don't look at the discounts that are just 1 or 2 taels. But because of the current size of the orphanage, the discount for each tael under this base amount will amount to 100,000 taels a year. The store owner was also driven out of his temper by Yukushi Kabuto. Often he agrees and curses at the same time. Can the daimyo still be short of funds for your orphanage? Why are you bargaining like this? Hey, you brought out the famous names to bargain for prices again. Aren't you afraid that the famous names will blame you if they find out? You just follow Orochimaru-sama and do your research. Why do you still have time to bargain for prices? It's you again. Okay, I'll give you the lowest price, don't cut it. This is really the cost price. I was also born in an orphanage. I really don't make much money. I just need a fee for running errands. There is really no room for concessions. Why don't you look at other places? Hey, come back. Okay, I'll give it to you. Seeing Yukushi Kabuto's pyrotechnic bargaining, Lanye was also a little surprised. This big villain boss who used to raise 4 cards was now bargaining with vendors here, which was inexplicably full of joy. BME. Lanye looked at Kimimaro and the other 3. Shang Phosphorus is the liveliest one, and occasionally cooperates with Yukushi Kabuto to act cute and gain concessions from the boss. Although Kimimaro already had that indifferent attitude, his eyes were always looking at Yukushi Kabuto and Shang Ling. Whenever anyone came close to the two of them, he would stare at the latter with vigilance. Previously, Xiangling had her wallet stolen and lost the funds for a meal at the orphanage, but she cried sadly for several days. Also since then, Kimimaro will follow the purchasing team and silently contribute to the orphanage that makes him feel warm. Usually, the director of the orphanage, who is a civilian, comes to do the shopping. Only occasionally does Yakushi Kabuto come to do the shopping when he is on holiday. Bai arrived at the orphanage and was assigned to Yakushi Kabuto by Lanye. Now, he looked at the scene full of fireworks in front of him, which was a completely different experience from following Zabuza on an assassination mission. 1. Is it not bad to stay here? But Zabuza-sama saved his life, and he had long vowed to become his tool. But it was Zabuza-sama who left him here. Just when Bai was confused, Yakushi Kabuto, who didn't seem to be paying attention behind him, suddenly turned around and said, "Shiro, come on, try this outfit on." Yakushi Kabuto is holding a set of children's men's clothing, which is the same casual style worn by Daimyo. This made Bai, who always wore neutral clothes, feel a little strange. Someone actually bought him clothes. To know, in the past, what troubled Zabuza the most was this kind of thing. He would often take it from the assassination target's home, or simply the assassination target, and then leave it to him to correct. Just when I was stunned, Kimimaro said, "Stop nagging, is he a man?" The aloof Kimimaro can be urged to export, but this Bai is also a bit different. This moment, Shiro put aside Zabuza's question for the moment and directed Yakushi Kabuto. If Zabuza-sama comes back to find me, think about this again." Haku and secretly said, he didn't notice. He used to look for Zabuza without hesitation, but now even if Zabuza came to him, he would just consider it. Interesting. Lanye sighed and had no intention of showing up to talk to Yakushi Kabuto. Just let him keep his fireworks like this and take good care of the orphanage. Turn around. He passed by an Aburame clan member holding a news card, and glanced at the today's news above. People's livelihood. The place where the Daimyo and his disciples fought was officially named the Daimyo Canal, and will be used as the dock of Konoha Castle from now on. War. The army of the Kingdom of Fire is overwhelming in the Kingdom of Water, and Guy will be brought back soon. Shocked, Daimyo disciple Uchiha Itachi led his team to the border of Earth Kingdom, and after winning the general, he sent troops to Earth Kingdom. Seeing the Aburame family strutting through the market holding news cards, Lanye also laughed a little. It's interesting to say, due to the low presence of the Aburame clan, although Fire Nation Daily is exclusively authorized by Lanye, it still shoulders the responsibility of popularizing chakra practice and basic laws in the Fire Nation. But after the initial boom, the sales volume dropped seriously due to the problem of presence. I don't know where the idea came from. This news card is getting bigger and bigger, and the headlines are becoming more and more shocky. Sales volume has also been increased a lot. But why do you just refuse to start selling? Just shout a few words, sell newspapers, and shout out these fancy, shocky headlines, and sales will definitely increase a lot. But it may also be because of the aloof attitude of the Aburame clan. Do you want to buy it or not? Which made everyone believe that he was backed by a famous person, and they did not have the slightest doubt about its content. Just believe whatever you say. It can be considered a gain and a loss. Lanye walking around Day City, you can meet some familiar faces. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino are still good friends now. The two girls pull other little sisters and chase each other on the street. Akamichi Choji is already a little fat boy, browsing various food stalls for delicious food, followed by the reluctant Nara Shikamaru. On Inazuka Kiba's head was still a puppy's Akamaru, and the noses of the two dogs were twitching. They were attracted by the smell of various snacks from far away, and they were just passing by a stinky tofu stall. When having a good sense of smell is sometimes not a good thing. To Lanye's surprise, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Neji, father and son, went out today instead of practicing. They exposed their foreheads, and the original curse mark, caged bird on them has been replaced by the curse of man. Seal, the pattern is a single Magatama. This is not what Orochimaru means. Magatama is a valuable instrument in the ninja world. It is similar to the blue and white 0.6 porcelain and terracotta warriors in Lanye's previous life. The Hyuga clan has no objection to this. The Uchiha clan is now the first family and the first pupil family in Konoha. Because there is no suspense, there is less thought to fight. Hyuga Neji obviously rarely goes out. I am very curious about the rich products on the street, so I often ask Hyuga Hizashi, and Hyuga Hizashi is also patient in explaining. It's quite enjoyable. Lanye couldn't help but smile again. According to the original timeline, the current Hyuga Hizashi has been forced to commit suicide by Sarutobi Hiruzen in order to obtain the forgiveness of the messenger of Cloud Shinobi, and Hyuga Neji has also started to become like little Hinata from this point on. Be against. But now, firstly, Hyuga Neji has no chance to come into contact with little Hinata, and secondly, he is accompanied by Hyuga Hizashi. His temperament is not rigid, only as lively as he should be. Although Lanye is not a Neji fan, she is happy about it. Another regret saved. After walking a few more steps, Lanye just saw the green might guy, followed by a small might guy, running upside down on the street. At the same time, the two were still having a strange conversation. Lee, you can never let go of your youth. You must complete the training of 10 laps around the snack street today. But teacher, it tastes so good, I'm so hungry. Lee, this is the test of youth. Only by passing this test can you have the power to protect your loved ones, you know. But I'm still so hungry. Youth will not be beaten by hunger. Gu. Teacher, is your stomach growling? This is a normal phenomenon, and it is also the challenge that youth has challenged me. Lee, let us defeat it. Good teacher, comma. The two of them just flew away, avoiding pedestrians along the way. But no one looked at the two of them strangely. With the exposure of the Phoenix Force, Might Guy serves as the chief coach of the Phoenix Force, and almost 70% to 80% of the people in the Fire Country have watched Might Guy's action guidance practice. Introduction to 8 Inner Gates. He can be considered half of his disciples. Even if there is no respect for the teacher, after knowing the difficulty of practicing 8 Inner Gates, those who have failed, given up, and cannot get started admire Might Guy even more. This is the true hero. As for abnormal brain circuits, geniuses always have some quirks, is it any wonder? Yes! Exclamation mark. Might Guy is already recognized as a taijutsu genius. He became an elite jonin with pure taijutsu and was able to possess cage-level combat power in a short period of time. What else is this but a genius? Lanye looked at the small figure following Might Guy. This should be Rock Lee, right? Speaking of Rock Lee, Lanye couldn't help but think of One-Tail Jinchuriki Gaara. This is also a man who had a similar dark childhood to Naruto. His father was also a lunatic and sent his brother-in-law to assassinate his son. Sure enough, this weird ninja world still has to be ruled by me. 38. Obito and Kakashi. Dispose of Hoshigaki Kisame. 10k. 3 days later, Obito and Hoshigaki Kisame were escorted back to Konoha by Fugaku Hokage office. Coming here after a long absence, Obito is no longer the same Obito. Not only is half of his body disabled, but even his eyes are black and empty. The attached white Zetsu was killed, and the right eye Mangekyo was gouged out. Fugaku remembers it. Kakashi's Mangekyo is Obito's, and if you add this one to it, you have a perfect match. Although foreigners can't switch freely using Mangekyo, Susanoo is still here, not to mention that this, Kamui, is pretty good. Under their 3-cage level siege, they can last for nearly 10 minutes. Coincidentally, today Kakashi came to borrow lightning-style chakra mode, again and stayed in the quiet room next door. Lanye looked at Obito and was amazed. This representative figure of going dark and becoming strong actually overturned the structure of Ninsei as a crane tail. Is it really the black and strong third generation? Daimyo, this is Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo. Fugaku handed over a glass jar with Mangekyo eyes soaked in it. Lanye waved his hand without interest, asking Fugaku to put it away first. Then, he used the horse talisman to heal Obito, and then asked him to use Izanagi's 3 Magatama recovery, and by the way, the half of him that was so crippled and helpless was restored. This miraculous, medical ninjutsu, made Obito widen his one eye in shock. There is no problem that it can cure his disability, but the problem is that it can be cured in an instant. This isn't right. Is this an ability that humans should have? Is your medical ninjutsu the blood inheritance limit? Obito asked. Is this the time for you to care about this? Lanye was also amused. Compared with these, should you think more about how I got around you? Oh, is it possible? You still have some brains. Why don't you speak? I have a way to resurrect you on Yellen. What did you say? Obito struggled to get up after hearing this, but was pushed back by Fugaku on the side. Obito, who had the chakra sealed, could not break free at all. I can only shout to Lanye. As long as I can resurrect Lin, I will give everything. Seeing his dog licking look, Lanye knocked on the table in amusement. Before that, I have a question to ask you. Lanye asked curiously. You should know about Rinnegan's Rinne Tensai technique, right? There is also the existence of impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara has also mentioned it to you, right? Why didn't you think of using these two to resurrect Hirano Lin? Instead, you were obsessed with the illusory infinite Tsukuyomi. Why should I satisfy your curiosity? Obito gritted his teeth. Obviously, this question obviously pierced his fragile little heart. Why? Lanye thought of a certain conjecture on Zihu in his previous life. It's because you know that Hirano Rin will not fall in love with you in reality, right? Lanye clapped his hands and said, that's right. Only in infinite Tsukuyomi can you have Hirano Rin's love, right? Shut up. Obito yelled angrily. How can my love for Lin be so selfish? I want Lin to live in a world without danger. I want Lin to have the best life in the world. There is no calculation by Ninja Village. There is no such thing as a BD Kakashi. Oh, it seems that what I said is right. Lanye nodded. So what you are pursuing is not Lin's love, but your own love. No wonder you can kill your master without hesitation. Turns out to be a selfish psychopath. Baga, what kind of labels are you putting on people casually? You, snapped. Obito's incompetent roar. Lanye didn't say anything, but Fugaku just slapped Obito back in the stomach. Daimyo, you should be beaten if you dare to disrespect the Daimyo. Fugaku snorted. Daimyo, Obito, this traitorous ninja, dares to bring trouble to Konoha, cause the disaster of Nine Tails Night, and intends to subvert Konoha's survival. He should be beheaded in public. Quote, that slap also helped Obito calm down. Obito didn't react much when he heard that he was going to be beheaded. He asked, now that you already know the answer, shouldn't you tell me now how you plan to resurrect Lin? This. Lanye blinked. Original. He was preparing for Obito's long-cherished wish, using a rat charm to resurrect Yuan Yellen, allowing him to meet his beloved. But then I thought, this requires taking out Namikaze Minato's rat charm. If you are not careful, your original god level selection will fail and the reward will be withdrawn. For a villain, it's really unnecessary. TB, still such a selfish villain. Therefore, 19 Lanye shrugged and said, I'm just teasing you, don't pay attention. A-hole, I must kill you. Obito tried to rush towards Lanye, but was held down by Fugaku. Mock up, with Lousy here, can you still threaten the daimyo? Lanye also lost his ability to tease Obito. Said, Mabuyi, call Kakashi. Hearing, Kakashi, Obito suddenly froze. Are you going to meet that guy? Seeing this, Lanye asked casually, by the way, why don't you go and take back your eyes? A pair of Mangekyo is obviously more helpful to your plan. At least when facing Nagato, you can still fight a little. Obito remained silent, determined to ignore Lanye. Lanye didn't care whether he answered or not. He said to himself, let me guess. In fact, you also know in your heart that Yuan Yellen's death was not entirely Kakashi's fault. Otherwise, if you can kill even the master, there is no reason why you would let it go. Kakashi. Obito still didn't move. Then the question is, do you know that Uchiha Madara arranged the death of Hirano Lin? Obito suddenly raised his head. Lanye smiled interestingly. Looking at this reaction, he didn't know. Coincidentally, at this time, Kakashi also walked out of the quiet room, heard Lanye's words, and saw that familiar figure again. For a moment, he was stunned in place, and the dusty black memory was brought out again. Obito couldn't care less about Kakashi, his gay friend, at this time, and stared at Lanye with one eye. What do you mean? Madara arranged Lin's death. How is this possible? I obviously ran away and met him. This is impossible. You lied to me. Obito roared like a madman. He doesn't want to admit that he has always been someone else's pawn. Lanye didn't stop him and looked at Obito's unwillingness to believe reality with interest. That's it. Future 10 Tails Jinchuriki. 6 paths run to. Who will gain the power of 6 paths in the future? It's outrageous that it could be bleached in the end. Kakashi asked in a trembling voice. Daimyo, please tell me about Lin's death. What is the truth? The treatment of Kadian and Runtu is definitely different. Lanye said. Since you asked, well, it's actually not complicated. It's Uchiha Madara who was deceived by Black Zetsu. Hey, this depends on how Black Zetsu deceived Uchiha. Madara spoke. Lanye found it troublesome and asked Yuri Hong to spread the word. As someone who follows him at all times, Yuri Hong also knows many secrets. Including the story of the internal strife of the Otsutsuki family led to chaos in the ninja world. After the sunset red is spread out, Lanye continued. Uchiha Madara is old, and he needs an executor in the world to arrange his resurrection. Black Zetsu picked Obito because he was stupid enough and still loved Lin deeply. This is the case with the Uchiha clan. The person with a deep bond dies, the more power he will gain. Uchiha Madara personally took action, controlled the 4th Mizukage, captured Hirano Lin and turned her into the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, and placed a curse seal on Lin's heart so that she could not harm herself. The Mist Shinobi Anbu Ninja, under the control of Madara, rushed Lin and Kakashi to Konoha Village, with the purpose of letting Lin release the tailed beast to destroy Konoha. Pick up the time and let White Zetsu tell you about Lin Kakashi being chased by the Mist Shinobi Ninja. When you arrived, Lin also voluntarily chose to die under Kakashi's Reikiri in order to protect Konoha from destruction, and then your Sharingan was promoted to Mangekyo at the same moment. Until now, you are qualified to become a pawn, so that you are willing to promote the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan for Uchiha Madara in order to resurrect your beloved Lin. Obito collapsed a little after hearing Lanye's explanation of the ins and outs. He smiled madly. Ha ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are all lying to me. How could Madara plot against a little person like me? Ha ha ha. No way, absolutely impossible. Watching Obito say this over and over again, he ended up laughing and crying and yelling like crazy. Basically no more running. He was originally a serious mental patient, but now he couldn't stand the stimulation and went completely crazy. Kakashi also lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. He did not expect. Why did they, just ordinary people, get involved in this Otsutsuki family feud? It was originally thought that Lin died in the battle in the ninja village. In the end, he was plotted by the big boss Uchiha Madara. And the root of everything. Just because Obito is an idiot, enough Aaron. Kakashi felt mixed emotions for a moment and didn't know how to face the facts. And Lanye, who enjoys spoilers. Seeing that the original owner Runtu people were all crazy, this was the only way to go. You are so fragile. Why are you so crazy? He looked at Kakashi and said, as the culprit of the Night of Nine Tails, Obito must be beheaded in public and then sealed into the challenge dungeon stone. Do you want to be the executive officer? Kakashi looked at the crazy Obito and was silent for a moment. Then he said firmly, it's up to me to avenge my wife and the innocent villagers. Then let's go. Lanye got up. Fugaku sealed Obito's mouth and escorted him and Kakashi to the meeting room in front of the Hokage building. At this time, the original Konoha villagers, who had received the news long ago, gathered here and waited for the exciting moment when the culprit of Nine Tails Night was executed. Among the crowd, there are many villagers discussing what happened half a year ago. Then, it was here that the criminals of the Shimura clan were executed, with their heads rolling and their blood flowing like rivers. The moment Lanye showed up, the discussing crowd fell silent with the efficiency of a viral infection, and quietly looked at Lanye, who was standing on the makeshift execution platform, and Obito, who was kneeling on the ground after being kicked in the back. The specific charges have been mentioned in the previous announcement, so I won't talk nonsense. Lanye said seriously. Today, I will capture the real murderer of Nine-Tails Night for everyone, and after beheading here, his soul will be extracted. Sealed in the challenge dungeon stone, Obito has lost Mangekyo and is now crazy again. Anyone who can open the dungeon can probably fight a dozen. Lanye. The voice fell. At the bottom, they shouted in unison, the great name is mighty. Long live the great name. Long live the great name. The great name is mighty. Long live the great name. Long live the great name. The great name is mighty. Long live the great name. Long live the great name. This was obviously agreed upon. Lanye clenched his teeth and cursed me to die soon. He waved his hand to indicate that Kakashi could take action. The dazzling thunder light shines. Kakashi chose to use the Reikiri that once killed Lin to end Obito's sinful life. Under the execution platform, Namikaze Minato looked at Obito and Kakashi with complicated eyes, full of regret and self-blame. If he could have been faster. It really only needs to be that little bit faster. It's probably a completely different ending now, right? Perhaps. It is precisely because of this that Obito hates him so much that he has to pay the corresponding price and lose his beloved, right? The moment Obito's heart was pierced, Lanye also used Mangekyo soul capturing to extract Obito's soul. Although ordinary people cannot see Obito's soul, they can see the faint blue beam of Lanye's Mangekyo soul capture, and capture what is captured and collected back into Mangekyo. Then, Lanye flew to the dungeon challenge stone located outside Konoha Village. There is still a long queue here, and many jonin come here to take a look when they have nothing to do. In addition to revenge, it also allows me to gain some practical experience and fight Danzo in different ways. Saw Lanye coming, a jonin who was about to enter the dungeon space immediately stepped back and waited. Lanye landed and activated controller mode to invest Obito's soul. Without further explanation, he turned around and left. Not long after, the crowd at the execution platform just now, including the jonin of the Uchiha clan, stood at the end of the line with red eyes. You were Obito, right? You were the only one who caused our Uchiha clan to almost be misunderstood as the culprit of Nine-Tails Night, right? It depends on whether we can kill you. Except for the Uchiha clan. There are also a large number of other ninjas from various races and civilians. After all, Obito is different from Danzo. He is already crazy and has no fighting power. As long as there is an elite Chunin level chakra, after opening the dungeon space and simply using physical skills, there is a chance that it will be able to kill the king. This challenge threshold is much lower than Danzo. Kakashi was also silently sent to the team. He wanted to take another look at Obito to see if he was really crazy and to ask him if he regretted it. The Konoha Shinobi fans have a new toy, and Lanye also got a new toy. Scorpion is indeed the top puppet master in the ninja world. Just 4 days, they have initially completed the perfection of the Earth Explosive formula and created an explosive pack that is as powerful as the Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Although there are various shortcomings such as long leads, easy to be burned, lack of concentrated power, and difficulty in storage. But this is a new step. It was also confirmed by Scorpion. The development of this gunpowder is feasible. Lanye's description of the mushroom cloud art of destroying the world without chakra made him very obsessed. It's just a pity that the progress of the research is too slow. This is a completely new field for me. Shie Gubo said calmly. If there can be a similar blood successor limiter, help me. That would be easy. Quote. Oh, don't tell me it's true. Lanye suddenly remembered someone. Who is it? Iwagakure should still be here now. He is the apprentice of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. What is his name? Deidara. Yes, Deidara. He is the blood successor limit of explosion style and can control. Creating explosive clay and using explosions as an art should also be of great interest to you. Lanye recalled. Scorpion heard the words, silently tidying up his workbench and sealing the scrolls one by one. What are you doing? Lanye asked strangely. Go to Iwagakure, Scorpio replied. Just go like this, otherwise. Itachi led the team to intercept the Earth Kingdom army at the border of Earth Kingdom. Counting the time, it's time to fight now. If you hurry up, you should be able to catch up. Then let them go to Rock Shinobi with you. Village kidnapping. It's a pity that there are no planes now, otherwise the journey would be very fast. Quote. Airplane. Don't even think about airplanes now. It's impossible, but airships shouldn't be a big problem. Airship. It's based on the transformation of a hot air balloon. It's similar to a steam engine, but it uses blah blah blah. After a brief explanation, Scorpion took out the newly sealed tools one by one again. Why, you're not going to Iwagakure? Lanye asked curiously. From your description, this airship is very simple. After making it, it can reach the destination faster. Xie Jinping said. Don't say, it really smells like pretending. Scorpion's hands-on ability is top-notch. He literally built an airship from scratch in half a day. When the airship took off and flew towards the Kingdom of Earth, Lanye was still a little surprised. Is this the hand-beat master? Incredible. Tisk, such a good talent was trained by Sunagakure to be like a human being and a puppet like a puppet. This is such a failure in terms of ideological and moral character. Does Sunagaku have any moral character? No, I have to go back and compile a textbook on ideological and moral character. I can't let my country of fire do the same. Thinking of this, Lanye just stopped wandering around and went back to the study room of Daimyo Mansion to think about it. And in the Hokage building, the dried persimmon Kisame, who was escorted by Obito, was sealed, tied up and thrown into a temporary cage without anyone paying attention. Yuhi Hong and Mabui were dealing with official documents and did not think of this person at all. Fugaku, on the other hand, returned to the clan early. In addition to handling affairs, he also wanted to seize the time to have another child with Makoto while Itachi, who seemed to have discovered something, was away. A-level mission point rewards. Unconsciously, a week has passed. Successful reports have been sent back from the Water Kingdom war zone, which has basically weakened the strength of the Water Kingdom to the limit. After the final decisive battle, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water can discuss compensation for defeat. The border of the Kingdom of Earth was also a great victory. Originally planned as a containment-based army, Itachi and Fudo led Izumi, Uchiha, and Uchiha to FK a total of 7 Susanoo. Intercept. There aren't even many Jonin, let alone cage level, how can one break Susanoo? What a tragedy this war situation is. The 60,000-strong army directly suffered losses of more than 10,000, and all high-ranking officers were killed. Only the squad leader-level soldiers were left to surrender to the country of fire. There are nearly 50,000 prisoners here. The Kingdom of Earth is also a defensive weapon. It can only send heavy troops to deter the border, but it does not have the courage to make a large-scale attack again. Not to mention the 7 Susanoos. Just the troops Lanye had hoarded at the border in advance, with their well-equipped equipment and free bows and arrows, had no advantage at all in a frontal battle. I never expected the name of the Land of Earth. The Kingdom of Fire could actually hoard such an elite army and not mobilize it when it was at war with the Kingdom of Water. That's outrageous. How many troops does their fire country have? In this regard, Lanye said that because of the popularity of the 8 inner gates, although there are very few civilians who open the door first, those who can get the death-like training are also qualified soldiers. After collecting them for a little training, you can start fighting. Don't say anything else. It is enough for everyone to hold a long bow and stand at the back of the team to listen to orders and shoot arrows. This is called, when you are poor, you use tactics to intersperse, and when you are rich, you are covered by firepower. Arrow consumption. Lanye has been collecting arrows. He has set standards for arrow fletching, arrow shafts, and arrowheads and posted them on the bulletin board. When civilians cultivate the land, he makes some and sells them to the fire country, because they are made according to the standards. It is made and can be used as long as it is assembled. Akin. There are also leathers for various types of armor, inner padding for combat boots, hilts for weapons, etc. The huge commercial tax revenue after the reform allowed the national army to be able to support such squandering. And Scorpion also met Itachi and the others early, when the two armies are in confrontation and unable to act rashly. 3 cage-level players, Scorpion, Weasel, and Futai, infiltrate Iwagakure. Because Iwagakure deployed less than half of his manpower to go to the border to assist the Earth Kingdom in deterrence, it was impossible to prevent cage-level infiltration. Deidara was recently ordered to leave the village because he often displayed explosive art. Isn't this a coincidence? In Scorpion's explosion art, and Itachi's illusion battle, Deidara, who was still a child, ran away with Itachi without any accident, and was on his way back to Konoha on an airship with Scorpion. Until then, when Lanye saw Itachi in the intelligence, he remembered Itachi's good friend in the Akatsuki organization, Hoshigaki Kisame. When someone called Kisame the dried persimmon, he was so hungry that he lost his temper. After using a horse charm to bring him back from near death, Lanye couldn't help but complain. No, can't you call someone when you are hungry or thirsty? It's just the most ordinary hunger. I can still hold on for half a month. Kisame Inukasaki said disdainfully. Then how about I lock you up for another half month? Lanye said with a smile. 1. Inukasaki Kisame Akechi remained silent. Lanye didn't delve into this topic. Asked. Tell me, what do you think? Surrender or join Obito in the pure land of the underworld? I thought he was Uchiha Madara, who knew he would be a little kid. Kisame Mikiha said unhappily. The matter is now at this point. It's up to you to decide how to deal with it. Tisk. The appearance of this hob meat is very consistent with Hoshigaki Kisame's character. To know, at the end of the anime, Kisame Inikikaki directly summoned the shark and had him eaten in order not to leak information. This shows how firm he is once he is loyal to someone. Pity. Once you pledge your allegiance to the wrong person, the consequences will be miserable. Yes, Lanye, who cherishes his talent, did not treat Kisame Ingeki and Obito in the same way, as Obito a normal person. There is no such thing as recruitment, okay. Let Mabui tell the story of the cause and effect, up to the current situation of the leader. Lanye said. In my case, even if you die, your soul will become the training partner of Konoha Shinobi. Hoshigaki Kisame was not afraid, his small round eyes looked at Lanye calmly, waiting for the next step. This is really bearish on life and death. However, I still decided to give you a chance. Lanye said. You can make a condition, and I will see to it that you complete it. After that, you will be my Konoha member. This time Kazaki Kisame rolled his eyes, a little surprised. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Kisame Mikigaki asked. You won't. Lanye said firmly. Kurigakure, that's eccentricity. You have done no wrong to anyone. The Akatsuki organization is not the object of your allegiance, but the Uchi incarnated by Obito. The person recruited by Uchiha Madara. You have always believed that you are loyal to Uchiha Madara, and lurking into the Akatsuki organization is just a mission, so how can you talk about betrayal? 17. Kisame Kisami's expression finally turned serious. This famous figure from the Fire Country has a good eye for judging people, and he also dares to employ people. It seems that Kisame is afraid of dried persimmons and doesn't believe it. Kurenai Yuhi also added. The Uchiha clan who once prepared to launch a coup, the Orochimaru who had misdeeds, the Onodin clan who followed Kurigakure and other bloodline families, Nagato from the Akatsuki organization. The Kakuzu and Scorpion they brought are now doing their own things in Konoha without any seals or restrictions. Quote, Hoshigaki Kisami's expression changed again, staring at Lanye in disbelief. These people are all time bombs. Are you really not afraid that they will actually rebel collectively? Don't trust people who you trust, don't trust people who you doubt. Lanye smiled. Just like Obito, I can never trust him, so he died. Aren't you afraid of what might happen? Kisame Kazaki asked. What if? Lanye said confidently. As long as I am still alive, if any of these people dare to let me take a wrong look, I will let them know how heavy my fist is. The confidence and arrogance coming from this shop actually reminded Kisame Inokaki of the time when he first met Uchiha Madara. The momentum was completely suppressed, and there was no resistance at all. When Lanye saw that Conqueror's Haki's attitude softened, he also put away Conqueror's Haki, who was trying to heighten his momentum. Tell me, how to choose. Can I make a condition? Well, if it's not too much. Then, I want to have a fight with you, no matter whether I win or lose. No matter what the final result is, I will be loyal to you. Mikigaki Kisame said with a fierce fighting spirit. Lanye smiled. Hoshigaki Kisame said, loyalty to you, not loyalty to Konoha or the land of fire. Got another admiral. As for fighting, will he lose? Joke. Lanye stood up and used the restoration ability of the horse talisman to remove all of Kisami's seals. Kai said, Hong, take him to the cafeteria to have a good meal and then have a good rest, otherwise he won't be convinced by then. Kisame Kazaki moved his muscles and looked at Lanye even more strangely. Does this free him? Aren't you afraid of him escaping? Kurenai Yuhi's combat power was obvious to Kisame at a glance. He was an elite jonin at best, and there was no way he could be stopped if he wanted to escape. But really, Lanye just let Inagaki Kisame leave the Hokage office without any restrictions. Maybe there will be Anbu monitoring in the dark. But this laissez-faire attitude was very useful to Kisame Iniki and gave him a sense of recognition that he had finally met the right person. Yes, the dried persimmon Kisame didn't cause any trouble, and it was already night after eating and drinking properly. Lanye took the dried persimmon Kisame to the Daimyo Canal and signaled the dried persimmon Kisame to take action first. Kisame Kazaki glanced at the Daimon Canal and the Hell Sinkhole in 517. In contrast, he saw the Valley of the End not far away. The fighting spirit is even more awe-inspiring. It's really super cage level. I wonder how big the gap is between him and Lanye. Hoshigaki Kisame pulled out the recovered Samahata, shattered the disguised bandage to reveal the ferocious body, and stared at Lanye with fighting intent. Go ahead, I don't know who I greeted. Hoshigaki Kisame cautiously used the ninjutsu, water-style explosive water wave, and sprayed a small tsunami on the ground that was enough to form a lake and hit Lanye. But the small tsunami has not yet come close. I was frozen into an ice sculpture by Lanye's Ice Age, and the waves were completely frozen. Iniki Kaki Kisami's idea of trying to create a favorable battlefield was immediately shattered. How dare he dive into the water? The strongest water style was restrained, making Kisame frown slightly. I don't believe it. You can freeze it without limit. Water style big explosive water wave. Hoshigaki Kisame created an even larger tsunami, almost instantly forming an ellipsoid-shaped water prison with a diameter of 3 kilometers, encompassing everything nearby, and imprisoning Lanye. While not restricting Hoshigaki Kisami's actions, Samaki, Kisame Kazaki directly summoned 1,000 sharks and attacked Lanye under his instructions. Lanye sighed, why don't you believe it? Ice Age. In the same instant, the 3-kilometer ellipsoid-shaped water prison was frozen into an ice ball. The sharks that came from summoning did not even have time to cancel the summoning spell, and were frozen together into ice sculptures. They died completely. Fortunately, these types of sharks are just ordinary summoning beasts. There are so many of them that you don't need to worry about them. Hoshigaki Kisame was also frozen inside, and was unable to move for a while. Lanye is different. He activated his elemental form, shuttled through the ice, and came to Hoshigaki Kisami's side. My original intention was to ask him if he wanted to surrender and not freeze to death. Result, Kacha. Kisame Kazaki shattered the surrounding ice and slashed at Lanye with his Samahata, but Lanye held him firmly with his right hand. Haha, you made a mistake. Samahata Chakra Devour. As a tailless beast, Samahata can devour all the chakra of an enemy's body, weapon, or entity when it is very close to or in contact with it. Even the tailed beast level chakra is not enough to satisfy its appetite. But today, it suffered. Same's Waterloo. A layer of black membrane makes it impossible for D-Same to absorb even a tiny bit of Lanye's chakra no matter how hard it tries. Armament Haki. Not only does it prevent Samahata from absorbing chakra, but it also allows Lanye to easily hold Samahata's ferocious barbs without any intention of cutting his hand. Boom. So hard. What a huge amount of chakra. I really want to swallow his chakra. But it's so hard. It hurts. It hurts. Lanye was a little surprised to hear the masseter's heartbeat. Immediately, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was connected with Samahata, also received Samahata's complaints and tried to pull Samahata back, but was held tightly by Lanye, who was using the cow charm. Even Hoshigaki Kisame, who possesses strange power, cannot shake him one bit. Have no choice. Hoshigaki Kisame simply fought close to hand, using physical skills to compete with Lanye. Result: Lanye didn't have any chance to fight back, so he summoned the Golden Susanna skeleton and watched Kisame make a crack at most, which would be repaired immediately. There is no threat at all. At last, Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and released his ultimate move at close range. Water-style katakana middle dot shark bomb technique. He used chakra to create an oversized shark-shaped water bomb, which directly split the huge ice ball, crowded it on the Golden Susano frame, and also absorbed the above-mentioned water bomb. Chakra to strengthen itself. This is the powerful technique of the shark bullet technique, which can absorb the power of the enemy's chakra increasing technique. 18:00. Can Lanye's chakra be absorbed completely? He directly activated the complete body Susano, transformed into a 40-meter giant and stood there, watching the shark representing the shark bomb technique continue to suck and grow, and he also is to always use horse charm and sheep charm to restore chakra. You suck, you keep sucking. Let's see if you suck me dry first, or if you blow yourself up first. Then, Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked to see that his Daikokuden technique had grown to an unprecedented scale, over several kilometers. They all burst the huge ice ball, but Lanye still didn't show any signs of fatigue. As the Daimyo's chakra so strong. Terrible. Even Nine Tails Jinchuriki is nothing more than this, right? Could it be? The Daimyo is actually Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In the shock of dried persimmon Kisame. In the end, the shark bomb technique was unable to withstand the massive feeding of chakra. After growing to a little over 5,000 meters, it exceeded the limit of the technique itself and exploded into a small tsunami. Scattered around, sending the broken ice ball fragments rushing around. Lanye looked around. Okay, after a fight, this war zone turned into a small lake. Fortunately, this is not a permanent geological change. After all the water drains and evaporates, it will return to its original appearance. But there is no way to transplant the big tree that was washed down. Tisk, let Yamato come over and plant trees later. Lanye thought, facing the Golden Susan who always stood there and was not pushed back even half a meter by the same bullet technique. Kisame Kazaki also had no idea. Convinced, he half knelt down and said, Daimyo, I lost, and I will be yours from now on. Lanye, if you lose, you lose. What about my people? I am male, I like women, and I am not gay. 39. Yi Kang's strategy. Arrogant yellow hair. 15k. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. Hoshigaki Kisame was the one who recognized his master, and was sent by Lanye to the border of Earth Country to join Itachi. If you want to do it, your base is over there. This pair also gathered in advance. Kisame Kazaki didn't even return to Konoha, and went directly to the Kingdom of Earth. Lanye doesn't care about him. Use the rabbit charm and the chicken charm to fly back to the daimyo's mansion. Kurenai Yuhi and Mabui haven't come back yet, and Tsunade is also making up for the progress he had fallen behind in the laboratory. Only Hayakura and little Hinata are still at home. On the dinner table, Yi Kang winked at little Hinata, who understood and took a few mouthfuls of rice into her mouth. Teacher, I'm full. Let's go back to the room and do my homework. Say hello. Little Hinata just ran away with her round belly in her hands. This is inconsistent with her past snack food attributes, it can only be. Lanye looked at Yi Kang and said with a smile, don't buy snacks for little Hinata from now on. She won't be cute anymore if she gets fat. Ha, Yi Kang snorted coldly. After you fell in love with me, you promised to help me assassinate the fourth Kazekage. Now the underworld has become the fifth Mizukage as expected. What about your promise to me? Oh, so I'm here to settle accounts after the fall. Lanye took a bite of barbecue leisurely and said slowly, then you say I will send people to Sunagakur to assassinate Luo Sha now. What about Kakashi? Or Might Guy? I'm afraid Kakashi is not close, right? Might Guy is not the one who carries out the assassination. Yi Kang frowned. Are you done with it? Don't love it anymore, and don't want to be responsible anymore. Oh haha, the point is to be responsible, right? It seems that Lanye has been accompanying other women recently, which has left Yi Kang, the most beautiful back in the ninja world, in the cold, so he feels a little insecure. Lanye nodded immediately and said, okay, I will sit with you all night tonight and chat with you. Do it all night. Yi Kang's expression changed. Then next year, won't today become my death anniversary? Huh, what did you say? No, it's nothing. Then, just do it all night. Lanye nodded in understanding and stood up to sit in the yard. It was best to chat while looking at the stars. Unexpectedly, Yi Kang hid behind him, waved his hand and said, not now. I just finished eating, and I tend to lose my temper easily. You don't have to move, I'll do it. Lanye smiled. Then, in Yi Kang's shy expression, Lanye picked up her long legs and beautiful back, carried her to the courtyard, put her down on a stone chair, and sat next to her. Looking at the stars and chatting is the most comfortable thing. WWW. Yi Kang glared at Lanye with shame and anger, making Lanye confused. What happened to Beijing? Boom. So it turns out that. Zuo, you said means sitting here. I thought it was. Is he no longer interested in me? It shouldn't be. I'm not inferior to Sister Tsunade either. Lanye, although I misunderstood something just now, I now know what you want. I'll leave you right where you are. The desperate situation of reincarnation. Spell free. Armament Haki. Horse Talisman healing. Tiger Talisman to Yi Kang. 8 inner gates formation, second gate open. Early the next morning, Lanye, who had not slept all night, was going to have breakfast, and Yi Kang was also limping to follow. If you are tired, just take a rest. It doesn't matter if you haven't eaten breakfast. Lanye advised kindly. In no mood, Yi Kang rolled his eyes at Lanye angrily. It's not even close. I was on a mission before but didn't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. What does this mean? Yi Kang said harshly. HMPH, are you tough with me? Lanye raised his eyebrows and used the rabbit charm to dodge to Yi Kang's side. He used Chakra Scalpel with his right hand to press the back of her neck to make her unconscious. He lay down and covered himself with a quilt, looking at the thrilling silhouette and nodding. Women just have to be good. As for Chakra Scalpel, Lanye has already used Rasengan, and has already mastered the chakra form changes. After a few glances with Mangekyo, he has learned it. Have to say, the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan is really like a trick. Ninja, Tai, and Gen can be learned and restrained, and there are also fancy ones like Mangekyo and Susanoo. The Hyuga clan, who are also descendants of Otsutsuki, only have clairvoyance plus distance vision. Originally, it was because it was almost not difficult to open eyes. Basically, chakra could open eyes to a certain level. With a huge base of eye openings, it could barely compete with the Zebo family. But since Lanye came, developed a Tsukuyomi hyphenation point age of fear, which allowed Uchiha children under the age of 10 to open their eyes with a 99.99% chance, and the Hyuga clan was completely suppressed. Speaking of which, so far, the 10-year-old Uchiha child, the same child who Lanye first tested, has not opened his eyes. Lanye suddenly became interested. After breakfast, Hongdu asked Hongdu to send someone to check and see how the child was doing. I thought it would be something like being squeezed out, or even being kicked out of the family tree due to family shame. Unexpectedly, he is now a valuable talent of the Uchiha clan, and was sent to the Research Institute for Orochimaru and Tsunade to study, in preparation to try to find out the genetic or other differences between him and the members of the Uchiha clan who had their eyes opened. If we could find this difference, we might be able to figure out what is the core element that opened the eyes of the Uchiha clan. It can be strengthened in a targeted manner in the future. Oh, who is this, with such a sharp mind? Lanye asked in surprise. It was Itachi who suggested it. Hongdu Hui reported. It turned out that this child's life was quite unsatisfactory. He was even bullied in the ninja school and was not allowed to wear the Uchiha clan's logo. But he had a good relationship with Itachi's younger brother Sasuke. Sasuke stood up for him many times and even got into fights with his classmates. When Itachi found out, he proposed this theory to Fugaku. Now Uchiha Libai is learning the 3 arts of ninja, Tai, and illusion to see if he is really a loser or if he has talent in a certain field. Quote, Uchiha Libai, the name of this child. Question mark. Are my talents destined to be useful? Tisk. Needless to say, just for this name, Uchiha Lee Whitezetsu is very talented in a certain field. If he doesn't have the talent of a ninja, let him try other fields, such as agriculture, industry, medicine, literature, etc., and learn about them. Lanye ordered. Yes. Didn't pay much attention to the kid. Lanye thought of Obito's Mangekyo, and asked Tsunade to transplant it to Kakashi yesterday. I don't know what the current situation is. With the medical level of the ninja world, transplanting an eyeball is just a matter of minutes. It's just, Lanye was a little confused when he saw Kakashi covering both eyes with a forehead protector. What shape is this? Lanye hasn't said anything yet. Kakashi sensed Lanye's arrival and bowed to Lanye's exact location. See the name. Huh, have you awakened observation Haki? Lanye asked in surprise. Yes, Daimyo, your sensory ninjutsu is so powerful that it can be driven without chakra. It is tailor-made for the scarce chakra of your subordinates. Kakashi sighed. In the past, one Mangekyo made him drowsy, and he often fell into the embarrassing state of insufficient chakra. 2 now. Double the pressure. But Kakashi still chose to be transplanted. He wanted to continue to see this world with Obito and Lin's wishes. Perhaps it was under this will that Kakashi awakened observation Haki. That's right. System. People from the observation Haki ninja world can really awaken. What is the principle of this? Lanye asked curiously. Ding. It is detected that the Haki system does not conflict with this world. What's the meaning? Ding. It is detected that the Haki system does not conflict with this world. Why? Can different worlds have the same structure? Ding. It is detected that it does not conflict with this. Okay. You are mentally retarded. I won't ask any more. There is no movement in the system. Lanye's attention also shifted to Kakashi. It's interesting. Please tell me in detail what form you were in after awakening Haki. I also have some questions, and I would like to ask you for advice. Kakashi said humbly. According to your description, this Hokage should be able to cover a large area and even sense meteorites from the sky, but his subordinates can only. I noticed something moving within 30 meters. Wait a minute, please tell me in detail, what kind of scene do you perceive? Just, what normal eyes can see. Not black and white, it's not black and white, I can distinguish colors. Lanye took a book next to him, opened it to Kakashi, and asked Kakashi to read it out. Sao Nyen Bin and his landlady. Lanye unfolded the cover of the book, and the big words, Intimate Paradise, on it made Lanye's eyelids twitch. He couldn't help but look at Tsunade. Why do you have this reading material in your laboratory? Am I unable to satisfy you? Tsunade shook her head innocently and looked at her disciple Shizune. Shizune, I was offended. Why is she carrying this thing? But Tsunade was her teacher, so Shizune couldn't say anything. He could only glance at Lanye carefully, then lowered his head and said, Kakashi brought it. Ah, yes, this is my book. Kakashi scratched his head and said, before the eye transplant, I thought that I would not be able to read it properly for a long time. After all, it consumes chakra, so I used it again. Warm it all up. Is there any problem, Daimyo? Tisk, you should be a form of this Hokage. Lanye shrugged and said, currently, you and I are the only ones in the ninja world who have mastered this Hokage. You can also learn armament Hokage when you have time. This time is considered an experiment. I won't deduct your task points, come to the Hokage office later to see how to practice. It's the Daimyo. Thank you Daimyo for the reward. Kakashi said happily. From now on, most of his chakra will be used for eye nourishment. If he can understand that armament Hokage does not need to consume chakra, maybe he can also show off his skills in taijutsu. Susanoo, have you tried it? Lanye asked. After trying it, the subordinate can only activate it to the second stage, and then it will be unable to maintain it due to insufficient chakra. Kakashi said without hesitation. The scarcity of mana has always been a problem for the Hitaki clan. But Lanye doesn't think so. Because in the future, Kakashi has opened Susanoo, and it is completely complete as soon as it is opened. Susanoo, and also used the move, Kamui Shuriken. It can't be that Obito can still lend chakra to Kakashi after his death, right? If you continue to practice hard, the upper limit of chakra should be able to be increased. Lanye suggested. It's a daimyo. My subordinates will work hard to practice. Nod. Lanye was thinking about how to give Kakashi a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki. No. He promised Nine Tails that he would never force other tailed beasts to become Jinchuriki. Never mind. It's better to let Kakashi worry about it by himself. It's not his woman's fault. What's going on here? His woman isn't allowed to transplant her eyes. People stare at. Disgusting. Just getting ready to leave the institute. Just when they happen to see the airship landing in front of the open space of the research institute, the long queue in front of the dungeon challenge stone couldn't help but look sideways, looking at this flying monster. Flying has always been a symbol of the strong. But now it seems like ordinary people can do it too. Shie took the yellow-haired boy, who was about half the height of a man, off the airship. When he saw Lanye, he nodded politely. This is the limit of what Shie can do. Don't even think about marrying anyone else. It is even more impossible to kneel down and worship. Lanye doesn't care. As long as you can produce ideal results, I don't care. Otherwise, how dare you show your temper when you have no ability? Lousy is not your father, I can't kill you. This is not. Deidara, a little yellow-haired boy, had his eyes above his head. He had hit Lanye several times, but he still raised his head and looked at Lanye with his lower eyelids. Who are you? I'm a specially invited talent from your fire country. Why don't you get out of the way? Said little Deidara in an airy manner. Lanye raised his eyebrows. Before he could think of how to show the color of this little yellow fur, Shie had already slapped little Deidara on the face. Good guy. Scorpion now uses the body of his young boy instead of Hirauko, and the materials used are the best in the ninja world. This slap directly knocked little Deidara to the floor. Not only that, a complete palm print was printed on her unruly face. There is really no mercy at all. UBD. Why are you hitting me again? Little Deidara bared her teeth and said, we have agreed not to slap in the face in front of others. This is the name of the fire country. Shie said calmly. The furious little Deidara froze immediately and turned to look at Lanye with disbelief in her eyes. Right, is this the name of the Fire Nation? Just now he saw Shie simply nodding his head, thinking he was just a friend who knew him well. Forgive little Deidara for her lack of knowledge. She has never seen a daimyo, so of course she doesn't know about the daimyo's god robe. But little Deidara is not someone who just gives in. He said in a low voice. Why can you just nod your head when you see the famous names of the fire country? Zhao Hao, because he is cage level and a top puppet master. Lanye smiled and said, so, what are you? You are the thing, so you're not a thing. Little Deidara was a little confused by Lanye, and she was still wondering whether she should be the one. Lanye had already kneaded his little yellow hair into weeds and then drifted away. It's just a kid, don't worry about it. After Shie watched Lanye leave, it was the unhappy little Deidara who said, be careful next time. Being too sharp before showing corresponding results will only cause trouble. Tisk, why are you so proud? When you, like me, can research an item that makes the daimyo nod, you can do it too. Can't I be stronger than you? Then you can't be better than the daimyo. Just him. He looks like he's only about 20 years old. How strong can he be? The Daimyo is Super Cage level. It only takes one move to kill me. Super Cage level. What level is that? But it only takes one move to kill you. Is it true? Are you qualified to let me lie to you? ... What level is Super Cage level? Does Senju Hashirama know? I know, the god of the ninja world. My teacher Onoki once talked about how Uchiha Madara is so strong. Stronger than them. ... Impossible. Little Deidara opened her mouth exaggeratedly. But Scorpion walked forward mechanically, without replying to Little Deidara's question. Little Deidara was shocked for a while. He quickly caught up with Shie, and continued to ask questions with his small mouth. Scorpion also explained to him one by one calmly but patiently. Just like a teacher treating an ignorant disciple. After returning to the Hokage office, Lanye received a letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the content of which turned out to be. Luo Sha went to persuade him. No. This is the reason for war you sent yourself. Yi Kang's promise of falling in love can finally be fulfilled in an honest and fair way. 40. How many floors will a bag of rice resist? Collect all Exodia. 7K. The mission report sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen is a 10-meter-long scroll, which shows how attentive he is. But he still understands Lanye. In addition to the detailed task report, there is also a streamlined report, which does not have so many details but is mainly summary. ... Sunagaku 4th Kazekage and his unknown subordinates tried to recruit the Sarutobi clan, but were rejected outright by his subordinates. The daimyo could use this to attack Sunagaku. ... The whereabouts of the Sarutobi clan in Rain Shinobi Village were wanted to be leaked because a businessman from the Kingdom of Wind who traveled around the country recognized his subordinate Sarutobi Asuma and asked the daimyo to punish him. ... My subordinates have completed the rectification of Rain Shinobi Village. The daimyo of Rain Country has also been admiring the power of our Fire Country for a long time, and will soon hold a wedding ceremony for his eldest daughter and his next son, Sarutobi Asuma. Lanye's eyes circled around, trying to incorporate the Sarutobi clan. Come and take advantage of me. This 4th Kazekage is really tired of living. Lanye couldn't help but feel a little bored. Even the Kazekage, who can ambush Orochimaru to death, dares to challenge him. He has Super Cage level combat power, why not just unify with L? As if sensing Lanye's new ideas, the system also sent new options. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The god level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Shutuji continues to develop steadily and finally achieves a natural unification. Reward. Weapon production buff bonus, ×1, anti-concentration production buff bonus, ×1 inch food production buff bonus. Option 2. Radical armed forces, abandoning agriculture and industrial development, and achieving military unification. Reward. Wounded recovery buff bonus, ×1, unparalleled fighting will buff bonus, ×1, 1 versus 5 buff bonus, ×1. Option 3. Domineering suppression, using Super Cage level combat power to penetrate the ninja world and complete the unification. Reward. The sealed one's right leg, Demon God, ×1, the sealed one's left leg, Demon God, ×1, the sealed Exodia Demon God, ×1. Interesting. When Obito didn't show up before, I thought it was because he was strong enough now and it was difficult to trigger. But now it seems that the choice is still not significant enough. First select one to exclude directly. He was a bit of a loser before. He was already stronger than Senju Hashirama, so why did he need to develop a little bit? Fortunately, he was still complaining. If I had the fighting power of a big pillar, I would have joined the ninja world a long time ago. Wouldn't the result still be salty fish? As for option 2, relying on the army to annex the ninja world and complete the unification, I always feel that it is not very satisfying. So, sure enough, I still have to choose 3. Moreover, we can directly collect the remaining Exodia. I wonder what it will be like after all the seals are lifted. System. I choose. The selection is successful, and the rewards, the sealed one's right foot, Demon God, the sealed one's left leg, Demon God, and the sealed Exodia Demon God, have been distributed. The sealed right foot of the Demon God, the sealed right foot of the Demon God, Exodia, can be released from the seal once every 24 hours, releasing the power that it can withstand the limit. When the Demon God, Exodia, is collected, you will also transform into the Demon God. Semicolon. The right arm of the sealed one, Demon God. When the Demon God, Exodia, is gathered together, you will also become the Demon God. Semicolon. The sealed Exodia Demon God. When the Demon God, Exodia, is collected, you will also transform into the Demon God. Semicolon. Ding. You have gathered all the Demon Gods, Exodia, and are undergoing fusion evolution. Next moment, only the gilded light when summoning Exodia's phantom shines on Lanye's body, and the phantom of Exodia is faintly emerging and then blending in. Click. The Hokage desk and chair were shattered by the power Lanye accidentally leaked, turning into powder and scattered on the floor. Fortunately, Lanye still controlled the power interestingly. Yuhi Hong and Mabuyi were only knocked back a few steps and looked at Lanye in surprise, not understanding what happened. Mabuyi also took the time to look at the powder on the ground. Really, the issue of changing desks that she was most worried about happened. Lanye, are you okay? Yuhi Hong asked worriedly. Lanye did not reply to Yuri Hong. His physique is also transforming into that of a demon in the gilded light, and the surging power rises as if there is no upper limit. This experience of infinite power made him immersed in it. Ding. The demonic powers, Mangekyo, and Eye of the Saint, are both detected. Are they fused? Semicolon closing square bracket. The same demonic power. System. What will be the consequences of fusion? Ding. Exodias will swallow the demon's power to strengthen itself and give birth to more powerful power. Semicolon closing square bracket. Will my Mangekyo Eye technique disappear? Ding. Fusion and evolution will happen. That's it. Then devour it. Ding. Fusion in progress. Fusion completed. Ding. Eye of Saint. Evolves into Eye of God strong person identification technique. Semicolon closing square bracket. Ding. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, and Reincarnation's desperate situation, evolve into Demon Eye Tsukuyomi reincarnation. 1. Ding. Mangekyo Susanoo, evolves into Eye of the Demon God Exodia. Semicolon. Ding. Mangekyo Stealth, Mangekyo Time Stop, Rear Admiral Physique, and Sage Mode, evolve into Demon God's Body. Semicolon closing square bracket. Ding. Mangekyo Soul Binding, Mangekyo Shikigami, Pig Charm, Dragon Charm, evolve into Demon Fire Cannon. Semicolon closing square bracket. Ding. Mangekyo Amaterasu, and Conqueror's Haki, evolve into God's Wrath Karma Fire. Semicolon closing square bracket. Eye of God strong person appraisal technique. After casting, the person whom Exodia looks at will be judged once. If the judgment cannot be passed, it will be a 12-hour maternal love experience. Semicolon. Eye of the Demon Tsukuyomi reincarnation. After casting, the person who looks at Exodia will be dragged into the Tsukuyomi dimension. All rules in the Tsukuyomi dimension can be modified at will by consuming the power of the demon. Exhaust or self-dissolve. Eye of the Demon God Exodia. Activate Exodia's demonic power and transform into Exodia. Devil's Body. Passively effective. When all creatures look directly at Exodia, their negative emotions will be swallowed by you to grow in strength. Exodia will absorb energy all the time and become stronger. The power of time will no longer be able to act on Exodia. Exodia can consume the power of the devil to control the flow of time to slow it down. Semicolon. Demon Fire Cannon. Exodia can consume the power of the demon god to cast the demon fire cannon, causing a huge amount of damage to the target in front. Semicolon. God's Wrath of Karma. Exodia can overdraw all the power of the devil to cast the God's Wrath of Karma, summon the devil's fire that burns everything, and burns all matter except time and space within a radius of 100 kilometers into the void. Semicolon. Wait a minute, there are a lot of system prompts, and Lanye is a little confused. He combed it carefully. Exclamation mark. Many of his abilities were swallowed up by Exodia, BJCI, and they were fused and evolved into even higher abilities. Let's take a look at the capabilities one by one. Needless to say, Eye of God, Expert Identification Technique, is an ability similar to the Eye of Saint, that is, the condition of paying attention to golden light, has been changed to reaching with light. This is very powerful. No matter whether you look at me or not, as long as you fail the test, you will be pregnant with me. And it also jumped from 30 minutes to 12 hours. Hehe. My condolences to those who will be affected in the future. Demon Eye Tsukuyomi Reincarnation combines the advantages of Tsukuyomi and Reincarnation Desperate Situation to seal the enemy's body into the Tsukuyomi dimension. You can still modify the rules of the Tsukuyomi dimension at will, and the consequences will also be to direct damage to the enemy's body. It can't be said that he is not strong. Only, in this way, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan activation task will only fall on Itachi's shoulders in the future. Now that Lanye's ability is real, it won't be that simple again. Very strong too. Eye of the Demon God Exodia is the upgraded version of Susanoo, right? Just wait and test it later. The Devil's Body is awesome. After merging 5 of his abilities, he gained 5 abilities: Swallowing Negative Emotions, Autonomous Cultivation, Time Immunity, Time Control, and Demon Power. Swallowing negative emotions can swallow everyone's negative emotions and become stronger. With this, Lanye can already become the God of Evil. If he does more terrible things, he can transform into a devil in minutes. Needless to say, Independent Cultivation is the best cultivation plugin for lazy people. You can become stronger even while lying down. Time Immunity is ridiculous. It directly immunizes time, the most buggy ability. It is of no use to low-level enemies, but in the future, if you are fighting against the Grandmaster's Time Demon or ... Tisk tisk tisk. That scene will definitely be exciting. Time Control is even more awesome. It directly allows Lanye to adjust his own time flow rate multiple times, thereby achieving the ability of slow motion and time pause from the first perspective. Interestingly, when Lanye adjusts the time flow speed to 0, although his own time is suspended, he can still act. This is completely different from the Mangekyo time stop given by Uchiha Ori, which is to pause other people's time before acting. Mangekyo time stop given by Uchiha Ori, Lanye can offset it with the same ability to gain the ability to move. But if Lanye suspends his own time flow, how can others offset it? The priority has gone up a level. And the final power of the devil This ability seems useless. It is to swallow all energy and convert it into the power of the devil, whether it is chakra, spirit, or soul power. It seems to be just a converter ability, but it also solves the problem of Lanye's ability to flourish. In the past, Lanye's casting of Conqueror's Haki consumes energy and energy, casting of Armament Haki consumes physical strength, and casting of Sage Art Wind Style Spirit Shuriken consumes the magic chakra, etc. With various energies mixed in his body, problems will occur sooner or later. This power of the devil can be directly integrated with one click. In the future, you will also have an intuitive assessment of your current status. It is equivalent to an instrument panel for an airplane. You can know the fuel consumption at any time, so you can better know how far you can fly, whether you need to replenish fuel, etc. The most important thing is, all the above abilities are passive. It is always active. This is very delicious. Demon Fire Cannon. Well, if you look at the description of causing a huge amount of damage, you will know that it is a real killer. I'm afraid it consumes a lot of money, so I'll give it a try if I have a chance. Fire of God's Wrath seems to only consume Mangekyo Amaterasu and Conqueror's Haki, but from overdrawing all the power of the devil, the fire of the devil that burns everything. The words, matter except time and space are burned into void, can be seen that this ability is unreasonable. How unreasonable it is, we will have to see the specific effects when the time comes. But what is certain is that the consumption of this God's Wrath fire is absolutely huge, and Lanye even had a hunch that the horse talisman and sheep talisman might not be able to be replenished in time. It can only be used as a pressing the bottom of the box move. It is not necessary and cannot be placed randomly. After sorting it out, Lanye came to a conclusion. Shihu and Lanye, am absolutely invincible in the ninja world. Even if he calls the big pillar in the pure land of the underworld and the future six paths Madara, Lanye still has the confidence to fight against the doctor. Who is afraid of whom? I can't beat you to death. Strong power is the confidence to realize your ambitions. Lanye took out a ring and entered chakra for a while, and the power of the soul was touched. Only, he was not directly dragged away from consciousness as before, but there was a force dragging him, but it was just like a child dragging an adult, and it was impossible to shake it. Lanye detached part of his soul power and followed it, appearing in a dark space opposite Nagato, who had condensed his phantom body. Slide body technique. Before the invention of the telephone, this was one of the few methods of ultra-long distance real-time communication. You have become stronger again, Nagato said with piercing eyes. I just failed to condense your brain waves in the first time. It was just your scattered brain waves. Can you actually block my power? It's a good harvest. Lanye smiled confidently. How is the situation now? We are preparing for the final general attack. This time we can probably eliminate the last resistance force of the Water Kingdom, and the new Daimyo will be able to control the Water Kingdom for our use. No, I changed my mind. Lanye shook his head and said, you win with the fastest speed and minimum loss, and then go directly through the Kingdom of Fire to the Kingdom of Earth to join Itachi and the others. I'm not going to do it bit by bit, I'm going to do it in one step. I thought, this is a bit of an impatient plan and will arouse opposition from Nagato. After all, no one will believe that he has achieved a dozens-fold increase in just 10 days. Unexpectedly, Nagato nodded in agreement and said, you finally woke up. You obviously have Super Cage level combat power and I am assisting you. How easy is it to dominate directly? I will end this in half an hour. After the battle, they converged on Itachi's war zone. Quote, oh haha, it can be over in half an hour. Lanye raised his eyebrows and said, do you want to use Super Shinra Tianjang? Or Planetary Devastation? I heard that you have a medical ninjutsu that can restore Mangekyo's pupil power. Can Rinnegan's pupil power be restored? Nagato asked rhetorically. Rinnegan's pupil power? Theoretically, it's fine. I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. Then I know. Wait for my good news. See you in half an hour. It might not take that long. Haha, I tried so hard to convince you, but it was indeed the right decision. The conversation ends here. When Lanye opened his eyes, gilded flames flashed through his eyes, filled with fighting spirit. This leisurely life is a bit moldy. It's better to end this house-like game as soon as possible, and then work together to develop and have fun with the Otsutsuki clan. And behind him, Yuhi Kurenai and Mabuyi, who had gradually adapted to Lanye's momentum, once again experienced the pressure they felt when they met for the first time, and even subconsciously lowered their breathing. Then the two women looked at each other, both confirming that it was not an illusion. They're men. It seems that just now in the Golden Light, the power has gained a terrible increase. The Kingdom of Water, the headquarters of the army of the Kingdom of Destruction. Nagato, who was at the head, opened his eyes and gave a rare smile to Kazuma and Narashikaku. Lanye just informed me that we need to end the battle here as soon as possible, and then march quickly to join Itachi and the others. You should integrate the army now and leave a small number of follow-up troops. Controlling the Kingdom of Water, I will make the opponent surrender within half an hour. Quote, half an hour. Kazuma frowned and said, this is war. It's not a child's play. Although you are indeed very strong and have the eyes of the legendary immortal. But after all, they are just eyes. That's all. Compared to Kazuma, who is just an elite jonin, Narashikaku, who has been promoted to a cage-level goalkeeper, has a deeper understanding of Nagato's power. He just asked, how sure are you? 10%. Okay, Nara Shikaku looked at Kazuma. Admiral Army, please also announce that you are gathering food and grass, giving up non-essential loads such as siege equipment, and prepare to leave the Kingdom of Water and march towards the Kingdom of Earth. What, are you going crazy with him? Kazuma retorted. No, I have to ask for instructions from the daimyo. This half an hour is still too long. Nagato suddenly said. 10 minutes will do. After saying that, Nagato ignored Kazuma, turned around and flew out of the big camp tent, flying high into the sky towards the last city of the Kingdom of Water. This is a height where bows and arrows cannot fly. The Kingdom of Water can only watch and do nothing. Nagato finally finished accumulating chakra and released that move. How many floors does a bag of rice have to resist? Sao Shin Lanao Dien. Feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensai. Unrivaled repulsive force erupted with Nagato as the center. Onoki, who was the first to bear the brunt, only had time to harden his defense with an Earth-style Earth Spear, before he was shot into the sky by the missile. The edge disappears. At the same time, the Kingdom of Water below relies on defensive walls, all soldiers, defenses, fortifications, walls, buildings. Everything. In an instant, it was violently bulldozed, crushed, and smashed into the earth. It was like an invisible meteorite falling from the sky, directly erasing half of the city from people's sight. Only a meteorite crater, with a diameter of 10 kilometers was left, quietly running around the edge of the city where only 1/5 of the city was left. This moment, the rest of the people were staring blankly at the sky and the meteorite crater. What kind of existential power is this? To know, their city is comparable to the capital of the Land of Water. Its area is more than 30 times that of Konoha Village. As a result, you came over and shouted, Kusanobu Ra innocent, and 12 times the area of Konoha Village was smashed into the ground. That's countless buildings, wealth, soldiers, and creatures. And that's it. Nagato has no intention of stopping yet. After being cured by Lanye, his condition is much stronger than in the original work. However, one shot of Super Shinra Tensai will not cause him to collapse, and he even still has enough energy to release. A black ball of light was thrown from Nagato's hand. The black ball of light did not float to the remaining city, but quickly flew dozens of kilometers away from the city, and then planetary devastation. Trees, rivers, soil, boulders. Everything on the ground is taken up to the sky, compressed, compressed, compressed. Under the extremely shocked eyes of the troops of the Kingdom of Water and the army of the Kingdom of Fire, a little moon, with a diameter of 20 kilometers was created bit by bit. The remaining 3/5 of the survivors in the Kingdom of Water City, compared with the scope of this little moon, can basically cover the rest of their city. So, just like that, Nagato threw this shot at their heads. Clang. Although the first soldier dropped his weapon, it spread around like stones thrown into a pool. Clang. Bang dang. Kang dang. Without any twists and turns. This last facade of the Kingdom of Water simply chose to surrender. Mountains of weapons and armor were thrown into the meteorite crater, and then the city gates were opened to the Land of Fire. The Huxia army surrendered unconditionally. Joke. There is such a thing floating in the sky, what are they going to use to fight it? Go beat yourself up. Lousy is not going to die. This is the unanimous thought of the civilians, soldiers, officers, generals, ministers, and even the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water. Then, Kazuma, who had not yet recovered, mechanically took over the city at the urging of Nara Shikaku, and obtained the unconditional surrender document from the daimyo of the Land of Water. After, as long as Lanye proposes, compensation for defeat, Water Country must provide it unconditionally. Then, the army did not pause at all, leaving only a small number of people holding the top officials of the Kingdom of Water hostage. They marched towards the coastline in a hurry. They would board a boat to log into the Kingdom of Yu, and then heading towards the Land of Earth. This takes about half a month. But on the other side, Lanye didn't have any anxious mentality, and continued to tease his woman leisurely and look at the changes in Konoha. He also asked Mabui to use the Tensao technique to teleport near Nagato, and after reuniting, he used the horse charm to cause him to use Super Shinra Tensai and planetary devastation in a short period of time. To be cured, too. Then Nara Shikaku uses the Tensen technique to return to Konoha. Yes, Nara Shikaku practiced the God-given technique. After becoming a cage-level goalkeeper, he carefully considered his positioning and finally positioned himself as a support player. After all, his family's secret technique is too limited, and it would be too reluctant to focus on it, but the two partners are still elite jonin. The only option is to take the auxiliary stream. Under Lanye's permission, learn side support abilities such as God's technique and Flying Thunder God technique. Finally, Nagato's army joins Itachi guarding the border of Earth Country. At this time, Lanye's next instruction was 41. One person equals one country. Unification in advance. 13K. Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. When it was received that Nagato's army joined Itachi and the others, Lanye once again used the Send of Heaven technique to teleport to the frontal war zone. Without any hesitation, the army directly launched, breaking the confrontation at the border between the two countries for several days, and led the charge by Itachi, Fudai and other 6 Suzanos, directly scattering the 70,000 troops of the Kingdom of Earth guarding the border. As we all know, on the battlefield, the formation of the large troops was in chaos. At this time, the opposite side charged forward with heavy pressure. It would be a one-sided massacre. Obviously, the Earth country will not sit idly by like this. The third Tsuchikage Onoki, who was summoned by the Daimyo of Earth country to guard the border, had to show up to intercept the 6 Suzanos. His blood succession elimination dust escape does have a chance of sweeping 1 volt 7. Just find the right angle and use dust escape to sweep. DJM hash. How could Lanye forget him? This is second only to the bloodline snare, and the only bloodline elimination in the entire ninja world. Nagato had already been arranged to keep an eye on him. When Onoki uses the Earth-style light heavy rock technique to fly, Nagato also took off from the Fire Country army. From a distance, he saw Onoki joining hands and aiming, and he waved from afar. Universal pull. Onoki was caught off guard and was pulled away by gravity without any suspense. The rapid gravity made the old man unable to resist, and he was even unable to join his hands again to form the seal to release dust escape. Earth-style weighted rock technique. Earth-style super weighted rock technique. Onoki tried to use double weight to increase his own mass to block Nagato's universal pull. This is indeed very effective. Although he could not break the gravitational pull of universal pull, it was at least greatly slowed down, giving him the opportunity to form another seal. He put his hands together to form the strange, square, seal. As his palms opened, there was a glow. A translucent cube formed, aiming at Nagato from a distance. Dust escape original realm peeling technique. A light beam barrier shot from the cube towards Nagato. The flight trajectory of the light beam barrier was very fast. It hit Nagato's location almost in the blink of an eye. In an instant, it separated it into its atomic state and was in the fire of a big explosion. Turn into fly ash. Nara Shikaku and others who had participated in Nagato's exhibition Kamui couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What the hell? Nagato, who single-handedly forced the Kingdom of Water to surrender with one move, was killed. This is impossible, right? The momentum of the Fire Nation's charge slowed down a bit because of this. Although they were still being carried forward by the follow-up troops, their momentum was much weaker. Of course, all countries are also paying attention to the war situation in the Kingdom of Water. Onoki also knows that Nagato is a ruthless person. Did not expect it can kill with one blow. Although unexpected, he was relieved. Immediately, he joined his hands again to form a cube, aiming at Itachi and the other 6 Suzanos to sweep them away. Uchiha Good Shot, Uchiha Monday, and Uchiha Sao couldn't help but stop their momentum and looked at Onoki in the sky in surprise. Is there really no one to stop him? Nagato's ninjutsu that even the Rinnegan holder couldn't resist, they didn't think Susanoo could withstand it. Itachi is a complete body and can completely fly to stop it. Azumi's weapon is a bow and arrow, and she can also attack and let Onoki dodge. There are also Super Cage level famous names. Are they not ready to show up at this moment? They wanted to stop it, but their abilities did not allow this. As for Itachi, Izumi and Futai, they were all resolutely carrying out Lanye's orders, driving out the Earth Kingdom army and ignoring everyone else. Since the daimyo said to ignore it, then ignore it. Seeing that Onoki Shinichi's dust release original stripping technique is about to fall. Suddenly, Onoki was torn apart by some force again, and fell rapidly to the ground of the leading troops of the Fire Country. Even because of the wrong force used in the battle, his waist injury recurred, and his face turned pale. Look at the ground again. Nagato and Zhu Shengdao stood side by side, raising their hands from a distance and pulling Onoki with the universal pull. But at the critical moment, the beast's way, summoning Nagato to his side with the reverse summoning technique, and dodge the dust release original realm peeling technique. When Onoki was about to fall into the hands of Nagato, Onoki's son Wangtu finally arrived and reached out from the ground more than 100 meters away from Nagato. He slapped the floor and created 2 giant hemispherical peaks to press down on Nagato and Zhu Shengdao. Earth-style mountain earth technique. If Nagato doesn't defend himself and still clings to Onoki, he may be crushed by the mountain first. It is a pity, the beast path is too late to summon other summoning beasts, so Nagato can only face it himself. Have no choice. He had no choice but to give up maintaining the universal pull, and instead use the Shenra Tenjing to bounce the 2 small mountain peaks away, but it only slightly pushed them away a few meters and did not bounce away. This shows the power of this move. But this is enough. Zhu Shengdao also took Nagato out of the scope of the mountain technique, while he was holding on to 2 small peaks. Bang! Without the support of Nagato's strength, the 2 small mountain peaks immediately came together heavily, and the aftermath caused the nearby ground to tremble. And Onoki also managed to fall to the ground. He was only 1.5 meters tall and still holding his old waist with a look of pain on his face. His trembling appearance did not have the power of killing Nagato instantly before. I'm afraid it will be difficult to pose a threat again in a short period of time. Earth-style castle wall. Lois summoned rows of earth flow walls to block Onoki, and with the renewed morale of the Fire Nation army, dozens of Phoenix Force members opened the front main door and jumped up. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Although the wall of the Earth Flow City where the Lois was condensed in a hurry is much thicker than the average Earth-style ninja, it is definitely not as impressive as the repeated superposition and compression of Konoha Castle. He was beaten to pieces by dozens of joint forces. Look at the other end. Where are the Lois and wild trees? He had long since escaped. Without Onoki's interception, with 6 Suzanos and one of them in full form, the Earth Kingdom's army did not have any accidents. They were killed by the Fire Kingdom and lost their armor, and more than 40,000 people were captured. Together with the previously captured soldiers, there are already over 90,000 soldiers. How many soldiers does the Earth Kingdom army have in total? This time, Masao Kido, the great lord of the Earth Kingdom, panicked and sent an envoy to negotiate peace with Lanye, but he was thrown out of the camp without even seeing Lanye. Negotiate peace? I have such a huge advantage to negotiate peace with you. And, you want me to negotiate peace by sending an envoy? Masao Kido, the great name of your Earth Kingdom, is a real ghost. No way. Kido Masao could only take action in person, and like the Kingdom of Thunder, he prepared to negotiate in the middle theater where the two armies were facing each other. Lanye is also ready to talk. Let's see if we can make Masao Ghost recognize the reality and surrender directly like the Kingdom of Water. This will leave only the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder, and we can win them in one fell swoop. But, he was not completely unprepared. He made some arrangements using Nagato's slideshow technique. And at the same time, the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Wind, and even the recently defeated Kingdom of Water all received Masao Kido's United Fire Fighting Covenant. The country of Thunder is named Xuanwu. When he first saw the defeat of the Water country, he had mixed emotions. Fortunately, finally, someone accompanied him to become a defeated country. Moreover, the Kingdom of Water was actually defeated and even the great names were captured. In contrast, after all, the Kingdom of Thunder just bowed its head and was not truly defeated. The worry is, the Kingdom of Fire is now so powerful that it has defeated the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water. I am afraid that it is not breaking the tacit understanding of hundreds of years and preparing to attack. Great unification. Which famous person has not thought of this idea? But now, there is hope that the Fire Nation can accomplish this ambitious goal. Just when Suna Hikawa was thinking about how to unite the other three major countries to curb the development of the Fire Country. He never expected that. This time, Lanye did not just give up when things got better. Instead, he left his troops to take over the Kingdom of Water, and at the same time, he also marched quickly towards the Kingdom of Kings. He showed his fangs directly without preparing to take any action. Hinakawa Suna also urgently summoned the army, but when he was ready to go, the Joint Fire Fighting Covenant from the Earth Kingdom also arrived. The Fire Nation now has strong soldiers and horses, strong ninja villages, sufficient food and grass, and a cage-level strongman. It is already 2 countries in a row. If we don't unite and wait for our Earth Nation to perish, what will happen to the Earth Nation today? The fate of your Kingdom of Thunder will be your future tomorrow. We also hope that we can unite to defend against the enemy of the Kingdom of Fire, and surround him from behind and kill the great names and active forces of the Kingdom of Fire. In the future, your 4 kingdoms of Earth, Wind, Thunder, and Water will stand side by side and can be divided up. The fertile land of the Fire Nation, the entire Joint Fire Fighting Covenant, is based on. That is, the 4 major countries must join forces to fight against the Fire Country, destroy it in one fell swoop, and then divide everything in the Fire Country. Otherwise, everyone has to finish late. Have to say, this ghost head Masao is negotiating peace with Lanye, and at the same time he wants to unite with the other 3 major countries to let him steal the country and destroy the Fire Country. It can be said to be very bold. Are you really not afraid that Lanye will fall out on the spot? Suna Hinakawa, the great name of the Kingdom of Thunder, also agreed with Masao Kido's idea and immediately sent troops to kill Lanye in the war zone. As long as Lanye's escape route is cut off, there is really a chance to surround and kill him and avenge the shame of his defeat. Compared with the uprightness of the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Wind, which has always been a bystander, has a name that has a son before marriage. Although it agrees with Masao Kido's strategy, it still has some ideas of its own. Are you going to go back and deal with the Fire Country Daimyo? No. In this frontal war zone, you 3 major countries can just go and do it. Of course they from the Kingdom of Wind are going to steal the house and eat the fattest piece of cake first. The unmarried son thought he had waited for a good opportunity and directly sent troops to Konoha City. Wait until you consume a lot of combat power and fight to the death of the Fire Country Daimyo and their high-end combat power. We, the country of Wind, can harvest the rich spoils of Konoha City. By then, you will already be tired soldiers and generals, and we, the Kingdom of Wind, are waiting for work, so how dare you turn your back again? This ideal is perfect, but the reality is, there is a traitor among the 4 major countries. Ghost Head, Masao's United Fire Fighting Covenant. The first time the Daimyo Matsushita of the Land of Water took over the project, he forwarded it to Lanye. Oh, I didn't expect that this ghost Masao was really a ghost. Lanye sneered. Nagato, please inform the country of Water and ask Orochimaru to stop his research and take it with him. The troops stationed in the Kingdom of Water, as well as the remaining troops of the Kingdom of Water, together with the ninjas of Ghost Light Raiden and Kuridaker, sent troops to the capital of the Kingdom of Thunder. If they came back to support, they would confront and delay them. If the Kingdom of Thunder insists on coming, then capture their capital. They wanted to raid our home, but now it's us raiding their home. It's funny, Nagato said with a smile. As the day of unification of the ninja world is within reach, Nagato's dream of peace is also close at hand. His emotions, it is no longer as cold as before, and gradually has a sense of thawing. How should the Kingdom of Wind deal with it? Naruto worriedly said. Now most of our troops are in the war zone here, and we will not be able to assemble enough troops to fight against a country in a short time. Team, ask for flowers. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The god level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Get a fighter plane by breaking your wrist, and transfer your high-end combat power to other war zones. Reward, Heart of the Demon God, ×1. Option 2. Fight on all 3 fronts, allocate troops to fight with Konoha and fight on 3 fronts. Reward, Demon Scepter, ×1. Choice 3. 1 person equals 1 country, intercept the surprise attack of the Kingdom of Wind alone and defeat it. Reward, Demon Armor, ×1. Of the 3 options, Lanye directly eliminated option 1. Are you kidding me? If the foundation that has been cultivated with great difficulty is discarded like this, it will no longer develop. If you choose to, what a delay. With my current combat power, can 1 person judge a country? Lanye thought about the training of the new ability Exodia these days, and it should be no problem. It's just a question of how many to kill. I hope the Kingdom of Wind can be wiser, otherwise too many people will be killed, and no one will mine for me in the future. Deserts are generally rich in minerals such as oil, natural gas, uranium, iron, manganese, and phosphates, and large-scale mining requires a large number of manpower. This time I have to be gentler. System, I choose 3. Successfully selected. The reward, Demon Armor, has been distributed. Demon Armor, an armor built by an unnamed demon god for himself. It has indestructible defense and can change with the wearer's shape. Indestructible, okay, this time he was directly invincible. With the horse talisman and the sheep talisman to replenish his status, he could defeat the Kingdom of Wind even though he wasted energy. No need. Lanye stood up and said confidently, teleport me to the Kingdom of Rain. I can conquer a whole country by myself. Nara Shikaku, 0. Hema, 0. Nagato, 0. Itachi and others, 0. What did we just hear? The daimyo actually wanted to intercept an army from the Kingdom of Wind alone. No, Kazuma took the lead and said, Daimyo, you can be the daimyo of the fire country. How can I let you go into danger alone? Why don't you sit here, daimyo, and my subordinates are willing to lead the 3. My subordinates, stay at the gate of the Kingdom of Fire to buy you enough time in the frontal battle zone. Although Hema speaks radically, jumps and roars, but he is also willing to become a death army, without hesitation to intercept the Kingdom of Wind with his life. Lanye just smiled and didn't care about his rudeness. After scanning the crowd, I found that except for Nagato, who had a thoughtful look on his face, everyone else looked more or less wary. Nara Shikaku, the only one at the scene who knew the God-given technique, was secretly moving back, trying to disappear before Lanye noticed him. Joke. Let a country's daimyo intercept a country's army. Are you crazy or are we crazy? Can you agree with your nonsense? Even if there is a 90% certainty, isn't there still a 10% chance of failure? Pity. Nara Shikaku was caught by Lanye and could only half kneel down next to Hepping. Daimyo, you can't do it. You really can't do it. Nara said earnestly. Now that the situation in the Country of Fire is very good, when we are held back by Lord Orochimaru and the others in the Country of Thunder. The Kingdom of Earth was conquered with a swift cut. As for the Kingdom of Water, letting Kazuma Admiral lead the 30,000-man army is too few, but the main force of the Phoenix Force can be handed over to Kazuma Admiral. If we join forces with Konoha's Uchiha clan and other combat forces, we might not be able to defeat the Kingdom of Wind. Today's Fire Nation is too powerful. With the support from the Kingdom of Water, starting a war on 3 fronts is really not a problem. It will take too long to fight. Lanye shook his head and said, although starting a war on 3 fronts is a way, there is no overwhelming advantage. If we want to win, too many soldiers will die in the end. Not only from my Country of Fire, but also the soldiers of the other 4 major countries will also be from the Country of Fire in the future. Nara Shikaku and others were speechless. Co-author, do you not only want to unify the daimyo, but also want to unify them at the lowest cost? That is to say, due to identity issues. Otherwise, Nara Shikaku will definitely test Lanye's forehead temperature to see if he has a fever or something. You wouldn't dream like this in broad daylight. In the eyes of everyone, they don't understand. Lanye smiled and said without questioning, I am not discussing with you, but informing you. What, you want to disobey me? In the past, once Lanye's attitude becomes tough, Hima and others will be afraid of Ling Qingli. But today, they looked at each other, and then their eyes were firm. So what if you disobey for the sake of the Fire Country? We must not let anything happen to the daimyo. This surprised Lanye. He didn't expect Nara Shikaku and the others to really dare to disobey orders. Is it really that difficult for one person to level a country? Haven't all Scorpios done this before? If Nara Shikaku and the others knew about it, they would definitely cry and explain. Scorpion is just a small country to deal with, and it is nothing compared to the 5 major countries like the Wind Country. But Lanye doesn't realize this, or doesn't care. He was protected by the demon armor before him, and he was protected by the time rewind behind him. What are you afraid of? He immediately stood up and looked at Nara Shikaku, giving him an ultimatum. Are you really going to disobey me? Nara's face twitched. Daimyo, you are really stubborn. He could only grit his teeth and say, Daimyo, there is absolutely no need for you to put yourself in danger, you are. It seems that I am too good to you. Lanye rubbed his temples and said, so much so that you have forgotten who was the famous one. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere is tense and on the verge of breaking out. 42. Earth's 7 Dragon Ball, Namek Dragon Ball, 8K, it seems that I have been so good to you that you have forgotten who was the big name. The voice fell. Lanye used the devil's body to control time. While suspending his own time, he flashed around and tied Nara Shikaku, Kazuma, Itachi and others except Izumi and Nagato into a ball. He also used art binding on everyone. Overwhelmed with shame, he returned to the original place and snapped his fingers. Snapped. The flow of time resumed. Nara, Shikaku and others were stunned for a moment, and then found that they were bound by shameful techniques, and their minds became even more confused. Who are they? Where are they? What are they doing? Although the rope was just an ordinary rope, they still had to fight for it. Did they dare? It was Uchiha Ori who cried out, "It's unfair, teacher." The disciple hasn't said anything yet. Daimyo, please think twice. Kazuma said stubbornly. Please let me lead an army of 30,000 to intercept the troops of the Kingdom of Wind. I will definitely buy enough time for our Kingdom of Fire. Disciples can also go and assist. Itachi agreed. Daimyo, you are the backbone of my country of fire, there is no need to risk your life like this. Futai also spoke. Okay, I don't even believe that Lanye can conquer a country with one person. Lanye is not in a hurry to leave. He looked at Izumi and Nagato, who were silent, to hear what they thought. Kwanmei hesitated and said, although I also agree with what Elder Fu Dao said, but I believe in you, teacher. You will definitely not do anything that you are not sure of. Others may not be able to do it, but you will definitely be able to do it. Lanye nodded happily and rubbed Izumi's head. This is because female apprentices are more considerate. Male apprentices are too independent and difficult to discipline. Glancing at Itachi and Uchiha, Lanye looked at Nagato again. Nagato chuckled and asked, if I'm not wrong, you have the ability to cross this distance in a short time, right? With that ability, even I, Rinnegan, can't see it, and you can even restore your pupil power. Although the medical ninjutsu is not as fast as the God-sent technique, it can still be done in time. Then what do you think of me, one person equaling one country? Lanye asked with a smile. Regardless of whether you can accomplish this seemingly impossible deed, at least once you reach your level, isn't it easy to escape unless you want to die? Nagato shook his head. Nara Shikaku and others' expressions froze. $71. Seems very reasonable. Don't say anything else. As for the daimyo's perfect Susanoo, without Onoki's blood succession elimination, to stop him, who can help the daimyo if he wants to leave? Not to mention that the daimyo still has more than one means of flying. This is also because caring leads to chaos. He was paying attention to whether he could be defeated, but he didn't think about whether he could retreat. And just when they were about to change their tune, Lanye smiled and said, retreat. Except for my wives, there is no one in this ninja world who can make me retreat. Next moment, the figure of Namikaze Minato swiped in the camp. This was because he received the summons from Lanye and used the Flying Thunder God multi-level jump from Konoha Village. Almost everyone in the ninja world has his Flying Thunder God mark. And, as the only user of Flying Thunder God technique, and 310, his learning of Tiansong technique is as simple as a high school student doing junior high school questions. Lanye doesn't want to talk nonsense with these people anymore. Directly ordered to Namikaze Minato, who turned on the remote control mode, use the Send of Heaven technique to send me to the canyon of the Wind Country. Wind Country Canyon, it is a dangerous place that connects the country of rain and the country of Sichuan. Unless you want to take a detour of hundreds of kilometers, this is a must-pass if you want to enter the country of fire. Namikaze Minato followed the instructions numbly and sent him away with the heavenly sending technique. The rapid movement of Tisan technique did not cause any harm to Lanye. His current physical body is already inhumanly strong, and he has already touched the existence of the demon god level. What is a little teleportation? He guarded the canyon of the Kingdom of Wind alone and slowly extracted the demon armor he had just obtained. It looks very gorgeous. It resembles the sacred cloth of Gemini, and is half angel, half devil style, especially the pair of gilt wings, which are left bone wing and right feather wing. When the demon mask is closed, the strong contrast between half-fang devil and half-smiling angel perfectly illustrates what a demon is. Have to say, this body is holy yet evil, it's really cool. The wings of the devil slapping the back. Lanye flashed in the sky like a teleport. The devil's mask did not obscure his sight at all, and also greatly enhanced his viewing distance. This is not. He actually saw a large sandstorm rising hundreds of kilometers away, but upon closer inspection, it was actually smoke and dust caused by the rapid march of a large number of people. They are the troops of the Kingdom of Wind. And, this time the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind was cruel enough to have a son before he was married, and actually assembled an army of more than 120,000 people. With such a scale, considering the poor food supply of the Kingdom of Wind, it was probably more than 70% of the combat strength, right? Lanye was still near the luxury carriage in the center and saw Luo Sha sitting on the gold sand and making quotes. Good, it seems that this time I can catch them all in one go. Lanye flaps the devil's wings. Flashing forward like a ghost, a distance of hundreds of kilometers was crossed in just a dozen blinks of an eye. It seemed like Lanye still had enough energy left, he could definitely use up the power of God to do better. Because it is high in the sky, When Lanye appeared, the Kingdom of Wind had not noticed his existence, but then the gilded light of the demon god's armor was illuminated by the sun, and the shining light could not be covered up. 0. Nor was he prepared to cover his tracks. Eye of the demon god Exodia. The gilded energy instantly created a figure that was 100 meters tall, but it was not Susanoo in Karasutengu armor, but Exodia in demon god armor enlarged in the same proportion. Yes, 100 meters. It is 3 times the size of the complete Itachi Susanoo. There is still no limit to this, he can be bigger, but the consumption will also increase exponentially. Lanye incited the demon god's wings to float in the air, blocking a large area of the Wind Country's army from the sun. The shocking body shape caused some soldiers to have negative emotions such as uneasiness, anxiety, and even fear. Like a steady drizzle, Lanye's demonic power and physique increased at an extremely slow rate. To know, he has already become a pyramid in the ninja world, and he can still clearly feel the growth. It can be seen that this ability to devour negative emotions has a very high conversion rate. Yes, Lanye was no longer in a hurry to take action. He said directly, "My name is the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. Now you still have a chance to surrender, otherwise, blood will flow like a river." As he spoke, the army of the Kingdom of Wind that was closest to him looked extremely painful, and even more so, they were bleeding directly from their strange 7 orifices. This, Eye of the demon god Exodia, is not a Matryoshka doll, like Susanoo, but actually transforms him into a 100-meter giant Exodia. Corresponding, his volume also became that of a 100-meter giant, even if it is just an ordinary opening. Facing the ant-like army of the Kingdom of Wind, his sonic ninjutsu is no less than sea level. This was like being shocked to the point of bleeding from all the orifices. In the middle of the army of the Kingdom of Wind, the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, who was unmarried and had a son, looked up to the sky in shock, looking up at the figure that looked like a demon god coming into the world, and could not recover for a long time. ... Is this a famous name from the Land of Fire? Feel sorry. As a daimyo, he was embarrassed by the daimyo. What the hell, shouldn't the daimyo be the one who guides the country? Why do daimyo of the Fire country still exist? Because there was no order to have children before marriage, and the army of the Kingdom of Wind was intimidated by Lanye's demon body, the huge army of hundreds of thousands of people suddenly fell into a dead silence. Lanye waited without any impatience, even with a little pleasure. The efficiency of his strength growth has increased several times. There can be 10 Kakashi standards in the blink of an eye. So cool, don't stop, keep coming. After a few minutes of silence, it was Rasa who was the first to break the dead silence and said loudly, "What a Fire country daimyo, this is definitely just an illusion. It is said that the Uchiha clan gave birth to Mangekyo like Uchiha Madara. You should be a Mangekyo user, right? 2. How can ordinary people believe that what they see in front of them is real?" After Luo Shaw's explanation, the negative energy was immediately reduced a lot. Lanye is not happy anymore. Originally, everyone maintained a tacit understanding that if you stay silent, I will become stronger. 1. This suddenly broke the tacit understanding, so don't blame me for being rude. Illusion, right, then let's see if this is an illusion. Exodia's right hand lit up with a dazzling gilded color, replacing the sun and causing everyone to close their eyes subconsciously. As Exodia's fist fell, it turned into a gilded light beam and shot out, falling in the wind. In the desert more than 10 kilometers away from Dazong. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar and the shining firelight, a small mushroom cloud rose into the air. The powerful aftermath overturned the Wind Country army that bore the brunt. The dust in the sky enveloped less than half of the Wind Country army, making it look like a haze. Like burying it, Lanye thoughtfully incited the demonic wings. Groups of hurricanes swept away with dust all over the sky, revealing a huge crater with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers. The sand on the edge was completely crystallized, which was a reflection of the molecular structure changed by the high temperature. All the troops of the Kingdom of Wind that could be seen looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Is this an illusion? This Gon Linyong's magic is an illusion. Sensing that his power surged again, Lanye nodded with satisfaction. This is right, that punch just now, it is an extended application of the Demon Fire Cannon, which is probably equivalent to 1% of the power. If you punch with all your strength, 2/5 of the city was destroyed by Nagato's Super Shinra Tensai, and it could be completely destroyed with one punch. And this is just the killer weapon, the more powerful, pressing the bottom of the box, move. What level of destructive power should it have? This is the reason why Lanye dares to face the army of the Kingdom of Wind alone. After swallowing up negative emotions for almost 2 minutes, Lanye spoke again. Surrender or die. The ear-splitting sound waves made the army of the Kingdom of Wind wake up from the shock. Although no one acted rashly. But look at the sudden increase in negative emotions again. How desperate must they feel to think that they might be enemies with Lanye? Boom. What is this? What is this? Illusion? Question mark. Is this an illusion? Is this really a power that humans can have? He is a god. Yes, he is the new god of the ninja world. The daimyo doesn't want us to fight this existence, right? Is this an enemy that humans should face? Never fight him. Absolutely not. If the daimyo insists on fighting him, escape. You must escape. Otherwise there is no point at all. I heard that the Fire Nation has been recruiting interested people. Let's let that Cage take the lead. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind who had a son before getting married obviously thought so too. He looked at Luo Sha, who was also silent beside him, and asked in a trembling voice. Fourth cage, is this still an illusion? Luo Sha has a magnet-style blood inheritance limit. Now he can't feel the gold sand in the giant pit at all because they are isolated by the crystallized glass. How could this be an illusion? Seeing Luo Sha's silence, he untied his pants in a hurry. He urged, whether it's an illusion or not, just tell me if you can beat him. Luo Sha looked at the belt of Panasonic's pants as if he were a fool. If you weren't a famous person, would you believe that Laozi would make you a little golden man in minutes? Still fighting here, hit it with a hammer. Luo Sha is very self-aware. In cage level, he can only be regarded as a lower middle level. The gold sand he controls is very good for cleaning up minions. He is invincible against the same level and can also hold off slightly stronger enemies. But considering the power of Lanye's punch to crystallize it for several kilometers, Luo Sha even doubted whether his gold sand could withstand 2 punches. With 1 punch, all the gold sand was melted. 2 punches, erasing all information about his existence in this world. Clean and crisp. Hide. How can he hide this brew? The damage range is several kilometers in diameter. Body replacement technique is the only one that can reach the maximum distance of 500 meters. Perhaps, only Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique can deal with this guy, but don't even think about defeating him. That thick and delicate armor is not an easy bone to chew on at first glance. This moment, Luo Sha realized the helplessness of first cage, facing the god of the ninja world. You have no room for maneuver except to follow his wishes. In other words, Senju Hashirama is an idealist and does not advocate violent law enforcement. Otherwise, where would the 5 major countries still be? A complicated discussion in my heart. Luo Sha looked at his unmarried son and said seriously, Daimyo, please surrender. This is the new god of the ninja world, and there is no shame in surrendering. Unmarried and having a son was silent. The god of ninja world. What a distant yet vivid ranking. But the original god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama, was not as arrogant as this one. It seems that he can see the idea of having children before getting married. Luo Sha reminded. Although this great name of the fire country may not be able to kill us all, once a war breaks out, there is absolutely no problem in killing us. He dares. The unmarried Xian Yuzi glared. I am the famous name of the Kingdom of Wind. He dares to commit the following crime. Having a child before getting married suddenly got stuck. The following guilty. He is also a famous name in the land of fire. Even, in terms of seniority among the 5 major countries, he is still the boss. Can't help but, having a son before getting married is full of gloom. Why are there such big differences between the same names? Is there really no other way? She finally asked. Luo Sha just shook his head calmly. Anyway, if you have to fight yourself, I can't fight you. The unmarried Xian Yuzi's face darkened, and then he recognized the reality. This daimyo of the country of wind, who had always conserved his strength and did not wait for the snipe and the clam to fight for the fisherman's profit, adjusted his state quickly. He stood up and shouted, Daimyo of the land of fire, since you have become the god of the ninja world, of course you have the final say in this ninja world. Please accept this power. How about we come down and talk about it? He still wanted to give it a try to see if this Fire Nation daimyo really had the fighting power of the god of ninja world. In the case of, Lanye will most likely fall, but he remains calm and fearless even in the midst of thousands of troops. If you don't want to come, there must be fraud in it. But to the disappointment of having a child before getting married, Lanye actually got married. The dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was enough to prove that his 100-meter-long figure was not a bluff, and his heavy steps even caused the sand in the desert to beat. It's unmistakable, this is truly the god of the ninja world. Wherever you go, the army of the Kingdom of Wind dispersed like a colony of ants avoiding humans, fearing that they would be trampled to pieces if they were too late. After a show of force, Lanye was also just right. After landing in front of his unmarried son, who was so shaken that he jumped 3 meters from the carriage and fell down in embarrassment, Lanye did not squat down to talk with contempt, but dispersed. Eye of the demon god, Exodia, restored to its normal proportions. The cool demon armor also turned into flowing light and blended into his skin. Once he is about to suffer damage, the demon god armor will appear on its own to resist the damage. Yes, Lanye stood confidently in front of the unmarried father-in-law who got up in a panic and glanced at Luo Sha. This is the person Yi Kang asked him to kill. I'd better think of a way later, take him to Konoha, and let Yi Kang decide whether it's a hand blade or something else. Daimyo of the country of fire, we, the country of water, have been defeated. Matsushita straightened his trousers and straightened his attire, and said calmly, as a victorious country, you can make conditions. Having a child before getting married can be said to be safe and secure. Commonly known as, the one who is barefoot is not afraid of the one who wears shoes. The country of wind is so poor, what kind of profit can you make? Although he was slightly uneasy, he pressed down forcefully. You, the fire country, don't really plan to unify like this, right? I think you may have misunderstood something. Lanye said with great interest. Now, the kingdom of water has moved towards me, the kingdom of fire, under the leadership of my cage-level Orochimaru in Konoha. Stop the kingdom of thunder. And the kingdom of earth is waiting for me to negotiate peace. Do you think I'm still just here for the trophies? The unmarried son opened his eyes wide in horror and lost his voice. Are you really planning to unify the ninja world? Otherwise, you think I'm joking with you? Lanye raised his eyebrows and said, what do you mean? If you want to surrender directly, I can still let you continue to be the governor of the water province. But if you persist in your stubbornness, I will first crush those who oppose you, and then support someone who can understand people to become the governor of water province. It took a long time to get over the idea of having a child before getting married. Boom. How dare this great name from the fire country really dare? Why does he dare? Is it true that you just surrender like this? But will it be useful if you don't agree? This daimyo will die, and my kingdom of water cannot stop him. The kingdom of water is holding back the kingdom of thunder, and the kingdom of earth is also unable to support itself. But this is a country where the unmarried clan of this daimyo has been handed down from generation to generation. I never thought that today, my country would be destroyed here. The psychological dialogue about having children before getting married is so rich that it can be used as a small theater. But that doesn't change anything. After all, the unmarried father-in-law said bitterly, I don't know, what can you say to prove that the kingdom of water has moved closer to the kingdom of fire? You, Lanye originally wanted to say, what kind of situation are you in now, and you still dare to question me? But the system obviously has other ideas. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The god-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Violent suppression. Using violent means to annex the kingdom of wind, kingdom of earth, and kingdom of thunder. Reward. 1 star 7 Dragon Ball, times 1. Choice 2. Conquer people with virtue, subjugate them without fighting and annex the country of wind, earth and thunder. Reward. 7 stars 7 Dragon Ball, times 1. Choice 3. Repay evil with kindness, and give up annexing the kingdom of wind, kingdom of earth, and kingdom of thunder at the last moment. Reward. 1 star Meikei Dragon Ball, times 1. Oh, this choice 3 Lanye will definitely not choose, but he has some ideas about this. 1 star Meikei Star Dragon Ball. Take resurrection as an example. The dragon of the earth can only grant one wish, but it is powerful and can resurrect any number of people at one time, but the same person can only be resurrected once. The Namekian dragon can only fulfill 3 wishes. It can only resurrect one person at a time, and there is no limit to the number of times the same person can be resurrected. After realizing your wish, Namek's Dragon Ball only needs 130 days to regenerate from stone to Dragon Ball, which is about 1/3 of the Earth's Dragon Ball's 365 days, because Namek's year is only 130 days. Everyone has his own thing. Gee, how could he give up the option of annexation? To know, this does not mean that he can give up now, but that he must continue to implement it. That can't be done. By the way, Namek's Dragon Ball, it seems that you need to use Namek's language to make a wish. Okay, decisively give up option 3, wait until you collect the 7 Dragon Balls, and make a wish to learn the Namekian language first. In option 1 and option 2, Lanye looks at the current situation, and it is more reasonable to choose option 2. He doesn't want too many people to die, as these are important labor forces. System, I choose 2. Successful selection, the reward, 7 stars 7 Dragon Ball, has been distributed. 7 stars and 7 Dragon Balls, collect 7 star beads to summon the dragon and get the chance to make a wish. But if you don't speak Japanese, then use Shenlong dialogue. Now that you have chosen, let's get to work. Lanye signaled that he would wait until he was unmarried and had a child, and immediately contacted Nagato using the magic lantern body technique, and asked him to negotiate peace with the kingdom of earth on his behalf, and then contact Orochimaru to inform the name of the kingdom of water. As for the daimyo of the kingdom of thunder, there is nothing they can do. Nagato works very efficiently, and spends most of his time persuading the king of kings to wear rings. Then, with Nagato as a transit, the daimyo of the 3 great kingdoms of fire, water, and wind met in the form of a magic lantern in the Peace Council Hall of the Land of Earth. Masao Kido, the great lord of Earth Kingdom, was dumbfounded. No, what's going on? Transformation technique, right? He looked at Onoki beside him and asked what was going on. How could Onoki possibly know about Rinnegan's abilities? He also frowned in confusion and was cautious not to speak immediately. Still Lanye said, don't think about it, this is Rinnegan's ability. The name of the water country is Matsushita, and the name of the wind country will have children before they are married. It's not like we haven't met before, just ask each other some questions. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. He unfastened the belt of his trousers, looked at Masao Kido and said, last time you asked me in private, asked my father, if you want the, I love billion firewood, that is abundant in my water province, my father asked me. Give you enough for half a year. Quote, Masao Kido, very good, I was right. But why bring up such a shameful topic? No, he must not be embarrassed. Masao Kido looked at the unmarried father who had a son, and was about to give some information to test whether it was true or not. Unmarried and having a son, he was the first to say, I also gave you 3 carriages of our countries, odd Sakura. Masao Kido, ruined, he scanned the circle with a stern look and found that everyone present was not simple. They were either 1.7 famous names of a country, Cage level, or Super Cage level combat power. They could only stare at their own Tsuchikage Onoki and Wangtu, signaling that they must not leak it. Onoki. 21. Lois, what can they do? My own name, just bear with it. Kido Masao coughed and said, since it is determined that it is all me, the name of the fire country, I wonder what you mean by this. Oh, I just want to inform you of something. Lanye first pointed to the belt of Panasonic's pants. After the Kingdom of Water was captured by the Kingdom of Fire, it has been included in the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. Now it has been changed to. It's called the Province of Water. 27. Kido Masao. Even though I had heard about having a child before getting married, I was still a little confused when I heard it officially again at the scene. The Kingdom of Water, one of the 5 great kingdoms alongside him, has surrendered. But the fact is, Matsushita stood up and nodded, and said sincerely, my father basically never developed the water province and even ignored Kurigakure. People's livelihood, commerce, military and Fire Nation ministers. It's so backward, and I don't understand this, so I decided to seek refuge with the Fire Country Daimyos and use their strategies to govern the water province. This is the best way to deal with the people of the water province. Generation. The reversal of Panasonic's trouser belt is so high-sounding. It was obviously you who were defeated first, and then you were incorporated. How come it seems like you have recovered from the lost path? But, having a son before marriage and Masao Kido still have some indigestion. The 5 major countries, will this become the 4 major countries? And the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water have merged. Lanye once again released a bombshell. Just now, having a child before getting married was an unconditional surrender to me, the Fire Country. Now the surrender conditions I propose are the same as the Water Province. Regarding the treatment, I wonder if you agree with having a child before getting married. The unmarried son looked bitter. Masao Kido stood up in shock, looking at the unmarried father with a son in confusion. You can't agree with this. The Kingdom of Fire has annexed the Kingdom of Water, and the other 3 major countries can still compete with each other if they unite. If the Kingdom of Wind is also annexed, so how can the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder surpass the Kingdom of Fire? But without waiting for Masao Kido to organize his words, he has already recognized the reality of having a child before getting married. If he doesn't recognize it, Lanye is still sitting next to him with no fear. If he refuses, he will be trampled to death by offline in a minute. That's it, he could only say bitterly. Everything is up to you, Daimyo. The words, unmarried and pregnant, are no longer preceded by Fire Country, but Daiming is used instead. Apparently, he has automatically taken over the position of provincial governor. Lanye nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Masao Kido who was still stunned. Next, whether you can successfully complete the god-level selection depends on the consciousness of you and Hinakawa Suna. If it ruins his good deeds. I went on a date with a girl and held hands. Today I will update 8,515 words. Vote for free, automatically subscribe and click some duck. I wish all you old friends a happy and super double duck. 43. The unification of the ninja world. 3 gods to choose from. 8K. The successive announcements about Panasonic's trousers and having a son out of wedlock made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. How to do this? Kido Masao is a little confused now and doesn't know how to deal with it. Surrender. That must be unacceptable. A few minutes ago he was fantasizing. Although the Kingdom of Fire is very powerful now, it has joined forces with the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder, who were bullied by the Kingdom of Fire, and then there is the Kingdom of Wind who likes to take advantage of others. With the combined power of the 4 kingdoms, they can't stand it. A land of fire. He doesn't believe it. Then backhand. The Daimyo of the country of fire summoned the Daimyo of the country of water and the Daimyo of the country of wind, and the Daimyo of the country of wind joined the team after the Daimyo of the country of water surrendered. Now just wait for him to express his opinion. But if you don't surrender, putting aside the question of whether the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder could survive the 3-in-1 Fire Kingdom. The Kingdom of Thunder is far away now, and he is now facing Nagato who can possess Senior Eyes, 6 Suzanos, and Super Cage level Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire. Even the army as his 90,000 people were captured. He doesn't have any advantages, so why should he stand up to him? The situation is stronger than the person. Kido Masao could only recognize the reality, and sighed. In this case, I would like to ask the Fire Country, please be kind to the people of the Earth Country. Our country is willing to surrender. At the end of Kido Masao's words, he collapsed in his seat as if he had collapsed. The land of Earth that has been passed down to this day. Did he die here? Until now, he still seemed to be in an unreal dream. His eyes were a little distracted and he didn't know where he was looking, and suddenly he became a salted fish who had lost his ideals in life. The same is true for Wildwood and Lois. I thought it would be a tough battle today, and there was a high probability that the big name lion of the Fire Country would speak loudly, and his own big name would sit on the ground and counter-offer, and he might even be asked to show his fist, to show that although the Earth Country was weak, it was not anyone. Anyone can be bullied. Is this the result? At the beginning, they snapped, and threw out the cruel fact that the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind became the Province of Water and the Province of Wind, and then forced their daimyo to surrender and become the 10 provinces of the Fire Kingdom. It was so sudden. But what can Onoki and his son do? Faced with this crushing trend, even Onoki, who holds blood succession elimination and dust escape, cannot change the situation much. The competition between countries is not about Ninja Village versus Ninja Village. It depends on whether the high-end combat power can sweep away the middle and low-end combat power. It's about the overall strength of the competition. No matter how strong Onoki is, how many soldiers can he kill? How many times can dust release be released? Wasn't Third Raikage still killed by 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas? Not to mention, the Land of Fire also has Nagato, a Rinnegan holder. It can be seen from the brief battle before that Onoki was forced out of, Shen escape, and Nagato has exposed, Universal Pull, Shinra Tensai, summoning, from the beginning to the end. Skill, 3 abilities. You have lost all your trump cards, why are you still thinking about playing? OR. Onoki stared at Lanye's lantern body. He didn't know why, even though he was not here in his true form, it still gave him a sense of oppression. Vaguely, reminds him of Uchiha Madara. Notice, it's not that Lanye is as strong as Uchiha Madara, but when Onoki went to Konoha to seek peace when he was young, he was still an elite jonin and he felt oppressed when he encountered Uchiha Madara, who was already a super Kage level. That is to say, Onoki, who is now at Kage level, barely managed to have a sense of deja vu in Lanye as elite jonin facing a super Kage level. How could it be possible? Is this Fire Nation Daimyo one level stronger than Uchiha Madara? Can't. Onoki shook his head to dismiss this weird idea, but this action attracted the attention of everyone in the conference hall. Why? You Tsuchikage don't approve of your daimyo's surrender. Nagato's mosquito-repellent eyes were immediately cold. Seeing that the unification of the ninja world was about to be completed, you, a little old man, dared to get in the way. Lanye also asked with great interest. Why, is the third Tsuchikage dissatisfied with the surrender of the Earth Country? Masao Kido also looked expectantly. Is his Tsuchikage still confident to compete? He has other hidden cards. Is it a more powerful blood successor than the Dust Escape? 18,200. Ah, no. Onoki quickly shook his head. No. I just met Weiji in Daimyo, and when I thought about meeting Uchiha Madara when I was still elite jonin, the oppressive feeling I felt was very similar. It's the sigh that shakes the head. Everyone present is a human spirit. As soon as you hear it, you can understand the logic behind Onoki's words. Lanye is actually one level higher than Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, who was in Nagato's sleeve, poked his head out to look at Lanye, and nodded along as if he was feeling something. It's just that we haven't seen each other for dozens of days. Why did this Fire Country Daimyo suddenly change his aura? He evolved from the previous, powerful aura, to an invincible posture. He was indeed a bit stronger than Uchiha Madara at his peak. FTE, how did you achieve such a dramatic increase in combat power? In this regard, Lanye smiled nonchalantly and said, since the 3 provincial governors are willing to surrender, then this daimyo will keep his promise and let several continue to serve as governors of their respective provinces. In addition to obeying the unified development of this daimyo, the rest of the powers are not. There will be a lot of change. Kido Masao and the others were overjoyed after hearing this. The daimyo of the Fire Country, no, it should be said that the daimyo really kept his promise. Give them power directly, doesn't that give them a chance? Because of distinguished heavenly gods, Panasonic was truly loyal to Lanye and immediately spoke up to remind him of this danger. Lanye has spoken again. Of course, a promise is a promise, but in order for the 3 of them to be blinded by unnecessary external factors, insurance measures must be taken. Later, the 3 of them will be stamped with the Flying Thunder God. If you 3 don't know what the Flying Thunder God mark is, you can ask your own shadow later. As for the ninja villages in your 3 provinces, they will still remain the same as before, but I will make some adjustments later to gather the limited blood successor families in Konoha City to facilitate communication. 11. There are also seal books for each village. Mr. Zhang, I will also receive appropriate ninjutsu for each village depending on the situation. I won't go into the other details here. What do you think? Although Lanye's attitude is very friendly. But Kido Masao and the others still didn't dare to neglect them. They used to treat people who neglected them with extremely cruel methods. He hurriedly responded to express his understanding. Perhaps the performance is a bit awkward, after all, he was the leader of a country before. But the attitude is shown. Lanye didn't care about this, looked at Nagato and nodded. Nagato understood and dispersed the magic lantern body technique. In front of the canyon of the Kingdom of Wind, Lanye and the unmarried son opened their eyes at the same time. In addition to some Luasha who were about to move, there were also several elite jonin from Sunagakur. Among them are the familiar, Chio Granny, and Ebizo. Is this seeking death? Lanye raised his eyebrows. The unmarried son was the first to scold. What are you going to do? Get out. Luo Sha looked at the unmarried mother with a son in surprise. Are you sure you don't want to take advantage of this? Although he, Lanye, acted extremely strong just now. But after a period of calmness, Luo Sha also came to his senses. Senju Hashirama, the former god of the ninja world, is also dead. That means this guy can also be killed. Now that he is unprepared, isn't this the best opportunity? Only, when he reacted and called for everyone to gather around him, he happened to meet Lanye and open his eyes. Back off. The unmarried Shion Yuzi shouted angrily. I said back off. What can Luasha do? He waved his hand for the others to leave together, but when he looked at the unmarried father-in-law, he felt a little unhappy. Not to mention you usually deduct their funds, but now you are so afraid of death. How did you become the famous name of the Kingdom of Wind? At the same time, Luo Sha also breathed a sigh of relief. If he really wanted to fight Lanye, he still had no confidence in his heart. Without waiting for him to retreat, the unmarried child automatically walked towards Namikaze Minato who appeared next to Lanye, and asked Namikaze Minato to imprint the Flying Thunder God technique. In this way, unless he wants to use his own death to start a counterattack, the province of Wind will be fine. This is not, the unmarried son immediately said loudly, from now on, our country of wind unconditionally surrenders to the country of fire. The country of wind will be renamed the province of wind. From now on, we will follow the lead of the country of fire. Everyone will accompany me to pay homage to the new daimyo. Quote, then, the unmarried man who had a son actually knelt down on his knees and saluted Yi in the most respectful manner. This is also a sensible person. Knowing that since I can't resist, then you have to have the right attitude, and at least strive to be the leader in the 4 major provinces, in the future, right? But the attitude of having children before getting married became straightforward, and his soldiers and Sunagaku's people could no longer keep up with the speed of the car. What the hell, you surrendered, so what should we do? For a long time, seeing that something was wrong, Luo Sha grabbed the leg of Luo Sha next to him and knelt down. Logically speaking, as a cage level, Luo Sha couldn't be dragged by him, but Luo Sha just knelt down. Then, he shouted, 4th cage Rasa, see Daimyo. Although there is no Tushita seat, where the child is unmarried and his body is prostrated, he still kneels on one knee and bows his head. The unmarried and father-in-law who gave the money surrendered, why is he so stubborn? With the 2 people taking the lead, the other soldiers and ninjas also reacted, falling to their knees like a wave and shouting. See the name, see the name, see the name. Regardless of whether it is a general or an elite jonin, whether they are truly surrendering or unwilling in their hearts, at least everyone is respectful on the surface at this moment. It's not only about Lanye's miraculous combat power just now, but also about his identity. The mood of having a child before getting married is very complicated, with a hint of bitterness and speculation. Lanye's expression must be very happy now, right? After all, now that the 3 kingdoms of wind, water, and earth have surrendered, how long can the kingdom of thunder remain? But in a position where no one can see, Lanye was sighing and shaking his head at this moment. The negative emotions he was devouring suddenly decreased drastically. Demon god, if there is such a thing as devil, how come there is no god that can swallow up positive emotions? System, what's going on? Ding, the ability of devil's body to swallow negative emotions comes from Conqueror's Haki. If you want to swallow positive emotions, please collect related abilities. Collect related abilities. What do you mean? Can this demon god's body be swallowed? Ding, the demon god, Exodia, can devour the ability of the same origin as the demon god at any time, and evolve it into the ability that is most suitable for itself through Exodia. Oh, I can have this. After all, there is hope, right? In a happy mood, Lanye also said, get up, the unmarried Xian Yuzi and Luo Sha will leave with me. The others will return to their respective places of origin and wait for instructions before acting. Otherwise, everything will remain unchanged. It's a daimyo. The only one who replied was the Sunagaku ninja in the front row. Even with the blessing of Lion's Roar, his words still only reached the ears of a few people in front. After all, hundreds of thousands of people are no joke. However, the people in the front row naturally passed on the words to the back, and soon conveyed Lanye's instructions, and then the army turned around and returned to the original route. And Lanye, Namikaze Minato had already been asked to leave with him, his unmarried son, and Luo Sha. Namikaze Minato takes a lot of energy with 3 people, but with the horse charm and sheep charm, there is no problem of chakra bottoming out. Quickly, the 4 of them arrived at Konoha City first and stopped temporarily in front of the Daiming's mansion. Let Namikaze Minato have a child out of wedlock and wait. Lanye took Luo Sha into the Daiming mansion, without taking any precautions for Luo Sha, and just spoke calmly. You should have known for a long time that Yi Kang is the woman I fell in love with. I promised her that I would kill you. When Lanye said this, he glanced at Luo Sha, whose expression was also unusually calm. It was obviously expected. I saw Lanye coming. Luo Sha also said respectfully. I gave this order at the beginning, and it has nothing to do with other people in Sunagaku. Please don't affect others. Did not expect. This Luo Sha can still die calmly. Lanye nodded and said, I don't have any thoughts of implicating the 9 tribes, and I don't necessarily want you to die. As long as you can let Yi Kang spare you, I can also give you a chance, and how to ask for mercy, that's your problem. I understand, thank you for your kindness. Luo Sha said gratefully. It's a joke. A few minutes ago, he was still thinking about how to kill Lanye, but now he was grateful that Lanye gave him a chance of life. Why didn't Luo Sha run away? How could he escape? He didn't dare to take action decisively when Lanye was unprepared, but now he dares to do it alone. Not to mention, he cares more about Sunagaku's survival than his own life. Although he is a bit crazy, he will use his brother-in-law to test his son. But he loves Sunagaku. Perfect logic. The sight and smell enveloped the Daiming mansion, and Lanye easily found Yi Kang who was practicing in the courtyard, and then asked Luo Sha to wait where he was before appearing beside her. Yi Kang threw a kunai backhand. When he saw it was Lanye, he quickly threw another kunai and knocked the previous one away. Why are you back? Yi Kang happily stepped forward and took Lanye's hand. It was so sudden, I almost accidentally hurt you. Now, Yi Kang didn't realize at all that Lan was a super cage level expert who was much stronger than her. Of course Lanye would not emphasize this point without emotional intelligence. He smiled and hugged Yi Kang's waist and said, the 3 kingdoms of earth, wind and water have surrendered and are now renamed as provinces, so I brought you a gift first. The kingdom of wind has surrendered. Did you bring me a gift? Yi Kang was stunned for a moment and then realized what he was doing. She opened her eyes wide and frowned complicatedly. After a few seconds, Yi Kangtai said, "Where is his body? I want to take a look." "There is no body, I brought the work back," Lanye said with a smile. "He will come to you later to beg for mercy and beg for your forgiveness. You can wait for him to repent first before considering whether to kill him." Quote. Yi Kang was stunned again. She didn't expect Lanye to be so thoughtful. "Is door-to-door delivery okay?" It eased for a few seconds. Yi Kang let out a long breath, then hugged Lanye and stamped him, and it took 3 minutes before he stood up. "Bring it on. Demon Eye Tsukuyomi reincarnation. Huh, no, you want to run away after teasing. No spells light speed cleaning. Armament Haki Gil strengthens." 2 hours later, Lanye let Yi Kang go just briefly. After all, the war zone was still waiting for him to finish. Waiting for Yi Kang to tidy up his attire, Lanye called Luo Sha, who had been waiting quietly for a long time, and came to the courtyard. As soon as it appears, Luo Sha dived directly towards Yi Kang, knelt on her knees in a kneeling and sliding posture and stopped in front of her. She kowtowed loudly before speaking. Good guy. The bluestone bricks were all cracked by him. But Yi Kang just looked at Luo Sha coldly, unmoved. She was once so loyal to Sunagaku and Kazekage Rasa, but what she got in exchange was betrayal. Just kowtow. Not enough. Far from enough. I was wrong, Luo Sha said succinctly. Kill me. Yi Kang. Lanye. 2 hours of thinking, and this is the result. Are you begging for mercy? You have a death-seeking attitude. But Luo Sha did not raise his head, he just kowtowed deeply and waited for Yi Kang's decision. Yi Kang, who was supposed to kill Luo Sha cleanly, hesitated at this moment. Lanye is not sure. Did Luo Sha grasp it early and Yi Kang would do this? And just when Lanye thought that Luo Sha was following some trick. Seeing that Yi Kang is still reluctant to kill. However, gold sand appeared on the surface of Luo Sha's body, covering him tightly, and only a few muffled words came out. In that case, it's up to me to end it myself. Please, don't involve your former village. After all, it is also the place where you were born and raised. It was only me who was wrong. Paused for a few seconds. Yi Kang just stood by and watched calmly. She didn't believe that Luo Sha would really. Magnet style. Sand gold funeral. The gold sand on the surface of Luo Sha's body suddenly shrank in a small circle, and the bright bloodline dyed the gold sand red, then weakly scattered all over the ground, burying Luo Sha on the ground. Yi Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he really commit suicide? Lanye was also a little surprised. Did Luo Sha die just because he wanted to? Yes, he is really dead. In Lanye's demonic eyes, he clearly saw the soul belonging to Luo Sha floating up from the gold sand. After looking at Yi Kang and Lanye, he immediately showed a liberating smile. Boom, I'm finally dead, and I feel relieved now. I didn't give the Fire Nation daimyos a chance to attack Sunagaku, it was just the last thing I could do for Sunagaku. With Konoha taking over Sunagaku, Gaara's seal can also be perfected. I hope he can return to normal in the future. As for Konkuro and Tamari, I'm really not a good father. Seeing that Luo Sha's soul was dim and dull, he was about to disappear into the pure land of the underworld. But Lanye still failed to see the traces of the struggle for land in the underworld. He was the one who used the power of the devil to immobilize the soul of Luo Sha who was about to escape. How could such a good cage-level soul be allowed to go to the pure land of the underworld like this? Whether you put it in the challenge dungeon stone, to give people experience, or give it to Izumi to increase your combat power, it is an excellent choice. How could it be wasted like this? After thinking about it, Lanye decided to throw Luo Sha into the challenge dungeon stone first, and then if necessary, it would be no problem for Izumi to release her and absorb it as a Shikigami. But before that, Lanye hugged Yi Kang's waist. The demon's power was enough to hold Luo Sha down for several days. He should comfort his own woman first. As for the method, Tsukuyomi reincarnation room opening, rabbit charm piledriver, armament Haki Gil strengthen, horse talisman, continue, tiger talisman double highness, 8 inner gates formation second gate open. The next day, in the Kingdom of Thunder, in the temporary Earth-style meeting hall. Lanye and Hinakawa Suna, the great name of the Kingdom of Thunder, sat opposite each other. Behind Hinakawa Suna, stood the 4th Raikage and the new Raikage assistant Darui. And what's behind Lanye? In addition to the governors of the 3 provinces of wind, water and soil, there are also Nagato and Tsunade, Itachi, Izumi, Uchiha Ori. Everyone who has anything to do with Lanye occupies a large group. They are here to witness history. Unexpectedly, the ninja world will be unified in the next few minutes. As for how it came about, Namikaze Minato said he was a little embarrassed. Hinakawa Suna has no time to pay attention to these people now. His eyes are complicated as he wanders between Matsushita trousers, unmarried son, and Kido Masao, not stopping at Lanye. Lanye said with some displeasure, thanks to you, the Kingdom of Thunder, you have always been willing to accept it if you don't accept it. Why are you like this? Surrender or go to war, how simple is it? Hikawa Suna version, war, although our country of thunder has simple folk customs, it will make you laugh at a glance. But that is based on the premise that there is no huge gap in combat power. Knowing that they were rushing up to deliver food, were their brains flooded, yet they continued to rush up. Tsunahi Hikawa knows deeply, the Fire Nation, which has now annexed the 3 major countries, may not have time to integrate all its combat forces, but But even if it only relies on the national power of the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Thunder will not be able to defeat it. Otherwise, why did he defeat money, last time? Hinakawa Suna's version is just, I can't stand the reality for a while. Didn't we have to jointly put out the fire yesterday? Why did 037 jointly extinguish mines today? Let alone the Hinakawa Suna version. Even I was a little confused at this moment and didn't know what to do. What is this? Last time, there was only a slight disadvantage, but this time, it was completely crushed. But no matter what, Hinakawa Suna knew clearly in his heart, this battle was unwinnable. It's not a question of whether he's afraid of death or not. But if he dares to say, beat, now, even if Lanye doesn't do anything to him, people from the Kingdom of Wei will be able to kidnap him and bring him to Lanye after he returns. Can this TM be beaten? Mayfly is nothing more than shaking the tree. Yes, Hinakawa Suna could only say bitterly, my country of thunder is willing to surrender. Lanye stood up with a smile and snapped his fingers. Okay, the unification of the ninja world will be completed today. The governor of the province of Thunder issued an announcement to inform you of the return of the entire province to the land of fire. Nagato, inform the people on standby in each small country and give them. The Daimyo issued an ultimatum. If he did not submit within 6 hours, the Daimyo would implicate all 9 clans and officials and be exiled to the mine. Yes, on the premise that Lanye has already surrendered the other 4 major countries, there are still tough measures such as implicating the 9 tribes in the name, and exiling all officials into the mines. What can those small countries do? Lanye's vigorous journey of conquest had no intention of covering up, and the war zone spread across the borders of most small countries. In addition to looking for Tianjin, who has already submitted, other Hokage countries are paying close attention. Although for Lanye, in just 1 month, it is to let wind, earth, water and thunder surrender to the 4 major countries, which makes them incredible. But the reality is what it is, and they have no possibility of changing it. There were only 2 ways before them, death or surrender. What makes them helpless is that Lanye's toughness only targets the princes, nobles and actual people in power in small countries. It will basically not affect low-level officials and civilians. It can even be used after being absorbed by the Fire Nation. Show better. At least you don't have to pay customs duties, right? This also resulted in them being unable to incite the public at all, causing chaos in the ninja world and adding to the fire. No chance at all. So, in fact, the choice before them is, if you die, then a new batch of managers will be replaced, or if you submit and live, you will continue to manage. Is there any option? They can only choose to surrender. Since then, the era of great unification, that has never appeared in thousands of years has been completed by Lanye today. It has been completed by the Fire Nation. Lanye immediately announced. The Kingdom of Fire changed its name to the Union of Fire, and today will be January 1st, year 1 of the first year of fire. The ninja world will be unified, and I will unite the country with the people of fire. The identity of the Emperor is announced. There will be no more wars in the ninja world. This moment, Lanye is high-spirited, and his eternal Emperor demeanor is simply too attractive. Tsunade looked at Lanye with pride. She didn't have too many choices this time. Lanye actually surpassed her grandfather and accomplished the impossible. As the first woman to follow Lanye, Yukihong almost accompanied Lanye's growth, but there was still a glimmer of light. It's only been less than a year, right? Will the ninja world be unified? Hongdu seemed calmer, thinking about how to celebrate Lanye at night. Her love is so direct. Yi Kang looked at Lanye with confusion. He once thought it was just a deal, but he didn't expect that she would be deeply involved in it. But isn't that great? Mabuyi was also unable to maintain the temperament of an intellectual secretary. She looked at Lanye with admiration like a little fangirl, and her eyes were filled with his figure. Compared with their leisure, after Nara Shikaku and others received the order, they ran with full firepower, striving to integrate the ninja world into one as quickly as possible and implement Lanye's will into every inch of ninja land. But, in the past, he was very tired from just dealing with the Fire Nation's documents. According to Lanye's character, in the future, he is afraid that he will become a document dealing with the United Nations of Fire. The assistant department must expand. Just ask the former daimyo assistants from other provinces and recruit them as assistants. It happens that they are also familiar with the situation in their respective provinces. Nagato is also quite busy. If you want true peace in the ninja world, you can't just unify it. Small-scale conflicts will still happen, and he just wants to eliminate these hidden dangers. Either eliminate the contradiction or eliminate the person who caused the contradiction. And when the outside world is extremely busy, Lanye is also facing an extremely difficult decision. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Close the country and continue to develop in the ninja world. Reward. Comprehensive course of modern science and technology, ×1. Choice 2. Run to the outer world. Run to more unknowns in the starry sky. Reward. Space travel technology, ×1. Choice 3. Travel again. Abandon everything and travel through the world randomly. Reward. Random world travel, ×1. Oh. 3 choices, 3 directions. This. You really need to think about it carefully. 44. Long Legs by Wooden Golem. The car is on the same track and the book is in the same text. 5K. Option 1. Close the country and continue to develop in the ninja world. Reward. Comprehensive course of modern science and technology, ×1. Choice 2. Run to the outer world, run to more unknowns in the starry sky. Reward. Space travel technology, ×1. Choice 3. Travel again, abandon everything and travel through the world randomly. Reward. Random world travel, ×1. 3 choices. Lanye eliminated option 3 without hesitation. Joke. I have worked hard to capture Tsunade and other girls who have their own merits, and now it's time to enter the genin world, and it's time to show off my ambitions. Are you telling me to drop everything and travel randomly? Get out. So, between option 1, developing troops, and option 2, flying to space, Lanye keenly discovered an interesting problem. System. If I choose 2, it will only reward me with space travel technology, instead of directly giving me a spaceship. Then if I digest and build the spaceship, won't I be able to develop it in the intervening time? Ding. A logical loophole has been found and is being patched. I choose 2. This time, the God-level selection system did not reply immediately, but paused for a few seconds before responding. Successfully selected, the reward, space travel technology, has been distributed. Space travel technology. Space travel is based on people's ideal of traveling in space. This technology will start from making a screw and teach you everything you need to build, repair, and control space travel. Ding. 17% of the logic loopholes have been repaired. Please set off to space to find a new civilization in 830 years. A vast amount of knowledge was poured into Lanye's mind. Analysis of ion thrusters, nuclear pulse thrusters, nuclear fusion-powered rockets, solar sail propulsion technology, super light cruise flight, establishment of wormhole passages, and warp engine manufacturing. Most of them are engine-related, followed by materials science, dynamics, biology, reproduction, sociology. Yes, you have to study sociology and stuff like that. Because there is so little interest in the existence of living beings in the universe, space travel will be an extremely long process. In many cases, some people are even born, grow up, fall in love, get married, grow old, and die on spaceships. If Lanye didn't have the body of a demon now, his energy and spirit would be unprecedentedly powerful. It would be him who he was when he traveled through time. Just these massive knowledge points can overwhelm his brain. Even while absorbing this knowledge, Lan can't be distracted and think about other things. Forehead. He didn't expect that just after asking a question, there would be less. About 170 years ago, still able to roam the ninja world for 830 years, Lanye said it's not a big problem. He unified the ninja world in more than half a year, and 830 was enough for him to build a modified version of Gundam and so on. Not a big problem. Lanye opened the system with great interest to see if there were any changes. God-level selection system. Host. Shihuen Lanye. Age. 18 years old. Rewards. 12 talisman complete. Time rewind. Conqueror's Haki. Voiceover. Yu Lao Red Rope. Rejuvenation Pill. Observation Haki. Eye of the Sage. Rear. Admiral Physique. Frozen Fruit. The right arm of the Sealed One Demon. 8 Inner Gates Formation. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. Wolverine Bloodline Bonus Edition. Mangekyo Soul Retention. Lion. Roar. Rasengan. Conqueror's Haki Suppression. Marine 6 Style Cultivation Complete Collection. Reincarnation Impasse. Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. Yin Escape Power 15%. Mastery. Sage Mode 99% Mastery. The left arm of the sealed person, the demon god. The left foot of the sealed person, the demon god. The sealed Exodia demon god. The demon god armor. 7 stars, 7 Dragon Ball, space travel technology. Look carefully, he has received a lot of rewards so far, and all he has to do is choose the option he likes the most, and sometimes he can choose multiple options, or even choose them all. This is probably the best plugin I've ever used. Lanye smiled and shook his head. A huge amount of knowledge has also been absorbed, and the sheer amount makes Lanye's scalp feel numb. He definitely won't do these scientific research himself, so he still has to teach others. Then the question comes, there is so much knowledge, 99% of which is knowledge that the ninja world has not touched upon, and has never even thought possible. He wants to teach it bit by bit from the enlightenment stage. Isn't he afraid that he will have to teach and educate people for these 830 years? No. Although teaching and educating people is great, his temperament must be dissolute. Tailed beasts can use fist bumps to transfer memories. I'll go find Kurama and learn how. Thinking of this, Lanye stood up and was about to leave, but when he went out, he ran into Nara Shikaku. With the unification of the ninja world, although Lanye didn't pay too much attention, it was definitely impossible to work with Nara Shikaku and others anymore. It's not that he's being pretentious, but the aura that he naturally exudes from his demonic body now makes the subordinates who already worshipped Lanye somewhat rise to the level of fearing the gods. It will greatly reduce the work efficiency of the people below. Yes, Kazuma gathered the elite Jonin of Onoki's Grandmaster Earth-style in Iwagakure, and worked together to bulldoze a 10-kilometer radius of the original Hokage building, and erect a majestic palace and imperial city in place within 3 days. In addition to providing Lanye with a place to live, it also provides office space for some important institutions. For example, the Emperor's Secretariat, that handles world affairs for Lanye is led by Nara Shikaku. For example, the East Factory, responsible for monitoring the world for changes, is led by Nagato and Conan. For example, the Public Safety and Security Department, that maintains normal operations in the world, is led by Uchiha Fugaku. Such as the Legislative Department, that formulates laws, and the Fan Yuan Department, that judges justice. The General Directorate of these, they are all on the periphery of the Imperial City Palace, guarding the entire Imperial City Palace. Unless anyone who tries to break in has space capabilities, even those who can fly will not be able to sneak in quietly. As a Super Cage level expert, Lanye certainly doesn't need to be protected like this. Just to prevent random people from disturbing him. But, although the Imperial Palace was built, Lanye usually didn't stay there much during the day, and he had to go out to play just now. That is, Nara Shikaku happened to bump into. Otherwise, he would have to go to Fugaku, apply to be a designated member of the Hyuga clan who was specifically looking for Lanye, and use his Byakugan to search for him everywhere in Konoha City. Since Lanye unified his own energy into the power of the devil, his energy form has far surpassed that of Chakra, and he is as dazzling among the crowd as the sun in the night sky. You came to see me again. Lanye bared his teeth and said, "Tell me, what's the big deal today?" "Your Majesty, the Ninja World announcement has been drafted. Please take a look at it," Nara Shikaku said respectfully. The Ninja World announcement was proposed by Lanye. These include measures that benefit the country and the people, such as trains on the same track, books on the same text, rulers on the same star, public ownership of the power grid, etc. He received the Ninja World announcement, which was much higher than anyone else's, and rarely looked at it one by one. These are the keys to whether the Ninja World can be stable in the future. Only unified standards for all. Only then can more cultures be integrated and communicated with each other, and only on the premise of mutual understanding can ideal peace be born. Lanye is not a pacifist. Just peaceful ninjas. It allows him to have more energy to focus on the industry he wants to develop, instead of having to worry about the people below him getting beaten to death because of conflicts every day. I checked it carefully. Point out some details to Nara that may have been misunderstood in the translation. Lanye sent Nara Shikaku and said, "After these modifications are made according to what I said, let's implement them. Disperse all the core personnel of Konoha and strive to unify the systems of the big and small countries in the ninja world within 3 years, and then everything will be fine." "It's your Majesty," Nara said respectfully and enthusiastically. Watching Nara Shikaku retreat, Lanye felt happier than ever before. Cars on the same track. Same text as the book. Measure the same amount. These are all great things done by Qin Shi Huang. Now Lanye has imitated them, which can be regarded as a tribute to the classics. How many time travelers can pay tribute to this classic? I'm really awesome. Lanye hummed a little song and was about to leave, but no one followed him. These days the ninja world is unified. Powerful women such as Terumi Mei were too busy to keep their feet off the ground, while Yuhi Kurenai and others who were in charge of him also clapped all night long, in celebration. The women were still recuperating in the palace at the moment. Did not go to Namikaze Minato's residence. Lanye went straight to a courtyard, where cute versions of everything from One-Tail Shukaku to Nine-Tails Kurama were found. This is Lanye using a Pokeball. One by one, from each tailed beast Jinchuriki, take out some of the tailed beast chakra and put it here. But not every tailed beast is active. For example, 3 Tails Jifu. This tailed beast that resembled a big tortoise has now become a little tortoise, lying quietly in the water of the pond, very peaceful and unconcerned with the world. And 4 Tails Sun Wukong is a completely different extreme. It was about the size of a small monkey and was having a happy fight with Shukaku's little chubby guy. Flames and sand were flying everywhere, but it was very well controlled and did not affect the house. If this is destroyed, I finally got a chance to go out for a walk, but I was afraid it would turn into a dark room again. Even if it feels good for a while or feels good all the time, they can still carry it clearly. Don't think that tailed beasts are brainless. After all, they are still tailed beasts that have survived to this day in the Six Paths era. After thousands of years of experience, can they still be smart? He was sealed in a sealed space, so he lost his mind because of his bad temper. There are relatively few people here usually, only Naruto, little Hinata or other Jinchuriki dare to come. At this time, Lanye just noticed that on the edge of the courtyard, there was a long-legged and aloof young lady, Wooden Golem. Since being captured by Konoha, by Wooden Golem and Sam Yi because of his determination to be loyal to the village, Lanye was left in the prison of the interrogation department with good food and drink after several visits without getting a good look. Others will die within a few days after entering there. Not only did the two of them live a happy life, Mabuyi would occasionally give them extra meals. Certainly, these are all allowed by Lanye. Now, the Kingdom of Thunder has surrendered, so they were released. However, due to Lanye's recruitment order, in addition to the Jonin who taught, 90% of the Jonin from various countries, as well as most of the blood successors, migrated to Konoha City. So the two of them could only stay. By Wooden Golem because she is the perfect Jinchuriki, she gets along more harmoniously with the second-tailed Matabi. She has no confidence in Konoha City, and is aloof and disdains to hang out with people from Cloud Shinobi Village, so she just stays. This is the first purpose-built residence. Covered by Matabi, it was natural for Wooden Golem to settle here. Besides, there are also 5 people. 1 tails Shukaku Jinchuriki Gaara, 4 tails Sun Wukong Jinchuriki Laozi, 6 tails Seiken Jinchuriki Shigeta, 7 tails Chome Jinchuriki Fu, 8 tails Gyuki Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Also living here, Lanye made a promise. The United Fire Nation will not discriminate against Jinchuriki, and the tailed beasts will not be sealed again after Jinchuriki's death. Of course, it doesn't stop whoever they want to become Jinchuriki in the future. Everything expounds the breath of freedom. Yes, the tailed beasts all have very good senses about Lanye, mainly those who were unconvinced, such as Sun Wukong, were beaten with one hand. It's just miserable. Lanye looked at Wooden Golem, and Wooden Golem also looked at Lanye. In these few days, Wooden Golem also accepted the changes in the outside world again. Knowing that Lanye is now the emperor who unifies the ninja world, he no longer has the arrogance of the past. He immediately turned around to kneel down and salute, but Lanye stepped aside and pressed his shoulder to prevent him from saluting. Don't be so outspoken. From now on, just like Tsunade and the others, just bow and mean it. Lanye said with a smile. By Wooden Golem paused. According to her personality in the past, she should have refused contact with others, not even SX, let alone the opposite SX. B. After hearing about Lanye's deeds in the past 6 months and his unusual attitude towards Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. It was all that made her calm heart become turbulent. It wasn't until this moment that she discovered that she didn't object to Lanye's close proximity. But Wooden Golem is destined to be difficult to be enthusiastic, that is, he nodded and accepted Lanye's gift. I wonder why your majesty is looking for me. Wooden Golem said respectfully. Don't be so polite, just call me Lanye. Lanye put down his hand and said with a smile. I have something to do with Kurama, but I think I can find you too. Oh, I don't know what I can do for you, Lanye. Wooden Golem looked away. It was the first time for her to call the name of the opposite SX so intimately. Although she is aloof, but Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin also worships the strong. The folk customs there are doomed, and the combat prowess and achievements of the opposite SX are directly proportional to his charm. Obviously, in today's ninja world, there can't be anyone more charming than Lanye. Kill them all regardless of gender. Lanye nodded with satisfaction, as Wooden Golem was now able to accept the hint of release for her. Really, the cold treatment first conquered her country and village, and due to Wooden Golem's charming and conflicting psychology, the rest fell into place. Lanye raised his fist and said, you should know the ability to share memories by bumping fists, right? You want to learn this? Wooden Golem said a little confused. But, if it's not Jinchuriki, it doesn't seem to work, huh? Yumu Ma Li Jiao paused. Without continuing, she raised her fists and bumped fists with Lanye, sharing the memories that Matabi had just transmitted to her with Lanye, and also received some memories. These are Lanye's memories of seeing her. Without any cover, it was the eyes that rolled around her long legs, and when Nara Shikaku asked if he wanted to extract the two-tailed beast to find another Jinchuriki, he refused without hesitation, etc. How to make a girl fall in love with you? Simple, let her know what she had done for him, accidentally. At this time, Lanye does not fist bump and share memories, so these shared memories are unintentional, actions that are shared because they are reminiscing. Is it really unintentional? Obviously, this was Lanye's intention. Although he does not know how to share memories, he mobilizes part of his memory, uses time manipulation to pause time, learns the fist bump shared memory, ability shared by Wooden Golem, and then beats him. Delivery package. Very simple, isn't it? Anyway, something was wrong with the way Wooden Golem looked at Lanye. Lanye took advantage of the situation and said, I see you haven't gone out much recently. It's not good to stay at home all the time. How about I take you out for a walk? Ah, good. By some strange coincidence, Wooden Golem agreed to Lanye's invitation. Subsequently, Lanye used the transformation technique to change his appearance, and then transformed the mask of the demon god armor into another form. He naturally held the hand of Wooden Golem and walked out of the courtyard. Wooden Golem was obviously very stiff in his steps, but he didn't let go of Lanye's hand. Until the two of them left the courtyard. It was Kurama who poked his head from the eaves and shouted, Isn't that kid looking for me? Where is he? Quack. I'm going on a date with Matabi's Jinchuriki, and I want you to be a little fox. Shukaku, the chubby boy, laughed and said, Little fox, you'd better go back and play house with your little brat. Come home, Kurama. It turned its head to look at Sun Wukong and said, Let's beat it together. Happy. Hey, is it appropriate for you two to hit one of me? Don't come over here, Gaara, come here. 45. Attack Sammy. Orochimaru is done. 10k. Although Wooden Golem has not excluded Lanye, this matter should not be rushed. Petting cat. It just needs to be done step by step, and at the same time, the process is also something that people enjoy. After being sent back to the tailed beast's residence by Wooden Golem, Lanye turned around and went to find Samui. She lived with the Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village in the Dongcheng district of Konoha City. It is worth mentioning that, because of the construction of the Imperial City Palace, Konoha Village has been demolished. Even the iconic Hokage rock has been replaced with Lanye wearing the demon armor. The weird contrast between one demon and one god has attracted countless people. Admire. If this can absorb positive energy. Pity. When Lanye found Sammy, this blonde girl with green eyes was slapping her shoulders, and complained to another dark-skinned woman, I'm so tired, my shoulders. Thinking that Lanye had not yet taken off his disguise when he was playing with Wooden Golem, the two of them did not recognize him. The dark-skinned girl envied. Don't complain, I don't think it's this big yet. What's the use? Sammy said unhappily. It affects my battle too much, and it also consumes more energy. If it weren't for their burden, I would have become cage level long ago. The expressions of dark-skinned girls are gradually changing. You don't bring something like Versailles, do you? Timely, Lanye came closer and said, I'm very good at medical ninjutsu. Do you want me to press my shoulders? The two girls, Sam and Yi, looked at Lanye wearily. The ninja world is the unified one, and recently there have been many blood feuds in the past. When they meet, it will be a matter of life and death. The two women subconsciously tried to grasp their respective weapons, but in vain. The current ninja world implements weapons control. Unless it is in a designated location such as a ninja school or training ground, weapons are not allowed in public areas. Kunai, shurikens, detonating charms, and even steel wires are all within the scope of control. And the official ninja, unless you are on a mission, at most it will be sealed in a designated sealing ring. Because it is mass-produced, the sealing space is not large, and it is similar to the previous ninja bag with sealing techniques engraved on it. This is Lanye's creative idea and Scorpion's personal design. The ring can also activate the mechanism to shoot poisonous Senbon. However, drugs are now controlled items, and are not allowed to be sold in stores without relevant business licenses. Although this set has many restrictions, but the country in Lanye's previous life has proven that only by controlling the source of danger can society be stable and harmonious. Otherwise, free Americans, shot every day. Yes, after the two girls, Sam and Yi, woke up and pressed on the sealing ring, they could trigger the spell at any time and take out the sealed weapon inside. 347 inches. Who are you? What do you want from us? The dark-skinned girl asked warily. Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking for you. Lanye took off his mask and looked at Sammy. I'm here to find you. His Majesty. Sammy and the dark-skinned girl were startled and immediately knelt down to salute. Unless it was an important festival, there was no need to salute. Lanye stepped forward and pressed Sammy, shook his head and said, you and Itachi and the others just bow when you see me. While talking, Lanye used the horse charm to heal Sammy's shoulder pain, which made Sammy feel very complicated. She had heard of His Majesty's outstanding medical ninjutsu, and he had saved fourth Hokage from near death. Why did His Majesty come to see her? It seemed like it was the same before. Even though Sam is fair-skinned and beautiful, he seems to be not ordinary emotionally slow. It's Your Majesty. Sam obeyed Lanye's instructions and bent at 90 degrees to salute Lanye. Hiss. Lanye took a deep breath. This outline. I'm afraid it's almost the same as Tsunade and Yi Kang. The specific difference is, ahem. Just call me Lanye from now on. Lanye turned around and said, it's not like I've never played with something this size before, it's too cool to stare at it all the time. But with Wooden Golem, Yi's hint was instantly understood. But Sammy, how dare you call Your Majesty by your first name? Sammy said strictly. The dark-skinned girl who was still half kneeling aside twitched her eyes. Your Majesty's hints are so obvious, you still don't understand. Boom. Damn it. Why is Your Majesty looking for a straight daughter like Sammy? Look for me, I'm very easy to get. You can get it as soon as you get it. Isn't Sammy just a little bit bigger, a little whiter, a little more capable, and a little more beautiful? Lanye looked at the dark-skinned girl strangely. Now that you have such a clear understanding, why are you still struggling with him choosing Sammy instead of you? The reason is also very simple. No matter how hard it is, you can't hurt your children, right? Although unexpectedly Sammy was not enlightened. But for this kind of inexperienced women, Lan also has a more effective method. So you want to disobey my consciousness? Lanye said in a serious tone. I don't dare, Sammy said hurriedly. Then do as I say. It's Your Majesty. Yes. Lanye, yes. Lanye nodded with satisfaction. What do you want to do today? Fourth generation Sama is going to hold a meeting for us in the afternoon. It's a speech about conveying peace to the ninja world. He said he was going to do some stage work for His Majesty to see. When the people arrive, well, why didn't we see in the anime that Samui is a bit of a fool? But women don't need to be too smart, just have some skills. Just when Sam and Yi thought Lanye was going to be angry. Lanye wrote lightly. Since it's just a show, don't go and ask for leave. Isn't this bad? Sam agreed. In their understanding, Hokage is still their immediate boss, and they have no intention of disobeying Hokage. But, now, on top of their Hokage, there is another immediate boss, the Governor of Thunder Province, and the immediate boss, Emperor of the United Fire Kingdom. Yes, Lanye Haki said. I said yes, that's fine. Yes, let's go shopping. Quote exclamation mark quote. Take my hand. Quote exclamation mark quote. Don't be so stiff, relax. Shoo, do you have anything you like to eat? Or any other hobbies? There are not many entertainments in the Kingdom of Thunder, basically, they are pretty good. Oh, then why didn't you go out and buy it? No money, let's go then. I'll swipe my card today. Can I buy enough? Is it really possible? Do I look like a person without money? No, Your Majesty, you own the entire ninja world. Lanye, as punishment, you are not allowed to put down my hand today. Quote, just, what's wrong? What do you want to ask? Lanye, what is the swipe card? It means taking out your wallet. I see, then I've paid you, and I'll swipe your card next time. Then what I swiped is not a card. Then what are you brushing? You'll know later. The date with Sammy is so simple. At the beginning, as long as Lanye orders something with a strong attitude, Sammy will execute it meticulously. But as time goes by, Sammy gradually got used to Lanye's presence and relaxed a little. When choosing clothes to try on, his style became bolder, referred to as fabric leftover for the country. As for what, thick and airtight, a lot of sweat will accumulate in front of the bear, and the smell of sweat will be detrimental to lurking. Sam said, "Oh 3, this is Lanye." Otherwise, other women who heard this would definitely think that Samui was in Versailles again. As for Lanye, did you listen? Of course, I would like to discuss further. Will there be a different experience if this sweat is replaced by something else? For example, replace it with milk. What are you thinking? Lanye was obviously thinking about what would happen if Sammy spilled milk while drinking. Well, what milk to drink? It depends on whether the person who understands is a serious person or an unserious person. 100 people will have 100 different fantasy objects when watching Making Love in Heaven. Then 100 people will have 100 different ways of drinking milk, in different postures. Everyone who understands understands. Why did you open the browser? Although Sammy looks like a very good guide, maybe he can take it home tonight BJDG. But Lanye still sent Sammy back. Cultivate and develop feelings first. Otherwise, like Terumi Mei, although the relationship was confirmed on the first day they met, he also conquered her with his strong fighting power. But getting along with each other. Compared with Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai, there's always something missing. Sooner or later it will be the meat in the bowl anyway, so what are you afraid of? Is there anyone in the ninja world who dares to steal a woman from him? As evening approaches, it was only when Lanye walked slowly to the research institute, and then when he opened the door of Shia's laboratory, that flames rushed towards him. Armament Haki. Lanye, who transformed into a little black man, was burned motionless in the firelight for a moment, and then his true face in the laboratory was revealed. How to say, just like the blasting site, there are pits on the ground, walls, and even the ceiling. That was the result of Scorpion and Deidara testing dynamite. Failed again. Deidara shouted angrily. I already told you that this ratio is wrong. You should add 3% directly. Why do you still have to add it little by little? Because the name has said that different dosage ratios have different effects and powers. I need to test the corresponding data of all the ratios. Xie said calmly. Isn't it better to just use the most powerful one? The others are just defective products, not worthy of being compared with my works of art. Science requires trial and error. Otherwise, if it is used in the ninja world in the future, it will be troublesome if it makes mistakes again. They deserve it. Since they know it's dangerous, why do they still touch it? You are very active today. What, are you going to spank me again? Master, no. What is this? Let go of me, BD. Hey, this can't be a joke. Under Deidara's roar, Scorpio calmly locked a timed explosive pack around Deidara's neck, dropped a kunai and walked towards Lanye who was watching the show. Can't you then defuse the bomb? It's easy to say if it's dismantled correctly. If it's not done properly. It would definitely not kill Deidara, but he would still have to lie down for a few days. Lanye doesn't comment on Scorpion's teaching method. Geniuses always have to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Do you have any new ideas for me? Xie asked. Yes, I have a lot of new ideas, including the areas that you are most interested in. Conjecture, theory, or logic. No, this time it is knowledge that can be used directly. Okay, where is it? Scorpion is not interested at all in how Lanye obtained this knowledge, he is only interested in it itself. This is also what makes Lanye satisfied with Scorpion, he is a proper scientist. Then, when it comes to sharing memories via fist bumps, there are only a few glitches. Scorpion's hand is a mechanism, but it cannot transmit memories. But Scorpion didn't hesitate, and directly opened his heart core to let Lanye, who could defeat Raikage with one punch, fist bump, and then he was overwhelmed by the vast amount of knowledge shared. Even when Deidara next to him finally failed to dismantle the explosive pack, and was blown to pieces and lying on the ground, he was indifferent. In other words, he was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and had no time to care about him. Lanye took a look and went over to use the horse charm to heal him. Deidara jumped up and bowed to Lanye, then ran away to study the remains of the timed explosive package just now. Why couldn't he dismantle it? No, he must master it as soon as possible, otherwise he will be bombed next time. Look how focused Deidara is. Lanye didn't bother him. He used the horse charm and the sheep charm to comb Scorpio, who was still digesting the knowledge, and turned around and walked towards Tsunade's laboratory. This place now has a bit of a biochemical research look, with various types of organs everywhere, including many living organisms. When Lanye found Tsunade, this man who once suffered from hemophobia was dissecting a living heart, and the knife was as steady as a machine without any trembling. Because of the location, Tsunade, who had his back to Lanye, could not see him, but Shizune, his assistant, noticed him. Before she could express anything, Lanye smiled at her and shook his head, and then waited patiently for Tsunade to finish. It was already more than half an hour later. When Tsunade walked out of the operating room, Seeing Lanye waiting outside with his arms folded, he was surprised for a moment, then smiled brightly and stepped forward to give Lanye a facial cleanser. What, Yuhiko and I and the others have no choice but to come to me. Tsunade teased. Then it depends on whether you can digest it. Down. Tsunade lowered his gaze, and then he felt confident. What's so hard to digest? It's not like I haven't tried it before. Lanye just smiled without explaining, raised her fist to signal Tsunade to fist bump, and was overwhelmed by the vast amount of medical-related knowledge, her eyes wandering aimlessly. Too big. Star technology travel involves a huge medical system and a lot of knowledge. From fever and cold to terminal lung cancer, from the ratio of nutrient solutions to the construction of freezers. This brand new knowledge made Tsunade unable to digest it for a while. He could only read, and understand bit by bit. The cycle goes back and forth. Lanye also used sheep charms and horse charms to groom Tsunade. Then he looked at Shizune and said, she probably won't wake up tonight. You stay here to guard her. It's your majesty. Shizune responded in a low voice. Looking at Shizune, who looks like the leader's sister, Lanye thought for a moment and then asked tentatively, will you call me the same as Tsunade from now on? Hey, Shizune looked up suddenly and said in surprise, see, is it okay? There's drama. Think Tsunade and Shizune's master and apprentice. Of course. Lanye smiled and nodded. I'll have to work hard for you tonight. I'm going to Orochimaru to see you. I'll ask you to go shopping when I have time. Okay. No, I said yes, I will protect the teacher. Shizune lowered his head and did not dare to look at Lan Tu. Lanye smiled understandingly, raised his hand to rub Shizune's hair, and also combed it for her. Only then turned around and left. Shizune, on the other hand, looked at the door where Lanye left, smiling stupidly and not regaining consciousness for a long time. The other end, when Lanye came to Orochimaru's laboratory, he rarely saw him doing experiments. Instead, he sat down to make tea and motioned to Lanye to sit down. Lanye understood immediately. Is this a done deal? After sitting down, he hurriedly asked. The art of soul reincarnation has been completed. Today we have a family dinner and we have to study the questions of subject 1 in the evening. Get up early tomorrow and give it to Ollie. 46. Uncle Snake. Shinigami Whores for free. 6 paths for free. 8K. Lanye. The art of soul reincarnation is complete. In Lanye's expectant eyes, Orochimaru shook his head slightly, picked up the teacup and took a sip, while his cold snake eyes were focused on Lanye's reaction. Lanye was not too disappointed. After all, his expectation for Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation is just to get Namikaze Minato back as soon as possible so that his rat charm can be used again. As for eternal life, he himself is already a living being, and long live is cursing him to die suddenly. Tsunade is waiting for a girl. Learn about 7 Dragon Ball. As long as he collects the 7 Dragon Balls and wishes for eternal life to several girls one by one, it will only take a few years, 8100 years. Yes, Lanye comforted him in turn. It's okay, I believe you will succeed sooner or later. So why didn't you conduct research today? Yukushi Kabuto and the others are not here either. I gave them a holiday. Orochimaru put down the teacup and asked with some confusion. You don't care about the soul reincarnation technique anymore. Why should I pay too much attention? Lanye also asked strangely. It's just the reincarnation of the soul, not an immortal technique that can be widely popularized. Orochimaru couldn't help but fell silent. Less than half a minute later, Orochimaru spoke again. The art of soul reincarnation. I call it living corpse reincarnation. According to the current research, it should be successful, but it has not been put into practice yet, so. When I come back this time, I just want to apply for a good enough body with you to test the effect of living corpse reincarnation. Follow. The system is just here to join in the fun. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Pursued Uncle Snake for nothing. Let Orochimaru hand over the living corpse reincarnation and survive. Reward. 1 star 7 Dragon Ball, times 1. Option 2. Pursued Shinigami for nothing. Let Orochimaru perform Ghoul Seal and survive. Reward. 2 star 7 Dragon Ball, times 1. Choice 3. 6 paths for free. Let Orochimaru cast Rinne Tensai and survive. Reward. 1 star Namek Dragon Ball, times 1. System, you are indeed a kindred spirit. What could be more enjoyable than having SX for free? That's 3 people working together for free. System, I choose 1, 2, and 3 all. If the selection is successful, the rewards, 1 star 7 Dragon Ball, 2 star 7 Dragon Ball, and 1 star Namek Dragon Ball, have been distributed. 1 star 7 Dragon Ball, collect 7 different star Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and get a chance to make a wish. But if you don't speak Japanese, then you won't be able to talk to Shenron. 2 stars 7 Dragon Ball, semicolon. 1 star Namek Dragon Ball, collect 7 different star Namek Dragon Balls to summon the Namek Dragon and get 3 opportunities to make wishes. But if you don't know Namekian, then you won't be able to talk to the dragon. Very good. Not only did I get 2 7-star Dragon Balls, but I also got a 1-star Namek Dragon Ball. 7th Dragon Ball's first wish is basically confirmed, to learn the Namekian language. Organize your thoughts. Lanye's thoughts returned to Orochimaru and asked, then you shook your head just now. You asked about soul reincarnation. This is living corpse reincarnation, which is different. Orochimaru chuckled. Lanye understands. Orochimaru was in a good mood, and it was rare for him to joke with him. Do you have a favorite body? Lanye asked. This time, Orochimaru was really confused. Favorite body? He glanced at Lanye first, and then looked away silently. After thinking for a long time, many excellent bodies have been incorporated into the United Fire Nation at this time, and they certainly cannot be captured and used as containers if they have not broken any laws. It was Lanye who said, I remember recently in the Hyuga clan, there was a branch house member who secretly attacked members of the clan during a mission. Hyuga Hiyashi is also a ruthless person. He will be sentenced to S directly, otherwise I will give it to you. Use. The Hyuga clan. Orochimaru frowned slightly. His most ideal one is of course the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, Kimimaro from the Teru Yoruichi clan is also. See Orochimaru's thoughts. Lanye said rudely. Forget about law-abiding citizens. Now that the ninja world is unified, we must set an example. If that doesn't work, I'll ask if anyone in the Uchiha clan has committed a serious crime. No. If so, just use white zetsu. They are also grown with Hashirama cells, which gives you more room to operate. That's the only way it can be. Orochimaru smiled and said, although it is a bit restrictive, if the ninja world can be unified, there will be more research resources available in the future. Hiss. Oh, speaking of this, I have an idea to tell you. Lanye clapped his hands and said, living corpse reincarnation is the transformation of the soul, and the souls harvested by the corpses are the essence of the forbidden technique, Rinnegan's Rinne Tensai technique. It also resurrects others at the cost of one's own life force, so. Do you want to try using Ghoul Seal? Take out the soul of Namikaze Minato that was sealed by Ghoul Seal, and then use Impure World Reincarnation to summon it, and finally use Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect it and then cast living corpse reincarnation to avoid all costs. Have a look. Doesn't this directly complete the selection of two magical skills? Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he heard Lanye's operation. Can you still do it for free? Going through this circle, it's all in vain. Shinigami and Rinnegan aside, the point is that if this succeeds, will it be possible to resurrect the powerful Kage and others in the past one by one? To know, the current ninja world is unified, and as long as these people are resurrected, they will still nominally belong to Lanye's people. This is how to strengthen the United Nations of Fire. But what Orochimaru is most concerned about is that he can resurrect the scientific research leaders represented by Senju Tobirama. At the time when data were scarce, Senju Tobirama was able to develop various forbidden techniques successively, and Senju Hashirama almost banned them as soon as he developed one. What a genius! If only we could get these people together. Orochimaru couldn't help but look up at the ceiling, as if looking directly at the stars through obstacles. In the blueprint once drawn by Lanye, the unification of the ninja world is far from the end, but the starting point for their journey to the sky. It would be a shame not to try such an interesting experiment. Orochimaru said with interest. As for whether living corpse reincarnation can avoid these harms, Eye of Rinne Tensai, Orochimaru doesn't know, but there is a high probability that Ghoul Seal is no problem. Even, Orochimaru is already thinking about what to do. You must go to the Uzumaki clan mask storage hall in Konoha Castle to get the Shinigami mask to better prevent Shinigami from losing control. He also wanted the Shinigami, who had sealed away the corpses, to possess himself. In this way, only by cutting open Shinigami's belly can the soul of the sealed one be liberated. Before the seal is lifted and you become a sacrifice, use living corpse reincarnation to complete the transfer. Because Shinigami is attached to the previous body, he cannot chase Orochimaru's soul. Perfect. Thinking like this, Orochimaru couldn't help but become more interested in Rinnegan. In the past, it was difficult to study, teammates. You should dig up Rinnegan and install it for me this time, right? What will it be like to experience the power of Sage of Six Paths? Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. Hiss. I'm really looking forward to it. In that case, without further ado, why don't you go and convince Nagato and Rangu about it, and I'll make other preparations. Orochimaru suggested immediately. Lanye thought for a while. He is also not sure how long it will take to digest the knowledge originally intended for Orochimaru before he can start the plan again. He nodded in agreement. Lanye didn't know much about Orochimaru's preparations. He just remembered the summer sleepiness he saw in the anime. Orochimaru nodded happily and said, as I thought, the Shinigami mask is indeed crucial. As expected of you, Lanye-kun, hiss. ... I see your tongue. Quote. Orochimaru shut up in discomfort, turned around and left. He only has such a hobby, why should he be deprived of it? If it weren't for the sake of, I can't beat you, I'll give you good treatment, you can support his research, and you have a lot of fantastic ideas, and you are still the emperor of the unifying ninja world, otherwise I would have used the Kusanagi sword to attack you every minute as you. Lanye also set out to find Fugaku, and asked straight to the point if there were any criminals in the Uchiha clan who could be experimented with the human body. May I ask, what kind of research does your majesty use this for? Fugaku said cautiously, it's definitely not spying. It's just that although there are people in our clan who have committed serious crimes, they are also guilty of tem. I understand, then let Orochimaru use white zetsu. Lanye shrugged. Fugaku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Since being valued by Lanye, the temper of the Uchiha clan has been tempered again and again. Fugaku, Futu and others are always beating the clan, and they must not repeat the same mistakes of the past. Yes, there are definitely people who have made mistakes, but they are all small conflicts, and no one dares to do big ones. In contrast, the Hyuga branch house, that had been suppressed for decades suddenly changed from a scapegoat to a free man. The things that had to be endured because of being controlled by the Zong family also fermented and evaporated. For example, Lanye mentioned the sneak attack on the Zong family's branch house. This is the short-term pain of reform and is unavoidable. But Orochimaru obviously doesn't want to roll his eyes every day, and the branch house is also an adult, and his talent has been suppressed by the previous curse mark, caged bird to almost the limit. It has no effect at all after reincarnation. Thinking about it, as expected, white Zetsu is the most suitable cultured with black Zetsu. The potential of Hashirama cell culture is very good in all aspects, and the fault tolerance rate is also higher. Thinking like this, Lanye bid farewell to Fugaku and directly used the ring to communicate with Nagato through the phantom body technique. Let's talk about it. Nagato agreed without any hesitation and asked Namikaze Minato to pick him up. You agree now? Lanye asked a little strangely. I'm going to hand over Rinnegan to Orochimaru, are you relieved? Rinnegan is not mine in the first place, so what does it matter if I lose it? Nagato smiled and said, now that the ninja world has been unified, my ideal of peace in the ninja world will soon be realized. Rinnegan is already to me. It is no longer a necessity. On the contrary, it is still a huge burden for me. Maybe it will be a good choice for me to switch back to normalize after this time. That's right, I understand. Lanye nodded. Namikaze Minato will come to you soon. You guys go back and bring back a batch of white Zetsu. After this time, you just stay in Konoha and take charge of the business with Nara Shikaku. Politics, I believe it would be a good experience to be able to manage this peaceful world by yourself. It seems interesting, so I'll give it a try. Once the deal is settled, the rest will be easy to handle. Toolman Namikaze Minato made a trip to pick up Minato and the sealed white Zetsu, and the experiment could be started directly. The location was chosen next to the challenge dungeon stone. The main reason is to prevent accidents. If you find something is wrong, first use the sheep talisman as insurance. If it doesn't work, just stuff Orochimaru's soul into the challenge dungeon stone. Shinigami can also listen to your thoughts. Lanye doesn't believe it anyway. To this end, Lanye also asked Scorpion, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and Hyuga Hiyashi to use the 4 Red Yang formation to create a barrier, temporarily declaring the area a restricted area. The preparations are done. Lanye, Rat Talisman Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru with Rinnegan, and Nagato with normal eyes. There are 3 white Zetsu in front of them. Original, Tsunade and Shie are definitely qualified to be present, but they are both swimming in the ocean of knowledge, and it seems that they will not wake up for a while. Then we can only talk about it next time. Are you ready? Lanye asked. Come on. Orochimaru laughed. I really look forward to it, if it can be achieved, hissing. Orochimaru put on the Shinigami mask, but did not show any ninja seals. Suddenly he staggered a few steps and let out a painful roar, and then suddenly stood up straight again, spread his hands and raised them. Like being nailed to a cross. Brush. An illusory Shinigami phantom emerged from the Shinigami mask, attached to Orochimaru's body and floating in the air, trapping Orochimaru in it just like Susanoo. Sealing technique. Seal all the corpses. Only, seeing this so-called Shinigami, Lanye couldn't help but rub his chin. This thing, he seems to be able to control it. Thinking like this, before Orochimaru made further moves to cut open Shinigami's belly, Lanye took the lead in using Eye of the Demon God Exodia to condense a body as big as Shinigami and the demon armor automatically. It is armed with a dynamic appearance, and its sacred and evil aura makes the gloomy Shinigami look like an imp. It's a pity that this Shinigami has no intelligence, otherwise he would have bowed his head on the spot. Orochimaru looked at Lanye strangely and took no further action. Lanye, on the other hand, easily held the Shinigami phantom in his hands and then suck. It was as smooth as sucking jelly. This Shinigami was absorbed by his Exodia, and a large number of souls escaped around it. This was the part he couldn't digest. Lanye scratched his head, seeing these souls floating up to the sky to go to the pure land of the underworld. I didn't have time to think about what was going on, so I hurriedly controlled time to freeze all the souls in place, and found Namikaze from them. Minato's conspicuous little pale golden sun. Then, all other souls were stuffed into the challenge dungeon stone by Lanye. Later, let's identify who they are and who they are. This time due to Lanye's intervention. The current timeline has long been confused, and there is no such thing as the Hokage of all generations being in Shinigami's belly. After the operation is completed, Lanye was the one who restored the flow of time to normal, using the power of the devil to carry Namikaze Minato's soul and deliver it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't ask much, so that's fine. After all, although he was not afraid of pain, the experience of having his stomach cut open was certainly uncomfortable. So, impure world reincarnation, the complex summoning circle emerged, and white talismans emerged out of thin air to wrap the white Zetsu in the center. The soul of Namikaze Minato, who was still sleeping, was summoned and penetrated into the center of the summoning circle. Namikaze Minato, who then transformed into the impure world reincarnation form, had strange cracks all over his skin. Rat charm Namikaze Minato, why did I appear again? He didn't know what Lanye and the others were going to do before, he was just called in as a tool. At this time, the main body Namikaze Minato also opened his eyes, looked around strangely, and finally fell towards Orochimaru, who took off his Shinigami mask. Orochimaru, your eyes, what is going on now? Namikaze Minato asked. He acted very calmly, but there was vigilance hidden in his eyes, just like the state he had just been resurrected by the rat charm. But Orochimaru didn't have time to explain to him. Although Shinigami doesn't know why he was swallowed by Lanye, it is unknown whether the side effects of using the ghoul seal have disappeared. In case, Orochimaru immediately activated the Rinnegan and used the ability that Nagato had just taught. Heterogeneous Rinne Tensai technique did not summon the King of Hell to release the soul. A ray of light shot straight from Orochimaru's Rinnegan towards Namikaze Minato, and the cracks in the form of Namikaze Minato Impure World Reincarnation fell like stickers, and the flesh was restored within a few seconds. Body resurrection complete. Orochimaru immediately dug out the Rinnegan with his bare hands and threw it at Nagato. Then his mouth suddenly split open and a strip of white emerged. It swam into another white Zetsu and transformed into Orochimaru's form again. Sample: living corpse reincarnation. After using the forbidden technique 3 times in succession, the snake was so depressed that it almost couldn't stand up. It was Lanye who helped him and used the sheep charm and horse charm to replenish his strength and energy, and he was able to calm down. Huh, Orochimaru said hoarsely. It turned out to be really successful. Hiss, interesting. So interesting. Is it still okay to resurrect someone for free? Street. Unfortunately, after using living corpse reincarnation, the soul needs some time to adapt to the new body before it can be used again. Number 1. How long will it take? Lanye asked in surprise. Didn't I help you shorten this time just now? Probably. Orochimaru closed his eyes and estimated. It will probably take about a year. Didn't you fully recover? Lanye shook his head with regret. Even the horse charm and the sheep charm can't eliminate this side effect. Right, living corpse reincarnation is like taking possession of one's body, and it is understandable that it is severely restricted. Orochimaru, and a few others, can you tell me what's going on? The resurrected Namikaze Nagato frowned and looked at the rat talisman Namikaze Nagato, especially you, wide-eye. Will you sense that you have a chakra similar to mine? While talking, everyone present felt that Namikaze Nagato quietly activated a powerful chakra, which should be the yin chakra belonging to Nine Tails. Lanye turned his head and glanced at the rat charm Namikaze Nagato, motioning for him to explain. Rat talisman Namikaze Minato silently took a few steps forward, clenched his fist and stretched out towards Namikaze Nagato. Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment. After sparring with Rat Talisman Namikaze Nagato, he received the memories of Rat Talisman Namikaze Nagato and Naruto getting along during this time. This amount of knowledge is not much. It only took a few seconds for Namikaze Minato to receive it. He first glanced at Lanye in confusion, as if to confirm something. After a few seconds, Namikaze Nagato knelt down and bowed his head, respectfully saying, "Fourth Hokage Namikaze Nagato, see His Majesty the Emperor of the United Kingdom of Fire." Get flat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Namikaze Nagato stood up, looking sideways at the Rat Talisman Namikaze Minato, and she said, "I'm sorry to trouble you during this time. I thought I was the real you, but it turned out to be something like an advanced puppet technique." Rat Talisman Namikaze Minato regretted, "I really want to grow up with Naruto. No matter how big it is, I'll leave it to you for my share." Quote, "I will," Namikaze Minato said seriously. "Then, take care of our son." Rat Talisman Namikaze Minato finally said. The voice fell. Rat Talisman Namikaze Minato also suddenly petrified and returned to the original stone sculpture. The rat talisman inlaid on it turned into a stream of light and merged into Lanye's body. The 12 talismans are gathered together again. Lanye confirmed. The rewards for the previous god level selection were not recovered. It seems that it is feasible to resurrect Namikaze Minato and retrieve the rat charm. Not bad. Perfect. Since then, the matter of testing and resurrecting Namikaze Nagato has come to an end. And Nagato thought again and again. Still handed the Rinnegan to Orochimaru. They can be used for more purposes here. I'm tired. I just want to sit in the office from now on. Nagato smiled with relief. When Orochimaru took over Rinnegan, Nagato seems to have taken off his shackles, and his temperament is no longer the gloomy and cold temperament of the past, but has a trace of twilight. Just like those retired old men sunbathing in front of their homes. He has experienced so much that he was born prematurely. After nodding with Lanye, Nagato left relaxedly. From then on, there is no longer Pen of the Akatsuki organization in the world, only Nagato of the Secretariat of the United Fire Nation. Watching Nagato leave, Namikaze Minato said with emotion, "When the teacher mentioned him to me, I didn't expect to meet in this way." But ignored him. Lanye looked at Orochimaru and said casually, "Since this living corpse reincarnation experiment has been successful, you will submit a detailed document later and seal it in the sealed book." Regarding Lanye's behavior of asking others to forbidden technique, Namikaze Minato was hesitant to say, "Aren't you afraid that Orochimaru will fall out? Living corpse reincarnation. This is the forbidden technique involving eternal life. Even if it's just the immortality of the soul, it's an absolutely precious art. Even Sage of Six Paths is dead. You want to take it away right away. I'm afraid you're not trying. This is as it should be. All the results of the research institute belong to you. Orochimaru nodded matter-of-factly and said, "However, Mr. Lanye, you must keep it carefully, otherwise if you are deliberately. It is not very disadvantageous for me that people have to be analyzed." Quote, "The soul is immortal, it's still far away." Lanye raised his fist nonchalantly and said, "Come here with your fist, and I will let you know what the vast ocean of knowledge is." Orochimaru has no doubt about him. Zhongji and Lanye exchanged punches, and then the vast amount of knowledge swallowed him up. Because Orochimaru has a wide range of interests, whether it is ninjutsu, bloodline, biology, medicine, machinery, or industry, there is a certain level of professionalism. So, Lanye was too lazy to select one by one and knock down Orochimaru by the way, so he gave the entire space travel technology to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he sluggishly digested the vast amount of knowledge. It seems that there is no hope of regaining consciousness in a short time. Only then did Lanye have time to look at Namikaze Minato. Original. He planned to let Namikaze Minato guard Orochimaru until he realized those things. But looking at the longing in his eyes, Lanye still waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I know you also want to go back to see your son, so go ahead." Namikaze Minato nodded respectfully and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away. Lanye was left looking at Orochimaru, about to call someone else to guard Uncle Snake. Brush. Namikaze Minato left and returned, awkwardly pointing to the red barrier that reached the sky. This is the 4 Red Yang formation, united by 4 cage levels. Even the Flying Thunder God technique can't fly. Oh, I almost forgot. Lanye casually walked towards the corner of the 4 Red Yang formation, where Nagato and Jiraiya were staring at each other. Nagato, who had his back turned, didn't notice Lanye's arrival. He shouted angrily, "Hey, Mr. Jiraiya, you don't even believe what I say. The matter inside is over, can you lift the barrier?" But Jiraiya was unmoved. Even if they are his former disciples, as long as Lanye does not come forward to announce the removal of the barrier, it is absolutely impossible for the 4 Jiraiyas to remove it. Lanye was a little surprised to see Nagato being able to lose his temper at Jiraiya. It seems, Nagato, who has relieved all the pressure, really wants to let himself go. At this time, Nagato also learned about Lanye's arrival after being reminded by Jiraiya. While Jiraiya had to kneel down and bow his head, Nagato was given preferential treatment and only had to bow and bow. Remove the barrier, and then Jiraiya, go guard Orochimaru and prevent anyone from approaching him until he wakes up. Lanye said, yes. Jiraiya dispersed the 4 Red Yang formation, and the expanded barrier disappeared with it. Then he quickly rushed to Orochimaru's side. After making sure Orochimaru was okay, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, took out the pen and ink he carried from the sealing ring, and leaned towards Orochimaru with a smile. The other end, Lanye patted Nagato's shoulder, turned around and flew towards the Imperial City Palace. Then I'm leaving. Thank you very much for your eyes. Please come to me if you need anything. After Namikaze Minato made a solemn promise to Nagato, he also used the Flying Thunder God technique and left. Nagato was left alone. At this time, Nagato suddenly relieved some of his emotions. Yuruo was a part-time worker who had finished working overtime. He walked step by step with his tired back, aimlessly arriving at the streets of Konoha City. Looking at the bustling streets, there are already some branch house electricity and even LED electronic screens appearing. Customers with mouths full of oil eating various snacks. Merchants who are busy selling goods to support their families. Couples shopping together hand in hand. An old man walking slowly. Naughty children. ... Looking at, Nagato shed tears unconsciously from the corners of his eyes, silently releasing his negative emotions. Is this the peaceful world he, Yahiko, and Konan once longed for? Yahiko, I did it. I believe you will also be able to see it soon. The gift of Rinnegan to Orochimaru will be repaid by him. By the time, you and Konan can be together, right?